win technique. His tone extremely confident. Even without any concrete evidence. It seems that this world from the very beginning was created for me, Lu Chaoga. This is the world that belongs to me, the chosen one. This kind of exaggerated mindset is truly unpredictable. He then slowly walked out, heading toward the direction where the light shone. He said proudly, the time is just about right. Next I should go and meet their adoring gazes. He thought, as for that big eyeball, if I run into it again, I'll just tear off a few of its tentacles and study them. At the Tianjita, the place was sturdy and majestic. A pagoda towering into the clouds appeared faintly in the mist. Inside, the pavilion master of the Tianjij wore an expression of extreme fury. He gritted his teeth, the blue sphere in his hand having cracked sometime recently. Wen Qing, standing nearby and witnessing this scene, felt very confused. Pavilion master, how did this thing end up like this? Weren't you using it to revive Chen Qi? Remembering what he had just experienced, his rage immediately flared up. The blue sphere was consequently crushed. He roared, Chen Qi is dead. His expression was gloomy, his gaze filled with killing intent. He thought furiously that Lu Chaoga, his actions were truly decisive and ruthless. If he had handed Chen Qi over to the people of the Jianzhong, then as long as our own people stepped forward to mediate, Chen Qi would definitely have been able to get away, and then return to the path of heavenly Tao that had been arranged long ago. Recalling the moment he was beheaded, he grew increasingly furious, but Lu Chaoga, he actually dared to act directly and killed the disciple of the sect master of Jianzhong. What outrageous audacity! His hand gripped the armrest tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Many thoughts surged within him suddenly, bubbling up, but ultimately, Chen Qi was still the disciple of the sect master of Jianzhong. Lu Chaoga, you killed him. Then you must bear the wrath of the sect master of Jianzhong. Go, those who destroy the chessboard scheme that this old man guards for heaven must pay the price. He suddenly stood up and asked the person beside him, Wenqing, has Wuro replied to you? She bowed respectfully and answered, Wuro Gozhu has replied. The items you requested are ready. We are just waiting for you to depart for Beizhou. Wuro is one of the 12 pavilion masters. She is one of the beautiful-faced pavilion masters in the Tianji Pagoda responsible for Beizhou. He did not turn around, merely answering simply good. Then he transformed into a cloud of black smoke and flew away. He didn't forget to leave a few instructions. Closely observed Jianzhong. Any news related to Lu Chaoga? Report it to me immediately. Wenqing bowed and acknowledged yes. The scene shifts to a majestic mountain range. The space is vast. A giant sword is plunged into the ground. A person is flying toward this sword. It is Qin Tai flying on his sword. He thought to himself, Lu Chaoga, you better properly endure this immense disaster. On the towering mountaintop is a giant bell emitting a dazzling magical glow. It stands majestically on the highest, most perilous spot, yet possesses a sacred and mythical appearance. A barrier surrounds it. Suddenly a force touched the giant bell, causing it to ring. Light beams straight up into the sky. Magical circles slowly appear. Many disciples felt very confused after hearing this. What happened? 9 chimes of the bell. This is a summons. It summons all senior deacons and above. We Jianzhong haven't had such an urgent assembly for a long time. What exactly happened? At this moment, in a magnificent palace known as Jianzhong, inside the council hall, Ning Yong sat peacefully inside. He turned to the person beside him, expressing confusion. Such an urgent summons. Did something happen? The deacon heard the question and replied, I don't know either. I just heard the emergency summons and rushed over immediately. Coincidentally, a voice came from behind, attracting the attention of both men. So they turned to look in that direction. The person who spoke was Ji Changkong. He yawned and continued, you stand up. The deacon sitting beside Ning Yong. Ning Yong called out somewhat confusedly, Vice Sect Master. The deacon, having his seat taken, appeared greatly flustered. Sweat covered his face as he stammered, Vice Sect Master. You've taken my seat. I. Ji Changkong generously pointed to his own position, offering it to the man. You sit there. The poor deacon was even more awkward. But in the end he had to try hard to sit down under everyone's gaze. The effort to sit down was evident. The deacon could only lower his head and let out a dry laugh. Haha. He secretly justified in his mind if I say I was forced. Would you believe me? Ji Changkong leaned back, saying with annoyance. What a hassle. I wonder what the heck happened this time. Big brother doesn't even need to attend such a boring meeting. So why do I have to come and deal with this formality? Ning Yong merely smiled upon hearing this and replied just, listen for now. It doesn't concern us anyway. He stroked his beard, regaining a cheerful expression, and spoke. That's right, after the meeting adjourns. Why don't we go stay at Momin for a few days? I want to go and instruct my little Donli in her cultivation. Aunt Ning readily agreed, saying of course you can. She then pondered secretly about the luggage she needed to take. Then she thought of the younger cultivators training there. Since I'm going, I can't go empty-handed. Based on Lu Cheage's cultivation speed, perhaps in another 6 months, he will have reached the great perfection of the third realm. In that case, I should prepare a breakthrough pill for him. Just then the sect master strode in quickly and spoke. The various Ningying nearby saw his awful expression, and a question arose in their minds. The sect master is here. Usually, he never shows anger or any strong emotion. So why does he look so terrible today? The sect master decisively sat down in his seat, placing his sword on the adjacent table. Then with an angry expression and a brow furrowed without them noticing, he commanded loudly, Junior brother Qin, come tell us the situation again. Qin Tai immediately obeyed, stood up, and pointed to the sword lying next to the sect master, saying, everyone, this sword belongs to Chen Qi. And today Chen Qi has risen from the dead. Hearing this astonishing news, the entire room immediately burst into an uproar. Risen from the dead? How is that possible? Junior brother Qin stopped joking. He curled his lips again, revealing a cunning smile, and continued. Everyone, there's no need to worry. This matter is more complicated than you might think. Not only did Chen Qi rise from the dead, he also fell into the wicked path and became a zombie spirit. One person spoke up and asked, but how did he resurrect? He immediately replied, the soul jade. The entire room was shocked once again. They cried out in alarm, terrified. The soul jade has the soul jade reappeared. Ji Changkong spoke up at this moment. Where is that boy now? Why didn't he return on his sword? Qin Tai lowered his head, his expression gloomy, and whispered. Chen Qi was beheaded. Afterwards he pointed straight ahead, speaking loudly. His voice so loud it was almost a shout, by Lu Chaoga. Beheaded by Lu Chaoga of the Mo Men. Ningying immediately stood up, and spoke in extreme anger defensively. Senior brother Qin, don't talk nonsense. Lu Chaoga of the Mo Men, at most, has just entered the third realm. How could he possibly kill Chen Qi, who is in the fifth realm? Qin Tai responded to her doubt with a firm tone. Jiang Xinyan, the deacon of Chuanqiushan, and the saintess Pei Chanshan were all present. There were also many cultivators in Wenhe at the time, and they can all testify. Also, junior sister Ning, you've got one thing wrong. He recalled Lu Cheage's appearance, and continued. According to reports from my disciples who were present, when Lu Chaoga beheaded Chen Qi, he instantly broke through to the 9th level, reaching the peak of the third realm. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't believe their ears. Panicking, instantly breaking through to the 9th level. What kind of genius is this Lu Chaoga? Compared to the crowd's panic, Ningying was incredibly happy and smiled contentedly. Chaoga has progressed. Ji Changkong, stroking his beard nearby, laughed proudly. Truly worthy of being the disciple of Ji Changkong of one sword. Ji Changkong sat stroking his long beard and asked, is there more? Qin Tai looked bewildered and countered the deputy sect master. Are you asking about? The deputy sect master chuckled and continued to ask. Is there anything else related to Lu Chaoga? How exactly did he manage to behead Chen Qi? The peak of the third realm, killing someone in the fifth realm. That doesn't seem very realistic. Qin Tai answered quickly, accompanied by a gesturing motion. Yes, there is. Afterwards a demon cultivator appeared. While Lu Chaoga was fighting the demon cultivator alone, he successfully advanced to the fourth realm. After hearing Qin Tai's words, everyone present was stunned. Some people couldn't even believe it and retorted, advanced to the fourth realm. Someone interrupted and asked, wait a moment, let me confirm something. Lu Chaoga broke through to the 9th level. He reached the peak of the third realm. He fought fiercely against the demon cultivator. After that he ascended to the fourth realm. Did all of this happen at the same time? Qin Tai could only reply reluctantly. Yes, Chang Kong was extremely surprised by Cheaja's prowess. This young man is progressing so quickly. Aunt Ningning secretly admired and praised Chaoga. Chaoga, you truly are becoming more outstanding. The vice sect master pondered, stroking his beard. He recalled the situations involving his senior brother and Chaoga. What Chaoga achieved has already surpassed senior brother. That means Chaoga has already surpassed senior brother. And I am Cheaja's master in the first sword style. Proudly he ranked himself above Lu Chaoga and his senior brother. He continued thinking and chuckling smugly. This means I have completely surpassed senior brother. The moment Chang Kong thought about having surpassed his senior brother, his heart was filled with boundless joy. Once this meeting concludes, I will immediately inform senior brother. I can't go right now. After all, in our sword sect, someone is trying to obstruct my disciple of the first sword. Then suddenly transitioning from joy, he turned to cautious contemplation, thinking, I'd like to see. With me sitting right here, who would dare? Qin Tai stood before everyone and proposed. Everyone please calm yourselves first. That Lu Chaoga, after eliminating the demon cultivator, immediately subdued Chen Qi. Then he shook his head helplessly, closed his eyes and recounted the unfortunate events. By the time I arrived he had already severed one of Chen Qi's arms. Chen Qi was covered in injuries, and clearly had no strength left to fight. Qin Tai covered his mouth. He then glanced at the sect master, his eyes showing malice. He said this deliberately to plant seeds of hatred in the sect master's heart. Hatred directed at Chaoga, because Chaoga had harmed Chen Qi. Meanwhile the sect master was in meditation, immersed in his own silent space. Ningning looked at the sect master and sighed softly. Damn, the relationship between Chen Qi and the sect master is more than mere affection. Master and disciple. The sect master personally picked up an abandoned infant at the foot of the mountain. Abandoned memories of that year surfaced. The sect master was holding the newborn Chen Qi in his arms. It was the sect master himself who found a baby at the foot of the mountain. Abandoned. The sect master's wife came over and asked him, who is this child? He replied, I don't know, someone discarded him in the mountains. I brought him back. Look at his face, doesn't he resemble my younger brother? The sect master's wife looked at the child gently and suggested, there is indeed a resemblance. How about we let him take my surname Chen? The sect master heard this and agreed happily. Of course. The sect master pondered for a moment, and then came up with a name. Since he is an abandoned child, then let's call him Chen Qi. His wife gently stroked the child's forehead and admonished, little Chen Qi, you must grow up healthy and obedient. Aunt Ningning. Aunt Ningning reflected for a moment, then continued pondering. Chen Qi bears the surname of the sect master's deceased wife, Elder. Although they are master and disciple, they are practically father and son. Aunt Ningning worried. If no one speaks up today, for Lu Chaoga and the Mo clan, they will surely face the sect master's thunderous wrath. After all, the Mo clan is only one of 300 sects within the sword sect, and one of the lowest ranked among the 100 sects. They have a lowly status. On the other side, someone else asked Elder Qin doubtfully, senior brother, based on your account, when you arrived at the scene, Chen Qi was severely injured but not yet dead. The sect master was meditating, but upon hearing Chen Qi's name mentioned, he immediately awoke, his eyes wide. Qin Tai seized the opportunity while the sect master was sitting here fully awake. He immediately shouted loudly. That's right. Then he shouted even louder to the entire sword sect about the villain, Chaoga Lu Chaoga. Just as I was about to reach the Wind River, the moment I opened my mouth to stop him, he had already chopped off Chen Qi's head. Among the others, in the sword sect, everyone was displeased with Chaoga. They gritted their teeth and thought furiously, this clearly shows a lack of respect for my Jianzong. In front of the deacon, Elder killing someone from my Jianzong, how audacious. Meanwhile, Aunt Ningning was feeling quite helpless. This kid's temper. After all, there was indeed an old grudge between Chen Qi and Mo Men. Is he still holding on to that hatred? Ji Changkong, however, was the opposite of everyone else. He felt very happy and proud of his apprentice. Gently stroking his beard, he laughed heartily. Good lad, more and more like me when I was young. Resolute, alone, bowing to no one. Suddenly someone slammed their hand on the table. A person from Jianzhong stood up angrily and scolded. This clearly shows he doesn't respect our Jianzhong at all. The other two also chimed in approvingly, but their tone was calmer. Exactly. If we ignore this, where will our Jianzhong's reputation stand? This is clearly a challenge to the might of my Jianzhong. What right does Lu Chaoga have? Ji Changkong secretly harbored resentment in his heart. Good. Go ahead and curse the way you look. This old man remembers it all. Ningying next to him was extremely anxious. No, we can't let the public opinion completely turn against Chaoga. Therefore, Aunt Ningying decided to speak up, hoping to help Chaoga resolve the matter. Junior brother Qin, what did Lu Chaoga say to you afterwards? It can't be that. The two of you met and didn't exchange any words, right? Elder Qin stammered angrily. He recounted what Lu Chaoga had said, stating it exactly as it happened, for everyone present to hear. Hearing Qin Tai recount that, Chaoga mentioned Jianzhong's rules. Those who are evil spirits or undead, slay them. This greatly surprised the old man with the thick beard. The other two also had to open their mouths wide, listening to the words spoken by Chaoga. After hearing the recounting, everyone had their own thoughts about the name Lu Chaoga. This person well said they ought to be slain. Truly magnificent presence. This young man has the spirit of a cultivator. Afterward, Elder Qin added unhappily, that deacon from Chuanqiu Shan, Xiang Xinyan and the Saintess Pei Chanqian also intended to help Lu Chaoga. That's why I couldn't bring him back to the sect. Upon hearing this, the Jianzhong elders judged. How are people from the mountain involved again? Chuanqiu Shan, this matter has become even more complicated. But in this matter it seems like our Jianzhong is the one acting like evil. Demonic heretics. After everyone offered various speculations, the sect master gently hooked his finger. Gesturing, he looked very calm, but deep in his eyes was a heart full of resentment. He opened his mouth and said, "Gentlemen, it seems everyone must already be clear about this entire matter." He then asked for everyone's opinions. Tell me, how should we properly handle this matter? None of the people sitting below dared to speak. They thought inwardly. Although Lu Chaoga acted correctly from every standpoint, in the end, however, he killed the sect master's disciple. How could anyone speak lightly about this? Wouldn't that be inviting disaster? No one in the entire hall dared to offer any suggestion. Silence permeated the entire Jianzhong. Even the sect master didn't know what to say next. He sat there quietly waiting for everyone's input. After a long time, the sect master decided to ask Elder Qin, "Junior brother Qin, you are directly involved. What do you think?" Elder Qin immediately reported hastily, "This matter is complicated, and it is difficult to determine the proper stance. But one thing is certain, that Lu Chaoga doesn't respect our Jianzhong at all. This isn't a question of right or wrong, but a matter of attitude." After speaking, he felt very satisfied, because he would soon be able to retaliate against Chaoga. He muttered to himself, "Lu Chaoga, you made me lose face in front of so many people. Don't think he'll just let this slide." The sect master was still pondering, then asked, "What about the rest of you? What do you think?" The others agreed thusly. One after another they said with wry smiles, "Junior brother Qin is right, putting everything else aside. The act of showing contempt for our Jianzhong definitely cannot be easily forgiven." And so, the number of people opposing Lu Chaoga gradually increased. That Lu Chaoga from Momen actually dared to act so recklessly, has no awareness of her own status. She has absolutely no realization of her own status, since she shows contempt for the sword sect. Then we shall handle this according to the sect's regulations. Upon hearing this, Martial Aunt Ning Ying felt great indignation. She immediately spoke up. You all, catching sight of Ning Ying about to stand up and oppose them, Gue Changkong immediately raised his hand, signaling Ning Ying to stay calm, and not to act rashly. Elder Qin had long awaited this day to deal with Lu Chaoga. He immediately and eagerly spoke. "Good, it seems we have reached a consensus. Then according to the sect's regulations we shall punish Lu Chaoga of the Mo school." Before he had even finished speaking, he was interrupted by a knock-knock sound tapping on the table. Elder Qin turned his head in annoyance to see who had interrupted him. The sect master also looked in surprise at the person who had interrupted Elder Qin. It turned out that Gue Changkong had interrupted Elder Qin. The deputy sect master leaned back in his chair, stroking his beard, and said discontentedly, Why hasn't anyone asked for this deputy sect master's opinion? Do you all assume this deputy sect master is dead? The others were filled with doubt and confusion. Doesn't the deputy sect master usually just go through the motions? Why is he acting so unusually today? He usually only wants us to quickly reach a consensus. Why would he speak up for a lowly sect master today? Aside from the sword venerable, the deputy sect master is the strongest person in the sword sect. Even the sect master has to yield to him somewhat. On one side was the deputy sect master calmly stroking his beard in opposition. On the other side was the sect master sighing in difficulty over the situation. Ning Ying observed their attitudes. She thought to herself, both the deputy sect master and the sect master are two of the 4 divine swords. They are also the 2 people with the highest status in the sword sect. Besides the sword venerable, if these 2 were to draw swords against each other, the sword sect might face a great catastrophe. The sect master sighed again. This time his sigh could be clearly heard. Then he spoke. Senior brother Gue, since this is an emergency meeting, as the deputy sect master, of course, everyone must listen to your opinion. But before that, why don't I, your junior brother, first toss out a brick? To attract jade, offer a humble opinion. Please hear my point of view first. Gue Chongkong appeared somewhat dissatisfied. A trace of displeasure on his face, he replied curtly, speak. The sect master then said, Chen Qi fell into the wicked path, cultivating ghost and corpse evil arts. As the sect master of the sword sect, I must bear responsibility. Tomorrow I will write a self-recrimination decree. As for Chen Qi's death, it is no pity. Not only him, but also the forces behind him and all related accomplices should receive severe punishment. After the sect master finished his statement, everyone was completely stunned. Everyone thought the sect master would utterly despise Lu Chaoga, but they never expected him to punish Chen Qi. A huge question mark appeared in everyone's mind. How could the sect master have this attitude? Elder Qin never expected the sect master to be like this. Subsequently, a series of questions popped up in his mind. Shouldn't he be flying into a rage and punishing that MO schoolboy? This is nothing like the deep bond between master and disciple, I imagined. The sect master then continued, asking junior brother Qin, you mentioned earlier that this matter also involves the demon cultivators of the Purple Moon Society. Elder Qin, still recovering from his shock, replied yes. After hearing this, the sect master commanded forcefully, in that case, let us launch the 4th campaign to annihilate the Purple Moon Society. This statement from sect master Li Suifeng caused the thick-bearded elder to feel startled. The 2 people who had been arguing fiercely just now were also no less astonished. But the most shocked person was Martial Ant Ning Ying. The meeting being held at the sword sect suddenly became silent, unprecedentedly so. Li Suifeng's voice was soft, but this single sentence would stir up immense conflict between the righteous and wicked factions of Qingzhou. At this moment in Qingzhou, the clouds hung low. The sky is still clear, but great calamity is about to descend. After issuing the command, he continued, Sect Master, MO Sect's Lu Chaoga has contributed greatly to eliminating demons and upholding justice and should be rewarded according to the sect rules. Esteemed senior brother, besides these, does senior brother have anything else to say? Or anything to add? Gu Chongkong listened, stroking his beard, and pondered for a moment. But in the end he laughed heartily and agreed. Let's do it this way, I have no objections. Hearing the esteemed senior brother say this, the sect leader immediately stood up and gave a conclusion. All right, the meeting is adjourned. After speaking, he glanced back at the sword on the table, but he said nothing. He then left the hall. Just then, the sword on the table had at some unknown point broken into 2 halves. Aunt Ning silently watched the sect leaders retreating back. She thought sadly, the sect leader's back seems to have aged a bit more. After everyone dispersed, Ning Ying walked up to Gu Chongkong and said, Thank you, esteemed senior brother. Gu Chongkong listened happily, stroking his beard, and smiled kindly. Xiaoli is my disciple. Chaoga is Yijian's disciple. We are all family. No need for thanks. I won't talk much longer with you. After bidding farewell to Ning Ying, Gu Chongkong flew off to tend to his own affairs. Chaoja's matter. Breaking straight through to the 9th realm. I must quickly go and tell senior brother watching. Gu Chongkong's retreating back. Ninging thought the esteemed senior brother is still so impatient. Then she suddenly faltered. But subsequently she gently raised her hand and caught a falling leaf. Her heart was heavy. Although this incident has been resolved, I always feel that the storm surrounding Chowga has only just begun. She then decided to set off for the Mo sect. I will go and stay at the Mo sect for a while. If there truly is a storm brewing, I Ninging will block some of it for you all. Senior brother is in the black bamboo forest on Nameless Peak. In an exquisite but not large wooden cabin, came Gu Changkong's boisterous voice. Senior brother, hurry and come out to see your junior brother. Today I have absolutely huge news to tell senior brother. Gu Changkong's senior brother quickly came out to open the door. With a brilliant smile on his face. Junior brother is so urgent, what good news is it? Gu Changkong stroked his beard and smiled triumphantly. My disciple Ejian, Lu Chowga has broken through to the 9th realm in a single step. TSK TSK TSK, he's even better than senior brother. Was back in the day. TSK TSK TSK. My disciple has completely surpassed your sword. TSK TSK TSK. Senior brother listened and also became happy for Gu Changkong. That truly is a miracle. Junior brother, you have truly gained a genius disciple. Gu Changkong seemed not to hear what he wanted to hear. He turned away, disgruntled his back to senior brother and complained miserably. Is that all? He muttered internally. Humph. There is one more thing about my Chowga. That surprised me even more. He crossed his arms and complained angrily to his senior brother. His face showing extreme displeasure. Humph, why doesn't senior brother ask how Chowga managed to break through to the 9th realm in one step? Telling you will surely shock senior brother senseless. Gu Changkong's senior brother continued casually pouring tea, a smile on his lips, intentionally teasing his junior brother. Yes, yes, yes. Junior brother has spoken so much. Your mouth must be dry. Seeing no reaction from senior brother, Gu Changkong had no choice but to start bragging himself. Chowga, despite being a 3rd realm cultivator, went up against Chen Qi, was reborn in fire, reached the 5th realm, and broke through after engaging in battle. He even right in front of that old man Qin Tai, used his sword to slay Chen Qi, who had fallen into demonic cultivation. Hearing this, the sword venerable turned to Gu Changkong curiously and asked, Tell me quickly. Gu Changkong happily crossed his arms, chuckling, having successfully piqued his senior brother's curiosity. Humph, in the end my disciple still managed to shock you. What's the point of pretending? Elder Gue recounted the events of today's assembly, the incident of the true Qi going astray, and the commendation of Li Suifeng, and everything Lu Chowga did, telling the sword venerable the full story. Seen from afar, 2 people were sitting by a tea table deep in conversation. One listened steadily, while the other spoke excitedly, gesticulating wildly. After listening, the sword venerable fell into deep thought. Chang Kuan then asked his senior brother smugly, How about that? Doesn't my disciple perfectly embody the term celestial artisan, or master of all trades? The sword venerable did not answer Chang Kun's previous question, but merely looked up at the sky, with an indifferent expression. He then commented faintly, It's going to rain soon. Hearing this, Chang Kun exploded in anger, grabbing the sword venerable's robes, and shouted loudly, Speak normally. The sword venerable reluctantly conceded, waving his hand and saying all right. And at this moment Lu Chowga, the mastermind who stirred up the entire Qingzhou region, what was he doing? Inside a cave. Pei Qianqian was standing and watching what Martial Uncle Lu was doing. She then excitedly asked Chowga, Martial Uncle Lu, Martial Uncle, are you truly not going to spend more time consolidating your realm? At this moment the spiritual sealing technique was active and Lu Chowga replied, It doesn't matter. Xin Yan looked at Chowga with a gentle gaze. This aura, Cheaja's realm, is truly very stable. Qianqian standing nearby was secretly envious. To be able to consolidate to this degree in such a short time. Every step is the power of the Tier 4 realm. Truly stable. That's right, the person who stirred up Qingzhou was currently acting impressively in front of his junior sister. Pei Qianqian shyly suggested to Martial Uncle Lu, Since Martial Uncle's matters are settled, shouldn't we head to Beizhou now? I'm already looking forward to seeing the powerful figures, the esteemed sect master of Mount Qingqiu, and the extraordinarily talented Lu Chaoga compete for martial uncle Xin. Xin Yen felt a bit worried hearing this. She stammered as she asked Chaoga go back now. Her concern was that Chaoga might mind the rumors circulating about her and the sect master. Previously Lu Chaoga approached Xin Yen, gripping her hand tightly. He said indulgently, "Let's go, we'll accompany you back to the sect." Xin Yan's cheeks flushed, and she looked at Chaoga shyly. She thought to herself, he's holding my hand so tightly. Is he expressing his firm resolve? Lu Chaoga, holding Xin Yan's hand, thought internally. There are probably 2 more days until the Qingzhou main quest settles. We can use this time perfectly to rush our journey. Besides, I've already accessed the main quest for Beizhou. I was a Beizhou player in my previous life. So the main quest for Beizhou. He then suddenly revealed a highly smug, mischievous smile. He continued, thinking, I know it extremely well. High in the sky the sun was setting in the west, as flocks of birds soared on their wings. Martial Uncle Xin, let me tell you, that store clerk last time, she absolutely cracked me up. She actually recommended anti-aging products to me. We cultivators know how to maintain our appearance. She was clearly just trying to trick me into wasting money. On the way to Beizhou Northern Domain, Lu Chaoga was secretly checking the information on the bulletin board. He read while thinking, the information from those hilarious players is the most adaptable. Since I severed the true chi, the sword sect should be reacting by now. He was scrolling through the information, then stopped at a sensational headline. The sword sect master is actually this kind of person. He can actually do something like this. Found it, but then he was utterly shocked as he finished reading the headline. Isn't this just the vulgar clickbait tactic from the 21st century? Why are people still using it in the 22nd century? TSK, he says he finds it distasteful. But he still decided to click on it and see. Reading it, he thought, so that's how it is. Just as he had anticipated. It will happen today at noon. Li Suifeng will present the list of accusations. Reading half the message, Lu Chaoga felt suspicious. He found it strange, why would the sect master act this way? He even personally destroyed Chen Qi's accompanying sword. This counted as completely abandoning Chen Qi's status as a disciple. He continued scrolling through the announcement board to read the rest of the message. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. He even wants to reward me according to the sect's rules. I killed his most beloved disciple after all. What a truly far-sighted and important person. The end of the message read, the sect master will reward Lu Chaoga according to the sect regulations, and reward all cultivators who were in Qingzhou, and jointly punished the wicked heretics. Lu Chaoga suddenly asked himself, does it just end here? Afterwards Lu Chaoga cautiously pondered the matter of the sword sect. Strange, isn't the sword sect conducting an internal review? Given the capabilities of Li Suifeng and the sword sect's high-ranking members, they couldn't possibly be unaware that there are internal issues within the sword sect, right? But he was still concerned about one thing. Could they be planning to resolve this kind of embarrassing internal scandal quietly within the sword sect? After a long time he continued his thought. Forget it, since Chen Qi has been eliminated now. This can be considered a good start. Lu Chaoga thought with emotion about the events that were about to unfold. A lot of people will die in Qingzhou this time. He recalled his previous life. The main storyline of every major continent involved mass slaughter. The sight of those cold-blooded gigantic bosses going on rampant killing sprees appeared in his mind. So he worriedly continued to think. Qingzhou won't be an exception. Suddenly a small snowflake landed on his hair. Lu Chaoga. Startled, he looked up and saw the scene of snow falling. It was incredibly beautiful, he exclaimed. Snow. Suddenly the system notification panel displayed. You have left Qingzhou and arrived in Beizhou. What greeted his eyes was a mountain range covered in snow, and the snowflakes drifting down in Beizhou, the weather of the extreme northern continent. Beizhou only has winter and autumn. Xin Yen. Xianxian also arrived in Beizhou at the same time as him. Xianxian shouted excitedly, Beizhou, I'm back. For Beizhou is the northernmost region of the Tianxian continent. He wondered if it was related to the terrestrial ley lines, or if there was some other mystery. In Beizhou half a day is scorching hot and half a day is bitterly cold. Furthermore, Beizhou only has winter and summer. There is no spring or autumn. Chuanqiu Mountain is located at the peak of a high mountain. Contrary to the coldness of Beizhou on Chuanqiu Mountain, the weather is warm and pleasant. The trees are lush and green. Perhaps to make up for the climate deficiency, Beizhou established a rank 1 great sect, named Chuanqiu Mountain. Lu Chaoga stretched out his hand, catching every little snowflake. It felt so familiar. Back then I was also a resident of Beizhou. Due to a fortunate coincidence I traveled thousands of miles from Qingzhou to Beizhou, and eventually became a disciple of Jiang Xinyan, becoming a player specializing in spear techniques. Then he gently looked toward Xianyan, his beloved. A smile appeared on his lips. He thought that the present moment was similar to the past. He was also returning to Beizhou with that woman. Xianyan also gently and shyly turned around, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. Lu Chaoga continued, thinking the only difference is that my disposition has become much tougher. Shanxian walked out from behind them. She excitedly suggested to Martial Uncle Lu. Martial Uncle Lu, this is already our territory here in Beizhou. Can I be your guide? There's a fee though. How would you like to travel? Should we fly directly to Chuanqiu Mountain? Or should we travel slowly and sightsee along the way? Seeing Shanxian's enthusiasm, Lu Chaoga happily agreed to let her be the guide. Alright then, if we encounter a place that interests me, I'll stop and take a look. Shanxian quickly replied, okay, leave it to me. Lu Chaoga smiled triumphantly, thinking about this journey. On the surface it was just sightseeing, but in reality he was going to execute the main quest. This plan is truly flawless. In his previous life he was a player in Beizhou. I am relatively familiar with Beizhou. The main quest. Suddenly the image of a boss appeared in his mind. Chao Gu was a little curious, wondering if he would encounter it again. That phase 1 boss. If it grows up, it might become like Chen Qi, becoming a level 70 high-level boss. To satisfy this curiosity, Chao Gu immediately opened the system panel and the system opened. The Beizhou main quest interface. The system panel immediately displayed Beizhou main quest Evil Soul Nirvana. Following that it showed the explanation. Beizhou main quest Evil Soul Nirvana. Quest description: find and resurrect a powerful exotic beast. The scope is within Beizhou territory. Current progress 2.09%, 209. Seeing the current progress number, Chao Gu was slightly shocked. 2.09%. Those rookie players certainly did their best. If Beast's main quest is completed, then the villainous organization of Beizhou must be the first one to bear the responsibility. Chao Gu suddenly fell into deep thought. He started thinking seriously. The villainous organization of Beizhou, just like the Ziyue Guild in Qingzhou, is named the Huangquan Guild. The representative image of the Huangquan Guild is a flaming skull with long tusks. In terms of strength, the Huangquan Guild might be a notch weaker than the Ziyue Guild. But in terms of ideology, the Huangquan Guild and the Ziyue Guild are completely different. The Ziyue Guild pursues the heart of the Azure Emperor. They seek ultimate power, whereas the Huangquan Guild wishes for the destruction of the world. Chao Gu recalled the Huangquan Guild conducting bloody battles to change the world. Those people are mentally broken. They think the world has gone wrong. What's the deal with wanting to create a new world? Can the world be changed just by saying so? What a terrible waste. Somewhere in the northern sect, the snow on the ice plain was getting thicker and thicker. In the distance 2 figures were walking on the snowy mountains. The pagoda master was leaning on his staff and walking forward quickly. The girl walking beside the pagoda master was Wu Rou, one of the 12 pagoda masters of the Tenji Pagoda. Seeing his expression, she secretly felt uneasy. The pagoda master's face and mood seemed to be quite poor. Is something bothering him lately? Suddenly the pagoda master forcefully drove his wooden staff into a patch of accumulated snow. He spoke, saying, "We've arrived." Wu Rou felt curious. She didn't understand where the pagoda master meant by arrived. She turned around. Looking at the surrounding scenery, she asked doubtfully, "There's nothing around here. Did the pagoda master discover something?" Suddenly the pagoda master soared into the air, shooting towards some mysterious location. Wu Rou was greatly astonished by this sight. What is the pagoda master trying to do? Is he trying to throw himself into his own death on the ice plain? Wu Rou saw the pagoda master jump in and disappear. A strange hole appeared in the ice and snow. She couldn't help but be shocked by that void. Only after approaching and examining the void closely did she realize that it was actually a barrier. After a moment the pagoda master's voice was heard. "Wu Rou, come in." Upon hearing this, Wu Rou immediately approached the barrier quickly. When she reached the side of the barrier, she immediately jumped in to meet the pagoda master. While jumping, she thought this kind of curiosity is truly captivating. After being drawn inside the barrier, Wu Rou suddenly felt that this was absolutely not within the ice plane. It's too cold logically. With my strength at the fourth realm, I shouldn't be feeling cold at all. Why is it so cold here? The pagoda master noticed that Wu Rou seemed troubled. He immediately spoke to inform her. Quickly circulate your spiritual power to stop the cold air. If the cold air invades your body, you will certainly die. Wu Rou and the pagoda master were hiding inside the barrier. She curiously asked the pagoda master, how long do we need to hide here? After the two flew for a while, a rift appeared, and light shone through. It seemed that was the gateway to the outside. Seeing this, the tower master immediately told Wu Rou we're here. Before stepping out, the tower master stretched out his hand, transforming a mysterious small black sphere in his palm. Suddenly the tower master shouted, commanding Wu Rou, "Get into the hole." Wu Rou immediately acknowledged, understood. After a long time, the two finally left the barrier, entering a cold cave. High up in the cave was a gigantic eye, covered in frost, staring down at the tower master and Wu Rou. Wu Rou was very surprised by the sight of the eye. She stammered and asked the tower master that. The tower master did not explain what it was, but quickly told her, "Take out everything I told you to prepare." Wu Rou quickly took out a box and presented it to the tower master. "Tower master, everything you asked me to prepare is inside." The tower master praised her with satisfaction. "Very good." He looked upward, where branches, mysterious stones and other objects circled to form a ring, enveloped by a layer of mysterious black mist. That strange circle surrounded the eye. Next, the tower master produced two glowing stones from seemingly nowhere, brilliant pink and blue in color. The old man smiled proudly. "Next, this old man shall act on behalf of the heavens." The old tower master stretched out his hands, slowly raising the two colored gems, sending them towards the gigantic eye encircled by the ring. Wu Rou stared intently at the red eyeball, filled with curiosity. The soul jade was obtained through a trade with the Huangquan Hui. But what is that eyeball? That red eyeball and the blue gem the tower master just produced suddenly drilled themselves into the gigantic eye made of ice. Wu Rou was startled and asked herself, did they go inside? The objects forming the circle, those surrounding the gigantic eye, had suddenly grown red tentacles a moment ago, looking extremely bizarre after the red eyeball and the blue gem drilled into the eye. Suddenly that gigantic eye seemed to be injected with endless power, emitting massive red energy. Witnessed by the tower master and Wu Rou. Wu Rou was utterly shocked by what emerged after the ice eye exploded. That power emanated outward. She stammered and asked, "What is?" What now appeared before the tower master and Wu Rou were the fangs of a ferocious wolf, bearing sharp canine teeth, looking exceptionally savage. A pack of gigantic uncontrolled ice wolves stood right in front of the tower master and Wu Rou. This was a type of strange beast most commonly seen on the ice fields. They were abnormally large wolves. That eye emitted a blue light, roaring fiercely, as if intending to devour anyone who came near. Just then, the tower master and Wu Rou were standing among a pack of ice wolves. A vast number of them, perhaps hundreds, were surrounding the two of them. Wu Rou was somewhat frightened. She took a step back and said to the tower master, "Tower master, those strange beasts have surrounded us." But the tower master remained calm, his demeanor steady as Mount Tai, and he told Wu Rou, "Don't worry, it is making a selection, choosing a target." The eye upon the ice block was intensely staring at the pack of ice wolves. After a long period of selection, it finally locked its target onto one of the ice wolves. The gigantic eye immediately released a blast of black energy, sucking the ice wolf upward. That unfortunate ice wolf was rapidly swept toward the gigantic eye. As the ice wolf approached, the eye immediately opened its mouth and devoured the strange beast. Thus the eye on the ice block completed the resurrection ritual. having successfully swallowed the ice wolf. Everything had been arranged properly, developing exactly as Tianji had hoped. Witnessing all this, Tianji felt immense joy, spreading his arms wide and shouting loudly, "We succeeded!" On a massive iceberg. The excited voices of Tanyan and Shanshan could be heard. This is precisely the first peak of Bay Continent, the North Road Marshal Uncle Peak. Isn't the view beautiful here? Yes, it truly is beautiful. A boundless sea of clouds stretched across the sky. Tanyan replied. Shugu and the two others stood atop the peak, gazing out at the magnificent sea of clouds. Shanshan cheered excitedly. Right. When I get tired of cultivating, this is my favorite place to come. The system panel appeared. Qing Continent Main Quest Clue Round 1. Settlement Time 10. After reading this information, a slight smile played on Shuge's lips. The scenery is beautiful, but what's even more beautiful is the main quest that is about to settle. He continued to ponder. Nearly 80% of the contribution points came from me. Shuge wondered curiously, with this level of contribution, how much reward will the system actually give? At this moment, the settlement panel reappeared. Qing Continent Main Quest Clue Round 1. Settlement Time 1. Disciples everywhere, upon seeing the settlement time, cheered excitedly. 1. It wasn't just Lu Chaoga, but in the eyes of all Qing Continent players, that this countdown appeared. This is the value of a Grand Continent level. Main Quest Clue. The notification panel reappeared. Qing Continent Main Quest Clue. Round 1 has been settled. Qing Continent player common reward. 100,000 EXP. They cheered with joy. Wow. 100,000 EXP. I can level up several times. This is fantastic. As expected, Qing Continent players have a huge advantage to lean on. Long live Sect Master Lu. I didn't do anything, and I still managed to get 100,000 EXP. Shuge silently assessed. In short, the common reward is a fair reward, given to all Qing Continent players. You get it whether you participated or not. And it's only 100,000 EXP. This master no longer cares about that amount. At this point, the notification panel appeared again. Qing Continent Main Quest Clue. Round 1 has been settled. Contribution reward. Upon seeing this, Shuge showed a knowing smile. Here it is. This is what this master was waiting for. You have made an extraordinary contribution to this round's Qing Continent Main Quest Clue. Reward 8 million EXP. Shuge's smile suddenly vanished and he couldn't help but feel strange. 8 million EXP. Is that all? It seems that the total EXP reward for the main quest clue's EXP reward in the first round is only 10 million. The first round really wasn't that impressive. Shuge had just finished his thought when the notification panel reappeared. You have made an extraordinary contribution to this round's Qing Continent Main Quest Clue. Reward random attribute points x8. At this moment, Shuge was truly astonished. He shouted, "Wait, what is this? Random attribute points, 8 of them." He was ecstatic, as if grasping gold, clutching the notification panel with both hands, laughing heartily and shouting excitedly, Draw. I take back what I just said. Round 1 is absolutely amazing." Shuge quickly tapped the button to draw the reward. Bring it forth. Random attribute points, draw. The notification panel appeared. Shuge said, "First draw 5. Immediately 5 spinning circles awaiting the draw appeared. The prize will spun with the 5 circles Shuge selected. He looked up nervously. Shuge spoke to the notification panel. My luck value is 31. 41,592. With these 6 digits. Shouldn't you give me a few more good chances? A notification suddenly appeared on the prize wheel. Business aptitude X1. Shuge's face turned pale. Business aptitude. I am a sword cultivator right now, so why would I get this? Where are the really useful points? Next, the system displayed. Staff Mastery Talent 1. Shuge suddenly thought of Xin. He became slightly cautious, thinking card drawing. Is this system perhaps giving out some kind of secret code? First a spear, then a staff. Is it suggesting I break through the defenses sooner? Subsequently, 2 more cards appeared. Stealth 1. That's right, 2 purple ones. It's the stealth attribute of the Black Court. Maybe stealth can go straight up to 10 points. If this item falls into the hands of a master assassin, it would be a genuinely great asset. 4 of the cards have already revealed their color. Only one white one remains. He secretly guessed there's still the one on the left. Dare it be orange. At this moment Chao Gu was observing while sweating profusely. The white card was gradually changing color. In the end it turned out to be Physique 1. A green card. Chao Gu felt a little dejected. Physique. Although it's important, it's not that crucial for me. After all, I'm not a tank. Chao Gu looked up. 3 cards were left. He immediately pressed the card draw button. He put all his hope into these last 3 cards. Clenching his hands tightly, he waited for the results. These last 3 cards. I don't believe I still won't draw an orange one this time. The last 3 cards began to shake. Chao Gu said with a firm tone, since I'm gambling, I might as well go all in. If you dare, don't show an orange. The result was exactly what he wanted. Smoothly drawing an orange card, he shouted happily, orange. It finally appeared. The blue cards opened. The first 2 blue cards appeared sequentially. Divine Sense 1. Divine Sense 1. Chao Gu smiled excitedly. It's 2 divine sense attributes. This is perfectly compatible with my innate divine ability heart. Sword. Even if the others were trash, these 2 divine sense attributes alone would be worth it. Suddenly a golden light flashed in his eyes. My innate divine ability allows me to directly ignore attacks aimed at the physical body and soul. As my divine sense becomes stronger, then I can slay beings at a higher soul level. With my stage 4 physical body, killing a stage 5 cultivator is entirely possible. Right after that, Chao Gu reached out and opened the last orange card, the final orange card. What kind of surprise will it bring me? Qian curiously snuck a look at Xin. Since just now, Senior Uncle Lu hasn't said a single word. Is he really just enjoying the scenery? Pei Qian looked at Xin with suspicious eyes. Suddenly feeling curious, Chao Gu was surprised by the result of the orange card. The orange talent is actually this thing. This was known as the most useless orange attribute point. A card within the orange draw. Was Heaven Earth Heart Fire 1? The reason players called it the most useless was that in order to use this item, there had to be a prerequisite. Chao Gu held the orange card in his hand and muttered to himself. First, one must be a spirit guider oneself. For the power of heaven and earth to take effect, it solidifies the existing spirit guidance. After that, there's no way to increase the power of heaven and earth further. Then he broke into a satisfied smile. But this venerable one happens to be a spirit guider. This thing is clearly a precious treasure. After opening all the cards, Chao Gu spread his arms, enjoying the results of the attribute points. I've been strengthened as expected of Lu Chao Gu, bringing everyone a surprise once again. While enjoying the scenery, I suddenly broke through in strength. Qian saw the scene and exclaimed in surprise. Is he really breaking through? Senior Uncle Lu just looked at the blue sky and white clouds for a moment and was able to gain enlightenment. Is that a genius that's clearly a monster? Xin turned her head watching Chao Gu break through. But she wasn't overly surprised, because they were already familiar with this display from Chao Gu. After completing the breakthrough, Chao Gu wanted to test what I have newly comprehended. Cyan and white currents of energy released from his hand, resembling clouds. Chao Gu summoned the clouds. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick fog emerging from nowhere gathered around Chao Gu. Chao Gu smiled proudly. Even if there is only a single drop of water, I can make it violently surge. Chao Gu raised his hands, seemingly wanting to test something, frightening both Xinyan and Qian terribly. This is not an interesting experiment, he shouted while pointing towards the sky. The massive sword received Chaya's instruction, immediately after which the thick fog from moments ago had condensed. Xinyan and Qian were utterly shocked by the ability Chao Gu had just displayed. Can Shu actually mobilize such massive amounts of power of heaven and earth? Isn't this something that can only be achieved after becoming a great cultivator? Just then a giant sword slowly appeared in the clouds. Under Chaya's command, the shape of the giant sword became larger and clearer. Qian was very surprised to see this scene, and asked Chao Gu, Lu Shu, can the power of heaven and earth also be surpassed? But Chao Gu maintained the posture of using 2 fingers to summon the sword in front of his chest, and confidently replied to Qian, Why not? But there are no records of that in ancient texts. Xianxian countered Chowga. Chowga turned around and kindly explained. That only means that those predecessors simply never managed to do it. Pei Qianxian felt immensely shocked. Hearing what Chowga had just said, that only means that those predecessors never managed to do it. This sentence kept repeating in Qianxian's mind. Just then the notification panel popped up again. A clue related to the mission has appeared ahead. The main clue was at Beizhou Yining Yapan. Chowga reluctantly praised the system. I must say, system, you've actually done something good for once. After receiving the mission from the system panel, Chowga immediately lifted one foot off the ground, preparing to fly away. A few seconds later he immediately swooped down, leaving Xinyan and Qianxian speechless. I seem to have sensed a trace of the aura of death and ghost energy. I'll scout ahead first. You two just follow along. Since there's free intel, then following the system is the way to go. As he flew off to carry out the mission, Chowga did not forget to bring his giant sword along. Xinyan was still utterly stunned. The aura of death and ghost energy. I can't even feel it. Qianxian standing beside him anxiously urged Xinyan. Quick, quick, quick. Xiang Shu. Let's hurry up and catch him. On the other side a group of players was being chased by a pack of ice wolves that were pursuing them. They were letting out miserable screams as they ran. Damn it, why does this feel like being chased by stray dogs back home? Stray dogs. You call these Tomatertall dogs stray dogs? Why did this pack of ice wolves suddenly lose control? Also, did any of you hear that terrifying beast roar just now? Bro, the nose of the wolf behind you almost touched your butt, shouted a guy who was nearly bitten by a wolf. Didn't we agree to come here to hunt ice wolves? To gain EXP? How did we end up surrounded by this crazed pack? The ice wolves were pursuing too quickly. They couldn't possibly outrun them. Some people have already had their lives taken by the ice wolves. A guy who managed to escape shouted weakly. We're doomed, we're doomed. I only have 1 copper coin left for resurrection fees. If I use it, I'll have to delete my account and start over. It turns out that demon beast, the frost wolf leading this area, is the one that was resurrected by the Tower Lord. The only surviving player just now stumbled and fell while fleeing. Rolling around the pack of frost wolves is being strengthened by the ancestral roars. They are becoming increasingly frantic and fierce. The surviving player sensed an ominous sign. It's over. They are genuinely enraged this time. He suddenly looked down at the ground and noticed his shadow. Did this shadow fall from the sky? That player slowly turned his head to look. It's so huge, a sword. It was nothing else. That was exactly the sword Lu Chowga condensed using Cloud Chi. Because he encountered such a rare sight, the player immediately and cautiously turned on his device to start streaming live. A sword this enormous. Have we run into a great sword cultivator? The player, whose online name is Qian Bugu, was streaming live. I'm going viral. I have to stream today even if I die. The pack of frost wolves, seeing such a massive sword, were also slightly frightened. They became vigilant. The player excitedly looked at the screen and said, "Be careful, brothers. I'm about to stream for you all." The great sword cultivator slaying the little frost wolves. Just moments ago he was being chased by the wolf pack until he was crying out. But now they are little frost wolves. The live broadcast screen was maximized by the player. The camera was zooming in on Lu Chao's profile. Knowing someone was filming him, he took the opportunity to strike a cool pose. That player was extremely shocked after seeing Lu Chowga, opening his mouth wide thinking, "What a handsome man, even though I'm a man too. I still think he's handsome. Wait, why does that face look so familiar?" Then he recognized him in alarm. Isn't this the kid who was in that live stream? The one who killed the famous boss Big Shot? In the live stream's comments section, there were countless messages praising Lu Chowga. The player excitedly chuckled to himself. Is it finally my turn to go viral? Today he then zoomed in on the screen 20 times, in order to clearly see Lu Chao's face. Look quickly, brothers, who is this? The Momin sect master Lu Chowga. He actually came to Beizhou. The current viewership count was 18,021 people. Everyone was extremely excited. Lu Chowga, oh my god, is this real? He really came to Beizhou. Host, please point the camera at him. Lu Chaoga, my husband is so cool. Just a few minutes passed and the number of viewers watching Lu Chaoga had reached 62,399 people. Praising Lu Chaoga were countless comments. What is he trying to do? Is he trying for an extreme close-up? My husband is so cool? Lu Chao. GE looked down at the Frostwolf pack from above, finding it quite interesting. This pack of Frostwolves was perfect for testing things out. He released a wave of blue energy toward the pack of Frostwolves. Receiving his command, the massive flying sword immediately whistled and smashed straight down toward the location of the Frostwolf pack. With just a single move, the sword caused dozens of Frostwolves to be killed or injured. At this moment, the live stream was filming the players' two hands instead of Lu Chaoga. The audience anxiously asked what happened. What exactly happened? I can't see you, trash cameraman. Lu Chaoga was concealed behind the blurring blizzard. The camera captured a close-up shot of him. Look quick, it looks like my husband. You're all misidentifying him, he's clearly my husband. Seeing Lu Chaoga, the comment section erupted again. The blizzard was still howling. Now only the corpses of the Frostwolves were scattered across the ground. Lu Chaoga turned and left after subduing the chaos. Those Frostwolves that were still alive only dared to growl weakly, not daring to rush forward and attack Lu Chaoga. He felt bored. How tedious. Lu Chaoga glanced lightly at them. They look imposing, but the experience points, so little again. Pathetically few. Or is it because I'm gaining too much experience now that it's affecting my perspective? The system shows that experience points increased by 2,000. That's tens of times more. The system is detecting these ice wolves and found they carry the buff Ancestral Roar. Lu Chaoga thought, Ancestral Roar. So you are being strengthened by a buff effect. Based on the current situation, he recalled the image of the roaring boss, the ancient exotic beast boss, the Moonid Snow Wolf King of the Northern Continent storyline. It has awakened. I remember back then I had already reached level 50 and organized over 50 people to kill the Snow Wolf King. At that time it was fully mature. A level 74 Moonid Snow Wolf King. Extremely dangerous, it was growling ferociously. We thought 50 players above level 50 should be able to kill it. The outcome was disastrous. The final result was the annihilation of the entire team. The bodies of those people lay scattered right in front of the Snow Wolf King. I spent all my resurrection money back then. Once that guy was fully mature, it was truly incredibly powerful. At that time, someone made it scream in agony. It wasn't until Pei Qianxian broke through to the 6th realm and appeared under her leadership. Only then did Northern Continent players succeed in destroying this first boss phase. And it was from that moment that Pei Qianxian, as the world's protagonist, officially received official recognition. Lu Chaoga recalled. Lu Chaoga pondered, I must lure it out right now. Perhaps the Snow Wolf King is on the same level as Chen Qi's level 50. With my current strength, maybe I can reverse the situation. He looked at the two buffed ice wolves growling in front of him and immediately made a decision. Then let's finish this quickly. The livestream still showed Lu Chaoga preparing to launch an attack. The audience commented excitedly. He looks so cool doing anything. That posture, does he have a new skill again? Lu Chaoga placed 2 fingers on his forehead, highly focused, preparing to execute a skill. The heart sword had been activated by Lu Chaoga. Suddenly the spirit souls of the ice wolves sharply trembled. Lu Chaoga just continued to walk forward, stride by stride. Meanwhile the ice wolves could only growl in despair, watching Lu Chaoga with eyes full of fear. The audience started guessing. Is that the legendary 1,000-horse leopard? You know something, but you got it wrong. It's the black amulet. Lu Chaoga's mouth curled into a smile and he said, found it. In an instant Lu Chaoga had seen through to the Snow Wolf King's location. The ice wolves, benefiting from the Wolf King's buff, were revealing the Wolf King's location. They were revealing the Wolf King's location. Another use for the heart sword is to see through the spiritual connection between exotic beasts. Wolf King, you won't escape. Lu Chaoga spoke coldly. Now that I've found your location, there's no need for you to continue living. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chaoga immediately activated the heart sword. Lu Chaoga's heart sword directly struck the ice wolves' souls. killing them before they even had time to prepare mentally for death. Instantly, the two ice wolves collapsed and died in front of Lu Chaoga, though they didn't know the reason why. The remaining ice wolves, seeing this scene, started to feel terror and backed away. Among the live stream viewers, another fan was extremely excited. That's incredible, how did he do that? My hubby didn't even draw his sword. Is this the boss? I want to become a man like that too. Watching them slowly being eliminated, Lu Chaoga felt very satisfied and proud. Soul-slaying heart. With just a glance their souls were already dead, and the collapse of their bodies was merely residual momentum. At this moment, from that distant direction, the Snow Wolf King let out a fierce roar, sending swirling ice and snow directly towards Lu Chaoga. He scoffed calmly, "Were you provoked? Are you angry?" The player from just now clutched his ears tightly, groaning in pain, because the sound wave of this roar was something he absolutely could not withstand. Lu Chaoga turned around and saw that his utility man was in danger. He immediately plunged his long sword into the ground. After planting the sword, he created a barrier to help block the sound waves. Amidst the player's cries of alarm, this player narrowly escaped death. He was still clutching his ears, gasping for breath. That was too dangerous. I almost had to use a resurrection coin again. Lu Chaoga stood in the distance, mocking. It was clearly just a low growl. Suddenly a fierce tremor occurred, causing the player bracing himself on the ground to tremble. He panicked and asked, "Was that an earthquake?" The player sat up and looked around, only to see a massive wave of distant snow rushing towards them. He immediately shouted, "Is that an avalanche?" Lu Chaoga answered him, "Not an earthquake nor an avalanche. This is an emergency rush attack by the ice wolves." The player, seeing the sight, immediately exclaimed, "It's ice wolves, a massive horde." Hundreds of them were rushing towards Lu Chaoga. This player was in utter panic. So many ice wolves. By this count there must be over 500 of these strange beasts. Given this many, we would need a team of at least 100 people to stand a chance of winning. The player looked at Lu Chaoga, seeing that he remained completely calm, which astonished him even more. Why isn't he afraid of this many monsters? Lu Chaoga stood calmly watching the pack of ice wolves, completely unperturbed. The player thought to himself, "That's right, we have the famous Master Lu here. He is the #1 in Qingzhou. What am I still afraid of? Even if I die, at least he'll have fallen in battle alongside Lu Chaoga." Suddenly he was filled with enthusiasm, no longer feeling fear, but instead ready to fight alongside Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga's mouth curved upward slightly. This temptation is truly hard to resist. He gazed gleefully at the pack of ice wolves. Lu Chaoga watched them, thinking inwardly, 2,000 EXP per wolf. That means this spot adds up to 1,000,000 experience points. Thinking of 1,000,000 experience points, Lu Chaoga became extremely excited. This is the perfect chance to test the upgraded power of tides. Let's see how it performs in actual combat. After Lu Chaoga unleashed the power of tides, the falling snowflakes were forced to freeze and hover in midair. The player was utterly shocked. Did time stop? No, only the snowflakes stopped. Spirit wind art activate. Lu Chaoga said contentedly, This wind force isn't bad. I truly live up to my reputation." Then go, he immediately released his power. Having said that, Lu Chaoga used the recently frozen snowflakes to directly attack the pack of ice wolves. After attacking them with murderous intent, Lu Chaoga turned around, disdaining to watch the sight of their annihilation. The wind belongs to the heavens. I borrow the wind to blow, raising the beacons of the mortal world. The comments section of the live stream was truly exploding at this moment. Holy crap, violent aesthetics. The player stared dumbfounded, as if unable to believe his eyes. This is the legendary immortal. Xin Yan and Shanqian were also standing on high ground witnessing all of this. Shanqian opened her mouth wide. Martial uncle lose control over the power of heaven and earth is truly extraordinary. She was extremely surprised by Lu Chaoga's formidable skill, feeling inferior even compared to him. If it were me, it would be absolutely impossible to rely solely on the power of heaven and earth to achieve this level. From Xin Yan and Shanqian's perspective, at this moment the entire area only had the corpses of those ice wolves lay listlessly. Chaoga looked up at the sky and thought it's over. This is just an appetizer. Jiang Xinyan walked up to Chaoga. She whispered a question. Chaoga, did you notice anything strange? Shanshan standing nearby was continuously gazing admiringly at martial Uncle Lu. Lu Chaoga answered Xinyan. These ice wolves were merely the appetizers. The main course is still waiting for us later. A blizzard howled in from nowhere, sweeping through in waves. This feast takes place amid the wind and snow. Then Lu Chaoga spoke, follow me and let's go take a look. Xinyan quickly agreed. That player was completely astonished. Lu Chaoga in person is even more unbelievable than what they say on the forums. What was said on the forums? Those watching the livestream saw Lu Chaoga leaving and immediately grew anxious, urging the player to follow. You must record this no matter what. That player suddenly realized something. Right, even if I die I have to finish broadcasting the stream. This live stream. How often in my lifetime will I be able to stream content like this? If not now, when? Having said that, he immediately rushed to follow Chaoga with all his might. At this very moment back on Earth, those people sitting and playing the game suddenly burst into cheers. Lu Chaoga really arrived in Beizhou. He killed countless ice wolves in the blink of an eye. It's our turn to go to Beizhou. It's real quest progress. The main storyline clue increased by another 0.2%. Then they rushed to cheer, celebrating joyfully. Today is a good day. Everything you want will succeed. Master Lu, charge. Use your own power. Promote the development of our Beizhou. Cheers. Those people on Earth, while following Chaoga's journey, said those bug players, are still watching the livestream on the forums. But the smart players have already chased after him toward the ice plane. Alright, the Tianxian connection is loading. After a while the loading was complete. Someone shouted, connection successful. Where are all these people? Wow, did you buy a title? Those people in Beizhou were discussing amongst themselves. I bought it back at a high price because Master Lu is worth it. Hurry up and find Master Lu. Today he's here to eliminate those monsters and turn them into stew so we can all eat. A group of Beizhou players were riding horses and pigs while shouting, charge. Our Beizhou sisters are still the best. Master Lu is the son-in-law of our Beizhou. That means he counts as one of us Beizhou people. A person agreed, yes, exactly. They continued riding their mounts, rapidly moving towards a certain direction, and kept excitedly chatting. Sisters from other regions can't manage this. You still have to look to us in Beizhou. The giant eye that was just on the ice suddenly flickered with light and completed its transformation. At this moment, the pavilion master and Wu Rou were still next to that giant eye. At this time, in the location of the eye, appeared the giant head of the Snow Wolf King. It manifested. The Tianji Pavilion Master was ecstatic upon seeing this sight. This is the Mooneyed Snow Wolf King. Wu Rou looked at it confused. But why isn't it moving? That old man sinisterly answered Wu Rou. It needs fresh blood to awaken. Upon hearing this, Wu Rou worried, fresh blood, your servant doesn't seem to have prepared any. That old man immediately looked at Wu Rou with a creepy gaze. You have prepared it, it's right inside your body. Upon hearing this, Wu Rou couldn't help but panic. She was speechless, but she still had to obey his command. So he wants to use my blood. How do I give it? Wu Rou said this while taking out a knife. She cut an incision on her hand and drew blood. The Tianji Pavilion Master looked up at the Mooneyed Snow Wolf King. Press your hand onto its third eye. Wu Rou immediately flew up to the location of the third eye. She stood there looking at it and thought, can this third eye really absorb blood? She hesitated for a moment. She immediately reached her hand into that eye. If she didn't do as he said, she might be killed on the spot and drained of blood. She had no choice but to comply. But when Euro reached her hand into this third eye, it frantically sucked her blood like a hungry leech. Soon she screamed in agony, no, stop it. If this keeps draining me, my blood will be completely sucked dry. Euro was powerless and helpless. Damn it, I'm really finished. Just as Euro seemed about to be drained, the Pavilion Master Tianji intervened in time and pulled her back. They retreated after satisfying itself with Euro's blood. The Snow Wolf King immediately woke up. After years of dormancy, it let out an unprecedented growl. When the Pavilion Master realized it had awakened, he spoke to Euro, let's go. This piece has been set. The rest is up to it. Euro was still exhausted from the blood loss. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Just as the two were flying away, the Pavilion Master Tianji suddenly noticed something. He sensed water flowing around them. The power of water. This is Lu Chao's aura. Suddenly the Pavilion Master Tianji became agitated. It's him again, no way. We can't leave the Snow Wolf King here. Otherwise he will surely destroy it. Euro was surprised by the Pavilion Master's unease. What is the Pavilion Master afraid of? The Pavilion Master Tianji quickly turned back to where the Snow Wolf King was. To Euro's astonishment, go back, we must take the Snow Wolf King with us. Hearing the Pavilion Master, Euro was concerned. That terrifying creature, are you saying? We can easily take it away. Having said that, the two of them immediately returned to the Snow Wolf King. It was still standing there growling. The Pavilion Master Tianji angrily rebuked it. You beast, settle down. Just then the entrance of the cave was suddenly blasted open. Euro heard the noise, startled, and turned to look. Pavilion Master, someone is about to enter outside. A voice came from outside the cave. There is an aura here that this venerable one is very familiar with. Someone is hiding inside. The Pavilion Master Tianji recoiled in terror. It's his voice. The Snow Wolf King roared incessantly. He realized there was no more time to save the Snow Wolf King. He immediately dragged Euro and fled. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly, the Snow Wolf King slashed at them with its claw. Unlucky Euro was struck by the Snow Wolf King, leaving a large wound below her thigh just as the black energy enveloping the two of them was about to escape. A sudden burst of red aura blocked their path. The voice said, trying to leave. It turned out that person was Xinyan. She launched an attack trying to stop the two of them. Unfortunately, Xinyan's attack was a fraction too slow, allowing the two of them to successfully escape. Lu Chaoga and Xinyan stood there looking at the cave entrance they had escaped through. Lu Chaoga asked Xinyan, Junior sister Xinyan, did you get a clear look at those two people just now? Xinyan recalled carefully, only seeing one person clearly. One person suffered severe blood loss, and also had a serious leg injury. When Euro was scratched by the Snow Wolf King, her expression was pale as if her soul had been lost. Xinyan tried to recall but still couldn't describe Euro's expression at that moment. Indescribable. If Lu Chaoga had seen it, he would definitely know how to describe it. It clearly resulted in failure. Chaoga continued to ask, was there any other information? Xinyan answered regretfully. I felt like that woman looked a little familiar, but I can't recall who she is now. Chaoga spoke. That's enough. We will run into them again sooner or later. But he secretly thought to himself. The person who stands behind the scenes manipulating the situation. Retrieving information about him is enough. As for whether to kill him or not, that depends on whether that guy is worth the effort. But first, the immediate concern is the violently roaring Snow Wolf King. The three of them stood below, looking up at the Snow Wolf King. Qianqian was extremely surprised when she saw it. The Moonied Snow Wolf King. Legend says it is a terrifying ancient mystical beast. It possesses the strength of a rank 4 stage 3 cultivator from birth. Chaoga said, clearly annoyed. It's already rank 4 right after being born. He thought of himself bitterly. Damn it, I've worked hard cultivating for so many years, only to reach the level it starts at. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. Zhang Xinyan added, this kind of top-tier ancient mystical beast, as long as it can absorb power, is enough to grow to rank 7 in the future, and possibly even reach rank 8. I heard that in ancient times, there was once an rank 8 Moonied Snow Wolf King, who annihilated a major sect single-handedly. At that moment the giant Snow Wolf King stood tall and proud of everything it had just eliminated. Pei Qianqian asked, confused. But didn't these monsters become extinct a long time ago? Why is there one here? Chaoga looked up at it, then explained to Qianqian. It is a Moonied Snow Wolf King. But that's not entirely correct. Qianqian was puzzled. Upon examination it is clear that this is a rank 4 fusion mystical beast. Inside this beast, 2 distinct powers exist. They are the Moonied Snow Wolf King and the Soul Jade. It is currently digesting them. Its power is constantly increasing. Chaoga thought as he examined it, it is a fusion mystical beast, with 2 streams of power inside its body. Its strength is increasing extremely rapidly. Jiang Xinyan then stepped forward preparing to act. Chaoga Qianqian. Step back, let me handle this. Seeing that Jiang Xinyan intended to eliminate the Snow Wolf King, Chaoga unexpectedly grabbed her hand. He made a suggestion. Leave this Snow Wolf King to me to deal with. I have some questions, and perhaps I can find the answers in it. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyan agreed to let Chaoga take action, but she was still worried about him. Chaoga, please be careful then. Chaoga then flew in front of the Snow Wolf King. If it is a fusion mystical beast, perhaps this mystical beast was originally an ice wolf. He activated his heart sword. The original soul of the wolf was indeed being devoured. Its original soul was being consumed by another soul, a soul many times more powerful, slowly being devoured. Chaoga then decisively drew his sword. If you haven't fully merged yet, then now is the best time to kill you. Around Chaoga, black streams of chi currently surrounded him. He pointed his sword down towards the ice and snow. I shall draw the first stroke. In a cave in a snowy mountain several hundred miles away, Wu Rou was sitting leaning against a rock. She looked haggard and cried out in pain. Seeing Wu Rou was severely injured, the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion threw a pill to her. Wu Rou quickly picked it up and swallowed it. She thanked him haltingly. Thank you, Pavilion Master. As she took the medicine, she recalled what had just happened. I have never seen the Pavilion Master look like that before. Frenzied, nervous and afraid. The Chaoga she thought of, was it because of that sword cultivator? But why would that young sword cultivator make the Pavilion Master avoid him, not even daring to meet him directly? Meanwhile he was deep in thoughtful contemplation. I must obscure the heavenly secret first. They definitely couldn't clearly see my appearance. But everything happened too suddenly. There wasn't enough time to obscure Wu Rao's presence. If the woman from Spring Autumn Mountain saw Wu Rao's face, even so, maybe not. Then the next divination, the old man thought craftily. Lu Chaoga. I cannot scry on him, but I can scry on others. The same vision as the previous divination appeared in his mind. Having said that, the old man began to cast his spell. He muttered to himself while looking at the green light in his hand. Lord Heaven, please give me some indication. With that, the Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion placed 2 fingers over his eyes to activate his ability. His divination eye immediately activated. The heavenly secret calculates the divination. Yurua outside was surprised as the Pavilion Master divining. Although I have seen it many times, I still feel this is a mysterious power. Before Yurua could finish speaking, suddenly the Pavilion Master of Tianji Gu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which made Yurua panic. How is that possible? He was terrified. What on earth happened? I can't calculate it. I actually can't calculate it again. Has the heavenly secret been obscured? Could her heavenly secret also have been obscured? That shouldn't be the case. She is only at the 5th rank cultivation level, or perhaps only the 6th rank. So it's impossible for her to possess the power to contend with the heavenly Tao. The Pavilion Master of Tianji Gu was filled with immense rage. Is it him, or is there another reason? He sat there speculating on what had happened. That blue lotus flower. Could it be enough to resist the mighty power of the heavenly Tao? Or perhaps suddenly the Pavilion Master of Tianji Gu flew into a rage. This cannot continue. Otherwise, this old man's century-long plan will be ruined and fall short of success. I cannot lose this game. I absolutely cannot lose. Seeing this, Yurua retreated fearfully into a corner. The Pavilion Master looks truly terrifying right now. At this moment the sky was overcast and gloomy, looking like rain was imminent. Meanwhile, on the snowy mountain where Lu Chaoga is located, the player from before is running. These high-level NPCs are really amazing, flying directly on swords. I can't even see a shadow. He glanced at the live stream room and was thrilled to see the viewership had already exceeded 10,000. The comments section was flooding with messages encouraging him to look for Chaoga. Even though he wasn't live streaming Lu Chaoga, the popularity of the live stream was still soaring. Is this what it feels like to go viral? He then shouted, Lu Chaoga, where are you? Hurry up and come out. Just then the ground suddenly began to shake violently, causing the player to stumble. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? It's not an earthquake, but rather that Mooneyed Snow Wolf King drilled out from underground. The sudden turn of events scared the player half to death. He yelled, "Wow, a super boss." At this point the comments section was constantly spamming the word wow. Just then, Chauga suddenly flew onto the Snow Wolf King's head. The player was very surprised to see him. It's Lu Chauga. Its MID recognized him even if he were reduced to ashes. The live stream screen was magnified 20 times, to clearly see Chauga. The comments section erupted again. Chauga. Chauga, my husband. Ah, so he's fighting a boss, no worries. Spectacular, amazing, brilliant. He's actually soloing a boss of this level. The player hid to the side and filmed Chauga fighting the boss. He was thrilled to capture such a rare scene. Here it comes, here it comes. The popularity of the live stream is still continuously soaring. Tomorrow's title will be the Snow Wolf King. Let out a roar seeming to shake the entire ground. Again guys, look, the boss is casting a skill. Immediately after, the Snow Wolf King attacked Chauga with massive ice chunks. The player felt panic on Chauga's behalf. Guys, this is bad. With so many huge ice spikes, I'm afraid Sect Master Lu won't be able to handle it. But who is Chauga to him? Ice is merely water that has solidified. He issued the command seal. With just the single word seal, the ice chunks rushing toward him moments ago suddenly obeyed his command completely and stopped, suspending right in front of him. 6,666,666,666. The comments section exploded full of sixes. Lu Chauga's lips curled slightly, controlling ice and snow. He subtly manipulated those ice chunks, making them move according to his will. Seriously. Too bad. I understand the power of heaven and earth better than you. After speaking, Chauga shot out a stream of water. The moment he finished speaking, the ice chunks controlled by Chauga immediately reversed direction and launched an attack. On the contrary, for the Moon Spear Snow Wolf King, hundreds of massive ice blocks directly stabbed into the head of this beast, using the opponent's technique and returning it to them. That's truly amazing. After witnessing the scene just now, this player no longer flinched. Lu Chauga is so strong. If I get a little closer, maybe nothing bad will happen. As soon as he finished speaking, the player took a few steps forward. After only a few steps, his body froze. He couldn't move and felt extremely panicked. What happened? Why is his body not obeying his soul? What's going on? As soon as he looked up, he was stunned. He was stunned because he saw Lu Chauga standing right in front of him. Lu Chauga was looking at him. He was stopping him from moving forward. Lu Chauga sternly warned him, "You cameraman, just do what a cameraman should do. If you move any closer, this venerable one will be very displeased." The livestream's comments section began to flood again. My husband is looking at me. When Lu Chauga flew high into the sky, this player couldn't get closer to film because he was frozen in place. The viewers in the livestream were very angry because the player didn't get closer to film Lu Chauga for them. The player helplessly cried out, "It's not that I don't want to move. I've been immobilized by Lu Chauga. He can use immobilization techniques. Such a handsome and dashing person actually knows immobilization techniques. Immobilize me. How great would it be if I knew that move?" Lu Chauga stood in the distance, but the viewers in the live stream could still guess what he was planning to do. The scene returned to Lu Chauga's battle with the Moon Spear Snow Wolf King. Just then a system notification popped up. The Snow Moon Wolf King has leveled up to level 47. HP has been fully restored. Lu Chauga read the notification and thought, "It's got some skills actually leveled up again. If I keep dragging this on, it will only be disadvantageous to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chauga swung two swords at it. It also swiped a few times with its claws to defend. The Snow Wolf King lay there howling in despair. "Woo-woo, can't I control the blizzard?" Then it suddenly rose fiercely in the blizzard, roaring, "Oh whoa, I am the king of blizzards." But it absolutely refused to concede. The Moon Wolf King continued to generate powerful blizzard tornadoes, attempting to attack Lu Chauga. He calmly watched its antics. It seems this fellow is still not convinced. Still wants to compete with me in controlling ice and snow. Then Lu Chauga confidently challenged the Moon Wolf King. "Since that's the case, I'll just show you exactly how vast the difference is between my power of heaven and earth and yours." The tornado created by the Snow Wolf King grew larger and larger. Just as it was about to reach Lu Chaoga, it suddenly split apart on its own. Lu Chaoga proudly declared, "This is the true power of water, the power of an enlightened one." The Moon Wolf King was extremely flustered. Heavens, what is going on? Why didn't the blizzard attack him? Even someone at the 8th stage of ancient cultivation couldn't do that. Qianqian stood outside, watching dumbfounded and full of admiration. This is just too incredible. It's as if every snowflake has its own consciousness. Seeing this unbelievable sight, Qianqian's eyes were opened once again. Such meticulous control. Firstly, it was because Lu Chaoga was the first person to possess the power of water. Secondly, he also gained a bit of harmony with heaven and earth. Soon after, the Snow Wolf King suddenly went berserk. Extremely agitated. "I'm going to kill you. No human is allowed to control the blizzard better than me." Hearing this, Lu Chaoga coldly pointed his sword at it. He shouted loudly, "What are you howling about?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Chaoga sliced the creature's face with his sword. Instantly its HP dropped by 50%. But right after that, its level rose again to 48. The wound completely healed. With incredible speed, Lu Chaoga watched in astonishment as it continued to level up. With the soul jade inside its body, it automatically replenished its vital energy and leveled itself up. Attacking it was useless. Heart Sword open. Lu Chaoga immediately activated the Heart Sword. "Let me see where exactly you hid that soul jade." Lu Chaoga felt profoundly shocked. After checking, it actually didn't have a soul jade. How is that possible? Suddenly the Moonite Snow Wolf King rushed over to attack Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga cleverly used the true unification sword skill of the Azure Destiny Blade to defend, but every swing he made was in vain. Now even if Lu Chaoga tried his best to slash it, it remained completely unharmed. After that last sword strike, Lu Chaoga was breathing heavily. Ever since he started the slaughter, those little wolf pups had constantly drained his energy. His blue energy bar had finally hit rock bottom. Seeing this, Qianqian was extremely worried for her Uncle Master. Uncle Master Lu has been fighting non-stop since earlier, and now he's tied up with the Snow Wolf King. The spiritual power in his body, I fear. Before Qianqian could finish, Lu Chaoga had already leveled up again, restoring the spiritual power within him. This was due to the 2nd stage of the Chongtian realm. Lu Chaoga was beaming with pride. Could something this small possibly stump me? Seeing this, Qianqian scratched her head sheepishly. It seems I was worrying too much. When it comes to breakthrough moments in battle, Uncle Master Lu is the best. Xianyan standing nearby looked at Lu Chaoga, her eyes filled with pride and admiration. Suddenly Qianqian realized something was wrong. She looked up at the sky and gasped in surprise. Did it get dark? It was only dusk a moment ago. At this moment the moon suddenly turned red. It was too strange. Qianqian immediately said to her Uncle Master, "The shape of that moon looks a bit odd." The player also looked up at the sky, feeling exactly the same as Qianqian. This feels so strange. Suddenly an oppressive aura violently emanated from the moon. This pressure severely impacted Xianyan, Qianqian and the player. They felt extremely unwell, even spitting up blood. Lu Chaoga remained completely unharmed. He looked up at the moon, realizing privately, so this is what evil soul revival means. The evil soul impact. The red moon shone upon the Moon Wolf King, causing it to let out a violent roar. Lu Chaoga remained calm in the face of danger, his presence soaring. He analyzed calmly. Evil soul revival is different from the King of the Underworld sword. Their greatest reliance is indeed on the divine soul aspect. The Snow Moon Wolf King roared fiercely. Even the overlord of Buying Spring and Autumn Mountain will gradually move under this divine soul impact. Go die, you little punk. He easily and completely blocked the Wolf King's attack. He praised it loudly. To be able to manipulate ice and snow and also deliver a divine soul impact, you are indeed powerful. Lu Chaoga stepped on a thin layer of ice. Walking on air, he continued in a deep voice. However, he unleashed his technique, bursting with an arrogant aura, and mocked, "Wolf King, you are useless against me." Seeing that he remained unharmed after its continuous barrage of fierce moves, the Snow Moon Wolf King asked itself in shock, "What is happening? Lu Chaoga decisively extended an arm. Immediately after, the Wolf King was crushed by an invisible force. It was filled with terror. The sky was covered with cold white snow. The landscape was silent, blanketed in white. The player gasped for breath, thinking in shock. What exactly just happened? He looked up at the sky, stammering uncontrollably. This is Lu Chaoga wielding the blue moon steel banner. Floating in midair. Holding the evil sun moon plucking stars technique, assuming the ask without self-posture. Experimenter test subject. The chat channel is chaotic, massive spamming. Countless angel comments flooded the entire screen. The Snow Moon Wolf King groaned painfully. My soul let it go immediately. Lu Chaoga calmly watched his sorry state. Then he decisively chanted the soul-summoning sword talisman. Today I will use this heart-slaying moon to sever your soul. The Wolf King's blue crescent moon image was struck by thousands of deep slashes and torn apart. He clutched his head in agony, writhing and struggling. Pain, it hurts too much, this is agonizing, stop immediately. He was utterly astonished, not understanding why Lu Chaoga could suppress him to this extent. Why was I previously able to use this trick to control humans and make them fight against their own kin? But it doesn't work on him. His commanding figure appeared in the Snow Moon Wolf King's eyes, accompanied by extreme dread. Just who exactly is he? Lu Chaoga holds a long sword, controlling the Wolf King's soul with one hand, standing on the clouds in the air. He muttered in a deep voice, there is not much time left. He closed his eyes tightly and quickly performed a divine perception scan. He walked toward the Snow Moon Wolf King, who was screaming terribly. On the ground, he scanned his entire body with sharp eyes. After seeing the location of the soul jade, he excitedly mumbled to himself. So this soul jade was hidden behind that eye. Fast as lightning, Lu Chaoga dove down with a burning resolve, launching an attack. As long as I defeat it, this fellow won't be able to cause trouble anymore. He roared repeatedly in anger. Bastard, this king will kill you. Surprisingly, his cultivation level has already risen to 50. Blood Moon Snow Wolf King, peak of the 4th realm. Lu Chaoga was eager to end the fight. This is bad. That guy wants to stall for time. Once he enters the 5th realm, I absolutely cannot sweep him alone. Besides, the soul jade is still helping him heal. If I'm not careful, he'll be the next one to fall. He focused on the soul jade, calculating decisively. As long as I take out the soul jade, everything else will be simple. Then he gave up on defense. Lu Chaoga decisively charged forward without hesitation, deploying a series of moves. Hua Changsu 3rd stage, combined with Hua Tong grade. Jiaran True 1 sword and sword. Intent level 4. The Wolf King aggressively unleashed countless claw shadows to exchange blows with him. As soon as his sword touched the Wolf King's body, he was met with the threat of bloody claws. Zhang Xinyan cried out in panic. Chaoga, the soul jade, was successfully prized out of the Wolf King's head. Zhang Xinyan witnessed this scene in shock. Lu Chaoga's quick strike attack completely achieved its goal. The Wolf King watched helplessly as his soul jade was taken away. Soul jade, my soul jade. Lu Chaoga's aura quickly enveloped the soul jade and sent it into his hand. He had officially gained control of the Wolf King's soul jade. He put away his sword and challenged him arrogantly. Sorry, do you want it back? It won't be that easy. The Snow Moon Wolf King rushed over, roaring wildly. Give me back the soul jade. Give it back to me. Lu Chaoga dodged easily without effort. He smiled and nodded. I have to admit, this toy is truly addictive. Watching the Snow Moon Wolf King angrily open its mouth to attack him, he decisively planned to settle the matter quickly and cleanly. Since the soul jade is now in hand, the next step should be to completely deal with you, the main boss of Northern Continent. The husband acts as soon as he speaks. Lu Chaoga decisively began the finale. Then let the demon slaying commence. The Snow Moon Wolf King opened its large mouth, attempting to swallow him whole. In the blink of an eye. On the live broadcast channel, the audience reached over 100,000 people. The comment section erupted with a variety of different opinions. Where is he? Where did the person go? This man is too fast. So fast we can't see him at all. Which insolent person dares to call my husband fast? Sisters don't indulge in fantasies in broad daylight. All right. But I must clarify something. My husband's fastness only applies to speed. This livestream is not a place for inappropriate talk. Warning issued once for suggestive comments. Pei Chanqian looked around in surprise and asked, "Where is Martial Uncle Lu? I can't see him either." Jiang Xinyan looked up and said curtly, "In the air." Pei Chanqian murmured in astonishment. In the air. Lu Chao's figure, framed by the moon, was indeed magnificent and imposing. The Wolf King realized it had struck nothing, so it looked around searching for Lu Chaoga. Observing from above, he mused smugly. As expected, the stealth attribute is incredibly useful. My eldest disciple in the future will surely become a god-tier ninja, won't he? Lu Chaoga ruthlessly opened the battle with a single sword strike. The mighty Wolf King forcefully endured the vicious blow, collapsing onto the snow. It sinisterly released all its vengeful spirits to attack. Lu Chaoga was completely unfazed, curling his lips scornfully, thinking, "I am far too familiar with this kind of thing." He coolly unleashed his divine sense, and all the evil thoughts and vengeful spirits were cleanly swept away in one move, leaving not even a trace behind. The Wolf King trembled in terror, stammering, "The Soul Jade. Give me the Soul Jade." Watching that group of masters rapidly approaching Lu Chao's battlefield, Pei Chanqian said worriedly, "Martial Uncle Lu's actions are too attention-grabbing. The seniors have all arrived." Jiang Xinyan's fighting spirit soared, her aura surging, ready for a major confrontation at any moment. Even if they come, they can only be spectators. No one is allowed to disturb Chaoga. Pei Chanqian responded excitedly. "Then I'll lend a hand too. I'll work with Martial Ant Zhang to deter these cultivators. The two of us are very strong." The seniors quickly recognized an acquaintance. Deacon Jiang. Deacon Jiang of Chuanqiu Mountain. Everyone was astonished. Deacon Jiang has broken through to the 6th realm. But who is the sword cultivator fighting that strange beast? This is outrageous, Pei Chanqian cursed angrily. "Hey, don't you see that I'm here too?" The group of seniors merely commented perfunctorily. "Oh, the Saintess is here too." Afterward, everyone focused intently on observing the battle from afar. "Look over there. The appearance of the person currently fighting. That black longsword and this unique power. Fellow Taoists, a person comes to mind. Taoist friend, I fear we are thinking of the same person. That legendary figure has actually come to Beizhou." Pei Chanqian cursed furiously. "Oh, the Saintess is here too. That is an utterly dismissive attitude. How hateful." Lu Chaoga thought to himself. That last sword strike was another waste of effort. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the experience I'm gaining now is just from fighting this little wolf. Suddenly a surge of power erupted from his body, and his cultivation rapidly rose to the 4th realm, 3rd heaven. The witnesses below opened their mouths in shock, unable to believe he had actually broken through during the fight. Those rumors are all true. Seeing is truly believing. Lu Chaoga seriously examined the black longsword in his hand. "I am now level 43. But I can still sense that. I cannot unleash the feeling of the peak strike I delivered 10 years ago." The moment he sharply opened his eyes, his aura and will had completely transformed. He then stated, however, "Let this sword strike be my welcoming gift to Beizhou." Lu Chaoga asserted excitedly. "Let this sword strike be my welcoming gift to Beizhou." As that sword strike was unleashed, "I am getting closer and closer to that realm." His sword strike shone brilliantly, exploding to the absolute extreme, revealing only a massive streak of light tearing through the sky. The people gathered to watch the battle quickly shielded their eyes, exclaiming and discussing, "What on earth happened? I can't see. I can't see either." That sword strike was too powerful. The Snow Moon Wolf King, having reached the end of its rope, took the full force of the blow. His sword strike exploded. He frantically yelled, "No!" The seniors silently observed the hazy scene before them. Watching the shimmering aurora appear, they realized in astonishment, had the snow stopped? Pei Chanqian was utterly shocked. She stammered to herself, Is this truly the strength a 4th realm cultivator should possess?" Lu Chaoga smiled contentedly, thinking, "I cannot make the snow stop right now. I merely guided the snow into my sword path, and allowed the effect to run out. The snow will continue to fall shortly." He silently looked at the Snow Moon Wolf King's motionless body. He coolly confirmed, "But it is definitely dead." From the corpse of the Snow Moon Wolf King, countless lingering souls and wicked thoughts flew out, attacking Lu Chaoga. He contemptuously unfolded his divine sense, and casually said once again, "Someone doesn't know What's good for them? He purified all the evil remnants and also the corpse itself. Suddenly he sensed something and uttered a light HM. Looking quite surprised, he watched the sinister aura below suddenly open its eyes. He urgently thought that thing is back again. He quickly shielded himself from the sudden gust of cold wind. Lu Chaoga felt a little uneasy. In his heart, I wonder if Ting Yan and the others saw it. It's not a solution to keep worrying about it. So he muttered to himself, forget it. They will find out sooner or later. The system happily displayed a notification item dropped. Lu Chaoga instantly brightened up. His eyes lit up and he cheered, wow, it's treasure. The system gradually displayed the reward to him, which was the level 60 moon pupil, a part of the exotic beast the moon pupil snow. Wolf King of the 8th realm. In ancient times its function is a one-time use item. It can summon the moon shadow once. It was then that he realized what the aura under the abyss was earlier. It turned out to be that special eyeball. Lu Chaoga excitedly concluded a great item. Something that can bind the divine soul. The moon pupil just now was the so-called moon shadow. If that wolf had been able to summon the level 60 moon shadow, but it clearly failed to do so just now, he smiled triumphantly. Because this personal incognito trip was too worthwhile. He gained 2 soul jades on this trip down the mountain. One is a level 60 life-saving summoning magic treasure. That's right, if hiding absorbs these 2, what realm will he break through to? He thought of hiding in his heart, greatly excited. Calculating and planning for his disciple. If hiding breaks through the 5th realm, then won't my Moman sect have another great sword cultivator in a few years? Lu Chaoga was beaming with joy. Hiding, oh hiding. You really got yourself a super great master. I truly envy you. Zhang Tingyan and Pei Chanshan immediately rushed over to meet him. She anxiously cried out, Chaoga. She quickly ran over and asked him, how are you? Are you injured? Lu Chaoga smiled and replied to his beloved. I sustained minor injuries but nothing serious. Zhang Tingyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Pei Chanshan questioned him curiously. Martial Uncle Lu, you are a monster, aren't you? You must be the reincarnation of some great power from ancient times, right? Lu Chaoga replied humorously, perhaps that is true. In his heart he cheerfully introduced himself. I personally come from the 22nd century. A kind young man in the city. Working part-time. Ranking 2nd in wealth. Plus being a master driver. I guess that counts as a great power, right? Zhang Tingyan gently chided Pei Chanshan. Nonsense, where do you get so many reincarnations from? She playfully stuck out her tongue and teased him, clicking her tongue. I was just making a small joke. I didn't expect Martial Uncle Lu to take it seriously. She continued excitedly. Also, Martial Uncle Lu, you have certainly made a name for yourself now. Already in North Continent. Countless experts, seniors who gathered together to watch that battle just now, all feel great admiration for Lu Chaoga. Everyone discussed amongst themselves, Sect Leader Lu. Sect Leader Lu is watching me talk nonsense right now. She is clearly looking at me. Seeing is believing. This face entirely meets my expectations. Did they fall instantly in love with Chaoga just by seeing him? Damn it, that sword cultivator was clearly injured by me. Yet he looks even more handsome. How annoying. Lu Chaoga smiled, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Ah, this. He suspected and inferred. That person in Northern State slaughtered a strange beast right after getting off the airship just for fun. Suddenly he remembered a meme from his previous life. It fits the current situation perfectly. He vigilantly analyzed. But why is it that despite such a huge commotion, we haven't found the Huang Quan Hui appearing in the Northern State? When I previously killed Chen Chizi, the Huang Quan Hui had demon cultivators ambushed nearby. Suddenly he remembered a suspicious detail from earlier. Something is wrong. Could it be that those 2 people who ran away were members of the Huang Quan Hui? Are those guys plotting something? Lu Chaoga decisively said to the 2 beautiful girls, let's go. There's no use thinking about this atop Mount Chuanxiu. It's better to wait for them to expose the truth themselves. The thing he summoned followed his command and flew away in the sky. He walked with confidence, yet confusion lingered in his heart. I seem to have forgotten something. But he couldn't remember what it was. It turned out that what he forgot was the player who was immobilized by the immobilization spell. Just now the player was pitifully crying. Sect Leader. Lu, when are you going to release me from the immobilization spell? Comments on the live stream channel humorously teased him. Is there a handsome young man who can't move? Should we go search for his coordinates? Subsequently that player cursed frantically internally. Bastards, what are you trying to do? Stay away. Lu Chaoga seriously asked the two girls, right? Speaking of when I killed the Snow Wolf King just now. Did you two see anything strange? Pei Qianxian innocently replied. In my eyes something strange. Is that you, Martial Uncle Lu, or very strange? Jiang Xinyan asked him doubtfully. Brother Chaoga, did you see something? He pondered. Is it necessary to tell Xinyan? That thing, even with Xinyan's current cultivation level, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Thinking this, he decided to conceal the truth. No, I was just worried. Whether the Huangquan Hui might be secretly lurking around. I still shouldn't tell. Horror. He looked at the data on the notification panel and estimated silently. Let's first see, after killing the Snow Wolf King, how far the main quest for Northern State has progressed. The Phase 1 boss should have raised the progress past 10%. Ah. Lu Chaoga excitedly read the system notification panel. After killing these snow wolves and the Snow Wolf King, the available experience points have already reached over 15 million. Not bad, but the result displayed by the system was as follows. Northern State Main Quest Evil Soul Revival. Current progress 53. Lu Chaoga was stunned, finding it hard to comprehend. He mused, the progress is only 53. I just killed a minor boss, is this reasonable? Back when I killed Chen Qi, the progress of the Knight of the Underworld King increased up to 12. 9. He used all his brain cells, trying hard to understand this issue. Is it because Chen Qi was more significant than the Snow Wolf King? The Snow Wolf King, is he more important? Or did I overlook something this time? He immediately thought of that mysterious eyeball, which he had encountered twice already. Could the Northern State Main quest be related to that thing? And I saw it in Qingzhou too. Lu Chaoga realized with shock. Wait a minute, I saw it in Qingzhou. And now I've seen it in Northern State too. Do you doubt my hypothesis? Has it been following me the whole time? He smiled and decisively set a new goal for himself. It seems it has been completely proven that I am the chosen one. Wait until my heart sword reaches the 5th level. Go and prepare yourself. And wait to become my experience points. Suddenly Jiang Xinyan spoke up, calling Lu Chaoga, asking him to turn around and look at her. She told him solemnly, I remember who that woman who fled on the ice plane was. Jiang Xinyan continued decisively, her name is Wu Rou. She is one of the 12 Tower Masters of the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. Lu Chaoga asked back, somewhat surprised. Are you sure the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda? Are they also one of the powers behind the scenes? Jiang Xinyan answered affirmatively, definitely. That time I went to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. I went with Elder Sister He from the inner sect. And the person who received us was that Tower Master Wu Rou. Pei Qianxian introduced enthusiastically. Elder Sister He, Aunt Jiang's senior, is Elder He Lian of Chuanqiu Mountain. As soon as we heard that name, Lu Chaoga turned pale and shivered. Elder He Lian, in my past life when I joined Chunhua Mountain, I met her a few times by chance. After that person cultivated the techniques of Chuanqiu Mountain, her desire was amplified, the desire to control. He evaluated Elder He Lian with difficulty. People say poverty leads to cruelty, but this elder is just the opposite. Wealthy and cruel. Lu Chaoga murmured thoughtfully. Heavenly Mystery Pavilion Tower Master Wu Rou, if it really is her. Then who was the other person? Things are getting tricky. Pei Qianxian clicked her tongue and asked curiously. I heard that above the 12 Tower Masters of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, there is also a mysterious pavilion master. Jiang Xinyan explained to her knowledgeably. Yes, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion has existed for 1,000 years, but every pavilion master has been extremely mysterious. Almost no one has ever seen this figure who hides in the shadows. However, every successive pavilion master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion shares one title. Everyone refers to him as the Heavenly Mystery Hermit. Pei Qianxian widened her eyes and speculated. So among those two figures at the time, was the second figure the Heavenly Mystery Hermit? What a pity. We were just a little bit away from seeing that mysterious figure. She blinked and continued cheerfully. I heard that. The 12 Tower Masters of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion are all exceptional beauties, so the pavilion master who commands them might also be a great beauty. Jiang Xinyan knocked the girl on the head and scolded. Nonsense. Lu Chaoga pondered regardless of who the second person is. I'm afraid the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion is the power that has been lurking behind the scenes all along. Sooner or later we will clash with them. He looked into the distance, muttering thoughtfully to himself, heavenly mystery. When that time comes, I wonder if the hermit who claims to perceive heavenly secrets is stronger, or if I, the chosen one, am stronger. Lu Chaoga chuckled dismissively. What am I worrying about? Is there any need to say who is stronger? At this moment in the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion in North Province, Wu Rou was thinking angrily. It's a shame my long, fair legs, I don't know when they will fully recover. Her legs were covered in wounds, oozing bright red blood. She cursed furiously. That Snow Wolf King was too strong. I already took the Pavilion Master's medicinal pill, but I still can't completely heal my injuries. She sighed weakly. I am truly extremely weak right now. I can't do anything. Just then the Heavenly Mystery Hermit walked in and yelled, Wu Rou. She hurriedly responded, present. He commanded in a deep voice, give this old man a drop of your essence blood. Wu Rou's face turned pale and she trembled in horror. I am so weak right now. And you still want to extract essence blood? Even someone as strong as Lu Chaoga would be severely weakened if a drop of essence blood were taken. He roared, commanding impatiently, hurry up. She quickly replied, yes. Then she bit her fingertip, causing blood to seep out. A drop of essence blood had just been drawn from Wu Zhou. Exhausted, she leaned backward. Unable to move, she had no strength left. Tianji Sanrun took the essence blood and secretly recited an incantation. He focused his mind on drawing the talisman using that drop of essence blood as the foundation. He opened his eyes, trying to complete the blood technique. Suddenly he snapped his eyes open and painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body trembled, restless and mentally disturbed. Still no, it still doesn't work. I cannot calculate it. Even Jiang Xinyan's destiny. I actually cannot calculate it. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It seems Wu Zhou has definitely been exposed. He walked toward Wu Zhou and coldly passed judgment. Once a chess piece loses its disguise, it becomes useless trash. Tianji Sanrun remarked coldly. Wu Zhou was indeed an alluring and beautiful chess piece. If she were used differently, perhaps many people would have gone crazy for you. But he walked past Wu Zhou, then quietly called out, follow me. Elder Wu Zhou struggled exhaustedly to sit up. She quickly replied yes. The two hurried forward through the thick curtain of snow. After walking for a while, Tianji Sanrun stopped and told her, we're here. Wu Zhou, utterly exhausted, weakly uttered ha. She was so terrified that she spat blood, because she had been struck by Tianji Sanrun's mighty staff. She stammered, crying out in terror, Pavilion Master. Tianji Sanrun did not answer, but ruthlessly used a spell to destroy Wu Zhou's essence. Her vitality was completely drained. Her body turned ash-gray and withered tragically. He murmured cruelly, your face must have been seen by someone. If you are seen, the chess piece becomes trash. A strange beast. The 5 bats climbed onto Tianji Sanrun's staff. He admitted indifferently. Wu Zhou was indeed a useful chess piece, worthy of someone trained personally by this elder. He gently allowed the strange beast to climb onto his hand. Tianji Sanrun slowly absorbed the vitality he had just extracted from Wu Zhou. He calmly took a deep breath. Whoosh, the Tianji Pavilion has been established for 1,000 years. Astonishingly, his graying hair and beard gradually turned a mysterious, pure black. Extremely profound, he continued in a low voice. In this 1,000 years, this elder has trained so many people. You ranked in the top 5 people in this elder's heart. What a pity. He was actually using this method to reverse his aging. After the absorption was complete, he said to the strange beast, 5 bats, go back now. The strange beast obediently burrowed back into his staff. Tianji Sanrun thought furiously, Lu Chaoga, this feeling of being passive that you've given me, this elder hasn't felt in centuries. I absolutely despise this feeling. Dawn arrived quickly. Lu Chaoga was concentrating on his cooking, smoke curling gently from the kitchen. He praised himself excitedly. As expected of my craftsmanship, even ordinary fish taste this delicious. He tasted a mouthful of the steaming fish soup, and secretly admitted, but Qianqian's fishing skills are also quite impressive. From the wooden token, someone excitedly recounted the story of Lu Chao's successful conquest. Wow, let me tell you a quick story. The resurrected Moonid Snow Wolf King of Beizhou was slain by Lu Chaoga alone. He praised her with extreme excitement. Good girl. Starting the publicity for me so soon. The remaining divine consciousnesses commented skeptically. Really, that was an ancient strange beast. Doubtful, very doubtful. Seeing that guy also joining in the mockery, Lu Chaoga was furious. You despicable you. You dare doubt me, is that it? Pei Qianqian asserted decisively. Of course it's true. Not only did he slay the strange beast alone, Lu Chaoga also achieved a breakthrough to the fourth realm triple sword in one blow. And all of it happened during the battle. Truly, what a monster. Lu Chaoga praised excitedly. She did well. Well done. It wasn't for nothing that martial Uncle Lu gave you goodies. Little Qianqian. The remaining crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock. Just a few months ago he was clearly only in the third heaven realm. How could he have broken through so quickly? We heard before that he killed Chunchi of the Sword Sect, but we thought it was false news. Now it seems that it was indeed true. Pei Qianqian showed off triumphantly. Of course, my martial Uncle Lu was a true prodigy. Oops, I misspoke. You didn't see anything. Yu retorted, saying I didn't see anything. Lu Chaoga rubbed his chin smugly, thinking, it's come to this point, trying to hide the identity now is too late. As expected, those three people had already seen through your true identity. Little Qianqian, however, showing off like this, your martial Uncle Lu will be very pleased. He looked at the name displayed by Yu, wondering curiously. I just wonder what Yu is thinking. After Yu finished reading the information on the wooden plaque, he was immediately stunned. Unbelievable. Senior brother Chaoga actually has already broken through to the fourth realm, third heaven. This speed of breaking through realms is almost catching up to mine. He pulled himself together, determined not to give up. No way, no way. I can't keep being this lazy. I wonder if this guy's definition of lazy is somehow flawed. He truly is lazy. This cultivation fanatic. He only manages to cultivate diligently for 16 hours a day. And because he didn't cultivate for the full 24 hours, he thinks he's lazy. He strode forward resolutely, mumbling firmly to himself, it's time to make a trip to the sword prison. Zhang Xinyan exclaimed excitedly, it smells so good. Pei Qianqian drooled happily, commenting, martial Uncle Jiang is truly blessed. A man like martial Uncle Lu, indeed every woman would fall for him. He served her a bowl of fragrant fish soup, then praised her. You did well. Qianqian in the group chat, acting as the protagonist of the world, played the role of a loudspeaker for promotion. She took the soup bowl, utterly confused. Why is martial Uncle Lu suddenly praising me? That's strange, she guessed innocently. Is martial Uncle Chaoga praising me for revealing the matter about the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets? Pei Qianqian was completely oblivious. Since that's the case, she enthusiastically volunteered, martial Uncle Lu, martial Uncle Jiang, do we need to go to the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets together? And kill Tower Master Wu Rou? Catching her off guard. Food is the first necessity of the people. She quickly took a mouthful, then continued. Wait a minute, I have to drink this soup first, it's so fragrant. After drinking it, Pei Qianqian wiped her mouth and eagerly suggested, since we have already targeted Wu Rou of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, let's go immediately and capture her, find out the reason, and discover the greater power behind her. What do you say? Pei Qianqian was extremely excited. Her cute face showed obvious signs of anticipation. She thought to herself, my deduction is simply flawless. I can be called a genius of the deduction world. A grandmaster of deduction. Pei Qianqian was overjoyed, shouting continuously, martial Uncle Lu, hurry up and praise me. Praise me quickly. Contrary to Pei Qianqian's expectations, Lu Chaoga calmly continued to sip his tea. Zhang Xinyan, sitting next to him, also watched his reaction nervously. She was also thinking to herself at this moment, whatever he decides is fine by me. I'll follow his lead. Facing Pei Qianqian's eagerness, Lu Chaoga finally spoke, unsuitable. His indifferent attitude and his composed demeanor caused Pei Qianxian's mood of high anticipation to be abruptly interrupted. Hearing Lu Chaoga reject her proposal, Pei Qianxian was so surprised her mouth hung open. She asked in bewildered surprise, "Unsuitable? What exactly is unsuitable? I think it's excellent." However, despite Lu Chaoga's disapproval, Pei Qianxian remained very determined and believed in her plan, in contrast to Lu Chaoga's composure and calmness. Simply because of those two words, "Not quite right," Pei Qianxian was continuously confused. She was still trapped in her own thoughts, but Martial Uncle Lu's incredibly calm demeanor suggested there was a deeper meaning. Pei Qianxian continued to speculate, but the problem was, she couldn't grasp this deeper meaning at all. For Pei Qianxian, her Martial Uncle Lu Chaoga's thoughts were hard to guess, making it difficult to understand what he meant. Pei Qianxian's expression shifted from blankness and confusion to growing anxiety. She continued her inner monologue, while Lu Chaoga continued to leisurely savor his fine tea. "But if I ask now, where will I put the face of a deduction master like me?" Pei Qianxian was sweating profusely from anxiety. She worried about her title as the deduction master, yet couldn't figure out Lu Chaoga's meaning. Pei Qianxian thought desperately, "Martial Uncle Lu will definitely think I'm stupid. I can't let that happen." The teacup she held was exactly as before, untouched, not a drop missing. This was because Pei Qianxian's focus had been entirely on Lu Chaoga. After racking her brains and still failing to understand, Pei Qianxian's expression changed dramatically. She forced a stiff smile, looked at Lu Chaoga and said, "Yes, this works well too." Pei Qianxian timidly turned her head away from him and consoled herself. Calm down, whether I understand it or not. As long as I stay composed, others will automatically assume I get it." Pei Qianxian's acting skills seemed to have leveled up. Lu Chaoga, sitting opposite her, was still immersed in thought, stroking his teacup, lost in his own ideas. World protagonists like Pei Qianxian were still too young. They only knew how to rush recklessly, though sometimes it yielded miraculous results. Although he looked down on the naive Pei Qianxian before him, he could still see her strong points. Lu Chaoga continued thinking, "But regarding this matter involving Wu Rou of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, I feel that rushing forward recklessly will actually spoil things." Lu Chaoga showed himself to be a collected and calm person, who could see further ahead than his peers of the same generation. The image of a massive fish with unusually sharp jaws, its eyes blood-red and looking terrifying, chasing another smaller fish appeared in Lu Chaoga's mind, accompanied by this thought, "In any case, this Wu Rou is merely the fishing line, and the big fish must follow this line to have any chance of being caught." His way of thinking, his meaning, was indeed very difficult to grasp and profound. The sky was dominated by expansive clouds with striking purplish-red light, the colors of the world at dusk, visible layered upon the thick, snow-white clouds. A strangely shaped flying mount was rapidly flying and diving downward, as if intending to penetrate the cloud layer. Aboard this uniquely shaped flying mount were Lu Chaoga, Pei Qianxian and Jiang Xinyan, three people. Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan were engaged in focused, serious conversation with each other, completely ignoring Pei Qianxian, who was lying down, stomach full and looking completely contented. At this moment, Lu Chaoga said to Jiang Xinyan, "The seasonings in the Mo realm are all used up. Let's buy some at a nearby town." Hearing this, Jiang Xinyan quickly replied, "There happens to be a small town not far below." No sooner said than done. When they heard Jiang Xinyan had quickly located a small town, the three of them slowly decreased speed and descended to that location. The mischievous, excited voice could only belong to the carefree Pei Qianxian. She exclaimed, "Look! This is the small town in northern state. Where there are people there is life and bustle, it's so lively." It seemed the young lady Pei Qianxian was extremely thrilled to be able to stop traveling and stay in a busy place so bustling. After they arrived at the small town, the three of them turned into a roadside stall. Lu Chaoga methodically checked the goods one by one to see if they were what he was looking for. Meanwhile, Pei Qianxian, next to him, was curiously fiddling with things, picking up one bottle after another, her face beaming with immense pleasure. Pei Qianxian kept playing with the various bottles and jars. Childishly starting to ponder many questions, she secretly wondered, puzzled. Is there any difference between this bottle and that one? Why is this jar 2 copper coins more expensive? They look exactly the same. I really don't know what Martial Uncle Lu is choosing. Just as Lu Chaoga and the other two were still selecting items at the old stall, passers-by began whispering and discussing among themselves. A man said, "Have you heard? Demon cultivators have shown up recently. And they even killed someone important." The person next to him asked back worriedly. Really? Who died? This important news. Lu Chaoga heard every word of this clearly. The two passers-by continued, discussing the matter non-stop. It was the Grandmaster Paozhu of the Heavenly Machine Pagoda Yurovu Nu. I heard she was turned into a dried corpse. The other person gasped in shock upon hearing this. Such a beautiful woman. Did she truly perish just like that? The first man replied again. The Heavenly Machine Pagoda has even put up a huge bounty. Lu Chaoga secretly watched the retreating backs of the two passers-by. Although they had walked far away, he had grasped the key points of their conversation. Lu Chaoga asked the other two, Pei Chanxian and Jiang Xinyan, but his gaze did not leave the two passers-by who were walking further and further away. What do you two think? It seemed Pei Chanxian and Jiang Xinyan had both heard the same things that Lu Chaoga heard. 3 pairs of eyes were directed at the two men from moments ago. Jiang Xinyan immediately spoke up then. Yurovu Nu was severely injured and it looked like excessive blood loss. She continued thoughtfully. I wonder if she was forcibly abducted by demon cultivators and then used for a sacrifice. Jiang Xinyan slowly voiced all her conjectures. After listening to Jiang Xinyan's quite convincing theory, Pei Chanxian also said seriously, could she be the real victim? But because everything was still a mystery, the truth had not yet been revealed. Hearing Jiang Xinyan and Pei Chanxian say this, Lu Chaoga merely remained silent and asked himself, a victim, is that the case? In Lu Chaoga's mind, 2 parallel scenes appeared at that moment. One side was dominated by cold tones, in the shape of a long sword. The other side was golden yellow, illuminated by sunlight, making the tall tower in the background faintly visible but not clearly discernible. He thought to himself, in the plot of my previous life, even the major holy lands of the 4 continents had traitors. So what role does the Heavenly Machine Pagoda play? To say that the Heavenly Machine Pagoda is fine, even ghosts wouldn't believe it if I said it out loud. More importantly, who exactly is that Heavenly Machine Hermit? Lu Chaoga pondered for a long time. He kept wondering since crossing over. I have never met this person. All the experience from my previous life yields no clues about him. He is terrifyingly mysterious. Even he has to exert all his effort for this mysterious figure. At that moment, the one who interrupted Lu Chaoga's thoughts was Pei Chanxian, who said, Martial Uncle Lu, regarding this matter, once we return to Chuanqiu Mountain, why don't I report it to the sect? Hearing Pei Chanxian say this, Lu Chaoga replied, Chanxian, first only tell the Saint Master, and see how the Saint Master decides. After saying this to Pei Chanxian, he started to ponder again. Chuanqiu Mountain isn't exactly a clean place either. Chanxian, you are too naive. Although not directly contradicting Pei Chanxian's opinion, instead, he skillfully steered the conversation toward a safer direction. Believing Lu Chaoga, Pei Chanxian responded, Martial Uncle Lu makes sense. After saying that, she thought to herself, Master is definitely a trustworthy person, but others are not necessarily so. Subsequently, Pei Chanxian turned around and enthusiastically said something that left Lu Chaoga, who was standing behind her, quite confused. Also, Martial Uncle Lu, Master must really like you. After speaking, she covered her mouth, giggled, and left. Hearing Pei Chanxian's teasing remark, Lu Chaoga's face instantly froze. His usually stern expression vanished without a trace. He asked blankly, then he wondered in confusion. What kind of mental leap is that? Is she jumping topics so fast? Hearing their conversation, especially the words spoken by Pei Chanxian, Jiang Xinyan, who was behind them, also secretly blushed. She coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness. Seeing Jiang Xinyan make such an expression, the usually composed Lu Chaoga became even more confused. Why does Xinyan have that expression too? Lu Chaoga suddenly realized something. A shock registered on his face and his confusion vanished. He began to recall. Wait, I remember now. In my previous life I once saw on the Desire Forum that the Saint Master Chunkyishan was amplified by his cultivation technique. Before he could finish the thought, Pei Qianqian, bearing a surprisingly mischievous and dark expression, continued cheekily. Master absolutely loves beautiful people, especially beautiful people like Martial Uncle Lu. Jiang Xinyan also gaped, looking at the overly excited Pei Qianqian. At this moment Lu Chaoga felt a chill run down his spine, his face pale as if he had seen a ghost. As if he had witnessed something terrifying. He finally remembered, that's right. The Saint Master's amplified desire was lust. He felt that his personal safety and his appearance could no longer be guaranteed. Lu Chaoga recalled the face of Master Chunkyishan. Those sharp eyes seemed to stare directly at him from across the room. He thought, the #1 expert of the 8th realm of the Scarred Path, Saint Master Chunkyishan, is one of the 4 greatest experts of the current era, and also the world's strongest old pervert. Jiang Xinyan spoke up promptly, interrupting Lu Chaoga's thoughts and anxieties. She said, Senior brother, you don't need to worry too much. Although the Saint Master is lustful, he merely loves beauty. Furthermore, he desires to pursue beauty to the extreme. She took Lu Chaoga's arm and continued. He won't do anything too outrageous. Just as Jiang Xinyan was trying to lighten the mood, Pei Qianqian continuously launched a psychological attack against Lu Chaoga, teasing, Yes. But Master's bad habit is that when he sees something beautiful, he just can't hold back. She stopped short of saying more, seemingly wanting to leave Lu Chaoga more bewildered and worried. Worry still clouded Lu Chaoga's handsome face. He asked curiously, wanting to know what he couldn't hold back from doing. Pei Qianqian, with a slightly mischievous look and smile, just stared at him like that. She then continued. He can't hold back from making beautiful things even more beautiful, even more perfect. She continued to explain, making it easier for him to imagine. For example, Martial Aunt Jiang. Master makes her change into all sorts of different dresses. Pei Qianqian's example was highly effective. A series of beautiful images immediately flashed through Lu Chaoga's mind. Jiang Xinyan wearing various alluring dresses, highlighting her perfectly proportioned figure, which further enhanced her charming demeanor. Lu Chaoga couldn't help but blush intensely, and even started bleeding from the nose. Because the beauty was truly captivating, he thought shyly. With Xinyan's figure, paired with all sorts of different dresses, does it even need to be said? Following that, Jiang Xinyan opened her mouth and scolded, Shut up, causing the mischievous Pei Qianqian to instantly fall silent. He had to show some restraint and stopped speaking. Lu Chaoga's face was now burning red like a ripe tomato, unable to cool down for a long time. Pei Qianqian puffed up her cheeks, pouting as she said to Jiang Xinyan, What does that matter? I'm used to it anyway. Didn't Master also make me wear all kinds of dresses? In all sorts of styles. Hearing Pei Qianqian say this, Lu Chaoga secretly glanced at her, thinking, Does Pei Qianqian have to wear all kinds of dresses too? As soon as he thought this, the image of Pei Qianqian immediately appeared in his mind, wearing a captivating outfit. Those tight clothes highlighted her charming figure. He imagined the scene, thinking, What score would I give this outfit? Next, Lu Chaoga asked Pei Qianqian to change into another outfit, and he praised her vigorously. Like this. Won't she utterly mesmerize those little princes at the nightclub? He couldn't deny Pei Qianqian's alluring and tempting appearance. Finally, Pei Qianqian appeared wearing a secretary outfit, looking especially striking. Lu Chaoga couldn't find any words to describe it, only thinking. One word: spicy. He tried hard to regain his composure, stopping himself from thinking about those illusory images. Lu Chaoga raised his hand and pretended to cough a few times, thinking, How can a man's mind constantly be occupied by such things? I need to achieve great things. Such as. Lu Chaoga suddenly turned around and looked behind him. In the scene, Jiang Xinyan was wearing a white shirt, paired with a pure white short skirt. The Aline skirt hugged her body tightly, and she was looking at him with a provocative expression. Lu Chaoga's face immediately flushed bright red after seeing this precious sight. Red. He was terrified he might not be able to stop himself from getting a nosebleed like last time. He thought in shock. Oh no, the brain has a mind of its own. Although he tried hard not to think about it, his brain seemed unwilling to obey. Seeing Lu Chaoga continually looking at her with that expression, Jiang Xinyan, who was wearing casual clothes, asked him suspiciously, Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga snapped out of it as if startled awake and regained his senses. He pretended to cough a few times to cover his embarrassment, then said to Jiang Xinyan, I understand now. The Holy Master simply loves beautiful things. He continued, it is human nature to appreciate beauty. So it's no big deal. Seeing Lu Chaoga say these words so calmly, Jiang Xinyan felt relieved and said, I'm glad you understand. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga smiled awkwardly, but secretly pondered deep down. Of course I understand. The Holy Master is practically a fashion and beauty influencer. Suddenly, because of this conversation, Lu Chaoga remembered that Jiang Xinyan had worn a dress once. Wearing an elegant white dress, she was charming and captivating, as if thousands of men in the world were moved by her. He secretly thought, it just hit me, Xinyan doesn't actually like wearing dresses. But she wore one that time. Then he gently turned around, smiled slightly at Jiang Xinyan and said meaningfully, Xinyan, you actually look very beautiful in a dress. Hearing Lu Chaoga's sudden compliment, Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but blush. She looked at Lu Chaoga in surprise, unsure how to respond. Night gradually fell, enveloping the entire small town. The daytime hustle and bustle of the town had vanished, gradually settling into peace. After experiencing a small interlude, Lu Chaoga and his party were not in a hurry to travel, but decided to stay at an inn in this town to rest for the night. He was sitting in a small room. Although it was late, Lu Chaoga was still awake. He was reviewing information, thinking, as expected, on the forums. There are quite a few explosive posts concerning the death of Wu Rou. Judging by the corpses, this method of being drained and dying by having the life force sucked out. Indeed, only a Yao Xiu could be capable of doing it. After all, besides the Yao Xiu, no one can drain a person so completely. This manner of death is far too mysterious. Lu Chaoga continued to ponder. Tianjitao is currently playing the role of the victim. But is that truly the reality? Suddenly a sound came from outside the door. A gentle knocking. It was only then that Lu Chaoga, who was inside the room, spoke, come in. Even though Lu Chaoga had agreed to let the person outside enter, the person remained stationary in front of the door, refusing to show their face. Lu Chaoga felt puzzled and asked, why don't you come in? Hearing the person inside ask again, the person who had knocked slowly and hesitantly walked in. A lovely face appeared, long hair and skin, fair with a rosy glow, cheeks and lips competing to see which was redder. It was none other than Jiang Xinyan. Only the clothes she was wearing at that moment were different from her usual attire. It was a delicate white dress. She shyly spoke his name, Chaoga. Lu Chaoga. Upon seeing Jiang Xinyan looking so beautiful, he couldn't help but be surprised. His gaze was fixed on her and he thought to himself, she took my words to heart. I'd never seen her wear this type of dress even when we lived together for many years. In the previous life, Jiang Xinyan spoke, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Do I look a little strange? She looked away shyly as she spoke. Seeing that she remained standing, Lu Chaoga patted the spot next to him and said, come sit. Jiang Xinyan only replied softly, mm. Under the dim light, Jiang Xinyan's slender figure was further highlighted by the dress she wore. Her shy expression was so delicate it invoked a protective urge. When he saw Jiang Xinyan caring so much about his words, Lu Chaoga, delighted, told the blushing girl in front of him, it's beautiful, truly beautiful. Just Lu Chaoga's few compliments made Jiang Xinyan blush. Suddenly his arm went around Jiang Xinyan's waist. This sudden touch made Jiang Xinyan jump slightly in surprise. Then Lu Chaoga seized the opportunity to pull her into his embrace. Jiang Xinyan shyly nestled against him. The atmosphere became very intimate. Jiang Xinyan then whispered to him, wearing a dress really is inconvenient. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga told her, just be yourself. I like whatever you wear. But you do look exceptionally beautiful today. These sweet words from Lu Chaoga finally made Jiang Xinyan smile. Leaning in his arms, Jiang Xinyan asked Chaoga, you have a lot of things you want to do, don't you? Is that right? She then moved away from his firm shoulder and looked up, gazing straight at him. This greatly surprised Lu Chaoga. She was worrying about him internally. He has been in contact with the Yaoxiu Soul Jade too much, and sometimes he seems distracted. Jiang Xinyan recalled past events again. She worried silently. Back then I felt he didn't belong in this world at all. I'm afraid that one day he will truly vanish from this world. Lu Chaoga also spoke after a moment of silence. I certainly have many things I want to do and must do. But before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by Jiang Xinyan's slender finger. She spoke to him in an enigmatic way. Chaoga, you don't need to tell me too much. But internally she thought a great deal. You don't need to say anything, just do what you want to do. I will always stand by your side. In a place called Qingzhou, a majestic scene of clouds and sky stretched out, presenting itself boundlessly before their eyes. The tall mountains seemed to be shrouded in mist. Only the peaks were faintly visible. Within this vast expanse 2 people were present. The 4 divine swords of Qingzhou. The sight of the first and the second walking side by side, regardless of the circumstances, is enough to shock anyone. Ji Changkong is currently traveling with a person whom the world simultaneously calls the first and the second. After all, when the 2 appear together, it signifies overwhelming power, unbeatable and invincible. That stern-looking man, slightly younger than Ji Changkong, is his senior brother. He spoke. When we go to Momin this time, will we be able to see Lu Chaoga? Hearing this, Ji Changkong replied, well, I can't guarantee that. Regarding the whereabouts of that disciple, even I, his master, don't know. He continued fiddling with the ring in his hand and said, but senior brother, the sect master was truly generous this time. I really didn't expect that. He would actually bestow that kid a sword testing stone. Ji Changkong's senior brother smiled slightly and replied, a sword testing stone can help disciples refine their sword techniques and sharpen their sword chi, which is very beneficial for Momin. He continued, the sect master's move was indeed grand this time. After all, one sword testing stone can be used for centuries. Having said that, the senior brother concluded, the sect master truly labors hard. However, he thought to himself, that divine artifact came back to life, sharing an almost father-son bond with him. But now it has died again. I fear he has developed a serious knot in his heart. But even so, he still gifted the sword testing stone to Momin, something only the top 50 sects are qualified to possess. The burden on his shoulders is no lighter than mine. Ji Changkong turned his head and continued, if we still can't see Lu Chaoga this time, will you be disappointed, senior brother? Hearing his junior brother Ji Changkong ask this, he hesitated greatly, thinking to himself, will I not see him? My sword intent and his could be considered soulmates. My daughter also spent some time in Momin. I even saw Momin disciple Yang Shou with senior Luo. This strange twist of fate is simply ineffable. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Changkong's senior brother spoke. No, because we will meet eventually. And so, both elders revealed a faint smile, containing countless thoughts. Suddenly Ji Changkong looked at his senior brother with surprise, thinking, senior brother means what he hopes for is to confront Lu Chaoga. He then interrupted his train of thought and continued to ponder. The image of his senior brother and Lu Chaoga, confronting each other with tense expressions, surfaced in Ji Changkong's subconscious. He stroked his beard with his hand, thinking, reuniting at the peak of the way of the sword, how infuriating. Why am I always just slightly inferior to senior brother? Although these were his inner thoughts, Ji Changkong's frustrated emotions were clearly visible on his face. He, Fromm, looked at his senior brother and panted heavily like a bull. He dared not say it aloud, so he continued to mutter to himself, always lagging by just that little bit. I'm furious. Having said that, Ji Changkong continued, speaking to the person beside him. Once we arrive at Momin, senior brother, you must give little pair some good guidance. Ji Changkong's senior brother was surprised by his suggestion. He added, you mustn't hold anything back. You must treat that girl like you treat Yue and Nanwei. Hearing this elderly man speak so casually, Ji Changkong's senior brother couldn't help but laugh, saying, I am also quite curious about this little pair, since she is your disciple, junior brother. She is essentially my disciple too. After speaking, he wondered if he had said the wrong thing again. It seems junior brother is unhappy again. It was clear that he cared deeply about his junior brother Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong immediately accelerated and flew off, leaving his senior brother far behind. His voice grew fainter. Fly faster. Why are you so slow? Seeing his junior brother throwing such a tantrum, Gue Changkong's senior brother could only sigh in response. Come on, come on. After a long journey, they arrived at Momin. They finally reached Dankingshan of Momin. It looked incredibly majestic, exuding a strange charm. Reaching its peak, a massive mountain protected by a huge formation array at its front. Momin's senior, Gue Changkong's senior brother, was also surprised. Marveling at the appearance of Momin, he stopped before the array and said, "This mountain protecting array is certainly interesting." Gue Changkong chuckled in response when he heard this. This mountain protecting grand array was set up jointly by my two disciples. Xializi mainly controlled the complete array, preventing others from easily trespassing. He continued, and the strange mist enveloping the formation is the trace left by Chaoga. Gue Changkong's senior brother smiled kindly upon hearing this and said, "So that's how it is. It seems both of your disciples are true prodigies." Gue Changkong listened, blinking playfully, and said to his senior brother, "Doesn't that boy named you understand array formations?" Gue Changkong's question caused his senior brother to answer somewhat awkwardly. Precisely. You certainly doesn't understand this aspect. His knowledge in this area is not as extensive as Xializi's." But Gue Changkong didn't say much more. Instead, he took out a token from his person. He said happily, "Found it, we can go in now." Gue Changkong's senior brother felt puzzled. So he said to him, "Junior brother, with your strength, if you wanted to enter, you absolutely wouldn't let those younger disciples notice, right? Why go through the trouble?" Gue Changkong immediately raised the token in his hand, pointing it toward the array set up by his two disciples. A huge circular passage appeared in the center of the array. The token also emitted a streak of dazzling light. Only then did Gue Changkong answer his senior brother's question. "Xializi is extremely cautious. She doesn't like being startled. Senior brother, come closer to me and release some of your aura. Don't let Xializi fail to notice anything at all." After hearing his junior brother, Gue Changkong, say this, the senior brother smiled knowingly. He thought to himself, "Junior brother truly dotes on this disciple." Inside Momin, Lu Dong, Li was observing her young disciple Xiao Qiu practicing. After a round of diligent practice, Xiao Qiu excitedly asked Lu Dongli, "Master, how has my swordsmanship progressed today?" Seeing how much Xiao Qiu had progressed, Lu Dongli, instead of praising her, was utterly surprised and helpless, thinking, "It's over. Xiao Qiu is completely ruined. How can she look like she was carved from the same mold now?" She continued thinking senior brother's strange habit is contagious. But then Lu Dongli keenly sensed something unusual. She immediately turned alertly towards that direction, thinking, "Someone has entered using the token." Without further thought, upon realizing someone had entered, Momin Lu Dongli immediately grabbed Xiao Qiu's hand and quickly ran off. Although Xiao Qiu still looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening, Lu Dongli pulled Xiao Qiu along happily, thinking it's senior brother. Senior brother is back. Lu Dongli here thought her senior brother Lu Chaoga had returned. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiu thought miserably. Xiao Qiu wasn't finished talking yet. When she arrived at the sect entrance, it wasn't her senior brother who had arrived, but her master Gue Changkong, along with his senior brother. He happily waved and greeted her. "Xializi, I've come to visit you." Seeing this, Lu Dongli immediately stepped forward to greet them, bowing to the people. Before her, "Greetings, master and senior." Upon seeing the senior figure accompanying master Gue Changkong, Lu Dongli couldn't help but wonder. A senior this time, master. A senior this time, master. Wasn't it the one senior brother you often mention? After Xiao Qiu saw Gue Changkong, she didn't panic and hide behind Lu Dongli. Instead, she loudly said, "Isn't this grandpa scoundrel?" As the little girl spoke, she recalled memories of playing with Gue Changkong in the past. He always had something witty on his lips, teased her, grabbed Xiao Qiu's cute braids and called her Short-handed ghost, short-legged ghost. Xiao Qiu immediately put her hands on her hips and said seriously, "It's fun to play with Grandpa Scoundrel. But if we play for too long, Xiao Qiu will get mad." The little girl then added, "Xiao Qiu is going home." Seeing the adorable Xiao Qiu about to turn and leave, Gue Changkong immediately bent down jokingly, blocked her way and said, "Where do you think you're going? You have to play with Grandpa today." After saying this, he turned around, stroked his beard, and triumphantly said to his senior brother, "How about that? My disciple isn't bad, right?" But when Lu Donli greeted Gue Changkong's senior brother, he felt confused, thinking, this little girl. Afterward he cast his doubts aside, and greeted them happily as well, saying to Gue Changkong, "Your disciple really is impressive, junior brother." Hearing this, Gue Changkong felt extremely happy and proud. He continued thinking, the small Mo sect has actually produced a dragon and a phoenix. What talents! As for Lu Donli, when she heard this elder address Master Gue Changkong as junior brother, she immediately thought in surprise, calling Master junior brother, doesn't that mean? Finally, Gue Changkong introduced his senior brother to his disciple, Lu Donli. "This is my senior martial uncle whom I rarely mention to you." Senior martial uncle. Hearing her master speak so pompously, she felt helpless, thinking, but he mentions him all the time. Although she thought this, Lu Donli quickly maintained her etiquette and greeted him. Donli respectfully greets senior martial uncle the Sword Venerate. After giving a gentle greeting, Lu Donli secretly glanced up, thinking, Lord Sword Venerate stands at the pinnacle of the sword path. Yet he personally came to our tiny Mo sect. This is unbelievable. Master is truly clueless. Afterward she looked at her master with bullet-like eyes, containing a sense of blame. Gue Changkong felt that gaze and was stunned by his disciple's look. He was taken aback. He secretly wondered, where did I offend my dear disciple this time? The Sword Venerate not only showed Lu Donli a kindly smile but also waved at Xiao Qiu. The little girl also thought curiously, he is the Sword Venerate. To resolve her own doubts, Xiao Qiu asked innocently, "Are you really the Sword Venerate?" But her expression was full of doubt. The little girl even felt that this scholar-looking man wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from her. What a naive child. Seeing the cute little one ask this way, the Sword Venerate smiled softly and replied yes. His smile was very kind, bringing a warm feeling to the person opposite him. He perceived something about Xiao Qiu and thought, this child's aptitude, even if placed in the sword sect, would still be considered exceptional talent. After receiving confirmation from the Sword Venerate, Xiao Qiu put her hands on her hips, assumed a very dignified posture, like a miniature adult smiling, and excitedly announced, "My name is Xiao Qiu." Her appearance made Lu Donli utterly dumbfounded. Lu Donli immediately shouted loudly, "Xiao Qiu, don't be rude, come over here." But the little girl remained happy, playfully fiddling with the ornaments on the Sword Venerate's robes. Gue Changkong's senior brother immediately spoke up to defend little Xiao Qiu. "It's fine, this child is full of spiritual energy. Her future achievements will be limitless." Hearing the Sword Venerate praise her this way, Xiao Qiu looked up at the Sword Venerate happily and asked, "So can Xiao Qiu become even stronger than you?" Seeing this petite girl ask such a question, the Sword Venerable was also a bit surprised. But he didn't show this surprise for too long. The Sword Venerable happily asked Xiao Qiu again, "Why do you want to be stronger than me?" However, the cute Xiao Qiu didn't hesitate and loudly replied, "Because martial uncle Sect Leader said that from the moment he picked up his sword, he knew that he was the head of the Sword Dao, the number one in the world." The little girl continued, "And I, Xiao Qiu, want to become someone as powerful as martial uncle Sect Leader." Hearing Xiao Qiu's uninhibited and innocent words, Lu Donli felt like crying but had no tears left toward the little girl Xiao Qiu. Her frustration made her feel completely disheartened. She thought painfully, where is a hole in the ground? I really want to crawl into a crack in the earth and never come out. Big brother is also really strange. Why does he always spout nonsense in front of children? Along with Xiao Qiu's liveliness and mischief, both seniors were very happy. The Sword Venerable turned and asked his junior martial brother, "Ji Changkong, doesn't she sound just like him?" Ji Changkong maintained his old habit, raising a hand to stroke his beard, and replied, "She does." Lu Chaojia's awe-inspiring image holding the long sword, coupled with his famous line, "From the moment I picked up the sword, I became the head of the sword Dao, the number one in the world." The sword venerable also couldn't help but say with admiration, "It is truly uncanny." Perhaps it was similar to that youth who also possessed an upright appearance, and the phrase "we were born for the sword Dao." Ji Changkong had to admit it, thinking internally, "Exactly, she's exactly like us when we were young." Seeing that Lu Dongli was still standing motionless, Ji Changkong immediately coughed a few times to get her attention. He thought just now, this obedient disciple got angry at him. She must be upset about something. Ji Changkong then turned his head and asked his senior martial brother, "The sword venerable, why haven't you taken out the gift yet? Where is the introductory gift?" Hearing his junior martial brother's reminder, the sword venerable immediately remembered, "Let me look." But he thought inwardly, junior martial brother clearly didn't notify me beforehand at all. Seeing the sword venerable hastily searching all over his body for the introductory gift, just as Ji Changkong had said, Lu Dongli was immediately surprised, thinking, "Master often said that the sword venerable was nothing in front of him. I didn't expect it to be true." The sword venerable thought helplessly, "What should I take out so that junior martial brother won't scold me?" It turned out he was afraid that his junior martial brother would get angry. The sword venerable continued thinking, "If I give too much, giving more than junior martial brother will also earn me a scolding. If I give too little and junior martial brother is unhappy, he'll also be scolded." Seeing that his senior martial brother was slow to take out the gift, Ji Changkong said, "Don't you have the life-death pill? Take it out." Hearing this, the sword venerable was immediately delighted. The sword venerable said happily, Good, martial niece Dongli, take it." He thought it's great that junior martial brother could directly specify the gift. This way I won't be scolded by junior martial brother again. Lu Dongli happily received the gift from the senior, and said, "Dongli, thanks martial uncle." She thought, another life-death pill. Now I have two. She looked at the sword venerable's gift happily, thinking, if I share one with big brother this time, he shouldn't refuse again, right? Then Lu Dongli put on a nonchalant expression, thinking, if he refuses again I'm going to get angry. As the most cautious girl who feared death, she was even more afraid of something happening to her big brother. Ji Changkong said, "Xiao Lizi, aren't you going to invite your martial uncle and me in for a seat?" Hearing this, Lu Dongli quickly said apologetically, "That was rude of me." Having said that, she led them into the Mo sect. "Master martial uncle, please follow me." Upon entering the Mo sect's interior, they realized how vast it truly was. Tall pagodas gradually began to appear. The sword venerable praised the Mo sect's main hall as magnificent and truly exceptional. No wonder it could foster this pair of siblings. Hearing his senior martial brother's praise, did Gue Changkong say that? The four people entered a spacious room, so they could continue their conversation. However, this room only looked spacious because it was devoid of any furniture or clutter. Jianzun sat down looking troubled and thought, this is truly crude. Seeing the unusual expression on his senior brother's face, Gue Changkong immediately leaned in and whispered into his ear, "The Mo men's sect has long since declined. It relies entirely on my disciple and Chaoga to sustain it." Gue Changkong continued in a low voice, "The sect elder is less than 20 years old, and the sect master is only 20. Senior brother, where have you seen a situation like this? For these two children to have come this far, it was much harder than either of us imagined." Hearing his junior brother explain so clearly, Jianzun understood and replied softly, "Since the creation of Baojian Peak, the Lu brothers have been truly exceptional. Junior brother, your legacy has a successor." Gue Changkong then continued, "Do I really need you to tell me that?" Lu Dongli immediately spoke up and suggested, "Master senior martial uncle, let me prepare tea for the two of you." But Gue Changkong spoke up to stop her. "Lu Dongli, sit down. You don't need to make tea." Lu Dongli instantly felt confused. Gue Changkong continued, leaving Lu Dongli and Xiao Chou completely baffled. "Don't you like drinking tea, senior brother? You can sit and drink tea alone. For 2 whole hours, go make it yourself." Lu Dongli thought resignedly, "Master, can you listen to what you're saying? That is Jianzun. Xiao Qiu standing nearby was also astonished. Grandpa Jianzun. Is he really going to listen to mischievous grandpa? Following this, Jianzun actually stood up and said, "Little Lizzie, no need to be polite. I'll handle it myself." Jianzun's casual action made Lu Dongli and Xiao Qiu incredibly surprised. Lord Jianzun actually went to make tea himself. Xiao Qiu also thought Grandpa Jianzun really listened to mischievous grandpa. Seeing this, Lu Dongli also stood up and said, "Senior Marshal Uncle Jianzun, please have a seat." Jianzun also gestured for her to sit. Suddenly, Jianzun started to worry because Gui Changkong was looking at him with a displeased expression. Jianzun was helpless, so he gestured toward Lu Dongli and pointed at Gui Changkong, wearing a look of utter resignation, which also made Lu Dongli feel powerless. So Jianzun finished brewing the tea. He poured the tea and invited junior brother Gui Changkong have some tea. Seeing that Jianzun was required to do this, Xiao Qiu felt confused, thinking, didn't they say Grandpa Jianzun was the #1 person in the world? How come? It looks like mischievous grandpa is the more formidable one. After Jianzun had finished everything, he finally spoke. "There is no need for formality today, let the disciples waiting outside come in." Following this, Lu Dongli waved her hand and said, "Everyone come in." This was addressed to a group of people standing silently outside the door. The 3 people who had been standing outside slowly walked in. When he saw the remaining disciples of Mo Men, Jianzun thought in surprise, "Oh, the disciples of Mo Men are indeed all eccentric." The 3 people were in order, hiding Ma Dongfang and Luo Bing. The 3 bowed in unison, "Greetings, Lord Jianzun." Lu Dongli then introduced them, "Senior Marshal Uncle. This is Hiding, my brother's only disciple. This is Luo Bing, my primary disciple. This is Ma Dongfang, also my disciple." After listening to the brief introduction of the 3, Jianzun finally looked at Ma Dongfang and said, "Your destiny is somewhat strange." Ma Dongfang was surprised by Jianzun's comment. Meeting for the first time, he thought, truly worthy of being Lord Jianzun. He saw through my destiny with a single glance. Suddenly he recalled that when he was young, Lu Chaoga had also once said to him, "Why is your destiny a little strange?" Ma Dongfang recalled Jianzun's words just now, thinking Sect Master Senior Uncle said the same thing. Furthermore, his own luck truly fluctuated between good and bad. When his luck was bad, he always faced life-threatening danger. Ma Dongfang recalled a time when he caught a gigantic fish with many sharp fangs and almost devoured you. Next was the time you picked up a large sack of gold. The gleam of the gold bars illuminated your young face, making Dongfang think, "When luck is good, it feels like I am heaven's favored child." Sword Venerable continued, "Although you have abundant destiny luck, Qiyun, you haven't fully absorbed it yet. Therefore sometimes you suffer a backlash from your destiny." Then he thought, "Since ancient times few have possessed great destiny. I never expected to meet someone like this here in the Mo Gate." Gui Changkong also said, puzzled, "Destiny, how come I couldn't see that?" Sword Venerable replied, "If junior brother's cultivation level were to advance another realm, I presume you would be able to see it then." This comment from senior brother made Gui Changkong displeased, and he leaned close to his face and said, "So senior brother, are you mocking my low cultivation level?" Seeing this, Sword Venerable quickly explained, I wouldn't dare." To appease his junior brother's anger, Sword Venerable continued, "Come now junior brother, have some tea. Seeing this, Gui Changkong asked further, "Since senior brother can perceive destiny, is there any way to resolve it and prevent the backlash?" Hearing that there was a solution, Dongfang immediately thought in surprise, "If there really is a solution, then I won't have bad luck anymore." So Sword Venerable slowly sipped his tea and said, "There is a solution, but it's unnecessary." Hearing Sword Venerable's answer, Dongfang asked disappointed, But Gui Changkong also didn't understand what his senior brother meant, so he scoffed. "Speak plainly." Sword Venerable decided to explain. "The solution is to strip away a portion of the destiny on him, and then scatter it into the heavens and earth." He continued, "When the destiny he bears is no longer too heavy, naturally he won't suffer a backlash." But then Sword Venerable waved his hand and told Dongfang, "But it's unnecessary. Before long, you will naturally absorb this destiny." Hearing Sword Venerable's certainty, not only did Dongfang look surprised, but Lu Donli was as well. He thought, so my unpredictable luck, sometimes good and sometimes bad, is because my body is carrying this destiny. Meanwhile, Lu Donli secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing brother isn't here. Otherwise, Lu Donli then imagined his brother hearing this news, and what he would say. Of course you possess great destiny. How else could you have met me, a chosen one of heaven? He would then burst into laughter. Thinking of this, Lu Donli found it unbearable. However, Gue Changkong then spoke to his senior brother again. Senior brother, you said before long. How long exactly? Can you be more specific? Sword Venerable fell silent, but sensing all eyes were focused on him with anticipation, Sword Venerable smiled and said that there was no specific timetable for this matter. It could be tomorrow, it could be a few years, or it could be even longer. After hearing Sword Venerable's vague answer, Dongfang also thought with hope. It seems whether I can absorb this destiny will ultimately depend on me, Gue Changkong mocked. It seems there are things even you don't know. Sword Venerable heard this and humbly replied, that is natural. Among all the matters in the world, how can anyone know everything? Gue Changkong restlessly pointed at Luo Bing and said, then take a look at that child. Is there anything unusual about her? Sword Venerable subconsciously looked toward Luo Bing too. Towards Luo Bing, pointed at, she felt somewhat confused, thinking, my talent is worse than Xiao Qiu's, but higher than junior brother Mo's. But now junior brother Mo possesses great destiny. She thought, worried and sad. In this Mo gate I am the only mediocre one. Luo Bing thought of her dark past, pondering, lowly background, of mediocre aptitude. Aside from having some beauty, there is truly nothing special about her. Seeing that Luo Bing was a little worried, Sword Venerable said softly, no need to be nervous. Let me ask you, do you remember where you were born? At this moment Lu Donli heard Sword Venerable ask this and couldn't help but look at Luo Bing, thinking, my brother and I redeemed Luo Bing from a brothel, worried that she might recall painful memories. We have never asked her about this. Luo Bing, where exactly you came from we don't know either. Luo Bing replied, I don't remember. She then secretly thought, since I can remember, I have been in the brothel in Zhaoli County, and was subsequently trained by the madam herself. Then when I was 13, I met young Master Ji who bought me. Luo Bing pondered sadly. Since my parents already sold me into a brothel, why should I miss them? She hated her family. Thinking of her fellow disciples in the Momin sect, she thought, anyway, I have a new home now, and I have people who value me as family. After saying this, she showed a blissful smile. Sword Venerable said, is that so? Then he instructed, if you get the chance, you may choose a day to visit the White Deer Forest in Luzhou. Perhaps something there is waiting for you. Ji Changkong spoke up, are you messing with people again? Words appeared on Sword Venerable's face. Junior brother, don't scold me, he continued. This matter relates to a secret concerning an old friend. And it is concerning my old friend. Moreover, I am only guessing, so I cannot be explicit. Ji Changkong thought, an old friend, something like this in Luzhou. At this moment Luo Bing felt puzzled. The White Deer Forest in Luzhou. Luzhou is one of the 4 great prefectures of the Tianqian realm, a place I have never been to. Suddenly Sword Venerable asked, you are? Ji Changkong answered for him, he is Lu Qiao's only true disciple. His name is Hiding. Sword Venerable repeated in surprise. Hiding you? Sword Venerable noticed that Hiding's entire body was enveloped in a shroud of black mist. He thought with astonishment and suspicion, this boy has black chi ascending to the heavens. Moreover, this boy's 4th realm cultivation is surprisingly high. Everything he possesses is incompatible with his 4th realm cultivation, yet his actual realm has already surpassed the 4th realm. He looked at Hiding, thinking, besides, I remember little Lizzie introduced him before, but I couldn't recall it immediately, requiring my junior brother to remind me. This weak sense of presence is also abnormal. After thinking for a long time, Sword Venerable spoke up. Indeed, there is something strange about you. Come here. Hiding obediently sat down. Sword Venerable told him to close his eyes and quiet his mind. Hiding thought, will this most senior figure in Xingzhou see the secret of my true form? The worried expression on his face deepened as he thought. Will he know about me absorbing soul jades? Will this implicate Master? Sword Venerable then withdrew his hand. And said done seeing this hiding asked doubtfully. It's over he continued thinking. It seems. He didn't discover the secret of the soul jades. Sword Venerable said your physique is extremely peculiar. Furthermore when I used the aura observation technique just now, I discovered that you have black chi ascending to the heavens. Hearing this everyone was greatly shocked. Luo Bing exclaimed black chi ascending to the heavens. Lu Dongli also thought black chi ascending to the heavens. Hiding also thought black chi ascending to the heavens is that a form of fate luck too. Little Chior also asked in surprise. What is black chi ascending to the heavens, can I eat it? Lu Dongli secretly thought. Elder brother once said that hiding was described by others as having a profound demonic root. Could it be that martial uncle Sword Venerable saw through it today? Luo Bing also worried senior brother hiding is a good person. He's definitely not a bad person black chi ascending to the heavens. Lu Dongli thought martial uncle Sword Venerable. How will you deal with the Hei Ting? Then Gue Chongkong tapped the table. He said the tea is gone. Sword Sovereign immediately stood up and said, refill my junior brother's cup. Aura reading technique. Aura reading technique. I told you since you were young not to indulge in such useless things. Gue Chongkong looked on speaking. He glanced around and everyone was a riot of colors. I ask you purple aura. Red aura black aura what is the meaning of these things? You yourself can't clearly explain it. You just use it to distinguish good from bad that's all. The Sword Sovereign replied. It's nothing a black aura soaring to the sky. That's just a black aura soaring to the sky. This is just a mysterious flow of energy. Simply unexplainable. No one can explain it clearly. Lu Dongli thought fortunately martial uncle Sword Sovereign didn't do anything. Gue Chongkong said. Drink your tea stop rambling. Go and do your own things. You don't need to accompany us two old men anymore. Xiao Lizi you just stay here. Let him give you some pointers in a bit. Gue Chongkong said. Although he is not as good as me at teaching disciples, he is the Sword Sovereign nonetheless. Listen carefully, it won't hurt you. Lu Dongli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master is boasting shamelessly again. At this moment Lu Chaoga still didn't know that the Sword Sovereign, one of the 4 strongest experts, had arrived at Momin. Otherwise he would certainly worry about what Xiao Aoming was offering in the tomb. Being discovered by the Sword Sovereign, the 3 of them including Lu Chaoga were still traveling. He thought well reach Spring and Autumn Mountain tomorrow. A map materialized to guide the direction. Lu Chaoga thought. As soon as I think of Spring and Autumn Mountain, many things from my previous life come to mind. For instance, Spring and Autumn Mountain is actually a sect dominated by females. He recalled his previous life thinking. All the senior sisters are beautiful and powerful. Simply a paradise on earth. He continued thinking. After all, the founding master of Spring and Autumn Mountain was also a woman. And all generations of holy masters have been women. He covered his mouth shyly. However, the women here, each of them is a bit eccentric due to the unique nature of their cultivation methods. Lu Chaoga was shocked recalling his previous life. Although I can't elaborate completely, there are indeed many unusual things about Spring and Autumn Mountain. Unknowingly, I started rhyming. But for some reason the cultivation technique of Spring and Autumn Mountain is very suitable for women. In the extreme north there are not many disciples. If the population flourished like the Sword Sect, then the entire northern prefecture would be strange. Just then Pei Chanshan spoke. Martial Uncle Lu, we are almost at Spring and Autumn Mountain. Then she thought again. If he meets Martial Uncle Xiang's old acquaintances, will your Martial Uncle Xiang be nervous? Pei Chanshan's expression turned sly. She thought Martial Uncle Xiang is known in the sect as a notoriously cold person, and also the youngest sword cultivator in Qingzhou, the cool exquisite beauty atop the ice mountain, a person on whom everyone places great hopes. What will he look like when he's nervous? Lu Chaoga cheerfully replied, I know. Pei Chanshan didn't expect him to be so calm, but the Jiang Xinyan beside him was extremely nervous. She thought again. Wait, that's not right. Why is Martial Uncle Xiang so nervous? Lu Chaoga turned around and spoke to Jiang Xinyan. It's nothing. Only then did Jiang Xinyan calmly reply, Pei Pei Qianqian continued thinking. Martial Uncle Xiang is going to be stuck forever. Lu Chaoga said this is spring and autumn mountain right. Suddenly Pei Qianqian shouted loudly ah. Spring and autumn mountain majestically appeared before them. Pei Qianqian. Martial Uncle said ah, we've arrived. Pei Qianqian opened her mouth and said, Martial Uncle Lu, please wait a moment, I will go open the mountain protection formation and escort you inside first. But Lu Chaoga replied, no need, I am a guest. Since he is a guest we must observe the proper formalities. Pei Qianqian was stunned. He stood before the expansive gate of Mount Chuanxiu. Suddenly Lu Chaoga cupped his hands. Lu Chaoga of the MO plan here for my first visit. The voice echoed throughout Mount Chuanxiu. Lu Chaoga of the MO plan here for my first visit. Lu Chaoga of the MO plan here for my first visit. The people below excitedly said, Lu Chaoga is here. Did he return with Martial Ant Xiang? Lu Chaoga is Lu Chaoga of the MO clan in Qingzhou. The sect leader once pursued Martial Ant Xiang. Is something going to happen to Martial Ant Xiang? Suddenly everyone covered the mouth of the person who said that. You spilled the beans. If the sect leader finds out, you won't get any delicious food. A residence appeared. A report came through. Lu Chaoga of the MO plan here for my first visit. Inside a magnificent palace a voice was heard. MO clan's Lu Chaoga has come to visit the mountain. The nervous-looking person thought. Has he finally arrived? Lu Donli was practicing. Lu Donli said, Donli thanks Sword Venerable Martial Uncle for the guidance. Sword Venerable replied just as junior brother said. Little Li's comprehension is very high. She learns immediately upon teaching. Ji Changkong continued. Well, look whose disciple she is. Lu Donli thought. Honestly speaking, regarding guidance on the way of the sword Venerable Martial Uncle is indeed more impressive than master. Every explanation is easy to understand, leading to profound realization. The gains today are truly massive. Lu Donli continued thinking. Is this the sword venerable, the pinnacle of the way of the sword? Lu Donli pondered internally. If master knew what I was thinking right now, he would probably faint from anger. Moreover, he might very well fight Sword Venerable Martial Uncle for 300 rounds. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle said. Little Li. We also brought a reward this time. It is from the sword sect for your brother. Lu Donli replied, ha. Sword Venerable said Lu Chaoga executed the wicked and eliminated evil, killing the rogue disciple Qin Shi. The sword sect leader specifically rewarded the MO clan with a sword testing stone. Lu Donli continued. The sword sect leader rewarded the MO clan. Lu Donli thought. Chen Shi, whom brother killed, was exactly the sword sect leader's personal direct disciple. If it were an ordinary person, not only would they not receive a reward, they would probably face retaliation from the sword sect. Lu Donli continued thinking. This sword testing stone is likely the result of Master Martial Uncle and Ningyi working hard behind the scenes. Lu Donli replied, Donli thanks Master and Martial Uncle. Sword Venerable said, I know absolutely nothing about this matter. All the effort was put in by your master. Sword Venerable thought. Finally a chance to compliment junior brother. Ji Changkong stroked his beard and chuckled inwardly. Ha ha. This senior brother occasionally knows how to do something useful. I guess he gets some credit, Ji Changkong said. Little Li, am not favoring anyone. It's your brother Chaoga, who handles things quickly and has a firm Dao heart. Ji Changkong continued. Since this lad left the mountain, he probably hasn't returned to the MO clan even once, right? Lu Donli said, yes, he doesn't miss home at all. Ji Changkong replied. Then there are certainly some things you don't know yet. Do you know what he said when he killed Chen Shi? Lu Donli replied, what did he say? Lu Donli thought. Actually I know, but I still want to hear it. Ji Changkong said. He said my conscience is clear, if I killed him I killed him. Ji Changkong continued. Haha, I like that, it suits my temper and nature perfectly. The girl with purple hair and a pair of round blue eyes. Her name is Lu Donli. Her complexion looked very rosy at the moment. She smiled secretly, thinking, that's my brother. She was holding a sword in her hand, which looked extremely sharp. In front of her were two tall men. The one with coiled brown hair is Sword Venerable. He showed a very pleasant smile. Standing next to him was a white-haired man, Ji Changkong. He was grinning while stroking his beard, laughed heartily. Lu Donli looked at the two of them thinking, I can sense Lu Zhaog's heroic spirit. but regardless, the person he killed was also a true disciple of my sword sect. For an incompetent disciple like that, we are the ones who should feel ashamed. Suddenly Sword Venerable's expression changed. He looked at her seriously and said, "Right, little pair, did Yang Shu write to you?" Lu Donli seemed quite surprised when she heard that question. She immediately asked, "How, senior uncle, did you see Yang Shu?" She then hesitated and continued, "I haven't heard from him since he went down the mountain. I'm a little worried too." Sword Venerable looked serious, and to Lu Donli he said, "A few days ago I paid a visit to Senior Luo Hushan. In his small courtyard, I ran into Yang Shu." In Sword Venerable's thoughts, Yang Shu's appearance surfaced. He had long golden hair, and his face looked quite youthful. Sword Venerable continued, "Senior Luo has already treated him as an heir, and will certainly teach him with all his strength." Hearing this, Lu Donli immediately looked flustered. 4 men appeared in her mind, each possessing unrivaled power. She thought, Luo Hushan is one of the 4 divine swords. Luo Hushan has the highest seniority among the 4. The more she thought about it, the more sweat beaded on her forehead. She pondered internally. Yang Shu actually became his heir. It wasn't just Lu Donli. Even Ji Changkon looked flustered. Hearing Sword Venerable's words, he couldn't close his mouth and loudly asked, "What? Senior Luo took Yang Shu as a disciple?" Facing his loud questioning, Sword Venerable looked at him helplessly and replied, "Yes." Hearing this news, Ji Changkong suddenly completely changed his attitude. He revealed an eccentric smile and said, "That guy named Yang Shu is Little Pair's apprentice. Little Pair is my apprentice. And Senior Luo is Yang Shu's master. Then doesn't that make me?" He gestured with his fingers while calculating something mentally. Seeing him like this, Sword Venerable helplessly reached out, intending to stop him. Sword Venerable reached for Ji Changkong, and hastily explained, "Junior brother Senior Luo didn't take him as an apprentice. He merely treats him like a biological grandson. Yang Shu just calls Senior Luo grandpa, not master." Hearing Sword Venerable's explanation, Ji Changkong froze in place as if he was stuck. A few seconds later he immediately looked displeased, stroked his beard and shook his head, repeating, "How boring, how boring." Seeing Ji Changkong behave this way, Sword Venerable also froze in place, unable to speak. Then Sword Venerable looked in another direction. He watched thoughtfully, thinking, "Men, this sect affiliated with the Sword Sect, perhaps in just a few years, will shine brightly in this Qingzhou region." Unlike Sword Venerable's seriousness, Ji Changkong shook his head as he walked away. He walked and muttered, "Too meaningless, too boring." Lu Donli on the other side also gaped. She hesitantly said, "Yang Shu actually obtained such a fortuitous encounter. This. Sword Venerable pondered internally, and in his thoughts, some familiar figures suddenly appeared. They were the disciples of Men. From each of them emanated a dazzling radiance. Thinking of them, Sword Venerable smiled happily. He smiled and thought, excellent. Geniuses emerge one after another. This is the charm of this world. He looked up at the sky again, and his expression gradually became solemn. He thought hesitantly. Also, he seemed to be worried about something that was approaching. From the sky, a strong current of wind suddenly appeared, fiercely blowing towards where Sword Venerable stood. Within that current something spherical seemed to appear, looking extremely dangerous. Seeing everything before him, he thought, the wind that once destroyed the entire ancient world seems to be sweeping back again. Jianzhen's sight extended farther and farther, piercing the atmosphere, passing through the white clouds, rushing towards the galaxy. Before his eyes was the galaxy, and within that galaxy something mysterious seemed to be hidden. He felt he had a premonition. At this moment the sky had turned to night. The surrounding nightscape was illuminated by the twinkling stars and moonlight. On the ground stood a house, and inside that house were the figures of 2 people, Jianzuan and Gui Changkong. Night had fallen and the moonlight illuminated the entire night sky. Inside this small house, Jianzuan and Gui Changkong were sitting and talking. Jianzuan said, "Although the Momen sect is a low-tier sect, this tea is quite delicious." Gui Changkong continued, "With master and senior uncle both here, Xiao Lizi naturally wouldn't bring out anything mediocre." Jianzuan answered leisurely, "However, I'm curious given your carefree personality, junior brother. Why do you want to stay in Momin for a few extra days? Hearing his senior brother ask this, Gue Changkong immediately replied, of course it's because you always look so troubled, senior brother. Hearing his junior brother say this, Jianzuan looked at Gue Changkong in surprise. He chuckled as Gue Changkong continued. Senior brother seems to have a lot on his mind lately. Having been your junior brother for so many years. I can tell just by looking. He added. No one in this world understands you better than I do, tell me about it. Jianzuan said. A few days ago I felt a certain premonition. So I went down the mountain for a trip. Gue Changkong then asked and then. Jianzuan fell silent and said there was no then. Suddenly the teacup was slammed heavily onto the table. Gue Changkong loudly exclaimed. Then stop dwelling on it so much. You worry about the state and the people from dawn till dusk. Thinking and contemplating. Acting as if you're the only smart one in the world. He then said as a sword cultivator. If there's a problem, draw your sword. If one strike won't solve it, use two. Jianzuan simply listened, offering no reply. Then he chuckled softly and said, Thank you for the advice, junior brother. After speaking, Gue Changkong turned and left, saying as he walked, The tea has been drunk. The words have been spoken. I'm going into seclusion for pure cultivation. I will surpass you one day. At that time I will use one sword strike to solve all injustices in this world. Jianzuan sipped his tea and replied with a smile. Then I shall await that day. He then looked up at the night sky and said, The moonlight tonight is so beautiful. It would truly be a pity not to go out for a walk. The full moon illuminated the entire sky. Acting immediately, Jianzuan strolled through the forest. Guided by the moonlight. Suddenly a stirring sound came from deep within the forest. Jianzuan immediately turned toward the direction of the sound. Before him a grave had appeared at some unknown time. Jianzuan was startled and thought, this aura from the grave, could it be that person? Jianzuan frowned in contemplation. He continuously brushed his sleeve. If that senior truly exists, I must not disturb them with my divine sense. I must not commit any disrespectful act. Then he quickly and respectfully asked, Senior, would you be willing to come out and meet? In front of him was a tombstone belonging to someone unknown, and the inscribed plaque on the tombstone seemed to be shaking continuously. Jianzuan felt a slight sense of unease. Was that feeling just now a delusion? Is the senior not inside this grave? As he pondered, he furrowed his brow, his expression becoming serious. He frowned, finding it hard to believe. If it were a delusion, it wouldn't be possible to accurately sense that senior's aura. Moreover, if that senior is truly within this grave, then who is that person in the Momin sect? But he continued to express his respect. His expression immediately changed, completely becoming immensely solemn. Today, I must meet the senior inside this grave. Lowering his head, he spoke respectfully and cautiously. Senior, would you be willing to come out and meet? A gentle breeze brushed past, making this space feel slightly cold. It wasn't that the person inside the tombstone didn't want to come out, but because she suffered from selective deafness. For sets of footsteps slowly approached. Sword Venerable Master Uncle clearly felt the silence around him, and couldn't help but feel worried. If the senior refuses to show up 3 times, then there is no fate between us. He stubbornly repeated his respectful request. Senior, your junior comes from the nameless peak of the Sword Sect, the Mo Bamboo Forest lineage. May I please ask the senior to come out and meet? Suddenly there was a reaction from the opposite side. It seemed as if that soft tail and fur had slightly moved. Seeing this scene, he was ecstatic. I guessed correctly. It really is the Mo sect. It really is the Mo sect. Following this, a peculiarly shaped inhabiting soul appeared. Sword Venerable Master Uncle could hardly believe his eyes. But why is this the Mo sect? On the peaks of spring and autumn, mountain clouds and mist swirled, and streaks of sunlight shone through, making the space vibrant with life. All the women below were excited about Lu Chaoga. The rumors are actually true. Is there truly someone this beautiful in the world? As expected, his reputation is deserved and his strength is formidable. Truly, seeing Chaoga once ruins a lifetime. Not only is he handsome, but his demeanor is also excellent. Look how aloof he is. Not only the women but even the men were excited by him, and marveled at Lu Chaoga's appearance. Oh my god, someone is actually more handsome than they looked in the video. My heavens, I'm seeing Lu Chaoga in person. Oh my god, senior brother, big brother. Please marry me right now. Elder Xie standing aside also had to become cautious. So this is the man. The man who has captivated junior sister Jiang. There truly is nothing suspicious about his background. She turned to Elder Chang and joked. Senior brother Chang. What do you think the sect master is thinking right now? Elder Chang was startled. How would I know about that? Elder Chang could only think unhappily. The sect master has always favored women over men, treating junior sisters like a warm spring breeze, but treating junior brothers with an invincible iron fist. While thinking, he glanced at Elder Xie. The worst that can happen to you is getting flicked on the head for talking too much. But if I dared to spout nonsense, I'd be blasted away by a single strike. Just then a voice transmission arrived. Junior sister Xie, why don't you go and welcome this sect master Lu? Elder Xie immediately turned her head to look. She then respectfully replied, understood, sect master. At the same time Elder Chang secretly chuckled. That difficult chore has fallen to you, he. But just then, Elder Xie turned around and grabbed his sleeve. What are you laughing at? Why don't senior brother Chang accompany me? Elder Chang asked in panic. Junior sister. Can I refuse? Elder Xie gritted her teeth and said. You can try. Pei Chanqian pointed forward and said excitedly. Uncle Lu, those are the elders of our spring and autumn mountain. Uncle Xie and Uncle Chang. Lu Chaoga raised his head looking up at the beautiful azure sky, his mood naturally becoming cheerful. Spring and autumn mountain is really showing me respect. I am just the sect master of one of the 100 sects, subordinate to the small sword sect. Yet they sent 2 elders to greet me. Following this, the 2 elders of spring and autumn mountain walked over. Sect master Lu, seeing is truly believing. Elder Xie. Look the man up and down. This sword cultivator is indeed extraordinary. He is exceedingly handsome both up close and far away. He truly has the aura of an immortal from a painting. But suddenly her expression darkened when she saw something she didn't want to see, because right next to Lu Chaoga was junior sister Jiang. Elder Xie secretly pondered. Come to think of it, why is Lu Chaoga, who came from outside, so confident and so aloof? Junior sister Jiang, returning to the sect, felt a slight sense of nervousness. Lu Chaoga quickly and respectfully bowed to Elder Xie and Elder Chang. Elder Xie appeared very pleased and appreciative, and couldn't help but feel a certain degree of admiration in her heart. It seems his appearance, manners and personality are all excellent. Even Elder Chang felt a tinge of jealousy. A man like this is truly impossible to envy. Then Elder Xie happily pointed in a direction. Let's stop chatting here. Sect leader Lu, please follow me. These are the spectacular mountains of our Chuanqiu mountain. The mountain scenery is the most stunning under heaven. Over there is the accommodation for newly admitted disciples. And over there, that is the famous marvelous peak of Chuanqiu mountain. It is called. At this moment Pei Chanqian spoke up, asking curiously. 2 martial uncles. Why haven't we arrived at the Grand Hall yet? How much longer must we wait in the sect? Her words seemed to strike Elder Xie's weak spot. Her face immediately turned ashen. Do you think I don't want to go straight to the Grand Hall? But the problem is the sect master hasn't sent a message yet saying we can proceed to the Grand Hall. So what exactly was the Chuanqiu Mountain sect master doing right now? Inside the Grand Hall, sets of exquisite clothing were laid out. The sect master seemed to be choosing the most beautiful outfit suitable for himself. I wonder, why can't I find an outfit that is more stylish than Lu Chaoga's? The sect master pondered back and forth continuously. I like wearing black clothes. That Lu Chaoga also likes black, both are black robes. Why doesn't mine look as handsome as his? He turned around and let out a cold snort. It's just a piece of clothing after all. Why bother caring about it? The great sect master of Chuanqiu Mountain had taken out all the clothing and accessories from his wardrobe. Then he tried them on again and again, but now he was acting tough. But Elder Chang continued to patiently introduce the surroundings. Look over there, that is. But he stopped immediately, his face flushing crimson. Even Jiang Shimi and Pei Chanqian were speechless, because there were many women coming and going here. Elder Xia looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. She whispered something only loud enough for Elder Chang to hear. That's the latrine for the female disciples of Chuanqiu Mountain. Brother, what the hell are you introducing? He also felt extremely depressed and helpless. All the spectacular nearby mountains and peaks have already been introduced. If we drag this out any longer, even if you aren't suffering, junior sister, you'll be utterly bored. Elder Xie threw a fit. What in the world is the sect master doing? Elder Chang sighed and replied. He hasn't considered at all the situation of us reception staff. This is truly humiliating. At this moment a voice transmission rang out, bring him to the grand hall. Hearing this, both elders were extremely pleased. It's the sect master's voice transmission. Elder Xie then spoke up. Sect Leader Lu, we've toured the wonderful mountains and waters quite thoroughly now. Why don't you come with us to the grand hall? Lu Chaoga smiled shrewdly, nodded and said all right. Both elders cheered happily. Let's go, quickly head to the grand hall. Lu Chaoga observed the scenery, thinking to himself. Visiting an old place is actually quite interesting. As he thought, he looked towards Jiang Shimi. It's just that back then the relationship between Master and me wasn't quite like it is now. Recalling the scene of their first meeting on the summit of this towering cloud-piercing mountain, Lu Chaoga was panting heavily from the climb. This Chuanqiu mountain is far too high. If I can fly later on, I will definitely never climb this mountain again. The Jiang Shimi of that time was precisely his master. She spoke with great poise. Stand up and keep going. If you want to join the Chuanqiu mountain sect, this kind of temperament is not enough. Lu Chaoga struggled to his feet. Who says I can't walk anymore? Not only can I walk, but I can walk faster than some people. He immediately started running, every step leaving him breathless. Jiang Shimi simply smiled faintly, seeing him like this. The silly boy recalled the past events. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. His previous embarrassment is still vivid in his memory. Fortunately, the residual spirit doesn't have this memory. Otherwise I would die of embarrassment. She sensed Lu Chaoga is walking towards me. My cheeks couldn't help but blush. Chaoga is looking at me. Is he trying to tell me not to worry? But I am still very nervous. Sure enough, feelings cannot be completely shared between people. Sect Master Lu has arrived at the Grand Hall. The hall area was even wider than they had imagined. Lu Chaoga observed calmly, lost in thought. The Grand Hall of Chuanqiu Mountain. In my previous life as a low-level player, I never took a single step inside this hall. Only high-ranking figures were allowed entry. TSK. As expected of the Grand Hall of the Northern Continent's foremost major sect, the Mahist sect's hall cannot compare to this at all. Although I didn't enter in my previous life, I have been here before. I used to guard the main entrance here. I worked as a guard. The group slowly walked into the Grand Hall. It was vast and majestic. Whenever Chaoga walked past, everyone here looked at him with unfriendly gazes. Some even flashed sly smiles. Lu Chaoga paid no attention, merely contemplating. Everyone present here is a cultivator. Any one of them is a figure capable of shaking a region. This is the true heritage of Chuanqiu Mountain. Seeing the female disciples gossiping amongst themselves, junior sister Jian remained silent. Then she lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed red from shyness. The female disciples found her reaction amusing. Xinyan is shy, she's shy. This is the first time I've ever seen Xinyan look like this. How entertaining is this, how the aloof immortal fairy acts after acquiring her ideal handsome husband. This is truly fascinating. But even sitting in the chair he appears solemn, the foremost figure among King's younger generation. He truly possesses unmatched refinement and elegance. Such a face combined with youth and talent. No wonder junior sister Jiang adores him. He doesn't panic even in this situation. This young man is extraordinary. Walking slowly. Ahead is the seat reserved for that high-level sect leader. He observed that the chair was empty. Lu Chaoga smiled slightly. It seems the sect leader hasn't arrived yet. Does he also like this type of big shot? Who was always the last to show up? Just then Elder Xie spoke. Sect Master Lu, please take a seat. Pei Qianqian secretly let out a laugh. This made him slightly stunned. Soon after, Pei Qianqian ran to another row of seats. Pei Qianqian joked with a smile, Senior Uncle Lu is sitting in the guest seat. Then how will Senior Aunt Jiang choose? Will she return to her own deacon position? Or sit in the guest seat with Senior Uncle Lu? She found this amusing as she pondered. If she sits together with Senior Uncle Lu, I wonder what kind of face the sect leader, his love rival, will make. I look forward to it. But then she stroked her chin, her expression doing a complete 180-degree shift. However, with so many sects present, and Senior Aunt Jiang being so shy, she definitely wants to sit next to Senior Uncle Lu. Which seat will Junior Sister Jiang choose? If as a deacon of Chuanqiu Mountain, she chooses to sit in the guest position, wouldn't that be equivalent to declaring when you marry a chicken you follow the chicken? Or when you marry a dog you follow the dog? Lu Chaoga said quietly. With so many people here, if you feel embarrassed, just go back to your own seat. It doesn't bother me. But contrary to expectations, Junior Sister Jiang had already sat down beside him. She placed her hand on his. Then she turned her head and softly said, "Wherever you sit, I sit." Lu Chaoga slightly curved his lips upward, flashing a smile at Junior Sister Jiang. Seeing the two holding hands, they looked exceptionally well matched. The women here were filled with admiration and found it quite entertaining. They truly are a perfect match, a golden boy and jade girl. They make everyone so jealous. It's truly enviable. The couples here at Chuanqiu Mountain, whom we just met today, cannot compare to these two at all. A man sitting opposite them, however, was filled with jealousy. The hall was packed with people. He has no sense of propriety or shame. I don't know what sweet nothings that brat used to actually steal the heart of the flower of Chunshan's high peak. That youngster from our Chuanqiu, besides being somewhat handsome and having decent cultivation, is an enlightened star practitioner. Besides his outstanding comprehension, what else does he have? Just then, a powerful aura rapidly surged towards this location. A familiar figure quickly appeared. Immediately after, this person's gaze swept over the room. That was Hong Yin, the sovereign of Chuanqiu Mountain. He suddenly appeared before everyone, with a noble demeanor. Immediately everyone stood up. They solemnly and respectfully greeted the sovereign. Pei Chanshan also bowed in greeting. She pondered with a pleasant expression. The sovereign is also an imposing and extraordinary person, but regardless, he still lost to martial Uncle Lu's appearance. He is only slightly less remarkable, just by half a measure. To put it in Lu Chaoga's words, Charm 9 was defeated by Charm 10. Lu Chaoga, sitting on this side, also looked up. His gaze was focused. Meanwhile, Hong Yin frowned. His expression looked quite terrible. Lu Chaoga contemplated softly. Hong Yin, the sovereign of Chuanqiu Mountain, is one of the four sovereigns of the four great sects. He is the most overbearing one in his actions. Hong Yin stared at Lu Chaoga with a scrutinizing gaze, never leaving him. Then he sat down calmly and spoke. Sect Leader Lu, this is your first time visiting our Beizhou, correct? The women here will surely take a liking to you, admiring you. After Hong Yin's voice traveled over, the sovereign's voice is so deep and enchanting. It sounds wonderful. Just listening to it, they are truly evenly matched. Listening to Sect Leader Lu speak, the sovereign's voice is simply a pleasure to hear. Lu Chaoga replied calmly. It is indeed the first time. And he added silently, completing his thought. Not counting when I came in my previous life. This life is truly the first time. Hong Yin also replied earnestly. Coming to Beizhou for the first time. And you eliminated a Moonspear Snow Wolf King for us in Beizhou. It seems that Qianshan losing to you is no injustice. And it seemed that from behind him, a strange aura was emanating. Seeing this, the two elders thought, here it comes, here it comes. Regarding Junior Sister Jiang, the sovereign truly couldn't hold back anymore. When rivals in love meet, eyes turn red with envy. Seeing the situation, Pei Chanshan also smiled inwardly. We finally got to the point. I've waited for so long. Lu Chaoga's expression was serious. Does he want to ask about Qin Yan? He'll talk about whatever he asks. Hong Yin's mouth curled up slightly. This sovereign. Immediately his expression softened, and he said gently and pleasantly, this sovereign has prepared a banquet for tonight. Does Sect Leader Lu have any dietary restrictions? The two elders widened their mouths in surprise, because things shouldn't have developed this way. What about the important matter? Even Pei Chanshan was equally astonished. She got excited for nothing. Shouldn't love rivals start grappling or challenge each other to a duel the moment they meet? Lu Chaoga replied gently, I have no restrictions. He couldn't help but feel suspicious internally. I wonder what kind of scheme this sovereign is plotting. Hong Yin replied happily. That's good, then everyone please continue chatting. This sovereign has matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first. Pei Chanxian was annoyed he just left like that. I finally managed to hype up the atmosphere after a dozen lines of dialogue. Is that it? He immediately sped away with astonishing momentum. The entire hall echoed respectful farewell to the sovereign. As he was leaving, his gaze also landed on junior sister Jiang. She noticed it too and couldn't help but be stunned. The sovereign was looking at her. She turned around and proactively asked, "Husband, did you notice?" Lu Chaoga nodded calmly. "I saw it. It seems tonight's banquet is the true welcoming feast of Chuanxiu Mountain." At this moment everyone stepped forward and began speaking. "Congratulations on becoming cultivation partners. How did the two of you meet?" Everyone was talking animatedly. "I heard junior sister is famously the unattainable beauty. Fellow Taoist Lu really has some skill." On the surface he still maintained a confident smile. But internally he was utterly fed up. Furthermore, besides the sect master, it seems many other people are dissatisfied that I plucked this bride flower right. It was late night outside now. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle was respectfully facing that strange-looking creature. "Senior, I truly didn't expect it to be you." The little fellow asked blankly, "Oh, what did you just say?" Sword Venerable Martial Uncle spoke hesitantly. "Senior, I said I truly didn't expect it to be you." The senior calmly replied, "Oh, you recognize me? Have you seen me somewhere before?" At this moment Sword Venerable Martial Uncle shook his head, confusing the white shadow. Then he honestly added, "I have never met Senior before. I also do not know Senior's specific identity. I can only distinguish Senior's aura." So the white shadow asked back in confusion, "You don't know me at all. So how can you distinguish my aura?" Hearing this, Sword Venerable Martial Uncle opened his palm and said, "This is exactly what I, your junior, wanted to talk about. My black bamboo forest has an agreement with Senior. This agreement originated when the patriarch founded the sect. This matter must have happened a very, very long time ago. It shouldn't be an acquaintance." The white shadow pondered for a moment and then curiously asked, "Oh, what agreement did your founding patriarch know me?" Facing its confusion, he answered in considerable detail, "I am not entirely clear on this matter either. But according to the last words left by the patriarch, if there is ever an opportunity to meet Senior in the future, we must return the item that Senior entrusted to my black bamboo forest." However, when it came to these distant memories, the white shadow still couldn't recall anything. It wobbled back and forth like a tumbler toy struggling to remember. The agreement, the item, the last words, the founding patriarch. Its mind was too confused. Its mind was filled with questions no one could answer, because these were matters dating back to its ancestors. Relying on this small confused brain to think about so many things was simply not appropriate. My head is going to explode. Since too much time had passed and the senior still couldn't recall, Sword Venerable Martial Uncle pulled something out from his sleeve. Then he respectfully presented the item and said, "Senior, perhaps seeing this item will help you remember." Immediately after, he brought the item close to the white shadow's face, but it was still as confused as if it had just woken up, not understanding what the item was. At this point, Sword Venerable Martial Uncle lowered his voice and said again, "Senior, do you recognize this item?" It answered bluntly without hesitation, "No, I don't." "Do you know what's inside?" Hearing this made him slightly speechless, and he stammered in reply, "I." This item was passed down by the patriarch. The patriarch's dying wish was that, for successive inheritors, whoever could open this wooden box, the contents of the box would belong to that person. He continued seriously, 10,000 years have passed since then, and in my black bamboo forest not just anyone can open this restriction." But these words were still not enough to convince the floating white shadow. It asked again, confused, "You've guarded it for 10,000 years, are you giving it to me now?" Facing this question, I wonder how he will respond next. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle spoke seriously again, while simultaneously moving the item in his hands closer to the white shadow. "If it cannot be opened, my black bamboo forest must still keep it on your behalf, passing it down through generations. Moreover, the aura emanating from this object is exactly the same as yours." After this reminder, the white shadow seemed excited, inspecting the surroundings of the wooden box, and then said, "It truly feels familiar. especially when it saw the writing on top. It subsequently offered an extremely shocking assessment. This handwriting is so crooked and messy it reminds me of someone, but when I try to think clearly I still can't remember. After a moment of silence, it still couldn't resist the box's appeal. The shadow lay there, stretched languidly, and then said lazily, "But since you insist on returning it to me, then I shall accept it. Thank you." Often it was hard to tell if she was foolish or smart. Suddenly Master Uncle Jianzuan made a request to the shadow. "Senior, before I return it to you, may this junior make one final attempt to see if I can remove this talisman?" It immediately agreed without hesitation. Perhaps this was trust, it said. "Oh, certainly." After receiving its permission, he solemnly retrieved the box and said, "Thank you, senior." Holding the box, Master Uncle Jianzuan felt both joy and a hint of reluctance. For over 10,000 years countless masters and seniors have tried, yet none could open this item. Thoughts raced through his mind. For my Hyzealand, this item no longer feels like a treasure, but rather a fixation. This unbreakable talisman has tormented my Hyzealand for 10,000 years. Master Uncle Jianzuan made up his mind with decisiveness. Today will be the last time. Immediately after, he performed a spell, lifted the box and began studying the method to open it. At that moment, he placed his hand on the box and the box immediately glowed with a dazzling green light, illuminating the entire sky. Master Uncle Jianzhen's gaze was firm, as he pondered silently. After this attempt the obsession can be resolved and my Hyzealand will no longer be troubled by this item. Time passed quietly, and the green light gradually faded. Only Master Uncle Jianzhen's 2 fingers remained, resting on the box. He pulled gently at the sealing talisman. Something suddenly happened to the talisman that left him utterly astonished. It didn't even dare to blink. The talisman had actually adhered tightly to his hand. This proved that the seal was completely undone. At this moment he was secretly overjoyed. Today the internal restriction is finally lifted. He slowly opened his eyes, savoring this sense of accomplishment. A satisfaction dreamed of by successive sect masters. Since that is the case, there is no need to open it further. Knowing when to stop and when to walk away, that is the mark of a wise person. He acted as soon as the thought occurred. Master Uncle Jianzuan immediately handed the box over respectfully. "This junior thanks senior for agreeing to the request. The item is now returned to its rightful owner," the white shadow said excitedly. "Then I shall take it." But due to its own curiosity, it also wanted to know what was inside the box. So it asked casually, "What exactly is in here?" With a whoosh, a sealing talisman was torn off and carelessly tossed backward without a moment's regard. Even Master Uncle Jianzuan hadn't expected it to peel it off so quickly, as fast as abandoning an X. After removing those talismans, tiny sparks flickered around it. But curiosity drove the white shadow, and it couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth is inside?" Immediately after it opened the box, suddenly it stood frozen as if struck by lightning. No, not just struck by lightning, but the sight before its eyes was unbelievable. It couldn't help but cry out. This! Inside the box was a small thin stick, placed neatly within, surrounded by a red sticker. What followed was a regressive reaction from the being itself. This thing, th. It was too shocked to utter a complete sentence. Observing the white shadow, Master Uncle Jianzuan felt bewildered, unsure what had happened, and mused silently. "What's going on?" The senior's aura suddenly became so intense. The entire quiet night sky was completely shattered by shouts at this moment. "Ao Wu!" Seeing this action by Ao Wu, Senior Martial Brother Jianzuan was utterly astonished. He stammered, asking what exactly is going on here. Suddenly the ancient tomb began to shake violently. Senior Martial Brother Jianzuan felt extremely surprised as well. Facing this situation, he took a few steps back. He thought to himself, "Senior, inside this ancient tomb, a powerful spiritual force is fluctuating." Just as he thought this, he immediately exerted his power. Streams of energy surged out continuously, flowing forth from Senior Martial Brother Jianzhen's hands. It formed a massive ring of spiritual energy. gradually enveloping both the ancient tomb and senior martial brother Jianzuan. Senior martial brother Jianzuan looked toward the ancient tomb with some concern. It's coming, it's not just a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Judging by this, it's about to. Right at this moment, a terrifying black energy erupted from the ancient tomb. Its power was so frightening that it shook the entire sky. This aura gradually condensed into a gigantic ball of spiritual power. Watching the shocking spiritual energy before him, senior martial brother Jianzuan couldn't help but feel a touch of fear. If this terrifying spiritual power were allowed to randomly fluctuate, the entire kingdom of the Momin sect would vanish. This spiritual power became increasingly violent. It attempted to break free from the spiritual power barrier created by senior martial brother Jianzuan. Seeing this, senior martial brother Jianzuan blurted out anxiously, "I cannot just stand by and do nothing." Following this, he immediately exerted his power to suppress it. The moment he waved his hand, in an instant, a magic formation appeared beneath his feet. A suppressive force surged forth from that magic formation. It immediately brought the terrifying spiritual power under control. Senior martial brother Jianzuan watched it, maintaining a resolute expression. After a moment, that spiritual energy was completely calmed. Everything returned to its original tranquility. This was the true strength of King's foremost person. Even his junior martial brother, who was only slightly inferior to Jianzuan, Li Changkong or Lu Dongli, who specialized in identification, would have been unable to detect what had happened inside the ancient tomb. At this moment, the terrifying spiritual energy that had just erupted after being suppressed by senior martial brother Jianzuan swiftly retreated back into the ancient tomb. This was the true strength of King's foremost person. At this point, Ao's voice came from the ancient tomb. "Thank you." Hearing this, senior martial brother Jianzuan immediately cupped his hands and respectfully replied, "It was merely a small effort. Senior, there is no need to be so polite." The voice continued to come from within the ancient tomb. "After seeing that object, I recalled a few things. The person who entrusted this item to you, was his name Lu Li?" Speaking up to this point, Ao Wu secretly began to recall Lu Li during the time Chaoga and Zheng Xinyan were undergoing the sword sect trial. The millennial peach tree demon had mentioned him. He was the last disciple accepted by Qingdi after the great ancient calamity. But besides this identity, he was also. At this moment, senior martial brother Jianzuan spoke up to confirm, "That's right. Lu Li is precisely the founding ancestor of the Mozulan." Hearing this, Ao Wu continued to think secretly. That's right. Not only was he Qingdi's last disciple, he was also the first generation Jianzuan. Suddenly everything fell silent again. Ao Wu didn't say anything more. But in reality, its inner self was wildly excited, constantly wagging its tail, cheering Lu Li. "Lu Li, I think I remember." Seeing that Ao Wu remained silent and did not speak, senior martial brother Jianzuan couldn't help but feel confused. "Senior, why is there no activity now?" After a long pause, a voice finally emerged from the ancient tomb. "I wish to sleep for a while." After a brief silence, the voice sounded again. "Thank you very much." Upon hearing this, senior martial brother Jianzuan immediately bowed and respectfully said, "Understood. This junior will now take his leave." After speaking, he immediately turned and departed. At this point, Ao Wu finally began to speak excitedly. "I remembered something else. I told you I wasn't stupid at all." It said this, while constantly shaking its little tail. Then it looked at the flute in its hand and said, "You are not something he left for me, but something he kept for himself." Suddenly Awa's tone held a hint of regret. "But he is not home." Having said this, the little fox hugged the flute tightly and muttered to herself, "Let's wait for him to come back together." Meanwhile, at Chuanqiushan in the banquet hall, Hangyin spoke loudly to the crowd. "Come, let us all raise our glasses and congratulate Sect Master Lu." The people around also cheered excitedly. "Welcome, Sect Master Lu. Welcome, Sect Master Lu." Seeing this scene, Lu Chaoga accepted their greetings outwardly, but inwardly he was mocking them. Is this a genuine welcome or a false one? Just then someone suddenly spoke up. His tone filled with sarcasm, directed at Sect Master Lu. "Since you are a sect master, I wonder how many disciples you have under you. These years have not been peaceful. Those pheasants." and wildfowl dare to call themselves sect masters. Hearing him say this, Jiang Xinyan couldn't hold back her anger and slammed the table. She looked at him and scolded loudly. You're asking for a fight? Lu Chaoga quickly grabbed her hand and stopped her. Look up. Your sect lord hasn't even spoken yet. He then glanced at Hengyin, who was still leisurely savoring his wine. If the sect lord doesn't speak, then this banquet is intended to give me a warning. As soon as Lu Chaoga said this, Jiang Xinyan grabbed his hand and said, Then let's go, we want to eat. But Lu Chaoga immediately refuted her idea. He answered calmly, We can't do that. After all, we still don't know who is giving whom a warning. At this moment Lu Chaoga felt extremely smug. You willingly deliver yourself here seeking to be slapped, then I shall grant your wish. He pushed his luck, continuing to mock Lu Chaoga. Why aren't you answering? Could it be that I hit the nail on the head? Sect Master Lu is nothing more than a pheasant. After saying this he leisurely drank his tea, feeling tremendously smug inwardly. What I said this time cannot be easily diffused. If you claim that your moment has many people, can it compare to Chuanqiu Shan? Moreover, you will offend these figures of noble status present here. And if you don't speak, it's tantamount to admitting you are a pheasant, whether you speak or not. Today I will let you know. Stealing Xinyan is an unforgivable offense. Lu Chaoga was not overly affected by the provocation. He calmly retorted, To be able to drink here, Your Excellency must be someone of standing in Chuanqiu, right? With such a dignified and noble status, talking only of pheasants. Doesn't that make you lose too much face? The opponent listened and argued stubbornly. What is there to lose face over? A pheasant is a pheasant. It can never turn into a phoenix. Lu Chaoga seized the opportunity and started his counterattack, asking in return, So your meaning is, a sect with more members is a phoenix, and one with fewer members is a wild fowl? He feigned confusion. As far as I know, the total number of people in Chuanqiu Shan is only about half that of Jianzhong. Are you implying that Qingzhou Jianzhong is a phoenix, and Beizhou Chuanqiu Shan is a wild fowl? After Chaoga finished these striking words, the entire banquet fell into silence. The temperature in the room plummeted to freezing point. Everyone present began to direct bullet-like gazes toward the person who attacked Lu Chaoga, looking ready to tear him apart. In this awkward situation, he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly denied. Tu didn't mean that. Lu Chaoga decided not to let this verbose person off the hook. He pressed closer. You didn't mean that. Then you were deliberately making things difficult for me. Lu Chaoga calmly held his wine cup and continued, using the identity of an elder from one of the four great sects to deliberately trouble me, this little sect master of Qingzhou Jianzhong. If news of this gets out, I'm afraid Chuanqiu Mountain is going to completely lose face. So he's an elder of Chuanqiu Mountain. Ha! Chaoga only intimidated him a little and his face immediately turned ghostly pale. Truly a coward. He stammered, unable to speak a single word. No. That's not right. At this moment he glanced at the sect master seeking help. He secretly hoped, Sect Master, please say something to help me. But what responded to him was cold indifference. The sect master had temporarily switched into playing dumb mode. He stood by and watched him suffer. He only cared about drinking. As an elder of Chuanqiu Mountain, this feeling of helplessness was unsettling. The sect master wasn't even looking at him. He had clearly been treated as a sacrifice. Suddenly a voice rang out from somewhere. Intended to ease the tension, Sect Master Lu, please spare him. The cultivation methods of my Chuanqiu Mountain affect a person's temperament. This incident is not reflective of his true nature. Lu Chaoga felt curious. He wondered who the owner of this voice was. He suddenly spun around. It turned out to be three seniors. The one in the middle was the Grand Elder Cixin. He introduced himself. This old one is precisely Xinyan's martial uncle. Since her master passed away early, we consider ourselves to be her elders. He continued to ask kindly, Is it all right if I call you Chaoga? Lu Chaoga knew the proper etiquette. He immediately bowed and replied, Of course. Chaoga thought to himself, I met these three people in my previous life as well. They are the three Grand Elders. They hold the highest status in Chuanqiu Mountain. They ignore worldly affairs, but their seniority is still above the sect masters. They could also be considered Xinyan's side of the family. He was joyful in his heart, beaming with happiness. They say the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law the more she likes him. I wonder if that's true. Sun Yan's martial uncle teased Chaga humorously. You young man plucked that flower. Which is something countless people from Chuanqiu Mountain have always dreamed of obtaining. These words from Elder Cixin made Sun Yan blush deeply. Grand Elder Cixin was Sun Yan's martial uncle after all. He couldn't allow his junior disciple to be married off so easily. So he spoke frankly. However, even though Sun Yan's master passed away early, we still need to thoroughly vet things for Sun Yan. I hope you don't find us troublesome. Lu Chaoga readily accepted the elder's proposal. He replied, how could I? This is only proper, Chaoga thought. So this is also part of the test. The Grand Elder wasn't in a hurry to challenge Chaoga. He smiled and proposed. Alright then, let's stop here for today. Tomorrow the three of us old guys will present you with some difficult tasks. Sun Yan worried that Lu Chaoga would be given a hard time by the three elders. She called out affectionately, the three of you. But before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chaoga held her hand and stopped her. He blinked, signaling her to trust him. After Lu Chaoga finished comforting Sun Yan, he happily started chatting with the three seniors. Excellent. I wonder if the martial uncles could give me some hints. The Grand Elder refused directly. It's not that easy to marry a wife, he replied with a laugh. Ha ha ha, how could we do that? It was only then that Sun Yan realized she had worried unnecessarily. To think he still had the presence of mind to joke around. She had worried for nothing. Lu Chaoga, full of confidence and embracing the challenge, cast a sharp glance toward the sect master. He must marry Sun Yan. Sun Yan is mine. Want to make things difficult for me, then come at me. The sect master had only been pretending to drink just now. He had heard everything crystal clear. So his mood was not exactly pleasant. Lu Chaoga looked at the sect master, saw his expression and smiled smugly to himself. The banquet continued. Pei Chanxian excused herself early. She said, Martial Uncle Lu, Martial Uncle Jiang, I'm going to see my master too, goodbye. Lu Chaoga readily agreed, go ahead. But he thought, Pei Chanxian's master is the sacred master. I still haven't managed to meet the sacred master today. That is still somewhat regrettable. Before a few seconds of regret had passed, he turned his attention to Sun Yan, said softly, then let's go too. That he could be by her side was happiness enough in his heart, outweighing all regrets. However, this regret can be compensated for by my own Zheng Xinyan. Zheng Xinyan replied, all right, I'll take you to the guest courtyard. Lu Chaoga was confused. He questioned the guest courtyard. We are Dao companions now. How does it make sense for you to go home and rest while I go to the guest courtyard? He audaciously teased Zheng Xinyan. Where do you live? I want to go and see. It was the first time Zheng Xinyan had heard such words. She was extremely embarrassed. When Lu Chaoga saw Zheng Xinyan's expression, he was highly satisfied, thinking, her bashful appearance is more than enough compensation. A wife who knows when to yield and when to assert herself, who knows how to rely on charm and is so adorable, is truly hard to find even with a lantern. Lu Chaoga pretended to cough, telling Zheng Xinyan not to be so shy. He mused. However, there must be a limit to teasing her. Stopping while we're ahead is best. I shouldn't make things difficult for her. Suddenly Zheng Xinyan forcefully grabbed Lu Chaoga's sleeve. Embarrassed and angry, she said, come on, follow me. Her action surprised Lu Chaoga, leaving him speechless with shock, only managing to utter an A. Their hands intertwined tightly. Zheng Xinyan quickly explained. I am afraid you might run into some trouble tonight. Don't overthink things. The more Zheng Xinyan said, the more Lu Chaoga thought. He happily thought, it looks like something good is happening tonight. Chuanqiu Shan. Zheng Xinyan's residence was immersed in the quiet night colors. Moonlight illuminated the path ahead. Zheng Xinyan led Lu Chaoga through the mountain gate. She introduced, this is where I live. He tried hard to look calm and replied, But Lu Chaoga searched through his memories, standing before the vast Chuanqiu Shan, secretly confirming. So familiar. It's the same setting as in my previous life. As he recalled, a hint of regret appeared in his heart. Except that in my previous life she and I were master and disciple. We sparred with every move and stance, leaving me completely drenched in sweat. Lu Chaoga's mind conjured up the image of Zheng Xinyan leisurely watching him practice martial arts, while he himself diligently cultivated brandishing his sword with powerful might and vigor. Back in reality, Lu Chaoga and Zhang Xinyan walked side by side. He happily thought, but now we are Dao companions. We can show affection for each other. But this joy didn't last long. He suddenly remembered, wait a minute, even if we've reached this point, given my current level, I absolutely cannot break through her defenses. Zhang Xinyan is currently level 61, identified as a body cultivation stream spear practitioner, while he himself is level 43, identified as a sword cultivator. Seeing him distracted, Zhang Xinyan unhappily asked, what are you looking at? Only then did Lu Chaoga suddenly snap back to attention. He defensively explained, I was looking at the place where you live, to see if it matched what I had pictured in my mind. Zhang Xinyan asked curiously, does it look like it? Lu Chaoga stroked his chin in thought, and confidently replied to her exactly the same. Zhang Xinyan paid no heed to his nonsense. She rolled her eyes at him and commented, you're talking nonsense again. How could you have imagined it exactly the same way? Zhang Xinyan led him to a room for Lu Chaoga. This room was very familiar. He thought, isn't this where I lived in my previous life? Zhang Xinyan said vaguely then, you should rest early tonight. Lu Chaoga's improper thoughts were thoroughly extinguished. He tried hard to save the situation, asking back, are we sleeping in separate rooms? His words made Zhang Xinyan both ashamed and annoyed. She felt utterly helpless. Suddenly Lu Chaoga grabbed Zhang Xinyan's wrist. He didn't want her to leave yet. He took the opportunity to pull her into his embrace, and whispered sweet nothings close to her ear. Assigning bedrooms is fine, but you can't leave immediately yet. He wore a cynical and nonchalant expression. Lu Chaoga was secretly calculating in his mind, today in this disciple's room, I must properly tease my master. At the back of Chuanxiushan, at the residence of the Saint Master, Pei Qianshan had returned. She called inside, Master, him back. Pei Qianshan nimbly landed at the entrance. At this moment a woman walked out. It was the Saint Master of Chuanxiushan. She unhappily scolded Pei Qianshan. So you finally remembered to come back, huh? Under the Saint Master's severe questioning, Pei Qianshan did her best to act spoiled towards her. She ran up to the Saint Master and pitifully cried out, Master. Pei Qianshan hugged her master tightly. The Saint Master was already used to this girl's habits. She reluctantly asked, did you run out of spirit stones again? Pei Qianshan denied it, replying, what are you talking about? I just missed Master. Pei Qianshan was delighted. She thought to herself, I've hugged so many martial uncles and senior sisters. I even hugged Jiang Shishu. But Master still feels the best to hug. After hearing her words, the Saint Master smiled kindly, becoming even more certain in her heart. I can tell now, as expected, she's out of spirit stones. Pei Qianshan asked, let's not talk about spirit stones for now. Master Chuanxiushan is quite lively today. Why don't you go out and take a look? Only then did the Saint Master realize, responding in surprise, oh really? After hearing this, Pei Qianshan could only sigh helplessly. I knew it. You master besides things that are beautiful. You aren't interested in anything else. The Saint Master did not deny her words. She replied, that's right, there are many beauties inside and outside the mountain, but none of them catch my eye. We don't have many people in our mountain. Qianshan heard this and excitedly spoke with feigned mystery. However, what if I told you that martial Uncle Lu has come to Chuanxiushan? The Saint Master still didn't understand. She counter-asked, martial Uncle Lu, which martial Uncle Lu are you referring to? Pei Qianshan happily teased, actively playing matchmaker. Covering her mouth, she replied, it's Lu Chaoga. Only then did the Saint Master realize, Lu Chaoga is an outstanding figure in Qingzhou. At the same time she felt confused. I remember him now, but why do you call him martial uncle? After hearing this, she explained to her master. Because martial uncle Zhang Yan and martial uncle Lu are Dao companions. The Saint Master, who ignores worldly affairs, was very surprised. Oh, is this true? The Saint Master's expression of surprise made Pei Qianshan keep associating things. As expected, only someone as beautiful as martial uncle Zhang Yan could catch Master's eye, prompting this change in her expression. Master is truly obsessed with beauty. Pei Qianshan couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and spoke fluently. Of course it's true. Master, let me tell you. Martial Uncle Lu is extremely famous in the Tianqian realm. Not just because of his outstanding swordsmanship, but also for another reason. There is a saying circulating in Qingzhou, but I don't know if Master has heard it. The Saint Master asked curiously what saying. Pei Qianqian placed one hand on her hip, pointed the other hand toward the sky, and shouted, feigning an imposing manner. "Si Chaoga once ruin your life forever." The Saint Master looked at her and immediately laughed. What she thought to herself, all these Jianghu rumors are nothing more than exaggerations. Given my status, what kind of heroes and powerful figures haven't I seen? The Saint Master showed an attitude of disdain. Pei Qianqian asked, puzzled. You don't believe it? How about this, just take a look yourself? Determined to persuade her, she instantly thought of an idea. Why don't you use your heaven's eye technique to look at him? Just one look and you'll understand. The Saint Master began to open an illusion, allowing Pei Qianqian to watch with her. She said impatiently, if a single look doesn't surprise me, I will deduct all your spirit stones for this month. Qianqian said excitedly, although I really like money, I definitely won't lose this time. Senior Uncle Lu's looks must surely surprise Master. A cloud of pink smoke appeared before the two of them. Qianqian thought nervously, it's coming, it's coming. It's about to appear. Master's heaven's eye technique, no matter where you are, as long as it can trace the spiritual energy, can probe at any time. It's extremely useful. Suddenly both opened their mouths wide in shock at the sight before them. In that cloud of smoke appeared Lu Chaoga and Zhang Xinyan embracing and kissing. The scene was extremely passionate. Qianqian covered her face shyly, but it didn't help much, as she still couldn't take her eyes off the beautiful sight. She gasped, oh my senior Aunt Zhang, senior Uncle Lu, how can the two of you be like this? As for the Saint Master, though embarrassed, she maintained her elegance, seemingly frozen in place. She thought, such beauty actually exists in this world. Then she shook her head to clear her mind. No, even if it is a view of unparalleled beauty, it is their private affair. I was almost charmed away. Thinking this, she waved her hand and made the illusion disappear. Mustn't look anymore. Qianqian was still covering her face while the Saint Master fell into deep thought again. But the sight just now was truly magnificent. Beautiful enough to captivate me. Qianqian nudged her master, wake up, wake up. She then asked Master what was wrong just now. The Saint Master replied, Qianqian, you were right. Before Qianqian was stunned. Huh? Hey, what are you talking about? Having said that, the Saint Master kept staring at the sky, smiling to herself. Meanwhile, the young girl was muttering to herself, constantly asking herself right about which sentence. Tonight the moonlight was round and bright. In the study, Lu Chaoga was lying on Zhang Xinyan. He looked at her affectionately and asked, why don't you sleep in my room tonight? He thought again, although I can't break through her defenses yet, it's a good thing to be able to hold a beauty. She replied shyly, 3 elders are testing you tomorrow. Why aren't you serious at all? He held her hand and said, my heart is so small and it's already full of you. How can it hold those trivial little matters? She looked away shyly. You truly are a smooth talker. Then she closed her eyes and leaned on his chest. Since you already have a plan in mind, let's rest early. He pulled up the blanket and covered the two of them. She thought privately, if it's because of you, what does it matter if I walk through fire and water? Also on this night, the sword venerable was still wandering under the moonlight, tossing and turning in his mind. That black flute recovered by the senior, who lives in seclusion in the Mo. Is it a coincidence or was it fate already sealed? I have seen that black flute before. Looking up at the offering table, an old Buddhist master was introducing the ancestors to a newly initiated disciple. This is our patriarch. Go quickly and greet the patriarch. The young Buddhist master knelt down and kowtowed. He said loudly, greetings, patriarch. Then he pointed to the enshrined portrait and asked, Master, who is that? Why is that painting placed above our patriarch? The older Buddhist master hesitated and said, that person's identity is indeed higher than our patriarch's. It was a person with long hair. The painting showed only the back, so the face couldn't be seen. Ancient figure. The young man thought, a person whose status is higher than the patriarch's. Who exactly could that be? At Bulow Peak of Chuanqiushan. That is the cultivation retreat for the elders of Chuanqiushan. Or arguably a retirement home. A voice rang out, absolutely not. Which one of you isn't a great cultivator? Yet you want to bully a fourth realm youth. Have you no shame left? But he stole Junior's sister Jiang's heart. Shouldn't we at least put him through a small test? Someone else agreed exactly. We are not unreasonable people. Elders, don't be so overly protective of Lu Chaoga. Supreme Elder Cixin said. So let's talk. What kind of wicked ideas do you all have? Starting with you, Su Lingyun, as an elder. You actually suggested a duel against Lu Chaoga. Given your strength, your sixth realm cultivation is enough to suppress a fourth realm youth. You are over 100 years old. Do you have no shame? Su Lingyun scratched his head awkwardly. And you, Zhang Chuji, as a steward, you actually suggested arm wrestling with Lu Chaoga. Do you just want to arm wrestle? You clearly want to use the guise of arm wrestling to break his arm. Zhang Chuji listened to the reprimand, cold sweat pouring down his face. And you, Zhao Jiqi, one of the few sword cultivators in Maichuanshan, you actually want to discuss swordsmanship with Lu Chaoga. You are a great cultivator who has already opened his domain, and you want to discuss swordsmanship with him. Do I need to expose your intentions? He sighed. If it's not a fair and just test, then there is no need to bring it up again. Otherwise it will only disgrace our Chuanqiushan. Someone walked in and said, in that case let Lu Chaoga take the stage. That was Hangin. Everyone bowed their heads and cupped their hands. Sect Master. Why are you here? Greetings, Sect Master. Hangin said on the Chuanqiu platform. Everyone's cultivation will be suppressed to the same realm. Furthermore, that places where my Chuanqiushan resolves all disputes. I believe it is highly suitable. The three supreme elders were all surprised. He held up 3 fingers and said, 3 matches and 3 qualified candidates to take the stage. After speaking, he turned and left. 3 elders, please rest assured. I will not personally take the stage. Lu Chaoga is not yet qualified for that. The sect master's proposal is highly appropriate. The 3 elders, hearing this, had no further objections, and nodded in agreement one after another. Zhao Jiqi raised his hand and stroked his chin, slowly saying, the Chuanqiu platform is where my Chuanqiushan resolves all disputes. I can teach that brat a lesson there. Su Lingyun and the others heard this burst into hearty laughter, nodding vigorously. This is great, absolutely wonderful. Supreme Elder Su Xin recalled the maxim, balance all injustices, which was carved onto the Chuanqiu platform. She gently sighed in her heart. Where is the fairness in this? It is clearly deliberate obstruction for Lu Chaoga. Although the Chuanqiu platform suppresses cultivation realm's great cultivators, whether in terms of experience realization or combat skills, are far superior to Lu Chaoga, who only has 4th realm cultivation. Elder Su Xin assessed silently. She raised her eyes to look at those who were laughing heartily in front of her and then thought, but the cultivation methods of our Chuanqiushan amplify selfish desires. If we forcibly intervene and suppress them, someone might suffer qi deviation. Elder Su Xin sighed helplessly. This young Hangin ultimately still cannot escape the word love. Meanwhile, Hangin at the time did not know the elders' concerns. With his hands clasped behind his back, he leisurely strolled beneath the starry night sky. He suddenly stopped, gazing at the snowflakes gently drifting down to the ground. The ground gradually turned snow-white while his heart was filled with worry and vexation. Hangin raised his face, unable to conceal a degree of melancholy in his eyes. He gazed at the full moon, silently calling out the name of the woman from his dreams. Sinyan, where am I inferior to him? He remembered the day he first arrived and stepped into Chuanqiushan. The sect leader's voice still echoed in his ears, as if it were only yesterday. Chuanqiushan is now one of the 4 great sects. The saint, teacher and the sect master are the most powerful cultivators of our time. Fellow junior disciples, you must cultivate diligently. The future of our Chuanqiushan rests upon your shoulders. Hangin was immersed in beautiful memories of his youth. That year I entered Chuanqiushan, full of youthful ambition and exceptionally talented. But that time was when I first met the junior sister. She was like that exquisite snowflake atop the mountain, cold, aloof, and difficult to approach. Young Hangin immediately fell into that girl's romantic web. Standing beside her, she was a girl who carried herself with cold beauty and arrogance. The referee announced the winner is Hung Yin. The sect master's voice continued to ring out. Young Hung Yin defeated yet another opponent. Below the viewing stand, the young women watched him with eyes full of adoration. They cheered and shouted without restraint. Junior brother Hung Yin. He definitely won't lose. Junior brother Hung Yin is absolutely incredible. He will definitely become the successor to the sect master in the future. Maybe it's junior brother Hung Yin, look at me. But you wouldn't even glance my way. Yet Hung Yin ignored the crowd, focusing only on the one girl, sitting in the corner intently playing with the wine gourd in her hands. That's why I trained harder, pushed myself further, striving desperately to reach a higher position. I thought then the stronger and more brilliant I became. Eventually one day you would turn around. Eventually, you would notice me just like the other senior and junior sisters. Hung Yin fought tirelessly, clearing out all opponents, just to earn a single look from Tanyan. But you didn't. Contrary to his expectations, day after day Tanyan left him with nothing but a retreating back. I grew even angrier. I wanted to rush straight to the peak of Spring and Autumn Mountain to become number one among the new disciples. I wanted to make it impossible for you to remain indifferent to my existence. At that time Hung Yin seemed on the verge of total collapse, falling into a frenzy, fighting everyone on Spring and Autumn Mountain day and night, until that senior sister stood before me. That was the only time Hung Yin not only failed to win, but was beaten black and blue. Because of her existence, I knew I couldn't stand at the highest position among the new disciples, and I couldn't make you look at me. Hung Yin hugged his wounded body, sitting alone on a rock sighing softly. Want a drink? A familiar voice sounded, and the wine gourd that followed was offered right in front of Hung Yin, startling him instantly. Yet just when I was at my lowest, you appeared in my life. The person standing beside him was none other than Tanyan, the one he had secretly loved all along. Hung Yin was incredibly flustered, managing only to stammer, am I allowed? Tanyan plopped down beside him, indifferently pulling the wine gourd back, much to his surprise, and then said, if you're not going to drink you can give it back to me. Hung Yin immediately abandoned all restraint, took Tanyan's wine gourd and started drinking. He drank, because he drank too quickly, taking huge gulps without preparation. The strange taste of the unfamiliar liquid made him choke and cough. Cough, cough, he yelled through his coughs, the taste is so weird. Tanyan spoke calmly. This is spring slumber, my favorite. The taste certainly wasn't like regular wine. Once Hung Yin finished drinking, Tanyan took back the gourd and stood up. I should go now, you can keep sitting. Hung Yin was extremely flustered. He had only just sat down with the person he liked, and already she was about to leave. He felt agitated. Then he spoke up, calling out to Tanyan, wait. Junior sister Tanyan. Tanyan stopped, glanced back and asked, what is it? Why did you give me the drink? Hung Yin's legs were trembling, and sweat began dripping off him. Tanyan turned around, looked at him and shrugged, no reason. I just did it on a whim. Hung Yin was stunned by those words, you just felt like it. So junior sister Tan is such a spontaneous person. Seeing his crush turn to leave again, Hung Yin was at a loss, frantically trying to express his feelings. Do I have to ask? But is it too soon to ask now? But if I don't ask, will I never know how she truly feels? I must ask. Hung Yin, how can you back down now? Hung Yin clenched his hands tightly, constantly encouraging himself internally. You are Hung Yin, the all-powerful Hung Yin. Fat hat that by now Hung Yin's face was already like a ripe tomato, red and slick, drenched in sweat. His whole body was trembling, as if he couldn't stand firm and was about to collapse. He stammered, unable to form words. That thing, junior sister Tanyan. Tanyan stopped, looked the other party directly in the eyes and slowly began to speak. Just say what you need to say, don't stammer. Hung Yin gritted his teeth, his eyes tightly closed, afraid to look directly at the person in front of him. Finally he mustered all his courage, looked at Tanyan and loudly asked, Junior sister Tan, do you like me? No. Unlike his hesitation, Tanyan didn't even think about it, and directly stated her answer, stunning Hung Yin into silence. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Tanyan intended to turn around and leave again. If there's nothing else, he'll be going now. Hung Yin took a step forward, trying hard to grasp a tiny sliver of hope. Then junior sister Tan, what kind of man do you like? Hearing this, Tan Yen suddenly stopped. She raised her eyes gazing at the bright moon in the distance, and thoughtfully replied, that truly is a good question. I don't know either. But if such a person truly exists in this world, the moment I see that person. Tan Yen paused for a moment, then continued, perhaps I will know immediately. Suspended between the clouds and the sky, Hung Ying gazed at the moon, which seemed closer than ever before, but reality remained unattainable. He confessed to the moon, so you've already met him now, haven't you? But I am not happy. Even if others accuse me of bullying the weaker, I don't intend to let him off. His expression became painful because I'm unhappy. He glanced sideways and said, senior sister, did you hear that? Are you also trying to interfere with Lu Chao's affairs? You've been following me for half a day, aren't you going to show yourself? The surroundings remained silent, nothing happened. He closed his eyes and said impatiently, come out, I know you're here. Still no movement. He was slightly irritated but said nothing more this time. Then he turned around and said petulantly, if you don't come out, I'm leaving. A swarm of pink butterflies flew over. A voice rang out. Why are you always in such a rush? The same teacher appeared, captivating and graceful, sitting on a swing already in the Heaven-Man Unity realm. She teased, is it because junior sister Tan brought her Dao companion back to the mountain which made you feel hurt? Hong Ying knew well her fondness for teasing, so he raised his hand and waved, saying, you know perfectly well. If you've also come to persuade me, then I think there's no need. I want personally step forward and attack Lu Chaoga. He glanced sideways because he's not worthy. Still swinging on the swing, she replied, I haven't even started persuading you yet, and you're already accusing me. Actually, I think letting him go up to the spring and autumn platform Chuanqiu Tai is actually a pretty good suggestion. Hong Ying seemed surprised by this answer. He looked at her in astonishment. At this moment she finally consented to look him in the eyes. She continued, after all, the people on the mountain, like you and me, all have sincere feelings. Giving everything they have, if we can't reason with them, then let's just fight. He countered, but senior sister, you never usually care about matters outside the mountain. So why are you paying attention to an outsider now? Is it because he is junior sister Tan's Dao companion? She smiled yes and no. Hong Ying thought, what does that mean? Then senior sister, you must have seen what he looks like. She looked up at the high sky and said, that's right, everyone on Spring and Autumn Mountain knows I am fond of beauty. His beauty is almost equivalent to achieving Dao. Senior sister, you can't control yourself. Hong Ying thought, so she's merely attracted to looks. He said, is it because he is handsome that you want to intervene in this matter? Is it purely because he's handsome? Recalling that kiss, she said enchantedly, that's right, purely because he is handsome. Hong Ying was exasperated by his brazen senior sister. He continued, but you must know he is junior sister Tan's Dao companion. She replied nonchalantly, so what? Beautiful things are meant to be appreciated. Must one necessarily possess them? He turned and left, saying, if that's the case, why waste breath? Wait, she called out after him, then we have an agreement. I'll be getting a share tomorrow. With a whoosh, hanging flew towards the ground. Only the Saint Master remained swinging on the hammock. She muttered to herself, with this I finally have a piece. On the moon. A scene also emerged at this moment. Jiang Xinyan kissing Lu Chaoga. She covered her face, blushing like a true fangirl. That morning, beams of sunlight shone directly into Lu Chao's room. He shielded his eyes from the glare, thinking it's morning. Thinking back to Jiang Xinyan, her sleeping appearance was still so enchanting. He reached out, intending to stroke her face. But suddenly she opened her eyes and looked at him. This startled Lu Chaoga. She took his hand, placed it on her cheek and whispered, pinch if you want to. He leaned closer to her face and said, I'm definitely going to run into some trouble today. She asked, are you worried? He chuckled lightly, just minor trouble, this master will crush them completely. The sky was truly azure today. Flocks of birds were soaring in the sky, and the scenery was surprisingly tranquil. As the two walked out the door together, they saw Elder Xia standing there. She smiled and teased, you two are finally out. Did you sleep well last night? Jiang Xinyan immediately blushed, feeling shy, while Lu Chaoga replied calmly, of course I slept very well. Now tell me, did the three elders last night Discuss and decide on the trial for me. She gently extended her hand forward, speaking as she walked. They traveled aboard a flying platform. Elder Xia said, "Last night the venerated elders concluded their discussion. Regarding your trial, it is the Chuanqiu Tai Spring and Autumn Arena." Jiang Xinyan countered Chuanqiu Tai. "Is that appropriate?" Meanwhile Lu Chaoga thought Chuanqiu Tai. "I am extremely familiar with it." Recalling the scenes of past battles, Lu Chaoga thought the Chuanqiu Tai. All disputes within Chuanqiu Mountain can be resolved by fighting in the Chuanqiu Tai. Everyone who knows understands that. When playing games, the enemies are endless. Back then I spent the whole day fighting people up there. Sometimes I had to go up several times a day. I truly fought with ease. On the Chuanqiu Tai, cultivation realms are forcibly suppressed to be equal, so sometimes if the level was too low, and spiritual power was exhausted, one could only engage in close combat using fists. I know this isn't appropriate either. Elder in charge. There is no one in the entire sect below the 6th realm. From any perspective, this is a classic case of the strong bullying the weak. But the higher-ups have decided. What good is it for me to find it inappropriate? Elder Xia looked pale and was sweating coldly. Lu Chaoga said to her, "I find it perfectly appropriate. Please lead the way, Elder Xia." She let out a small sigh of relief. Elder Xia turned to the two of them and said, all right, Sect Master Lu Jr. Sister Jiang, please follow me." At the Chuanqiu Tai, Chuanqiu Mountain was covered in pure white snow blanketing the entire area. After preparations were complete, they arrived at Henjian's residence. Elder Xia cupped her hands, bowed her head, and said, reporting to the Sect Leader, "Sect Master Lu has arrived." He sat steadily on the throne. He thought, Lu Chaoga, let this master see just how capable you are. For stealing Xinyan's affection and taking her away. Lu Chaoga showed no weakness. He stared intently at him and a thought surfaced in his mind. Sect Leader of Chuanqiu Mountain. Here. The one who truly wants to compete on the arena floor must be you, right? Hanin said, let's start with Grand Elder Cixin. Elder Cixin stepped forward holding a memorial and said, our Chuanqiu Mountain is a place of outstanding people and exceptional resources, boasting many talents. Now that the Lu clan's Momen sect and the Jiang clan have formed a Dao companion relationship, our Chuanqiu Mountain offers our sincere congratulations. However, to marry this luminous pearl of Chuanqiu Mountain, you must pass the Chuanqiu trial. My Spring-Autumn Mountain Arena. Half an hour later, she was still standing there reciting the lengthy document. Therefore today's challenge was arranged. This challenge requires 3 individuals to be selected, disregarding the consequences of the fight. Only victory or defeat matters. But it is difficult to show restraint during a match, so both sides must be careful. Fraudulent means are not permitted, nor causing death, and do not bore those in attendance. Lu Chaoga also spoke, sounding exhausted. How much longer is she going to recite? Jiang Xinyan was also at a loss. Aunt Sixin's cultivation method has inspired her intense desire to speak. That's why she really loves making speeches. Just wait a bit longer. Another half hour passed. He was still chattering non-stop. He finally rolled up the long document. Therefore this competition consists of Lu Chaoga's 3 matches, which officially begin now. Lu Chaoga immediately seized the opportunity and began bowing. Flying up, he said, I have already troubled Senior. Please leave the rest to me. He sighed in relief, thinking that was truly dragging on. If this were a real fight, everyone would have died already. However, the speaker still wasn't done talking. He smiled. Now this world belongs to you young people. Everyone. He smiled too, but it was a forced smile. Please leave quickly and take care. He thought Senior Cixin just jumped out and said a bunch of things again. It essentially boiled down to one sentence. There are 3 matches in total. Anyone who wants to participate can step up. Then I will choose the opponent. He glanced at the crowd of opponents before him, both male and female, old and young. The powerful ones and those who looked like tough opponents were all present. He pondered for a moment, who should I choose for the first match? He looked over and saw Jiang Xinyan cheering him on. Xinyan is watching me. So for the first match, I must choose an opponent I can easily defeat. He spoke, everyone. I wonder if anyone would like to step forward for a spar of a few moves. The crowd shouted loudly. They would. The voices mixed together, making everything more chaotic than ever. Me and me I'd like to participate too. Lu Chaoga looked over and saw Zhao Ziqi standing there. He thought, this notorious traitor still hasn't defected yet. Zhao Ziqi also began to notice his gaze. On the surface he happily nodded to Lu Chaoga, but deep down he was a cunning fiend. Lu Chaoga, you killed my Moonspear Snow Wolf King. That was my ancient exotic beast. You have incredible nerve. If you choose me, I will make you pay dearly for this. Lu Chaoga however pointed at him. You. Zhao Ziqi was surprised me. He showed a smile indicating acceptance. But inwardly he was thinking, this is a dead end for you. You brought this upon yourself, don't blame me. He flew towards Lu Chaoga's location saying, Sect Leader Lu, it is a great honor to be your opponent. Lu Chaoga thought the usual trick. Villains always present themselves as such graceful young masters. TSK. Fortunately choosing him brings no psychological burden. He secretly smiled. The opponents in the match are all members of Xin Yan's family. It would be bad to embarrass anyone else, but hitting him is fine. He's going to die eventually anyway. After all, the dead don't hold grudges. Plus he's a villain, so there's no need to save face for him. Who knows? Maybe hacking him a few times now will even earn the experience points and contribution points for the Beizhou main quest. So isn't he the best choice? Thinking this, he summoned his staff and the divine dragon. That guy was still falsely smiling. Sect Leader Lu is also a sword cultivator. I wonder if the swords of Qingzhou are sharper, or if the swords of Beizhou are superior. I'm very fast, he said, while extending his sword towards Lu Chaoga, as if provoking him. Although the 4 continents each have their fixed cultivation weapons, but generally speaking, there are still some oddities who don't follow the usual path. Take this Zhao Ziqi for example, to run off to a healing location like Spring and Autumn Mountain in Beizhou, just to learn swordsmanship. That's quite original. Zhao Ziqi stood, his hands cupped in greeting. He said, my current cultivation is at the 8th heaven of the 6th realm. I earnestly request the sect master to impose a restriction on me, sealing my cultivation and keeping it at the 3rd heaven of the 4th realm like Sect Leader Lu. Hongyin agreed and cast a spell to lower his realm. It dropped from the 6th realm to the 5th and then to the 8th level of the 4th realm, confining his boundary. Initially Zhao Ziqi brandished his sword, pointing it skyward, launching a move at Sect Leader Lu. Watch out! Lu Chaoga's eyes shone brightly. It seemed he was also ready to show off his skills. He thought to himself, system check the level of his sword intent. He rushed over, but Lu Chaoga blocked him. The system replied, Zhao Ziqi's sword intent level is 4. 4th level sword intent. Isn't that the same as mine? Thinking this, he immediately drew several streaks of sword energy around Zhao Ziqi, making it look as if he were wrapped up by a black python and about to be strangled. At that moment he was drenched in sweat. This guy is in the 4th realm, yet he possesses the same level 4 sword intent as me. Throughout history this is unprecedented. I've never heard of someone in the 4th realm possessing level 4 sword intent. It seems relying only on sword intent isn't enough to beat him. Therefore I can only use that move. Lu Chaoga swung his sword and stabbed at Zhao Ziqi. Several streaks of pitch-black smoke immediately swept towards him, surrounding him completely. Terrified, Zhao Ziqi stepped back a few paces. Lu Chaoga's gaze was sharp, tinged with a hint of distaste, and he mused, my Qi Devouring Art and Azure Canopy are both top-tier cultivation techniques for leveling up. Moreover, this move of mine is a limitless critical hit ordinary attack. How will you respond to that? Lu Chaoga pressed forward relentlessly. Zhao Ziqi retreated in panic. Sweat gradually beaded on his face, and the arm gripping his sword began to tremble. No. His sword seems twice as heavy as before. I have already pushed my own sword Qi to its maximum strength, yet I can only barely fend off this move of his. I have no chance to counterattack at all. Su Yunling, watching the scene from the sidelines, exclaimed worriedly. Senior brother Zhao Ziqi is at a disadvantage. The woman next to him glanced at her. Senior brother Zhao Ziqi has the strength of the 8th heaven of the 5th realm. His fighting skill and experience should logically far surpass Lu Chaoga. The onlookers in the back also started murmuring. Wait, feel it carefully. Lu Chaoga's sword intent is also level 4. What, he's only in the 4th realm, yet his sword intent is also level 4. Although Lu Chaoga dominated the match, Xin Yan still couldn't stop worrying. After the 6th realm every cultivator awakens power far exceeding the 5th realm. And that power is something Lu Chaoga definitely cannot possess. That is the domain. This is the greatest difference between the 6th and 5th realms. Once he activates it, Brother Chaoga must be careful. Xin Yan silently cheered him on in her heart. On the battlefield, Zhao Ziqi could no longer withstand Lu Chaoga's attack and he flew backward, shouting, "Sect Leader Lu, I'm serious now." Lu Chaoga withdrew his sword, glanced at his opponent and let out an "Oh. Are you finally going to use your ability beyond the 4th realm?" Zhao Ziqi stomped his foot heavily and the ground trembled slightly, emitting several streaks of blue light. The blue light gradually rose, enveloping his entire body. Zhao Ziqi raised his sword, channeling his internal energy and shouting loudly. This Zhao requests the use of a sword. Zhao Ziqi activated his sword domain. The blue lights expanded more and more. They shot everywhere, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Before the surrounding onlookers could understand what was happening, the swords worn at their waists suddenly stirred. My sword seems to have a mind of its own." All the sheathed swords trembled ceaselessly. They are about to fly up. No way is it really that powerful. They suddenly broke free from their sheaths and flew upwards, regardless of their owners, who were struggling to control them. At this moment Zhao Ziqi shouted, "Come here." All those swords immediately flew towards him, forming a circle, encircling Zhao Ziqi. Xin Yan was stunned. It's here, Zhao Ziqi's sword domain. Brother Chaoga, you must be careful. Chuanxiu, Shan's disciples, stood outside. Seeing Zhao Ziqi's move, also felt that something wasn't quite right. Su Yunling said, folding her arms, "He's actually using a domain. Isn't this Zhao Ziqi afraid of being labeled for using his great power to bully the small?" Others quickly retorted, "Humph. As long as we win, the means don't matter." Su Yunling was visibly frustrated. This time Zhao Ziqi might win, but this method of victory really disgraced Chuanxiu Shan. Disgraceful. Lu Chaoga watched Zhao Ziqi use the sword intent without concern, and muttered to himself, "Swords come forth, do you even qualify?" Lu Chaoga laughed. His sharp gaze shot directly at his opponent. He looked at the floating swords, which were Zhao Ziqi's heartsword technique. Lu Chaoga sneered, relying only on the spiritual threads forming this nurturing formation, and trying to pull the lifebound flying swords of others. What kind of swords come forth is this? But if the swords truly extract themselves for his use, they might be hoping for me to use them. If that is the case, I can only sense the water of this world. They are waiting for me to wield them. Lu Chaoga just stood there silently activating his cultivation technique. A moment later white snow suddenly began to fall from the sky, and a fierce wind howled. Su Yunling exclaimed in alarm. This is the power of heaven and earth capable of controlling ice and snow. Is it the power of water? Lu Chaoga slightly raised the corner of his mouth looking at the Chuanxiu Shan disciples, and spoke scornfully. You truly have short sight. I heard that sect master Lu was the first person to awaken the power of water, obtaining the decree of the Joqing Tian Dao. Since that's the case, I shall borrow the snow. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding snowflakes suddenly gathered, condensing into the shape of swords, rapidly rushing towards Lu Chaoga. The blizzard fiercely swept across the martial arts arena, flying over the heads of the spectators outside the field. When the crowd saw this, they immediately burst into commotion. What is this? Someone exclaimed, the power of water. These snow swords must be Lu Chaoga's power of water. This aura is absolutely no weaker than the mist swords from before. After that, Huang Zanbinjuan immediately yelled, Quick, come back. Zhao Ziqi's face turned pale and he looked in surprise at the scene before him. This expression made Lu Chaoga feel somewhat satisfied. He stared directly into his eyes full of challenge. Didn't you want to intimidate me? Then let's raise the stakes. Zhao Ziqi shouted angrily. Then let's see if your snow swords are stronger, or if my flying swords are superior. Obeying his command, dozens of swords immediately broke formation, swirling and flying towards where Lu Chaoga stood. Zhao Ziqi thought bitterly, gritting his teeth. I certainly didn't hold back on this move. If these countless flying swords rush wildly and accidentally stab Lu Chaoga in the heart, then you deserve what happens. However, Lu Chaoga remained standing there, not moving an inch, watching the swords about to reach him. He calmly said, "Go." Those swords. Lu Chaoga's snow swords also began their offensive, rushing toward Zhao Ziqi's flying swords. This collision produced a massive sound. The earth seemed to shake. Snow and dust flew everywhere, blurring everyone's vision. Su Yunling was somewhat anxious. Who will win this move? Xin Yan on the side. Nor was she feeling particularly well. She widened her eyes and looked at Lu Chaoga. In her heart she kept calling his name Lu Chaoga. A moment later, when the blizzard dissipated, revealing the figure still standing tall, Lu Chaoga stood there completely unscathed. He was standing opposite Zhao Ziq. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziq leaned wearily on his sword with one hand, panting heavily. The onlookers in the distance shouted in surprise. Hang Yin, seated in the highest position, squinted, appearing somewhat displeased. Zhao Ziq's move was inferior to Lu Chaoga's. Elder Cixin, sitting beside him, also nodded. Ziq is still one step behind after all. The spiritual swords he seized were obtained through plunder and coercion, whereas Lu Chaoga's sword of ice and snow is a manifestation of his mastery over the power of heaven and earth. Regarding the power of heaven and earth, his control over the power of water is astonishing. Compared to the lightning power Qianqian usually uses, it is far superior. Hang Yin said this, glancing at his casually seated red-haired female disciple next to him. Sitting there, Pei Qianqian felt a few strands of killing intent directed at her from Hang Yin, and suddenly shivered. Qianqian thought she was caught in the crossfire. She turned her head discontentedly to look at Hang Yin, but didn't know what to say. She pondered thoughtfully. The sect master is using me to compare with Martial Uncle Lu. I am a junior, and Martial Uncle Lu is a senior. Martial Uncle Lu is not human at all. He's a monster, a fiend. To be mentioned in the same breath as him, isn't that raising my status? This thought made Pei Qianqian extremely happy. She cheered loudly. Exactly. Martial Uncle Lu is truly amazing. After hearing this, Hang Yin and Elder Cixin could only close their eyes and sigh. Above the arena, Zhao Ziq was trembling uncontrollably with rage. He gritted his teeth and said, "A tie. Impossible. How could my sword domain possibly be weaker than your snowflakes?" He glared at Lu Chaoga with hatred, wishing he could tear the opponent limb from limb. Zhao Ziq cursed internally. Lu Chaoga, who do you think you are to be equal to me? You are just a small leader of the Momin sect, one of the 300 subsidiary sects of the Sword Sect. At this moment Zhao Ziq was practically a maniac. His eyes wide open, he shouted. Those spiritual swords still obey me. Attack. Hatred and humiliation were gradually consuming his entire mind. Zhao Ziq thought, this inferior sect leader has no right to even speak to me. But those spiritual swords continued to rush towards Lu Chaoga, carrying Zhao Ziq's resentment, determined to eliminate the opponent. Xinyan was sweating profusely with worry. This is bad. He wants Chaoga to use the power of heaven and earth, consuming massive amounts of spiritual energy. These flying swords are all under his control. Other people's flying swords can launch countless attacks, but Chaoga definitely won't damage the flying swords of the Chuanqiu Shan cultivators. He grasped the crucial fact that the cultivators' flying swords were forcibly taken. He has seized this crucial point. She looked at the man, who remained standing calmly in place, not the slightest bit flustered. She couldn't help but wonder, Brother Chaoga, what will you do? The two standing on the spectator platform watched intently, unwilling to miss even a second. With his strength at the fourth realm, it shouldn't be possible for him to display a move like the current ice and snow sword formation. Zhao Ziq will seize this opening. So how should Lu Chaoga respond? These flying swords belong to the Chuanqiu Shan disciples' life swords, so they cannot be destroyed. Otherwise he will offend people. Hang Yin was also focused, constantly wondering, how will you break this deadlock? Another girl was also silently watching Lu Chaoga's performance, without uttering a word. Just then a continuous stream of flying swords all assaulted him. At this moment Lu Chaoga couldn't help but admire Zhao Ziji's move. Jiji, this kind of sword domain really is a good thing. Using others' swords to serve your own purpose, and you don't even have to compensate them if they get damaged. Let me expose you. It's a shame you didn't go into real estate. Lu Xiaoga stood in the center of the matrix formed by the flying swords, but he did not simply wait for doom. Instead, he started taking action against them. The two people from before were stunned by his strange actions. They were utterly dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this? Is he collecting the swords? Did he admit defeat? Yes, he must have. With the flying swords so dense everywhere given his spiritual energy, he definitely can't unleash a move like the one before. His loss is due to his low cultivation realm. Listening to the crowd's whispers nearby, Jiang Xinyan felt a sense of unease in her heart. He would never admit defeat. If it came down to it, he could only be defeated by someone else. It was absolutely impossible for him to concede voluntarily. Lu Xiaoga's eyes flashed, indicating that he would no longer hold back. He was going all out. Since you want to play to your heart's content, then I'm going to get fired up. He then executed a heartsword technique. After he issued the command, a series of dazzling flashes like lightning struck the flying sword matrix directly. The flying swords were relentlessly attacked by Lu Xiaoga's heartsword technique, showing no mercy. All they could see were continuous beams of light streaking past the blades. Suddenly a triumphant smile played on his lips, as though he had already achieved his objective. When they saw the flying swords suddenly turn around and flee, everyone immediately erupted in discussion. The flying swords ran away. What happened? Could Lu Xiaoga have broken Zhao Ziji's sword domain? Zhao Ziji had not expected himself to be suppressed like this. His face was green like a banana leaf, filled with disbelief. How could such a thing happen? Why did my sword domain stop working? Lu Xiaoga's unique and magnificent counterattack captivated everyone's attention. What exactly did Lu Xiaoga do? Could it be the Tao of the Divine Soul? We at the Chuanqiu Mountain are practitioners of rites. So if he truly mastered such a technique, that would essentially be our absolute nemesis. Pei Qianqian was thrilled by this scene and broke into a brilliant smile. Congratulations, honored elders. Your guess was correct. I was also astonished for a long time when Martial Uncle Lu first upgraded his natal anomalous phenomenon. When I saw it, I was also shocked for a long time. Indeed, given Jiang Xinyan's strong belief in him, her predictions were never wrong. Xiaoga, it really is you. You did it. After displaying such shocking power, Lu Xiaoga did not forget to show some public affection to the crowd, winking and smiling at Jiang Xinyan. Upon receiving this signal, Jiang Xinyan's cheeks immediately flushed, and she couldn't suppress the shyness in her heart. The other girls, watching the perfectly matched couple, who were so harmonious and loving, felt immensely envious. Before, I thought junior sister had been tricked, but now it seems that a magnificent genius like this, possessing such looks and temperament, would be hard to find a second of. Even with a lantern, it's hard to find a second one like it. This is truly too enviable. Where in the world do you have to go to meet such an excellent gentleman? Seeing Lu Xiaoga perform so outstandingly, Han Yin praised him, saying, not bad at all. It was easy to see from the depths of his heart that he was a capable individual, and definitely not someone to be taken lightly. It appears that, in terms of the sword Dao, Lu Xiaoga has already far surpassed Zhao Ziji. At this moment, Zhao Ziji was still standing rooted to the spot, unable to accept the reality before him. What exactly is going on? How could my sword domain be broken? Zhao Ziji was then suddenly startled when he noticed a red mark on his hand. Is that blood? Why is my hand bleeding? Seeing how childish and immature he was, Lu Xiaoga decided to teach him a lesson he would never forget, to make him realize the truth. Because your barrier was broken, your divine soul suffered damage. Then his eyes flashed with light again. If you still don't understand, then allow me to help you. A true man keeps his word. Lu Xiaoga. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ziji completely froze in place. Because of his own power, he could no longer resist and was suppressed until he knelt on the ground. Zhao Ziji was severely injured, spitting out blood, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He actually damaged my divine soul. Damn it! Seeing his exhausted and miserable appearance, Lu Xiaoga approached and then said a single sentence. Like a bolt from the blue, you lost. Sunlight streamed in, clearly displaying his triumphant expression. He said, so what if you have 100 swords? Who's afraid? Who's afraid? I Lu Chaoga have great confidence in my own strength to withstand anything. This is my guarantee. For me, one man and one sword are enough. Those two people were still very surprised, because he had made a complete U-turn, delivering such a forceful counterattack. Lu Chaoga won. Jiang Cun. Yan also breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that Lu Chao Ge was still safe and sound. After a period of wandering and playing around, the flying sword finally decided to return. This made Zhao Ziqi very happy. My flying sword is finally back. But unfortunately they couldn't go inside to watch. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Lu Chaoga also humbly bowed and cupped his hands, expressing. Zhao Ziqi expressed his sincerity. Thank you for the concession. He politely replied, thank you for the concession. But deep down he couldn't help but feel resentment, engraving this incident deeply in his memory. Just you wait. Henjian's gaze glanced toward the distance, the location of the spring and autumn stage. After Cixin finished observing the situation, he also drew some conclusions. It seems the sect disciples are very curious about our sect leader Lu. That's why more and more people are gathering at the spring and autumn stage. Hangin didn't dwell on it too much. Then lift the restriction and allow the sect disciples to enter. The time was truly right, nothing could stop it. As soon as the main gate opened, the crowd resembled an exploded beehive, shoving one another as they surged inside. Don't push, don't push. Seeing this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity, they couldn't help but start discussing. Does this mean we're allowed to watch? That's great, no more eavesdropping outside. The noisy crowd also alerted everyone's attention over where Sect Leader Lu was. Both people inside were astonished, facing this bold decision, allowing the disciples in. If this happens, we will lose. Where are we, the elders and masters? Supposed to hide our faces? Is the sect master forcing us to fight? Lu Chaoga desperately. The onlookers outside saw Lu Chaoga, who seemed like a god, descended to earth and were ecstatic, pushing each other and cheering loudly. This guy is really annoying. Don't push to the front, stay behind me. Stop pushing him, about to fall. Look, that's the real Lu Chaoga. Quick, record a video, it's my viral moment. Everyone started treating him as a rising idol, taking out their cameras one after another to capture some photos now. Trading might soon begin on the forums. This is the first match. Lu Chaoga defeated Zhao Ji. So who will be up for the second match? Lu Chaoga also didn't expect that he would have such powerful influence. He initially thought there would be no audience, but now there is one. I wonder how many players are here, and how many human cameras. He lowered his head, revealing a smile full of satisfaction. How many levels has this venerable one's reputation risen now? At this moment Jiang Kunyan also fell into deep thought, feeling somewhat worried for him. With so many people suddenly surging in, the elders and Chaoga will definitely go all out during the competition. After all, no one wants to lose face in front of the disciples. She looked up at him, an expression of displeasure on her face. Senior brother Hangin, must you go this far? Hangin looked at Jiang Xinyan. Her thoughts and feelings seemed identical to his own. Junior sister Jiang is looking at me and she seems somewhat angry. But if she is angry, I will only get angrier. He closed his eyes, recalling the incident with profound indignation. Bringing back an outsider to be the Dao Maiden without saying a word. Who could possibly accept that? That being said, the truth was, except for Hangin, everyone in Spring and Autumn Mountain had already accepted it. Su Xin seized the opportunity and cleverly offered a restorative pill as a gift. Sect Leader Lu, if you need a moment to rest, I have a blue heart pill here, which can help you restore your spiritual power. Faced with his kindness, Lu Chaoga politely declined, while also taking a moment to mock Zhao Jiqiong. Thank you for your concern, senior uncle. But Chaoga doesn't need it for now. Senior brother Zhao Jiqiong didn't cause me too much trouble. Zhao Jiqiong, who hadn't moved an inch, was caught in the crossfire. He was so angry his face twisted, his heart filled with rage. Yet he could do nothing. Seeing that his highly cutting words had successfully enraged him, Lu Chaoga displayed a satisfied smile. He was so enraged he looked like a furious rooster grinding his teeth. Very well, you dare to humiliate me in front of everyone, do you? Once I find an opportunity, you will certainly pay a heavy price for this. Unbeknownst to him, his inner thoughts had been seen through by Zhang Xinyan, who then issued a threat, causing his hair to stand on end in terror. Senior brother Zhao, you must honor your bet. If you try anything despicable against Chaga later, I wouldn't mind going up to the spring and autumn platform again to spar with you. Zhao Jixiong broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Junior sister Jian, you must be joking. But in his heart he was thinking something else entirely. I almost forgot this kid has Jiang Xinyan backing him up. I absolutely must not provoke this female monster. She became a supervisor purely by reaching the 5th realm. Not to mention she has now broken through to the 6th realm. Suixian didn't want to waste any more unnecessary time, so he initiated the next match. In that case, Chaoga pick a new opponent. Lu Chaoga stood confidently, hands clasped behind his back, completely unconcerned with worldly matters, and not worried about what would happen next. Subsequently, Lu Chaoga made his decision. Very well, then I shall select my next opponent. Everyone was immersed in a tense atmosphere. Zhao Jixiong possessed above-average strength, but judging by Lu Chaoga's skill, he was clearly superior. He could also easily defeat Zhao Jixiong. After thinking this, everyone began whispering among themselves. So many disciples are watching. What face will I have left? Another person felt utterly terrified inside, silently praying, don't pick me, don't look at me. Seeing that he had dominated the cultivation world for so long, and now everyone was wary of him, he found it somewhat uninteresting. How boring with so many people here, not a single one dares to look up. Except for that woman. Lu Chaoga scrutinized her for a moment, deciding to spare her for now. It's not the right time yet though. He shifted his focus of observation to another spot. Lu Chaoga raised his head and looked at the person sitting high up, and deduced, among everyone present here, the person who most wanted to step onto the martial platform was not among the disciples. Instead, he looked toward Hengyin. Hengyin was sitting securely alone on his chair. Lu Chaoga was certain that this senior brother was the man who truly wanted to step onto the martial platform. The two men occupied different extremes, separated by a great distance, yet they could clearly feel each other's powerful presence. At this moment, these two outstanding men of the current generation met each other's gaze. Facing Hengyi's smug and amused smile, Lu Chaoga also grinned widely. Everyone felt Lu Chaoga's aggressive gaze and were stunned speechless. No way, right? Is Lu Chaoga looking at the sect master? They're actually still smiling. Lu Chaoga, how dare he? Utterly brazen, completely reckless. Even if it involves someone related to him. Jiang Xinyan cannot stand by and do nothing. Brother Chaoga, what exactly are you planning? Your opponent is at the peak of the 8th realm. Stop beating around the bush. We see Lu Chaoga fly right in, getting straight to the point. Men's Lu Chaoga earnestly requests guidance from Sect Master Hengyin. Nobody expected him to make such an astonishing move. Everyone was dumbfounded by the shock. A sword challenge. Does this ancient sword cultivator mean he seeks defeat? Sect leader Lu is truly too arrogant. Will the sect master accept this competition? The others were also amazed, closely watching the subsequent developments. Since Lu Chaoga has this elegant interest, then Hengyin shall accompany him to the end. Upon hearing the challenge, he sneered. Then, feeling something indefinable, he immediately burst into loud laughter, fully indulging in the feeling. Lu Chaoga had spoken, so it would be rude for Hengyin to refuse. The person who created this interesting dynamic immediately stood up. Fine, I accept. The others began whispering among themselves. The sect master actually accepted 8th realm against 4th realm. How is this possible? Hengyin swiftly transformed into a wisp of sinister black smoke, landing on the ground. His entire body was surrounded by black energy, looking incredibly cool. Like a cold, ruthless CEO, he spoke harshly to Lu Chaoga. You should be aware. There is no way you can defeat me. Even if I suppress my cultivation realm to be the same as yours right now. Did he think this would scare him? Lu Chaoga was extremely calm without a hint of fear. Of course I know that. But right here you are the person I most want to fight. Then, seizing the rare chance for narcissism, he complimented himself, saying, aside from the 4 grandmasters like the sacred master, no one is my match. Even someone like Yi Jian, sure, or Ji Changkong from your side. No matter how formidable Hengyin was, he was not shaken in the slightest. So what? Seeing this, he pushed further and continued to brag. In other words, I am one of the top 5 under heaven. If anyone is scared, they should leave. Lu Chaoga remained calm and counter-questioned. So what? Seeing Lu Chaoga's fierce reply of so what? The spectators were all astonished. Although the outcome is still unknown, his confidence is overflowing. Everyone excitedly cheered him on. This is an epic classic scene. This is the genuine Lu Chaoga, whom no one can imitate. Being this cool is enough even if he gets killed by an 8th realm expert. Hell, die in the coolest way possible. Jiang Xinyan also felt a bit uneasy, worried about his slightly reckless actions. Chaoga is too impulsive. The sect master is at the peak of the 8th realm. Suddenly she saw Lu Chaoga turn his face and reveal a very calm smile. He's smiling. Truly a couple whose hearts are connected, understanding each other's feelings just by looking at their expressions. So that's it, I understand. He is using this method to justify the properness of our relationship. Jiang Xinyan saw that he was risking danger solely for their future, and decided to put himself in harm's way. Feeling profoundly grateful, her heart surged with emotion. Feeling deeply moved by the excellent man standing before her. Many people on Chuanqiu-shan hold affection for me, but the only one who dared step onto the Chuanqiu platform for the sake of the sect master in me is Lu Chaoga. Hung Yin turned his gaze toward her, having already perceived everything. Junior sister Jiang's heart has been captured by him. He looked at Lu Chaoga feeling a trace of admiration, but the fact that he dares to challenge me directly is indeed extraordinary, because many people don't even dare to look me in the eye. Perhaps Hung Yin closed his eyes, silently forced to accept this fact. Junior sister Jiang. Now he knows what kind of man the person he likes truly is. The beautiful image of Jiang Xinyan, like the goddess change, instantly appeared in his mind. The moment I saw him, perhaps I already knew. Subsequently, Hung Yin decided to start this contest with a proposal. Lu Chaoga, the difference between you and me is too vast. So if you can just withstand my 3 moves, you win. In order to ensure things went smoothly, Lu Chaoga had to put some thought into it. 3 moves. In his past life, the game was only open up to level 60. But the attribute value of a single strike could kill levels 40 and 60. Be it sword intent moves or domain, they could all suppress level 40. Then he entered serious mode. His expression grave and highly focused. If everything goes as expected, then this Hung Yin intends to teach me a lesson. It turned out Hung Yin was motivated by personal grudges, which explained his resolve. If I fail to defeat him decisively in 3 moves, then if word gets out, wouldn't everyone think I'm weak? Wouldn't that be doing something unnecessary? But I'm an 8th stage expert. I definitely want to defeat him and take away my junior sister Jiang. If I don't teach him a lesson, I won't be able to quell the hatred in my heart. Everyone sat in the viewing stands, but they all felt that the way this match was structured, it seemed disadvantageous to Chuanqiu-shan. The sect master is only using 3 moves against Lu Chaoga. Is he trying to finish him off? If that's the case, then it's fine. If the opposite happens, what about the reputation of Chuanqiu-shan? What should be done? If he fails to secure a decisive victory, then Chuanqiu-shan will become a foil for the small Mo Men sect. Regardless of the outcome, the reputation of Mo Men will rise. The surrounding spectators were all deeply interested in this match, with both sides seemingly equally matched, neither giving way. Hey, Sect Master Lu is only level 40. Can he withstand 3 moves from a level 80 Sect Master? Can he take it? Whether he can take it depends on the level 80 skills. Isn't he making a huge profit? Shut up, our Lu Chaoga can definitely take it. However, faced with this proposal, he agreed without hesitation. Fine, 3 moves. He still displayed a superior arrogant attitude. Alright, I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to recuperate, so that you can meet my challenge in your best possible condition. He was secretly gloating. It's good that he has the guts. I like this way. I won't waste my precious time. Lu Chaoga boldly refused. No need, about 10 breaths is enough. Hearing his words, which were full of provocation, Hung Yin's face instantly darkened as if the sky had fallen. Impudence, are you joking? However, he said it and he could do it. A golden aura carrying significant power radiated from Lu Chaoga's entire body. Subsequently, what was meant to happen eventually did. Fourth stage, fourth heaven. Fourth stage, fifth heaven. Fourth stage, sixth heaven. A powerful burst of light, concentrated in the center of the martial arena, then violently spread outwards. Finally, fourth stage, seventh heaven. After causing a tremor in the heavens and earth, he stopped. Ready. Sensing the supreme level power surging within his body. Everyone was astonished. Breaking through 7 stages consecutively after the initial breakthrough. Is he even human? Faced with this stunning display, Hong asked doubtfully, have you been deliberately suppressing your cultivation? Although he asked this, he already had the answer in his heart. 7 consecutive breakthroughs. This isn't suppressing cultivation. It's simply impossible, right? He replied, that's right. Only, he truly understands these tricks. Accumulating experience points without using them is essentially suppressing one's realm. There's no difference. However arrogant he had been just now, he now had to change his view of Lu Chaoga. No wonder your foundation is the most stable I have ever seen. You are already invincible. That's big news. Is there something explosive happening? Oh, netizens are always the quickest to pick up news. Brothers in the live stream room, did you all hear that? Lu Chaoga is invincible below the 5th realm. Everyone, you heard correctly. Lu Chaoga is the best in the world. He is even stronger than the Saint Master Sword Venerable. This has been acknowledged by the Sect Master of Chuanxiushan. However, their excited behavior also attracted a lot of criticism. Everyone said they heard it and told me to shut up. Don't disturb them while they watch the match. Things are even worse for me. They are calling me the successor of the blind and the deaf. My live stream is being reported. They claim I am committing online fraud. Lu Chaoga holds his long sword, preparing for a life or death battle with Hong to receive the acknowledgement of the Chuanxiushan sect master is my honor. Make your move. You will find out. He then gave a scornful smile expressing a bit of his ambition. I want to be the best in the world, not just below the 5th realm, but in all of Tianxian. His burning desire echoed throughout the entire spectator stand, shaking heaven and earth, bearing witness to this heroic spirit. This magnificent aura, rarely seen in 1,000 years, left everyone astonished. Senior brother, he is just that kind of person. Uncle Master Chaoga looking so spirited and high-flying. Perhaps he has already been crowned king. Subsequently, a stream of dark energy emanated from Hong hand, carrying tremendous power. Since Lu Chaoga challenged him without hesitation, then Hong would not hold back. He would expend his strength to fight a hard-fought battle. Then let this seat see what the future greatest talent in the world is truly capable of. Facing this surging dark power, Lu Chaoga remained calm, standing with his arms crossed. He showed a cunning smile. Then you should handle this carefully. This is merely a strike from this seat. At the 4th realm's 7th heaven, Lu Chaoga kept his hands clasped behind his back, completely composed, as if uninvolved, allowing Hong to glare menacingly, wanting his life. Suddenly the demonic energy burst forth violently. Next, it was manipulated, rushing towards him like a violent storm. Lu Chaoga did not stand still and take the hit. Instead, he swung his sword in retaliation. Although his entire body was surrounded by demonic energy, he remained calm and composed with a smile on his face, as if he were simply watching an entertaining show, as expected of a top figure of this era. This palm strike is very ordinary. I feel like a mountain is pressing down on me. But what of it? It seems this is not enough to take off a single hair from Lu Chaoga. He decisively swung his sword, slashing towards the stream of energy. Looking up from below the arena, all that could be seen was thick smoke with no figures visible. One could only hear and feel the strong movements emanating from Lu Chaoga. The atmosphere became unprecedentedly tense. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Cold sweat streamed down their faces. This palm strike contained no techniques. It was just a very ordinary strike. Moreover, the sect master suppressed his own cultivation to the 4th realm's 7th heaven. The might of the sect master truly is renowned across the land. Even we dare not display it directly. However, after witnessing it firsthand, Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but feel nervous for Lu Chaoga. This single palm strike from the sect master, even without using techniques, its power has long surpassed that of the ordinary. 6th realm. The girl with pink hair watched without blinking. She secretly imagined herself in that situation. If I had to take a palm strike like that then. She imagined herself being incinerated, and then ascending to heaven terrified out of her wits. She felt like her heart was about to burst out of her chest. I would definitely die. Suddenly the stream of energy was no longer enveloping them as before. Instead struck by a powerful impact. It split into two halves. Lu Chaoga stood proudly amidst the gradually dissipating streams of energy. Dissipated, greatly shocking everyone present. He is still standing there. Such a powerful move didn't manage to hit him. This kid certainly has some skill. To think he could block a strike from the sect master. Seeing that he was completely unharmed, without any injuries, Jiang Xinyan also breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression improved slightly. Chaoga, since we are fighting, we must persist until the very last moment. Although his physical strength was limited, he still pointed his sword forward, his resolve unshakable. Faced with such peak martial prowess, displayed by a man who was second to none, the audience in the live stream was also very excited, showering him with praise. Lu Chaoga is indeed my husband, too strong. My man is amazing. If that handsome guy hurt my husband's face, I would fight him desperately. Lu Chaoga is the best in the world. Who opposes this? Who agrees? Although the odds were stacked against him, his resistance was so exceptional that even Hung Yin had to admit it. Not bad that palm strike just now. Even a 5th realm peak expert couldn't block it. But you held your ground. This seat is very satisfied. However, the game has just begun. How can it end so quickly? He raised his hand, preparing to strike again. The next palm strike. Even a 6th realm peak expert would find hard to resist. A purple flame mark appeared on Henjian's hand. Through his eyes, I could clearly see the surging murderous intent. Be careful, he calmly focused his mind, gathering all his strength for the next blow. The flame in this palm strike can not only activate my spiritual energy, but also trigger heaven and earth resonance. Hung Yin clenched his fist and pushed it forward, his entire hand smoking and his eyes glowing brightly. Just at that moment, this earth-shattering move was unleashed. Subsequently, Lu Chaoga was enveloped by a current of air, forming a circular dome like a birdcage, trapping him inside. Is this the heaven and earth resonance? His whole body began to show patchy flashing burn marks. To think it also uses such terrifying heat to burn the area around me into a vacuum. No matter how strong he is, this move will consume a portion of his energy. There is no air left to breathe, and my entire body is as hot as if I were in the center of lava. If my power of the water tides doesn't resist on its own, then in an instant, I will be reduced to ashes. Is this the power possessed by an 8th realm mighty being too strong? At this moment the name of the move was clearly displayed on the screen. Skill Heaven and Earth Resonance. Those outside who saw Lu Chaoga struggling inside couldn't help but start wondering, is that Lu Chaoga about to die now? Impossible, what kind of move is that? Hung Yin stood aside, watching him verge on defeat, looking extremely smug. It looks like the winner will be determined very soon. Su Xian, or an observer nearby, also suddenly realized something which greatly startled him. Hung Yin used heaven and earth resonance. If it were an ordinary 6th realm expert, they would certainly die. Seeing that Lu Chaoga was in a hair-raisingly critical situation, Jiang Xinyan was restless and intended to go rescue Chaoga, but Pei Chanxian stopped her. Aunt Jiang, don't be impulsive, calm down. At such a critical life or death moment, how can I just stand by and watch Lu Chaoga be tormented? That bastard wants to take Chaoga's life. How can I calm down? How can I calm down? Pei Chanxian continued to urge. Don't rush, look at Uncle Lu He. But Jiang Xinyan remained very stubborn, refusing to listen to advice. Chaoga he. However, before she could finish speaking, she stopped, her face filled with astonishment because of the scene unfolding before her eyes. Looking down on that circular dome of air, some cracks began to appear. She seemed to sense a positive change. Is he trying to take this move hidden? Pei Chanxian saw that Jiang Xinyan had calmed down slightly, and she breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, Martial Uncle Lu must have a way to break it. A sliver of damnable anxiety rose in her heart again. It almost caused internal strife within the sect. Martial Uncle Jiang actually called the sect master a bastard. Did the sect master hear that? The cracks on the dome gradually became clear. even allowing light from within to shine through. Witnessing the sight before him, Hong Yin was like a startled deer, standing frozen in confusion. His mind was filled with giant question marks. He felt that something bad was about to happen, so he quickly spun around. Could it be over? The power emanating from inside the dome grew stronger and stronger, creating more and more cracks. When he saw that his demonic energy was about to fail, he could only watch with wide eyes as events unfolded. What Hong Yin least expected happened. Streaks of light appeared through the cracks, and subsequently the demonic energy dome he had conjured completely shattered, turning to dust and vanishing into thin air. Lu Chaoga successfully shattered his technique, and reappeared in an extremely handsome posture. He plunged his sword tip into the ground and stood rigidly, slowly exhaling several weary breaths. After battling that strange entity for a while, the crowd witnessed his magnificent return, like a beautiful butterfly, emerging from its cocoon, causing the crowd to excitedly cheer uncontrollably. Lu Chaoga is fine, he really did it. That was too dangerous, I almost died of fright. If that had happened I would have had to run away. Hong Yin saw his own move, defeated by him time and time again, leaving him speechless. I'm truly surprised that you were able to break this technique of mine. It was completely unexpected. But Lu Chaoga was still filled with heroic drive, and his fighting spirit remained high, so he proposed, "Let's continue." Hearing his courage and spirit, Hong Yin smiled, feeling that the opponent before him was worthy of giving his all. It seems I must get serious now too. Then he reached out his hand and pulled out a weapon that looked quite extraordinary. Weapon. Hong Yin confidently held the genius spear in his hand. It looked extremely dangerous. This might be his trump card. Face to face, eyes met and Hong Yin spoke a few words before continuing the fight. Your sword only advances, never retreats. That is very interesting. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga also remained silent, not saying a word, conserving his strength for the upcoming battle. Hong Yin seized the opportunity. Since he had brought out such a top-tier weapon, he boastfully showed off a bit. But my spear doesn't like retreating either. Seeing that he was gaining the advantage time and time again, yet his opponent remained so confident, Lu Chaoga could only give a wry smile, since he brazenly proclaimed the power of the genius spear. Then Lu Chaoga wanted to test and see what it was capable of. Then let's continue. Although Lu Chaoga's fighting spirit was high, Jiang Xinyan keenly observed, Chaoga seems to be quite badly injured. Hong Yin did not hesitate either, following his opponent's wish. Then I shall fight you till the end. Excellent. Then let's see if you can handle my move, Qingjin Bazhen 8 Force Array. This move. With that he violently drove the spear into the ground, forming a vortex. Incredibly, an outwardly unremarkable spear was actually able to release such fierce and deadly hot red flames. The spectators were also inevitably affected by the blast. It's so hot. Is this the sect master's power? This is ridiculous. Is he trying to burn everything down like this? Lu Chaoga is of the water element. Can he suppress these terrifying flames? Seeing this scene, the tension seemed very high. Dealing with Hong Yin has become extremely difficult now. Everyone is worried and afraid of him. How should Lu Chaoga respond? He didn't concede either, but quickly recovered his footing, summoning a surging vortex of water. Hong Yin's strike carried 8 layers of power, which he couldn't withstand based solely on his cultivation level. But Lu Chaoga remained extremely calm, because he was very confident, believing himself to be the chosen one. But the Son of Heaven always has his own method of counterattack. After gathering enough power onto his sword, he raised the sword in front of him, preparing to strike back. This sword strike was in no way inferior to his decade of sword aura. Taking advantage of his seeming dominance, Hong Yin released once again the spear's vortex of power, attacking Lu Chaoga. Be careful. That power spun intensely, like a tornado sweeping up everything around it beneath the blood-red sky. He too had to assume a posture to withstand this move. This terrifying force would either injure or cripple, astonishing all the onlookers. The world changed color. What level of spear force is this exactly? As expected of the second spear, now second only to the sacred master. What would happen if we had to endure this strike? The elders were all surprised by his attack. This willingness to go all out without mercy. Hong Yin actually showed no mercy. 8 layers of spear force would certainly kill anyone in the standard 4th realm. And if anything happened to Lu Chaoga, here the sword sect would definitely come looking for trouble. One person, seeing that the situation was not very optimistic, suggested out of goodwill, should they stop them? But he didn't think it was necessary. No need. He looked down at the blonde girl, feeling completely reassured, as if seeing a lifeboat. After all, with this little girl here nothing could go wrong. Now was the time for Lu Chaoga to shine. Light flickered around him. Then the sword, imbued with divine power, shone brightly and was decisively swung out. The two forces, carrying the wills of the two men, collided with each other, resulting in a deadlock. The power of both sides was terrifyingly strong, generating a flash in the middle. Due to the friction, seeing that the stage now belonged to him, Lu Chaoga was extremely excited and burst into endless laughter. I've long been invincible in this realm. I wanted exactly this kind of opponent. What a thrill. This clash of powers shook the earth, causing a grand explosion. A cloud of thick white smoke appeared, and the entire space lit up. The light seemed intent on purifying the souls of everyone present. From within the thick white smoke, a figure faintly emerged. Everyone slowly opened their eyes and looked around at the scene, which was truly astonishing. After this magnificent and splendid contest, sudden drops of bright red syrup slowly dripped onto the ground, pooling into a puddle. Lu Chaoga's figure gradually emerged, looking battered and bruised, with tattered clothes and numerous injuries all over his body. But despite his appearance, he still stood firmly, completely steady. The sword was still gripped tightly in his hand. Seeing Lu Chaoga standing proudly before them, Pei Qianqian and Jiang Xinyan quickly shouted, "Chaoga, martial Uncle Lu." Despite being battered completely, he was still extremely satisfied with the contest. What a thrill, fantastic. Hong Yin looked at Lu Chaoga, who was completely unharmed, and started doubting reality. Is someone like him even human? Then he lifted one foot and stepped forward, thinking Lu Chaoga had conceded. But the momentum of his fight was still boiling within him, and showed no signs of stopping. For the first time, Hong Yin was able to fight with such an unusual person, and he couldn't help but feel surprised by this resilience. Subsequently, he burst into loud, hearty laughter, showing immense interest. Facing this opponent he might only meet once in 1,000 years. However, a man's word is his bond, and once spoken it cannot be taken back. He turned around and reiterated his previous condition. I said 3 moves, and 3 moves it is. There is no need to continue the contest. However, Lu Chaoga insisted on deciding the winner, still refusing to stop now, and immediately rushed over at the speed of light. The winner between us has not yet been decided. Faced with this determination, even bordering on stubborn persistence, his sword attacked Hong Yin's long spear. The two still rushed toward each other like moths flying into a flame, launching a fierce, decisive battle. The scene was impossible to capture with the naked eye. One could only see plumes of smoke generated by their movements. Seeing that, he blindly demanded a fight, completely disregarding his own well-being. Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but speak up. Chaoga, stop now, that's enough. The two stood on the stage, separated by a distance, and Lu Chaoga still had no intention of stopping. Hong Yin did not make the first move but focused on observing, waiting for him to launch the attack proactively. Subsequently, Lu Chaoga unhesitatingly performed the 5th move, swinging the Qingqing Manrinjin sword towards him. Although he no longer wished to fight, he still raised his long spear to parry the strike. The sun rose shining upon the two of them, and time seemed to freeze. At that very moment, this inseparable battle was about to reach its conclusion. After a while, Hong Yin no longer wanted to argue about it, and admitted defeat. You win. But unexpectedly, Lu Chaoga looked at him with a sorrowful expression. I lost all the Mo sect disciples, who were watching the match between their master and the master of Yan Shuiqiu, were utterly astonished. Someone said the sect master said Lu Chaoga lost. Someone else said Lu Chaoga said he lost. Opinions varied and no one knew who to believe. A disciple opened his mouth and asked, so who won and who lost exactly? On the stage the two stood, their blades pressed against each other's necks. Hong Yin, the master of Yanshuiqiu, said to Lu Chaoga, "Mo Sect Master, you have run out of spiritual power." Lu Chaoga knew this without needing a reminder. Did he really need someone else to point out his physical condition? At this moment Hong Yin threw his weapon onto the ground. He honestly admitted, "But I used 5 moves, so you won." Lu Chaoga looked very disheveled, his clothes tattered. He said to Hong Yin, "But my goal was to withstand 10 of your moves." Hong Yin tossed Lu Chaoga a bottle of medicine and said to him, "Catch. You can't withstand 10 of my moves now, but you certainly will be able to in the future." Having said that, he didn't wait for Lu Chaoga to react, and tossed the medicine bottle toward him. Lu Chaoga instinctively reached out and caught it. Lu Chaoga picked up the medicine bottle, and saw the 3 characters Ji Shangdan written on it. He thought to himself, this is medicine for healing injuries. What exactly does this Hong Yin mean? Hong Yin turned around and strode towards the city gate, saying to Lu Chaoga, "So you better stay alive honestly later." He paused for a moment. Then he tilted his head, glanced at Lu Chaoga, and raised his voice to warn him, "If junior sister Jiang tells me you bully her, I will break all your front teeth when that happens." Lu Chaoga watched his retreating figure and chuckled softly. This guy is still so awkward. Hong Yin announced 2 wins out of 3 matches. Lu Chaoga has already won 2 matches. Therefore I declare Lu Chaoga the winner. Upon hearing this result, Jiang Xinyan did not feel happy. Instead, she was more worried about Lu Chaoga. Chaoga won, but his hand seemed severely injured. The pink-haired girl nearby said in surprise, as expected of Uncle Lu to actually win against Sect Master Uncle. The surrounding crowd was also extremely astonished. Wait, Lu Chaoga won? How is that possible? Lu Chaoga actually beat the Chuanqiu Mountain Sect Master. Then came the number 1 ranked master below the 5th realm, Lu Chaoga. Everyone was talking animatedly, mostly praising Lu Chaoga. However, just at this moment, Lu Chaoga started speaking, which surprised everyone greatly. He said, "For me, this is a rare opportunity. So I want to proceed with a 3rd match." Hong Yin clenched his jaw. He didn't know how Lu Chaoga was thinking, wanting to continue the match. The spectators were equally astonished. They all had the same question in their minds. Does he still want to fight? A mysterious blonde woman was deeply impressed by Lu Chaoga. She thought, as expected, he is truly unique. Lu Chaoga stood alone on the arena stage. Seeing him still standing there alone, someone asked doubtfully, "What is he trying to do? There is no one there at all. What does he mean? Even the sect master has already been defeated by him. Who else in Chuanqiu Mountain can fight him?" He cupped his hands and said, "Mo Sect's Lu Chaoga, please give me guidance." The crowd below started murmuring. Someone said, "Has he gone mad?" Someone said, "Has Lu Chaoga been hit so hard his brain is damaged?" Someone said, "There's no one on the stage. Is he talking to thin air?" Hearing the discussions below, Lu Chaoga still calmly bowed to the woman. He thought, sure enough, these people can't see her. In Chuanqiu Mountain there is only one person who can achieve this. The blonde woman put her hands on her hips and smiled. Many butterflies appeared around the woman, and her hair turned white. She was none other than the Sage Master Shangshi, who had reached the Heaven Man Unity Realm. Many shouts arose, "The Sage Master! It's the Sage Master!" Disciples from various sects dropped their jaws in astonishment. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. How could the Sage Master suddenly appear here? This was the ability of the Heaven Man Unity Realm. When Hong Yin saw the woman appear, he frowned and thought, "My senior sister is causing trouble again." The Sage Master walked with light steps, radiating a white glow all around her. Wherever she went, butterflies flew. She looked like an immortal fairy stepping out of a painting. All the disciples knelt down, shouting greetings to the Sage Master. Greetings to the Sage Master. Only then did everyone realize that Lu Chaoga was talking to the Sage Master. Everyone had different thoughts. Some felt, has he gone crazy? Others thought, oh my god, winning against the Sect Master wasn't enough. He actually wants to win against the Sage Master too. Has Lu Chaoga been hit so hard his mind is failing him? Pei Qianqian and Jiang Xinyan standing nearby thought anxiously. Oh no, oh no. Has Martial Uncle Lu completely lost his mind? How can he possibly be a match for Master? Jiang Xinyan believed Chaoga yearned for a stronger opponent, and that senior brother wanted to comprehend more from this experience. The Sage Master observed Lu Chaoga carefully. She felt that Lu Chao's true appearance compared to what she saw using the Heaven's Eye technique was much more appealing. Lu Chaoga radiated a rainbow-like glow in her eyes. His face was handsome. His physique was muscular and solid. She smiled and thought his current appearance closely matches his martial path. Lu Chaoga thought this is the Sage Master. Not only does she possess the Heaven Man Unity realm, but she also knows how to alter her appearance. Although she isn't the stunningly beautiful type, the more you look the more captivating she becomes. The two stood opposite each other, radiating astonishing charisma, along with the allure of the Heaven Man Unity realm. The Sage Master looked at him and said, "You are injured, and your spiritual energy is exhausted." Hearing this, Lu Chaoga replied resolutely, "It is but a minor injury, I can still break through the realm." The remaining people were all dumbfounded with shock. One disciple thought he misheard, and asked the person next to him, "What did Lu Chaoga just say?" He received the answer. He said, "I can still break through the realm." After hearing it, he exclaimed, "Is he a human or a monster?" Lu Chaoga contemplated reviewing the process of his match with Hangin. "I just had a fight with Hangin. The fact that this Hangin fought me didn't trigger effective guidance," he thought. Top figures like Li Changkong and Hangin, and the Saint Master, if they teach me through guidance, will the system automatically classify it as effective guidance, allowing me to receive a super item reward? He made up his mind. He wasn't able to take advantage of the Chunkyishan Sect Leader just now, but this time he absolutely must take advantage of the Chunkyishan Saint Master. The Saint Master gathered energy in the palm of her hand, and she said to Lu Chaoga, "You are too severely injured. So much so that you might break through a realm even while dreaming." After speaking, the Saint Master transmitted that energy to him. His entire body was enveloped in a pink glow. Lu Chaoga exclaimed in surprise, "My injuries have completely healed. And my clothes? Weren't my clothes already torn during the fight with Hangin? How do they look brand new now?" All traces of blood and dirt had vanished from his body. He thought so. The Saint Master is actually a mother hen. The Saint Master looked at the result, covered her mouth in admiration, and felt deeply satisfied. Now it's perfect. Lu Chaoga was extremely worried. He felt that he was being targeted by one of the world's top 4 monsters. Her beauty. What should he do? At this moment, Lu Chaoga, for some reason, was staring intently at the Saint Master, forcing her to become wary. This guy is actually just focused on looking at my face. This assessment of hers caused Pei Chanqian, who was standing beside them both, to break out in a cold sweat. Oh no, oh no. Master's old obsession with appearance is acting up again. But immediately after, the Saint Master did not blame him. Instead, she smiled and said, "If I were in the same realm as you, I would not be your match. This third round of competition will count it as your direct win." At this moment, Pei Chanqian was completely dumbfounded. Such a huge declaration just tossed out like that. Zhang Xinyan, standing nearby, was different. She didn't show any particular expression, only thinking internally. Senior brother Chaoga is indeed very strong. But it wasn't only Chanqian who reacted this way. The man and woman who had been watching the show were also very surprised that the Saint Master could say such a thing. Doesn't this mean that in the future Lu Chaoga will certainly surpass the Saint Master? Oh my gosh, at this moment she seemed to be radiating light. Yes, she wasn't mistaken. The Saint Master's body was being surrounded by beautiful butterflies. It seems she is about to leave. Before leaving, she turned back. "Eventually there might be a battle between you and me." Reaching this point, she suddenly paused. Then a smile curved the Saint Master's lips. The scene at this moment seemed to be immersed in a fantasy dream. If this really is a dream, may it be a long one. A clear sound rang out, and then the unfinished sentence was continued. "It shouldn't be at this time, nor should it be here." Following that, she gradually faded away along with the cluster of butterflies, until only a few butterflies were fluttering about, and she was long gone. This caused some regretful comments to appear on the screen. The Saint Master left. Did she just leave like that? The strongest in Beizhou, and the #1 figure among Qingji's younger generation. What an interesting scene that was. And similar typical comments. Watching the Saint Master vanish just like that, Lu Chaoga clenched his fists, feeling unwilling to accept it. Before leaving Chunkyishan, I must get close to her at least once. Only then will this journey be worthwhile. Just at that moment Xinyan ran over. Her calling quickly interrupted his thoughts. Chowga. She ran over panting because she was worried about him. Let me see quickly, are you seriously hurt? Faced with this slightly superfluous worry, he also smiled and told her not to worry. I'm fine, but she was still worried about Lu Chowga. She then said, the Saint Master has already finished healing the wounds. It's just that the spiritual energy inside him is depleted, and he must recover slowly. Jiang Xinyan immediately requested leave to depart. She needed to go back first to take care of her senior brother, the Venerable Lord. Martial Ant, I will take Chowga back to recover first. Seeing this, the elderly woman did not try to keep them. She smiled kindly and said, Go. As for Henjiang, who was standing beside her, his face was pale and greenish, and his heart was pounding. He thought his junior sister was looking at him. Master! Jiang Xinyan hugged the person and leaped flying up into the sky. Even Qianqian was forgotten where she stood. She immediately shouted, Junior sister Jiang, wait for me. Immediately afterward Qianqian hurried to chase after them. She kept shouting, wait for me, making the two people on the ground feel helpless. At this moment the elderly woman also spoke helplessly. Why does it feel like everyone, one after another, is thinking about others but forgetting their own people? In fact, not everyone is like this. It's just that this fellow was mesmerized by that lamb. The thought continued. At this moment they flew past mountains tens of meters high. Although Qianqian had flown with all her might just now, she still couldn't catch up to the two people ahead. After this incident, Qianqian had better quickly contact those modified vehicle experts to improve speed, and perhaps upgrade her throat to Martial Ant Jiang. Wait for me. But it must be admitted that Lu Chowga truly is a super opportunist. Seeing someone worrying about him, he immediately seized the chance and hugged her waist. Then he added, my wife is indeed soft and fragrant. After flying for a few minutes they finally reached their destination. It must be admitted that Jiang Xinyan is truly strong. She landed easily while carrying him alone, but for some reason as soon as they arrived she walked straight ahead. Unlike earlier when she was supporting Chowga. This made him feel puzzled. At this moment Jiang Xinyan was emanating a gloomy aura. Her expression was dark and furthermore, her hands were tightly clenched. This made Lu Chowga uneasy and he wondered, why is she angry? Just then she turned around and complained to Lu Chowga with an irritated expression. Chowga, what exactly were you trying to do? You only had to withstand his 3 moves. Yet you voluntarily attacked with your sword. Do you really not value yourself? Seeing her so furious, he naturally couldn't just stand there and watch. He immediately moved closer to apologize. I'm sorry, I just acted on impulse. But how could it be so easy to get off the hook so quickly? Even 10 gods couldn't save him now. Jiang Xinyan had held back for a long time, and immediately unleashed all her precious advice upon Lu Chowga. Impulse. Did you throw your life away, so what if you lost? Even if you lost I would still be yours. Lu Chowga suddenly interrupted, a loss is just a loss. This successfully made Jiang Xinyan pause. Her face flushed crimson, perhaps out of embarrassment. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chowga looked directly into her eyes and spoke all his sincere feelings. I know, but for you I couldn't afford to lose. If I lost, people would say you chose the wrong person. They would say you picked a useless man. Then he gently took Jiang Xinyan's hand. I don't want that to happen. Hearing him say this, she shyly looked away. I understand. It was only then that Lu Chowga looked at his own palm and exclaimed, I never expected the Saint Master to know this kind of technique. With just a touch of her finger, my wound instantly healed. This is also a capability of the post-heaven unity stage. Just now, after Lu Chowga had endured a fierce scolding escape, Pei Qianqian finally caught up. She jumped down and happily shouted, Martial Ant Jiang, I caught up. Jiang Xinyan's cheeks flushed crimson again. Oh no, I wonder if Qianqian heard those embarrassing things just now. The thought continued. Seeing this young girl here, he immediately spoke up and asked Qianqian, you've arrived just in time. Regarding the matter of the Heaven's secret technique, did you tell the Saint Master about this? Qianqian revealed a look of confidence. She put her hand on her chest and bravely said, Of course I did. In Senior Martial Uncle Lu's mind am I really the kind of person who can't remember things? Yes. Lu Chaoga was already too used to Qianqian's somewhat shameless personality. So he just continued to ask. Then what did the Saint Master say? At this moment she was a bit flustered. She tried hard to recall what the Saint Master had told her and then replied. Master didn't really say anything, he just said he would keep an eye out. Looking at Pei Qianqian's expression, Lu Chaoga found it hard to believe. So he asked again to confirm. Was that all he said? She stammered and stuttered as she replied. He only talked about this matter. She suddenly recalled the scene at the time, and an uneasy feeling surged in her heart. Yesterday, after she asked Master to use the heavenly eye technique to observe Lu, senior martial uncle, Master had been in a daze no matter what she said. He only replied MMAO. Lu Chaoga put his hand on his chin and asked thoughtfully. In that case, does the Saint Master know the true identity of the Hermit of Heavenly Secrets? Does the Saint Master know the true identity of the Hermit of Heavenly Secrets? Sure enough, at this moment everyone's eyes were focused on Pei Qianqian, causing her to break out in a cold sweat, perspiration flowing like rain. Qianqian's face looked as if her vitality and life force had been drained, with not a trace of color left. She was sweating so profusely it was as if she had just taken a bath. At the time, Master and I were only focused on watching Senior Martial Uncle Jiang and Lu, Senior Martial Uncle kiss, and completely forgot about this matter. Her face remained stiff. Meanwhile, Lu Chaoga kept asking questions relentlessly. This was a continuous barrage of questions, forcing her to provide an answer. The identity of that Hermit of Heavenly Secrets. What exactly did the Saint Master say about it? Facing a series of sharp, piercing questions, Qianqian was about to collapse. The sweat she was shedding. The sweat she just shed was almost equivalent to the amount she produced during her last bathroom visit. What should I do if I just say I forgot? It will definitely leave a bad impression on Senior Martial Uncle Lu. But if I lie, things will only get worse. Forget it, there's no choice. Lying at a time like this will only make things messy, eh? Qianqian immediately showed what she considered to be an innocent, cute and harmless expression. She confessed everything. How was there such a thing? I seem to have completely forgotten. Now that it has come to this, telling the truth is better. Instantly 2 gazes, 3 parts scrutiny and 7 parts disdain focused entirely on her, frightening Qianqian almost to tears. Qianqian covered her head and cried out. I was found out just as I thought. This child seems completely unreliable. My impression in Senior Martial Uncle Lu's heart is completely ruined. But immediately after, she didn't receive a scolding as usually happens in stories. Lu Chaoga simply smiled slightly and reminded her. Then don't forget it again in the future. Otherwise find an opportunity for me to meet the Saint Master. Not only did she avoid being scolded, but she also successfully escaped the predicament. Qianqian didn't think much of it and quickly nodded. Okay. Senior Martial Uncle Lu didn't need to blame me at all. This means my score in Senior Martial Uncle's heart hasn't dropped too much. That's great. Just then, the images of 2 revered figures, the Saint Master and the Sword Venerable, surfaced in Lu Chaoga's mind. He revealed a somewhat sly smile, thinking, how can I waste the effective guidance from those 8th realm experts? I can't let it go to waste. Once I find an opportunity, I'll have you take me to see the Sword Venerable. That favor cannot be wasted. Meanwhile, atop those towering cloud-piercing mountains. Meaning the Sword Venerable was actually not as troublesome as Lu Chaoga imagined. If he were still at Momin right now, he can directly receive effective guidance. 5 people, male and female of varying ages, both old and young, sat together in a circle. They looked extremely serious, likely meditating, practicing zazen. Under the gaze of 2 other men, the elder man, with a full head of silver hair, was Li Changkong. He was happily watching his disciples focus on their cultivation. Little Li, my senior brother, isn't as clever as I am, so he doesn't particularly enjoy teaching others. You must listen carefully to his lessons. Even Yu Yue only gets 3 lessons a year from this old fellow. Upon hearing this, the children were all very surprised, their eyes wide, faces full of excitement and curiosity. Even Yue only receives guidance from Sword Venerable 3 times a year. But now, Lord Sword Venerable is actually giving us lessons here. Blade Elixir is truly amazing sword. Grandpa Venerable actually listens to Grandpa Blade Elixir. Watching those innocent children, Sword Venerable simply couldn't ignore them, only responding with a slight smile. Haha, it is my habit not to instruct others. Teaching Yue only 3 times a year is my principle. But if I don't teach these children of the wooden gate, Junior Brother will get angry. If Junior Brother gets angry, then what meaning do my principles hold? Therefore, keeping Junior Brother from getting angry is more important than all my principles combined. His expression at this moment was somewhat serious, but the smile on his lips had not completely faded. Furthermore, after these few lessons, I have also discovered some extraordinary things. His gaze shifted precisely, stopping on Hiding, who was meditating seriously. He kept judging internally. Take this child for example. I taught him stillness, but no matter how I taught him, he remained utterly motionless. All effectiveness was lost, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. I really don't know how this child managed to reach the 4th realm. Lu Chaoga must have wasted so much effort on him. Next, Sword Venerable's gaze moved toward the one sitting next to him, the little one. He was also the youngest, named Shochio. This little fellow is quite interesting. He is naturally gifted and understands immediately. He also has many opportunities for good fate. It seems that in the future Shochio will become a sturdy pillar of the wooden gate. Next was another very beautiful young girl. One could tell with a single glance that she possessed a gentle yet alluring aura. She was Luobing. As for this young girl, she is slightly weaker than ordinary disciples in all aspects, except that she occasionally emits a kind of strange enchanting power. Finally, this child is the one most worthy of attention. The light and aura emanating from this boy are also the strongest. This boy carries great opportunity, great destiny. It seems this destiny now shows signs of merging and is fusing with him. After all, I am the greatest destiny of Qingzhou. Just as he finished his thoughts, Dongfang's expression simultaneously underwent a painful change. Finally, he couldn't help but turn pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, all the surrounding disciples stopped cultivating and looked at him anxiously. Dongfang, 3rd junior brother, senior brother. Seeing the children rushing over, Sword Venerable moved even faster, immediately running to the struggling Dongfang and stopping the others. Step back quickly, the destiny he carries is about to merge. I will protect his path now. Sword Venerable created a halo of light containing only him and Dongfang, and blue light continuously spun around them. They Lu, Dongli and Li Changkong outside all looked toward Dongfang at this moment. Every face showed obvious signs of worry. Although my senior brother isn't as capable as I am, in Qingzhou, there is nothing he cannot accomplish. Your grand disciple will be fine. Just like that, everyone anxiously gazed toward the center of the blue light, practically observing every move and action within. The magical power radiating from Mu Dongfang was extremely potent. He was agonizingly struggling to resist this force. In the embrace of the Sword Venerable Jianzuan was still doing his utmost to help him. Observing everything happening to Mu Dongfang, Jianzuan couldn't help but feel surprised. This boy is truly one of a kind. The destiny of heaven and earth is entering his body. Could this boy become the human emperor in the future? His face had turned pale at this moment. He must be in immense pain. He held him and quickly used a spell to assist him. That is a matter for later. First, let's help him overcome this calamity. Mu Dongfang's eyes flashed with a golden light, and so did his mouth. He looked incredibly mighty. But at the same time, Dongfang must be feeling extremely uncomfortable. Jianzuan pressed 2 fingers on his forehead, helping him to feel better, but he was clearly suffering greatly. Immediately grabbing his hand, wanting him to stop quickly. It was like this at first, but later Jianzuan discovered something. This boy was absorbing his spiritual energy. His mouth continued to widen and his hands held onto Jianzuan tightly. This little guy wants more. Li Dongli had been witnessing all of this from outside since the beginning, and instantly realized something. She said seriously, "This is the aura of breakthrough. Dongfang is breaking through to a new realm. Moments later his face was no longer strained. Nor did he have that fierce expression from before. Instead he looked exhausted. Weak with his hands drooping lifelessly. The golden yellow energy from earlier also gradually subsided. Dongfang knelt on the ground seemingly dazed. Seeing that his disciple's condition had stabilized, Jianzuan finally revealed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The great destiny has completely merged with him. Mu Dongfang immediately jumped up, still shaken by what had just happened and breathing heavily. But now he seemed to be in a different realm. His eyes shone with golden light, looking majestic. Third realm, first heaven assessment, son of destiny. Defying the heavens. The destiny of the entire world has entered his body. On the other side, Lu Chaoga was talking to the system. System. A notification popped up today saying there's new information. This immediately piqued Chaoga's curiosity. He agreed without hesitation. What information? Let me see. The system immediately displayed the following message. Your sect upgrade quest is complete. Do you wish to upgrade to a 7th rank sect? Lu Chaoga suddenly had a question. Upgrade quest. It seems we only needed one person at the 3rd realm. Which child worked so hard? I must reward him properly when I return. He then made his decision. Then upgrade. The system immediately updated and emitted a beep sound. The villagers below were busy working when suddenly someone shouted. Everyone look at the sky. Why did the sky suddenly get covered in dark clouds in the middle of the day? Some people heard this and looked up as well. In the sky black clouds formed a vortex. Everyone was shocked. How ignorant is that just dark clouds? This is clearly black clouds pressing down on the city. And this kind of effect. Is someone about to get struck by lightning? In the center of the dark cloud vortex, a dazzling golden point of light flickered into appearance. People speculated. Did Sect Master Lu go too far with his pretense? So even the heavens couldn't stand it? No, absolutely not. If that were the case, Sect Master Lu would have been struck dead by lightning long ago. Suddenly someone shouted. Look, the dark clouds are parting. A ray of light shot out from that massive point of light. It struck directly towards the center of the ancestral hall. The strike was too powerful, stirring up terrifying gale force winds. Some women screamed. Ah, my skirt, damn it. The slit in the hem is too high, I'm about to be exposed. Ah no, stop blowing up my skirt. Suddenly a golden dragon representing a 1st rank sect peered out, emerging from the flickering light. System notification: the MO sect moment has been upgraded to a 7th rank sect. Note. This scene is only visible to players who can see it. Immediately afterward a series of congratulatory notifications popped up rapidly. Congratulations, your sect MO man has been promoted to a 1st rank sect. The players cheered excitedly. It's 1st rank. It actually became 1st rank just like that. It hasn't been that long and it's already 1st rank. Ha ha ha. The sect upgraded itself under the care of us slackers. From now on the experience points from missions granted by the sect will be doubled. Now my mom won't have to worry about me not having missions anymore. Chenlin Awakeon spoke up. Everyone, don't celebrate too soon. The others looked confused. Why? He clenched his fist and replied confidently. Because we have just qualified to become a subordinate sect of the Jianzong. The next time will be when MO Men truly takes off. We have successfully entered the top 100 in the resource rankings, and the accompanying effects will definitely be so abundant that we can't even imagine it. The others shouted happily again. Wow. The quest promote sect to 1st rank has been completed. Claim reward. Reward 1 million experience points. 1 point of sword Dao aptitude. The MO Man sect master read the line, finding it amusing. He thought to himself, what good is a mere million experience points? Who would need that? Only the sword Dao aptitude is what I truly desire. He then looked at Zheng Xinyan and Pei Qianqian, who were chatting away enthusiastically. He pondered, if I suddenly click on the sword Dao aptitude to upgrade, they'd definitely be startled. Since I have already become a person of this world, it's better to act according to this world's standards. Lu Chaoga sat cross-legged on the ground and cast the spirit sealing technique. He suggested, Xinyan Qianqian, stand guard for me. I suddenly had an epiphany. Upon hearing this, both were stunned, speechless. An epiphany just like that. Despite their shock, they still agreed to guard him. Pei Chanxian thought that's completely unreasonable, utterly unreasonable. I just messed up a small matter. And Martial Uncle Lu had an epiphany. So if I mess up a big matter, will Martial Uncle Lu? Zhang Xinyan on the other hand wondered. Did Cheaja's breakthrough come about during his fight with Hengyin? If that's the case, then I don't need to go look for trouble with that Hengyin anymore. Since her Dao companion had been beaten bloody, Zhang Xinyan had originally intended to go settle the score. Lu Chaoga here held 1 point of sword Dao aptitude in his grasp. He thought, I must wait. I can't click to upgrade immediately. An epiphany must look like an epiphany. After all, this single point of sword Dao aptitude, besides increasing his physical strength by 10%, could also increase his sword intent by 5 layers, increase his sword chi by 5 layers, and increase his regular attacks by 5 layers. The Emoman sect master's lips curled slightly as he smiled. My overall strength must surely double, right? Maybe even more. When he sensed the right moment had arrived, he immediately pressed the upgrade button. A layer of warm golden light surrounded the sword Dao aptitude, then shattered. Sword Dao aptitude level 41, promoting to sword Dao aptitude level 51. An illusory sword shone with dazzling radiance, emitting a golden current of chi, which shimmered around Lu Cheaja's body. Subsequently, the area where the 3 people were standing guard for the upgrade was enveloped by an extremely powerful vortex of energy. Zhang Xinyan and Pei Chanxian, upon seeing this, turned their heads in astonishment. They said in unison, Chaoga, Martial Uncle Lu has broken through again. In the Imperial Garden near Mount Chuanxiu, the weather was cold, accompanied by ice and snow. The Grand Elder Su Lin, along with her 2 maidservants, stood there together appreciating the glaciers and snowy mountains. One maidservant asked her, he is merely a sword cultivator from Qingzhou. Why are you so delighted? Su Lin frowned upon hearing this and replied, what do you mean, a sword cultivator from Qingzhou? That is Mount Chunkia's son-in-law. Half son, half son-in-law. Do you understand? Sure enough, the system popped up 2 lines of notifications. Emoman sect master Lu Chaoga chuckled. Ha ha ha, I've accumulated so many experience points. Just for this day. Come on, you 2 should level up too. The system immediately popped up 2 feedback notifications. Heart Sword and Heart Intent level 4. The next upgrade requires 16 million experience. Upgrade now. Lu Chaoga squinted, reading the numbers, mumbling to himself, 10 million, 16 million. After reading, he was greatly startled and shouted, 16 million. Both of them actually cost that much. Why don't you just rob a bank? He was annoyed but still clicked to check the 2 options, complaining out loud. Take a look at the sword moves, they only need this little bit of experience points. The system displayed 2 options for upgrading sword moves. One is Qingqing Man level 4. The second is normal attack level 4. Lu Chaoga calmly recalculated. Sword Intent and Heart Sword should wait until the half-price promotion, or until I accumulate enough upgrade points. Then I'll upgrade the sword moves first. After saying that, he upgraded Qingqing Man and normal attack to level 5 simultaneously. Upgrade complete. After completion, he happily clicked on the system again, continuing his search. Now let's see what good stuff sect upgrades offer. The system displayed. Reward 1, 5 million experience points. Reward 2, 1 sword Dao talent slot. Reward 3 item. Random. He looked at the text, shouting excitedly. Here it is, here it is. Isn't this exactly the good stuff I wanted? System notification. Sect mission round 4. Emoman Sect Leader's 4 mission lines for Emoman expansion. First, the number of sect members above level 20 must reach 100. Second, sect reputation value must reach 15,000. Third, sect integrity. Possess 2 great cultivators above the 5th realm, or 5 cultivators who have reached the great perfection of the 5th realm. Current progress 1/2. Reward 1, 5 million experience points. Reward 2, 1 sword Dao talent. Reward 3 random special item. Lu Chaoga smiled proudly, looking at the 3rd reward. Everyone knows that random special items when in the hands of a chosen one like myself are almost equivalent to an orange rarity reward. He subconsciously cupped his chin and said with a smile, fortunately there's an orange reward as a safeguard. Those few million experience points are practically just a bonus. Now then, let's see The difficulty of the mission to upgrade to a 6th grade sect. He calculated. 100 members above level 20. The players need to work harder. I need to find a way to give them a boost. They can't always be so weak. The second condition. Reputation value reaching 15,000. I'm already close to 30,000. This one is completed. Lu Chaoga checked the third condition again. Sect integrity. Possess 2 great cultivators above the 5th realm. Or 5 cultivators who have reached the great perfection of the 5th realm. Current progress 1/2. He wondered, why is this last condition only halfway completed? Then he suddenly remembered Xiao Liza's matter. He complained dejectedly. Seriously, Xiao Lizi. She was actually keeping this trump card hidden. Lu Chaoga calculated back and forth, finally confirming. In addition, I still have 2 decent-sized red jades in my hand. By then I don't know what level hiding will be able to reach. In any case, completing this third mission should not be a problem. He rubbed his hands excitedly, thinking joyfully. It's truly unbelievable. I actually leveled up several more times. Becoming a 5th realm expert isn't so bad either. Subsequently, he decided to click open the system. Let's see which kid broke through to the 3rd realm. The system immediately displayed the results for the sect members. Members in the 3rd realm and above include Lu Dongli, Lu Chaoga hiding, and finally Mo Dongfang. Our Mo man sect master hesitated again. Why is it Mo Dongfang and not Bing Xiaoho? Did he get another lucky break? He suddenly had an idea. He suddenly felt a little anticipation about returning to the sect. What kind of surprises those youngsters would bring him? He thought back on the members of the sect who were above the 3rd realm. He pondered over the Momin sect. He couldn't figure out what good fortune Xiaolizi was hiding. What exactly was concealed? He even leveled up faster than the rate of the world's protagonist. There must be something he doesn't know about. I really want to pinch her face and demand an explanation. Lu Chaoga sighed. Well, then let the enlightenment stop here. If I don't wake up soon, these 2 protectors will probably think I have suffered cultivation deviation. When he came to, Zhang Tingyan and Pei Chanqian were already sitting nearby. Zhang Tingyan spoke up and asked him, Brother Chaoga, did you suddenly achieve enlightenment? He smiled upon hearing this and replied, It doesn't seem so. He secretly added in his mind, I just received a grand gift resulting from the sect's rank promotion, sent by the little monkey. Chanqian did not believe him. Pouting, she secretly exposed him in her heart. He's starting again. This is clearly enlightenment, pure enlightenment. He achieved enlightenment but still refuses to admit it. Pei Chanqian huffily looked over at Lu Chaoga and Zhang Tingyan, who were chatting happily. I can't do this. I am the disciple of the sacred master. I must ask Master to train me even more intensely. I cannot be left too far behind by martial Uncle Lu. She tightly clenched her fists. The flame of determination burned in her eyes. She firmly set a goal for herself. I must cultivate desperately. Meanwhile, Yu was also training diligently. I need to make a trip to the sword prison. Even though Lu Chaoga currently still does not know that he has completed the role of the catalyst for the world's protagonist. Lu Chaoga. Since Chanqian had made such a determination, she immediately sprang into action. She bid farewell to Lu Chaoga and Zhang Tingyan, and under their astonished gazes went straight to training. Martial Uncle Jiang, farewell. Martial Uncle Lu, farewell. I have an urgent matter. I must leave now. Lu Chaoga was stunned and asked, what urgent matter does she have? Zhang Tingyan seemed to know the young girl's thoughts perfectly. She replied, being in such a hurry, she's probably going to that place. Hearing her say that, Lu Chaoga was completely confused. He asked blankly, that place. But by this time Zhang Tingyan's face had already turned as red as a ripe tomato. She turned away in frustration and left. She yelled, shut up, leaving him flustered as he chased after her, soothing her, all right. No more joking. A few days later, Lu Chaoga stretched and woke up, greeting a crisp morning. These past few days went by fast. As for why there was no detailed account, you will understand at a glance. It's because these days were filled with very boring main storyline plot points. Knowing that everyone dislikes reading it, I omitted the description. Today was the day the snow began to fall. Lu Chaoga reached out a hand to catch the snowflakes, and joyfully shared. What a sight! Such beautiful scenery, it truly inspires one to recite a poem. Goose down, the heavy snow is like goose down. Suddenly there was a knock outside the main door. He walked out to open the door, feeling a bit puzzled. Which senior brother, senior sister, or junior sister has come to visit? Too many people had come to visit and converse in the previous days. He couldn't remember their faces anymore. Opening the door, he saw Zhao Ziqi respectfully, cupping his hands in greeting. Good morning, Sect Leader Lu. Lu Chaoga responded indifferently. The lowly person who comes uninvited. Ziqi was stunned upon hearing this and countered, what? Lu Chaoga extended his hand, inviting Ziqi into the pavilion, while softly explaining. Nothing, I was merely reciting a poem by coincidence just now. Senior brother Zhao, why don't you come and sit down and we can talk? Seeing this, Zhao Ziqi replied, that is exactly my intention. While the two of them were sitting in the courtyard talking, Zhao Ziqi cupped his hands and asked Lu Chaoga something. Sect Master Lu, we might say we became friends after a fight. From now on I'd like to regard you as a younger brother. How about I call you Brother Lu? Hearing this, Lu Chaoga smiled and waved his hand in refusal. I wouldn't dare. Senior brother Zhao, please just call me Sect Master Lu. Zhao Ziqi was stunned, muttering him. Immediately afterward he angrily furrowed his brow, cursing inwardly, damn it, he won't even show me respect to my face. I heard you clearly earlier, you were calling me scum. Don't let me get an opportunity. As long as I seize the chance, I'll catch you and you will pay a heavy price for this. But the expression on his face returned to a gentle one. He said casually, that's fine too. The reason I came here this time is mainly because I heard Sect Master Lu just arrived in Beizhou, and even killed a Moonite Snow Wolf King on the ice plain, eliminating a great menace for our Beizhou. This act of monster slaying is widely circulated in Beizhou. I am extremely curious about the details, so I wanted to ask Sect Master Lu to tell me about it. Lu Chaoga was slightly troubled, replying perfunctorily, it's nothing. The matter is a long story. Zhao Ziqi then invited him to speak in detail. Take your time. Tell me slowly, I'm not in a rush. The sect master was extremely impatient inwardly. He muttered to himself. You traitor of Beizhou. I killed your father's spirit beast and you dare come here to inquire about it. How shameless. Wait until I expose your traitorous scheme. I'll make sure to crush you. As for the details of killing the spirit beast, don't even think about it. Lu Chaoga said gently. Since senior brother Zhao wants to hear it, then I shall explain in detail. Hearing this, Zhao Ziqi clapped his hands and said, excellent. He spoke earnestly. That day I was passing by that location, saw the beast causing trouble. So I drew my sword and with a swoosh I killed it. Zhao Ziqi asked excitedly. And then? Lu Chaoga shook his head and said, blankly feigning innocence. And then there was no then. Zhao Ziqi clapped his hands in admiration, forcing out a smile. Is that really all there is? That was no ordinary Moonite Snow Wolf King. Sect Master Lu, don't hold back the details. Lu Chaoga replied with a sincere smile. I'm not holding anything back. I just happened to be passing by and killed it in passing. He was so angry his face darkened and he cursed inwardly. Fine, you stole my opportunity and destiny. Yet you speak of it so casually. You just wait, you brat. Zhao Ziqi quickly returned to his usual refined demeanor. Since Sect Master Lu is unwilling to say, then I shall not bother you any further. I suppose Sect Master Lu truly is extraordinary. A mere Moonite Snow Wolf King. How could it possibly be a match for Sect Master Lu? He ground his teeth in fury. Despicable. That Moonite Snow Wolf King was originally meant to be my fortune. Lu Chaoga cheerfully waved goodbye. Then I won't see you off. Zhao Ziqi recalled that day I had an arrangement with someone. When the Moonite Snow Wolf King revived, he was going to send it into the blood array and hand it over for me to control. I have already broken through to the 6th realm in this life, but that Moonite Snow Wolf King was at least in the 7th realm. If I could have obtained it, would there be anywhere in this world I couldn't go? And would I need to bend the knee to anyone else? He let his mind wander bitterly. I, a dignified senior brother. Even if some people will become top figures in the future, that's fine. But him being treated like dirt. What meaning is there for me to stay at Xuanqiu Mountain? His indignation and resentment grew deeper every day since Zhao Ziqi missed out on that opportunity. I waited for a whole day and night. Yet my Moonite Snow Wolf King never came. And soon after I heard that Lu Chaoga had killed the snow wolf, he slammed his fist into a nearby tree trunk. He cursed. I hate everyone who looks down on me. Sooner or later I will make you all pay the price. A woman suddenly appeared. Asked Elder Zhao curiously, who exactly do you hate? He immediately reined in his emotions. And right away, his usual gentle and refined demeanor returned. You're quick at making up stories. Let me tell you, you misheard. I love our Chuanqiu mountain. Not hate it. Hurry up and cultivate, don't waste time here. After speaking, Zhao Ziqi left. That girl is truly easy to fool, he thought, secretly admiring himself. That's true. How could a gentleman as gentle as jade like Elder Zhao possibly harbor hatred towards others? He must be a broad-minded elder. Turning back to Lu Chaoga, Xian softly yawned. She rubbed her eyes as she walked and asked, Haha Chaoga, who were you just talking to? He replied, Zhao Ziqi. Senior brother Zhao came and sat for a while just now, and we exchanged a few words. He thought Xian in this state looks perfect for taking home as a wife today. She sat down beside him. Chaoga, you're right. I'm a little curious. What exactly is the human desire? That senior brother Zhao's Chuanqiu mountain cultivation technique amplified. Xian guessed. Chuanqiu mountain disciples don't know what desires are amplified in each other. I also rarely observe the people around me, so I don't know much about him. He laughed. I already guessed you'd say that. Chaoga spoke up. My guess is it must be jealousy. She asked suspiciously, why do you say that? He said firmly, although it's a guess and 90% sure. Xian smiled slightly. Chaoga recalled Zhao Ziqi's overly kind appearance, and inwardly mused. A man consumed by jealousy, with extraordinary abilities, who was also defeated by me in public, actually came here subserviently to inquire about Moon Spear and matters related to the Snow Wolf King. Only one reason could explain it. He already had the answer because of the Soul Jade. Chaoga waited with interest. It seems this path leading away from Chuanqiu Mountain back to Momin won't be boring after all. If he wants to court disaster, I wouldn't mind earning the experience points and contribution value from the Northern Province main snow mission. He stood up and said, since you're awake now, let's go to the kitchen for some soup. The food is already prepared. I was just waiting for you to wake up. Xian was deeply touched. Chaoga suddenly heard an energetic voice. Uncle Master Lu, what kind of soup did you make? I want some too. The two turned around in surprise. Pei Chanshan ran in excitedly. Serve me a big bowl. She ate bowl after bowl, praising the food as she ate. Uncle Master Lu's food is too delicious. I wish I could eat it forever. Gulp gulp, Chaoga asked worriedly. Eating like that, isn't she afraid of gaining weight? Xian replied thoughtfully. Cultivators all have their own special methods for losing weight. He widened his eyes and asked, so you also? She immediately interrupted. I only like drinking wine. Wine doesn't make people fat. Shanshan finally put down the bowls, stacked high up. She rubbed her round belly. I'm finally full, Uncle Master Lu. I came this time, She let out a burp. Xian lightly poked Shanshan's stomach, and the round belly miraculously returned to normal. She let out a loud, satisfied burp. Shanshan laughed. Thank you, Aunt Master Jiang. I actually came this time under my master's orders. Master said he is going out for a trip, and asked Uncle Master Lu if you would like to go with him. Xian was slightly startled. Chaoga asked, will your Aunt Master Jiang go along too? Shaking her head, she said, Master specifically said this time that only you should go. He was surprised the sacred master wants me to travel with him. She said this might be a fortuitous opportunity for you. Chaoga quickly stood up. Alright, let's not delay, well, leave now. The three passed through the blizzard area. He thought to himself, taking me out alone. The Shengshi gives the impression as if dating a junior martial sister. At Shengshi's residence on the back mountain of Spring and Autumn Mountain, Chuj mused to himself. Sure enough, the residences of major figures all have defensive barriers. Even mine is no exception. Shanshan led the way. Martial Uncle Lu, this way. Master modified the mountain protection array, and it can recognize me. With just a touch, the barrier opened. He sighed as he walked in. Truly worthy of being the Shengshi. The restrictions on the barrier can actually function like fingerprint recognition. I should also make some modifications later. And change the array formation of Danchang Mountain too. Looking at Chanshan's attire, Chuj pondered. After all, every time I leave the house, having to carry a token is quite inconvenient. If the frequency of entry and exit increases, having tokens covering my waist wouldn't look appealing. Walking inside, she shouted, "Master, I brought Martial Uncle Lu, please come out quickly." There was no movement and Chanshan became slightly flustered. He wondered, isn't she here? The door opened. The Shangshi replied, "I am." She truly was an unparalleled beauty. She radiated a noble and dazzling light. Chuj was stunned. Is this perhaps the legendary unity of heaven and man of the Shangshi? She asked Chanshan, "Why did you take so long?" She answered sheepishly, "I had a bit of soup at Martial Uncle Lu's place." So Chanshan's bit was an entire pot. The Shangshi gently chided, "You must change this bad habit of gluttony." Chanshan replied, "I understand, master." She turned her head to look at head Lu. Her charm was astonishingly high. In the Shangshi's eyes, Chuj was captivatingly beautiful. She was too surprised to speak. This is the beauty that secretly aligns with the Tao of heaven. Although he appeared respectful and calm on the surface, Chuj was already being narcissistic internally. "I heard the Shangshi is obsessed with looks. I didn't expect that seeing me a second time would still trigger a stunning effect, is it? Because I'm too handsome? Or is she too obsessed with looks? She hasn't perhaps taken a liking to my body, has she?" The Shangshi spoke. "You must be very curious about where I am taking you, right?" He admitted, "I am a little curious." As she moved, she said, "I want to take you to the end of the mountain range. The far northern lands to the boundless sea." Chuj was surprised. The boundless sea. The Shangshi continued. The boundless sea is the far northern land of the northern continent of the Tianhuan continent. But in reality, the four continents are all surrounded by the boundless sea. It is said that the vastness of this sea region is such that, in a previous life, a player recorded, relying on the use of illegal potions, and flew wildly across the sea region for several months, yet still couldn't see the end. She said, "Both of you close your eyes." Chanshan was surprised in going too. She quickly shut her eyes tightly. "I thought master wanted to enjoy some alone time with Martial Uncle Lu. It seems I was overthinking things." Afterward, the Shangshi said, "You may open your eyes now." They had arrived at a dangerous sea area filled with red whirlpools. Looking at the sight before her, Chanshan cried out in surprise, "Wow, master, did you teleport Martial Uncle Lu and me here?" She explained, "Down below here is the Eye of Chaos of the boundless sea." She was surprised. The Eye of Chaos. Did the Eye of Chaos trigger the great calamity of strange beasts in ancient times? Chuj asked, "Where is it? Why can't I see it?" The red whirlpools below gave off a sense of dread. The Shangshi explained, "The Eye of Chaos is located in the deepest part of the boundless sea. It cannot be seen with the naked eye. Use your perception to explore it, and see what you can sense." Chanshan closed her eyes. Yes, Chuj also began. The two began to delve deep inside the Eye of Chaos. They dove into the deep sea teeming with fish. The two continued diving deeper. Suddenly Chanshan disappeared, leaving Chuj alone. He covered his eyes, feeling confused. "No, master, I've already tried 3 times. It really is too deep. I can't see the very bottom at all." The sacred master hummed, looking at him as he continued to dive deeper and investigate. Chanshan exclaimed in surprise, "Senior Uncle Lu, he can see the bottom." As expected of Senior Uncle Lu, Chaga dove even deeper, reaching the very bottom. This is a man's persistence. It was pitch black all around him. He gradually reached his limit. "Sure enough, with my 4th realm abilities, can I only see this far?" Chaga suddenly realized, "Wait, this place is entirely water. Isn't this my home ground?" He immediately activated a technique. His sight quickly extended further. Chanshan praised, "Senior Uncle Lu is investigating using the power of water." The sacred master confirmed, "That's right." She couldn't help but start crying. "Senior Uncle Lu surpassed me again, and I was surpassed right in front of master. I truly feel like jumping into the water and spending the rest of my life there." Meanwhile, looking into the depths of the gate of the endless sea, relying on his own abilities, Lu Chaoga felt this is incredibly comfortable. After using the power of water, diving deeper became much easier. It truly has a divine effect. A strange mass of pink light appeared beneath the water surface. Countless bubbles surged around it. Affinity with heaven and earth. How strange after using the power of water, this place which seals ancient calamities suddenly became incredibly easy to navigate. The sight that appeared was an infant, sleeping as if still in his mother's womb, wrapped in a layer of reddish-yellow light. A halo seemed to radiate around him. Lu Chaoga delved into it. He clearly sensed that something was wrong. Moreover, there was this strange feeling here. From below, a terrifying purple monster appeared. It had countless sharp teeth, opened its massive mouth and lunged at him. Lu Chaoga's eyes flashed and his power erupted accordingly. He sliced the demonic beast in half, and it vanished into the void. He judged himself. He seemed to be the god of this endless sea. Everything was under his control. He swept past the monster, his hair fluttering, and continued to move forward. On the sacred master's side she stood gracefully, arms crossed, gazing at Lu Chaoga. There was a trace of longing in her eyes. Indeed, she could look at this face forever without getting tired of it. This was his unique handsomeness, which seemed to emit super dazzling light in her eyes. So handsome. Pei Chanshan meanwhile scratched her ears and cheeks, weeping loudly, looking completely helpless. Boo-hoo-hoo and useless. Suddenly he shouted out, his expression terrified. I see it. His eyes shone with light. His long hair streamed through the air. Those two simultaneously turned to look at him. Pei Chanshan widened her eyes, mouth agape, and said, "Ha." The sacred master's face beneath the sheer veil also revealed a hint of surprise. Looking toward Lu Chaoga, anticipating his next words, she stared intensely at him and asked, her beautiful small mouth beneath the white veil open, saying, "Did you see the Eye of Chaos?" She thought, given his current level, she had thought exploring 50% would already be quite impressive. Unexpectedly, this person far surpassed her expectations. His eyes were still flashing with golden light. Lu Chaoga looked somewhat fatigued, and then replied, "That's right." Little Pei Chanshan was extremely curious, and instantly beamed with a smile, raising her hand and asking softly, "What does the Eye of Chaos look like, Senior Uncle Lu?" Contrary to her expectations, sweat was dripping from his face as he spoke, as if the situation down there was very strange. "It's difficult to describe, so you should go see it for yourself later." Hearing those words beside them, her eyes widened and she instantly froze, stiff, not knowing what to say. Due to the overwhelming shock, Pei Chanshan quietly walked to a corner and squatted down, comforting herself. His words just now had completely stunned her. She repeated his words as if she wanted to swallow the words she had spoken herself. "Fine, I will go see it myself when I become capable in the future." Just as Pei Chanshan temporarily withdrew from the battle, on the other side Lu Chaoga seemed very surprised, astonished by everything he saw. A hint of confusion seemed to cross his face, and sweat began to seep out. This was truly unimaginable. Returning to the endless sea, surrounding him was the light generated by this ability. Lu Chaoga was standing on a piece of rugged land, where there were countless holes of varying sizes, small and different, just like the surface of some planet. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze swept across his surroundings. Lu Chaoga was standing on top of something. That thing looked extremely bizarre, making it difficult to imagine what exactly it was. It looked like a human pupil, but it was colossally, emitting a kind of deep and captivating purple glow. Back on the other side, the Saint Master eagerly asked how he felt while being there. She still maintained her dignified, charming, and enchanting demeanor. The answer sounded somewhat strange. Lu Chaoga felt extreme revulsion towards it. His expression was also very serious. Deep within his heart, he also felt disgust at this moment. This feeling of revulsion originated from his core. Even he himself didn't know why. The Saint Master slightly lowered her head, her eyes thoughtful, her lips moving slightly. She spoke, "You feel revulsion?" She and he then flew towards the endless sea, which resembled a bottomless black hole. They chatted as they flew. Their clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. The Saint Master said, "What you saw was due to the power of the tide taking effect, wasn't it? Your heaven-level power seems somewhat different compared to everyone else." Lu Chaoga replied, "Yes." She turned around and looked at him. her cheeks slightly flushed, replying shyly, "All right, Sect Master Lu, if you succeed one day in ascending to the 7th realm, you can come find me at Chuanqiu Mountain. I have something I wish to give you." He gasped, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Since he was still using his ability, he thought to himself, "The Saint Master's tone is too solemn. But I can't see her expression right now. Could she be planning to give me a treasure?" Pei Qianqian peeked out from behind, dumbfounded like an ox wearing a bow tie. She asked, "What is going on?" Still wearing that confused expression, she turned her head to look at her master. Her master's cheeks were flushed. This strange sight made Pei Qianqian blush, stare dumbfounded, and sweat profusely. "Why is master blushing? You don't mean you want him, do you? Master, you need to wake up. That man belongs to Junior Uncle Jiang." She fiercely clenched her hands, but inside she was anxious, like something hanging precariously from a branch. "I'm absolutely frantic. No, I must stop this from happening, because this is my responsibility. So I have to go back and convince Master." The system suddenly appeared. "You have confronted the entity known as the Eye of Chaos. Therefore the system determines this is an action exceeding the limits and the rewards are undergoing changes." It continued. Main quest: King's Sword of the Nether King. Main quest: upgrade progress 3%. Main quest: Besis Nirvana of the Evil Soul. Main quest: upgrade progress 3%. Main quest: Luzhou's Celestial Demon Pearl. Main quest: upgrade progress 3%. Main quest: Nance's World-Ending Firely. The main quest upgrade progress is 3%. It was like a bolt from the blue. Lu Qiao's eyes widened, his mouth formed an O shape, and he said it 3 times in a row. What the hell? He simply couldn't believe his eyes. The system finished loading and immediately displayed, "Settlement complete. The system has increased your contribution level and the upgrade progress. The storyline for the main quests across the 4 continents are currently all at 3%. He asked the system. All the main quests across the 4 continents all increased by 3% because of me, resulting in a total of 12%. So when it comes time to distribute the rewards, won't I ascend straight into the heavens? Here in the endless sea?" Lu Qiaoga thought, still finding it hard to believe what the system just said. Did he only get a brief look? An illusory eye clearly visible under a purple halo. Seemed like a special kind of creature. Was this Eye of Chaos actually Lu Qiao's genuine great Tao of comprehension level? Loophole. The light surrounding him began to disperse and he slightly furrowed his brow. He felt his spiritual consciousness could no longer hold steady. So he decided to return. Just then bubbles suddenly began to spray everywhere. Aquatic plants also swayed along with the red current. Something appeared to be moving, affecting them. The illusory eye spread out and opened wide. Lu Qiao's illusory body was gradually dissipating. He watched the movement of that thing, breaking out in a cold sweat. He was astonished to discover that this thing was actually alive. The sound that thing emitted seemed to echo back to the spot where he was gradually dissolving. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. He had returned to his physical body. A trace of light still lingered in his eyes. Lu Qiaoga gasped for breath. At the same time he was drenched in sweat. This was not an illusion. The saintess looked at him, a worried expression on her face. She asked, "Why does head Lu look so strange? Are you experiencing any unusual feelings?" He looked at her, asking the saintess about the Eye of Chaos, and if it was actually a living creature. The saintess looked back at him, crossing her arms as she listened. The saintess began to tell a story. In the ancient Tianxian realm, the sky was fiery red, accompanied by patches of clouds. Below lay endless continuous mountains. Underwater carp were frolicking, playing amongst the ripples. Tiny transparent jellyfish, pure white, were swimming in groups. Beneath the deep water there was a fissure in the water. The inside was blood red, and its nature was unknown. The ancient Tianxian realm was at the peak of the cultivation world, yet that was the time when the great calamity descended. The ancient Eye of Chaos reappeared. Red light emanated from countless eyes within the water fissure, appearing utterly terrifying. Countless powerful monstrous beasts crawled out from it, throwing the entire world into chaos. Tianxian saw all city walls and fortresses burn down. And while the great calamity raged, A monster capable of rivaling Qingdi actually appeared. Above those peaks and hills there was a black energy, like billowing smoke, gathering at a single point. Dazzling red light radiated from that location, an unknown humanoid creature. Pitch black emanating unparalleled, powerful strength. It was impossibly large. The mountains beneath its feet looked like small pebbles. That was the underworld King Ming Wang, and the foremost person in the cultivation world. The founder of the super great sect at that time, revered as the ancient emperor. That was the Azure Emperor Qingdi. A massive rocky model sat in the sky, featuring many cities and hills. Those immortals and righteous heroes gathered there, all radiating heaven-soaring immortal energy. They were the people born of that era. And the person leading them was a man dressed in white robes with long flowing hair. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked like an immortal descending upon the world. During that battle the heavens and earth grew dim and not a trace of light could be seen. The rocks shattered into countless pieces, and in the end the heavenly blade path was destroyed. The king of the underworld vanished, and even the traces of Empress Qing disappeared without a trace. Heaven and earth returned to tranquility. Since then the cultivation world has never recovered, and a figure like Empress Qing never appeared again. She lowered her eyes, summarizing the story just told. He was once the first sword venerable of Qingzhou, reaching the 9th realm, and was the foremost genius of his time. After his fall no one else ever stepped into the 9th realm again. This is the past of the Eye of Chaos. She turned her head, lifting her eyes slightly, and continued. You mentioned that it is a living being with a life force, but I myself cannot give you an exact answer. However, I share the same feeling as you. Lu Chaoga looked up and replied, if it stays here without causing trouble, then why shouldn't I destroy it? Dark clouds gathered and the sky immediately roared with thunder. One with black hair, one with white hair, both strands fluttered in the wind. The two floated in the air looking at each other. The Holy Master said, if you have the guts to strike at it, then by all means try. Thunder rumbled and his long hair obscured his face. He pondered for a moment but offered no reply. The Holy Master opposite him did the same. Understanding Lu Chaoga, she said, you don't need to answer me, because even the four of us don't have that kind of courage. We cannot destroy it, nor dare we try to damage it, even if something truly changes about it. She spoke gravely. The sky grew darker, and the lightning became fiercer. She said seriously, the Tianqian realm no longer has an Empress Qing. The two stood side by side looking down together. Lu Chaoga thought, this gigantic eye is indeed related to a deeper layer of the plot. Precisely because of this, I wouldn't need to glance at it to give myself such a great reward. Images of many people surface. He thought the Tianqian realm is my home now. I have family, friends and masters here. Do I want to destroy them? Lu Chaoga lowered his head and thought, sooner or later I will fill you up. The Holy Master looked at the two and reminded them, it's time to go back. Both of you close your eyes quickly. Pei Qianqian still felt reluctant, sighing about why they had to return so quickly. Yet the person beside her felt it wasn't fast at all, because this trip here was likely a test of his mental fortitude. He closed his eyes tightly, preparing to return. Didn't the Holy Master say that after the 7th realm she would give me a gift? This is the result of the test. What exactly could it be? The three returned together to Chuanqiu Mountain, by the edge of a white lotus lake where the water was crystal clear. As soon as he landed he stepped back. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. He bowed his head and cupped his hands in greeting. Although curious, he couldn't ask here, so he decided to go back first. She, the Holy Master, also looked toward him. Pei Qianqian was still completely bewildered. Her eyes widened. Uncle Lu was leaving so quickly. She thought, why do I feel like nothing even happened? The difference in perspective between people is indeed vast. Thanks to this trip, Pei Qianqian learned many things. Meanwhile the Holy Master stopped Lu Chaoga, saying with a slight smile, wait, I heard that junior brother Li Changkong once taught you a sword technique, correct? He still tried hard to look cool on the surface, confirming that what she said was true. But inwardly he was overjoyed, thinking the Holy Master wanted to teach him a spear technique skill. She cast a spell, and a group of butterflies circled around the Holy Master's slender hand. Then I wonder if Sect Master Lu is interested in this Heaven Man Unity realm. His eyes lit up and he cupped his hands. Of course I've heard about it before. So if I could experience it I would definitely gain a great deal. He thought, this is great. The Holy Master means she is giving me a free admission ticket to experience the Heaven-Man Unity Realm. Something like this surely counts as effective guidance, right? She lowered her head, her expression unreadable. That white veil. Tomorrow, head Lu, please come to the back mountain again. Okay, thank you, Saint Master. At the same time he lamented. It's actually tomorrow, not today. If you guys drag things out like this. If this were the web novel hall in my previous life, the readers would have already run away, without a trace. Lu Chaoga rode back on a blue demonic beast. His hair and lapels constantly fluttered, and his posture was very proper. The Saint Master from below said distantly. Sure enough, after the main quest line in the 4 continents advanced by a major stage, the entire forum exploded. There's actually a young man who speculated that I did this. He truly is a smart person. But those of you who said I was busy with the martial arts competition to find a spouse on Xuanxiu Mountain, and thus had no time to arrange the quest, you are sorely mistaken. This venerable one can advance the mission anywhere. Don't you realize that? She continued to look up at the clear blue sky, gazing at Lu Chaoga in the distance. Pei Qianqian asked, Master, why did you take me to the endless sea today, and let me see the Eye of Chaos? The Saint Master calmly replied to her confused disciple. I took Lu Chaoga to see the Eye of Chaos. You were just accompanying him. After hearing this, an expression of disbelief appeared on her face, marked by a huge question mark. Due to the severe psychological shock, Pei Qianqian started crying. She repeated the phrase I was just accompanying him hundreds of times, internalizing it deeply. But then she realized something and turned to ask her master. Something isn't right. Why did you take Uncle Lu to see the Eye of Chaos? Pei Qianqian's expression grew serious, directly questioning the Saint Master. Master, is there some hidden reason or purpose behind this? Knowing your personality, you would never take Uncle Lu on a whim to see the Eye of Chaos. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Ali said to the Saintess, Revered Master, please tell your disciple the real reason. The Saintess replied, I, your master, merely wanted to verify some speculations. But what these speculations are, I cannot tell you yet. Lin Ali pouted, showing her dissatisfaction, and said, if you don't want to tell me, then don't. The Saintess looked at her little disciple, her eyes full of affection. She raised her hand and gently tapped her head, then said, Forgive your master. Lin Ali put her hand on her forehead, blinking as she replied, All right then, revered master. Are you really planning to have Uncle Lu demonstrate the state of unity between heaven and man tomorrow? The state of unity between heaven and man is our strongest Tao technique. Historically, it has only been passed down within Xuanxiu Mountain, and never taught outside. The Saintess turned to look at Lin Ali, and spoke seriously. The one who will teach him the state of unity between heaven and man is not me but you. Lin Ali was stunned, staring stiffly at her master, uttering a confused huh. Then she panicked, dumbfounded, and continued, Me, am I worthy? Have I already reached the state of unity between heaven and man? Why don't I know about it myself? The Saintess crossed her arms, glanced at Lin Ali, and said, Tomorrow I will guide you, letting you first experience the next realm. Lin Ali breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest with her hand. Pat pat. So that's it, so she doesn't actually want me to cast the spell. If I couldn't perform it later, Uncle Lu would definitely look down on me. Just as Lin Ali was immersed in her own thoughts, the Saintess suddenly stepped away and said, Let's go back to the room. This startled the little disciple, as she hadn't yet managed to recover her senses. She called out, Revered Master, wait, I still have something to say. Hearing Lin Ali say this, the Saintess immediately stopped, turned around and looked at her with a questioning expression. Lin Ali felt embarrassed, her cheeks slightly flushed, poking her index fingers together, looking away, and said shyly, Revered Master, could you tell Uncle Lu, when he reaches the 7th realm, I'll give him a gift? No way, it can't be that, right? The Saintess calmly replied to Lin Ali, That's right. However, contrary to her master's composure, Lin Ali's face turned ashen like a banana leaf. A clear shriek. Lin Ali flailed her arms in panic, struggling nonstop. Master, how could you agree to something like this? That should be, that is The saintess turned her head to look at her young disciple, smiled enchantingly and said, "This master truly fancies him." Lin Ali fell into a daze, sweating profusely, imagining her master and Uncle Master Lu together. She said awkwardly, "Fancies him, huh? If there's anyone in this world worthy of master, it would only be Uncle Master Lu. They are indeed a good match." But Lin Ali scratched her face puzzled. But, Uncle Master Lu was Uncle Master Jiang's Dao companion. Hearing Lin Ali say this, the saintess suddenly remembered and said, "That's right, how could I have forgotten about that?" Lin Ali finally let out a sigh of relief, then wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with her hand. Phew. Master has finally come to her senses. However, not long after, Master said again, "It seems I need to find a suitable opportunity and time to properly discuss it and talk with junior sister Jiang." For a while, as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ali suffered another shock. Although it wasn't the first time in her life, it still hit her hard. Lin Ali cried out weakly, "Master, please snap out of it. Can this really still be discussed?" On a night bathed in moonlight, Lin Ali was secretly thinking to herself, "Tonight Pei Qianqian probably won't be able to sleep." Lin Ali tossed and turned in bed muttering, "Darn it. Just thinking about this, I can't fall asleep at all." She pondered alone about what happened during the day, thinking, "This relationship is too messy, too messy. How did it turn out this way?" Then she pondered and raised another question. But in this world, besides Uncle Master Lu, who else is worthy of master? After a long period of careful consideration, she still couldn't think of anyone worthy of her master. Only Uncle Master Lu was worthy of master. What about me then? Lin Ali continued to ponder. Who will I be with in the future? Lin Ali flailed her arms, interrupted her own thoughts and shouted, "Oh no, oh no. I'm not thinking about it anymore. Not thinking about it. Calm down, Pei Qianqian, calm down." At dawn, as Jiang Xinyan woke up, she heard Lu Cheage's voice, "Are you awake? Perfect timing, come for lunch." As soon as he finished speaking, he placed the food on the table, and with the aroma of the food, Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells so good." After washing up, the two sat at the table and ate together. Just as Xinyan was drinking soup, Zhao said, "Xinyan, I'm returning to the sect in a few days. Do you want to come back with me, or stay on Chuanqiu Mountain for a while longer?" Xinyan said expressionlessly, picking up some food, "I'll wait a bit longer. There are still many things to take care of in the sect. I have to wait until I've finished them, and there are some other minor tasks after you leave. I also want to read Chuanqiu again. Once I've completed all these tasks, I'll come find you at the Momen sect." Lu Zhaoge paused, then asked curiously, "Chuanqiu?" He thought, "In my previous life I read this miraculous book. It was somewhat similar to the Jianzong's sword techniques. As long as I keep reading it, I'll definitely get rewards from the system." Logically speaking, Xinyan has already reached the 60th level, so she should have known how many times to read it by now, right? Xinyan picked up some food with her hand, glanced at Zhaoge and said, "Chuanqiu is still just a wordless book. Something left behind by the founding patriarch of Chuanqiu Mountain. Every generation's true disciples of Chuanqiu Mountain have 3 chances in their lifetime to read Chuanqiu. I still have 1 chance left." Lu Zhaoge looked at Xinyan, then said, "That's fine. If you have things to attend to, I won't force you to come with me." After Zhaoge finished speaking, Xinyan replied, "But I just heard some rumors about you. I heard the sect leader and some grand elders are still discussing whether to make an exception and let you view the Chunqiu." Lu Zhaoge looked at Jiang Xinyan in surprise and asked, "Will they agree? I'm just an outsider, yet I might be able to see Spring and Autumn Mountain's heirloom." Hearing this, Jiang Xinyan immediately replied, "Not only did you help Bei Prefecture and obtain the Mooneye Snow Orchid King, but the previous trial also involved some." Before she could finish, Lu Zhaoge interrupted her out of joy. "So that's it, who suggested this? It seems Spring and Autumn Mountain has acknowledged me as their son-in-law. This must be Grand Elder Sixen's idea, right?" As soon as Hengyin was mentioned, Lu Zhaoge recalled his appearance and muttered, "That guy has always been like that." Jiang Xinyan stood nearby, watching how he washed the dishes and said, "It seems like every time you wash the dishes, you enjoy playing around like this." After a moment, Lu Zhaoge smiled gently upon hearing her words, without answering. After the bowls and chopsticks were washed clean by him, They were neatly arranged in front of him. Looking at them, he smiled confidently. Men, especially young men. Who doesn't want to have some superpowers? Lu Chaoga picked up a towel to dry his hands, turned around to look at Jiang Xinyan, and said gently, Xinyan, I'm going to the back mountain now. She looked at him surprised and confused and said, going again. Her tone at this moment was like a wife interrogating a husband. Every time he asks to go out and play, playing the part of the obedient husband, Lu Chaoga smiled and explained. This time, the Saint Master will let me observe the Heaven-Man Unity Realm once. Upon hearing this, she immediately smiled excitedly and said, that truly is a tremendous opportunity. Having finished, he quickly left. It was snowing heavily outside. Jiang Xinyan stood below loudly reminding him, go quickly. Don't keep the Saint Master waiting and miss this opportunity. In the back mountain, snow had covered the rooftops in white, but there was still no sign of it stopping. Just as he stepped up to the door, he saw Pei Qianqian walking over wearily from a distance. Uncle Lu. Lu Chaoga heard the call, glanced over and thought, this little girl isn't as enthusiastic as before. Why does she look so preoccupied? Could she be dealing with adolescent troubles? Pei Qianqian walked over and stood beside him. Just as she arrived, the door opened. The Saint Master walked out from inside. As soon as they saw her, the two immediately cupped their hands and bowed, greeting the Saint Master. Meanwhile, Pei Qianqian stared blankly at the two people in front of her, a thought flashing through her mind. What is going on? Is this an illusion? Why do I feel like Master and Uncle Lu are so harmonious? Just as she started imagining pairing her master with Lu Chaoga, the Saint Master walked up to her and said, follow me. Pei Qianqian jumped in surprise and quickly replied yes. The Saint Master then led the two of them to a patch of woods. Standing on a stone platform, she looked at them and said, both of you come up. Just as the two stepped onto the platform, the Saint Master stretched out her hand toward them and gently said, give me your hand. Although the two were a bit confused, they still offered their hands to the Saint Master. As soon as he grasped the Saint Master's hand, his expression looked somewhat dazed and he thought, her hand is so soft, not cold at all. It's even a little warm. The Saint Master looked at the two and said sternly, close your eyes and focus your mind. As soon as she finished speaking, a green stream of energy immediately appeared, encircling both of them. Lu Chaoga didn't hesitate, and immediately closed his eyes, sensing everything around him. A wave of dizziness struck him, causing him to frown. This is uncomfortable, too shaky. This feeling is just like riding a drop tower. The sensation of falling from a great height caused Lu Chaoga to instantly open his eyes wide, looking around in surprise. The scene before his eyes had now changed. He gently landed on a massive leaf. At this moment he looked like a small insect on the leaf. Looking closely at the leaf, morning dew still clung to it. Before he had time to fully appreciate it, right before his eyes, another school of transparent fish appeared. They swam gently past him. Gazing at this vibrant and serene scenery, Lu Chaoga finally achieved understanding. This is the world of the living. Is this the state of unity of heaven and man? The system's mechanical voice sounded, answering him. You are currently experiencing the pseudo-state of unity of heaven and man. Hearing the system's prompt, he thought, so it's a pseudo-state. Realizing this, Lu Chaoga immediately immersed himself and found a quiet spot to gain insight. He looked around and thought to himself, thunder and lightning. So this is Pei Qianqian's pseudo-state of unity of heaven and man. This is Chuanqiu Mountain's highest secret. To be able to experience this once. This trip to Chuanqiu Mountain was truly a massive gain. A guidance session like this, the system will definitely deem it effective guidance. No sooner had he thought this than immediately the system's notification sounded right next to Lu Chaoga's ear. You have received one instance of effective guidance from the Saint Teacher. The system is converting the reward. Hearing the system notification, Lu Chaoga grinned in satisfaction, thinking it's coming. I wonder what rewards he'll have to choose from this time. He waited for a long time, but nothing surprising happened. There were no options. Outside, the Saint Teacher looked at Pei Qianqian with satisfaction. Bringing two people here this time was purely to see how Chaoga's comprehension compared to Qianqian's. In the sky, snowflakes drifted gently down. The space was extremely calm. Suddenly, the scene immediately changed and streaks of tiny lightning appeared. As soon as the Saint teacher saw this phenomenon, her gaze filled with pride fixed on Pei Chanshan. A smile played on her face. This thunder and lightning phenomenon is Chanshan's power of heaven and earth. And it has made a breakthrough. This is Chanshan's last time being guided into the pseudostate. Out of her only 3 opportunities. A sound coming from a distance caught the Saint teacher's attention. She glanced at the newcomer and said, "Oh, why do you have time to come here and watch the excitement?" The newcomer was Hong Yin. As he approached, he looked up at the celestial phenomenon. He said darkly, "That's not important. I just didn't expect that. Elder sister would make an exception to guide Lu Chaoga. This will consume a large amount of your spiritual power. Even you will feel exhausted." The Saint teacher smiled, looked at Hong Yin and said, "I am willing to do it wholeheartedly." Hearing his sister say that, Hong Yin froze speechless. Sister. He looked at the celestial phenomenon and said gloomily, "But clearly, this kid wasted your goodwill." High in the sky there were both snowflakes and lightning. The phenomenon was extremely beautiful. Hong Yin smiled and reminded the Saint teacher, "Sister, look at the sky." A cold sneer played on his lips as he said, "Tiny lightning. This proves that, even if Lu Chaoga experienced the state of unity of heaven and man, his power of heaven and earth could not advance further, not even slightly." The previous sight of falling snow suddenly began to fade away. Hong Yin looked in astonishment at the rapidly changing scene before him. The snow stopped. The Saint teacher smiled and gazed at the phenomenon before her. Chuanqiu Mountain is in the North Continent and only has 2 seasons, summer and winter. Summer is extremely hot. Winter is marked by strong winds and heavy snow. For this snow to stop suddenly, it seems this is not as simple as just thunder. Cold sweat broke out on Hong Yin. As he watched the unique phenomenon with wide astonished eyes, he said, "Impossible. With his current level of cultivation, how could this kid possibly comprehend anything more?" Streaks of lightning roared as they struck down, echoing throughout the sky. Lu Chaoga, even with his eyes closed, still spoke calmly, "It's raining." Lu Chaoga's words immediately caught Shengshi off guard, leaving her speechless. She was momentarily tongue-tied. Right after he finished speaking, the sky immediately grew heavy. Drops of rain, a prelude. The sky was overcast with dark clouds. Water droplets began to fall. This made Hong Yin widen his eyes. The raindrops became heavier and heavier, and the rain grew stronger. It was only then that Hong Yin realized what was happening. But the surprise on his face did not diminish. The sky unleashed a torrential downpour accompanied by streaks of lightning striking down, as if foretelling that a massive storm was about to break. The rain intensified, washing away the thick residual snow covering the ground and vegetation. The arrival of this rain erased all traces of ice and snow, as if it had never snowed heavily here. This rain also surprised the other disciples. They quickly ran indoors to take shelter. Looking at this rain, which was a rare occurrence even over 1,000 years, many people were discussing it excitedly. "It's raining. How is it raining again? It never used to rain on Chuanqiu Mountain. Did heaven itself change its mind? The rain is too heavy." Meanwhile, Zhang Xinyan stood under the eaves, muttering as she watched this unusual rain. "The rain is too heavy. It rarely rains on Chuanqiu Mountain. Could this be related to Chaoga Lu?" Chaoga on his side remained calm, showing no signs of waking up. When Shengshi saw this sight, her eyes were filled with doubt and a hint of worry. And she said, "This boy hasn't woken up." Hong Yin also said in surprise, "His internal power of heaven and earth isn't fluctuating in the slightest. I faintly felt a pseudo-realm of heaven-man unity." The lightning power in his body was drawn out, causing the lightning anomaly. Yet there is no fluctuation of the power of heaven and earth around him. This is no longer the mere drawing of the power of heaven and earth, but a resonance with heaven and earth. Hong Yin looked seriously at Lu Chaoga. Only after beginning to enter the 5th realm can one produce a trace of insignificant heaven and earth resonance. This boy hasn't stepped into the 5th realm yet. He looked at the pouring rain, musing, and rain this heavy far exceeds the scope of insignificant resonance. Even I cannot achieve this kind of heaven and earth resonance. Shengshi folded her arms, smiling as she looked at Hong Yin, teasing, "It's quite normal that you can't, because you are not an awakener." Hearing this, Hong Yin felt a sting, and he immediately retorted with something harsher. "Neither are you, senior sister." Shengshi heard Hong Yin's retort. walked over seriously, looked at Lu Chaoga and said, "That's right. That's why I let him experience the pseudo-realm of heaven-man unity. He is very special." Looking at the calm person before her, Shengshi thought, "He is indeed very special and currently very mysterious. If he were to wake up, he wouldn't be able to achieve this level of heaven and earth resonance. After all, this isn't mere heaven and earth resonance, but rather the control of heaven and earth. How do I explain it? Doing this, a single word can change the entire world. If one day, he can freely enter this state while conscious, the world might just return to the era of human revival." In another area, people gathered under the eaves to avoid the rain. They watched the heavy rain, discussing among themselves. "Since joining Chuanqiu Mountain, I have never seen rain this heavy." "Me neither. And rain this heavy must certainly be caused by Lu Chaoga. He is the awakener of the water element. Did he break through again? This is absolutely preposterous, isn't it?" "It truly is preposterous. Utterly preposterous, so preposterous that even players are." Zhao Ziqi stared blankly at the heavy rain. A cultivation level of the fourth realm. Yet he can rely on the water power within him to trigger rain this massive. It's truly unheard of. He clenched his fists in anger and slammed them violently against the pillar. This young man must be stopped. Zhao Ziqi's face was pale now, his eyes wide open, grinding his teeth in fury. Indeed, this had never been heard of. He clenched his fists angrily and heavily pounded the pillar. He must not be allowed to continue thriving. Zhao Ziqi's face had gone ghastly pale at this point. His eyes rolled back and he was grinding his teeth in rage. "We must take action, otherwise once he grows stronger, he will eventually threaten what we need to accomplish. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." The heavy rain still hadn't stopped, showing no sign of slowing down. Pei Qianqian slowly opened her eyes, taking in her surroundings, sensing the gains she got from this illusion were tremendous. She was very satisfied with the results this time. She grinned smugly. "I can finally narrow the distance between me and Martial Uncle Lu. If the situation stabilizes, perhaps there will be a chance to counterattack." But before she could enjoy her pride for long, the rain pulled Pei Qianqian back to reality. She said in surprise, "Why is it raining so heavily?" Pei Qianqian looked at the heavy rain in astonishment, amazed by this sight rarely seen in 1,000 years. Her eyes widened. "Master Sect Leader, how can Chuanqiu Mountain have such heavy rain this season?" Haiyin said coolly, "It has something to do with the person next to you." Hearing this, Pei Qianqian turned to look at Lu Chaoga and asked somewhat disbelievingly, "Martial Uncle Lu is in meditation, and he can still stir up the tides of water power?" She immediately cried out in surprise, "Huh! The water power emanating from Martial Uncle Lu actually showed no movement at all." The Saint Master beside her smiled, looked at Pei Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, you need to reflect a bit and learn from your Martial Uncle Lu." The Saint Master's words were like a basin of ice water thrown directly onto Pei Qianqian's face. All her previous efforts seemed to have been for naught. She turned sideways, shed tears, and thought sadly, "I've gained so much insight already. This heavy rain has soaked my heart in getting further and further away from Martial Uncle Lu." As for Lu Chaoga, he was immersed in a gigantic pool of water. One could say it was an endless space. The surrounding water, there is too much water. Heaven and earth are water, and people are also water. As long as I think the water will churn. Wait, is that the water inside the human body? The Saint Master and Qianqian are standing in front of me. Can their water not be touched? The Saint Master smiled faintly and said to Pei Qianqian, "Qianqian, collecting the gold artifacts is up to you now." 10 breaths ago, Lu Chaoga looked at the heaven and earth ring in front of him. Regarding this heavy rain over Chuanqiu Mountain, it was actually due to the system's reward. Heaven and earth affinity was radiating brilliant light. Lu Chaoga looked at it and said with a smile, "Heaven and earth affinity, this is the second time I've received this. The first time was when my control over water power reached the mastery realm." He then suddenly reached out his hand towards the heaven and earth orb before him, thinking to himself, "But what will this second time bring?" A curious expression appeared on his face. Suddenly Lu Chaoga seemed to fall into another dimension. At this moment he was completely surrounded by water. He thought, too much water, heaven and earth are truly saturated. He sank deeper and deeper. He tightly shut his eyes, feeling the water enveloping him. And the second time, the harmony of heaven, earth and man upgraded. It caused Lu Chaoga to bring rain down upon Chuanqiu Mountain. It even almost cleared the accumulated water inside the Saint Master's body. At this time Lu Chaoga was receiving treatment from the Saint Master. Hangyin, seeing that his face had improved, said, "He's awake, let's go." The Saint Master looked at Lu Chaoga, smiled lightly and replied, "Then hurry up. He might open his eyes in a few seconds." Hangyin calmed down. He seriously turned back. "I discussed it with the Grand Elder and the others. We plan to make an exception and let him observe Chuanqiu once." There was not a hint of surprise on the Saint Master's face. She replied, "Oh, the rain is starting to fall harder and harder." After assisting Lu Chaoga, the three people quickly moved away. At this moment Lu Chaoga slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly he abruptly realized he was holding another girl's hand. He thought to himself, "It's really soft indeed." That girl suddenly pulled her hand away from his in front of the Saint Master. Lu Chaoga bowed and cupped his hands in thanks to her. The realm of unity between heaven and man truly is wondrous. I grasped it. The Saint Teacher chuckled and replied, "I grasped it too." At this moment Pei Chanshan was standing next to Lu Chaoga. She said excitedly, "Uncle Master Lu, what exactly did you grasp? How were you able to conjure rain? It never rains on Chuanqiu Mountain during winter." Lu Chaoga simply smiled. He wore an expression that showed he didn't want to answer. Pei Chanshan asked with a stunned look, that mysterious smile, "What exactly did you realize?" Lu Chaoga continued to give a hollow laugh. He struggled to think. "I realized absolutely nothing. Let me add one more point, just one more. Do you understand this explanation?" The Saint Teacher saw the two of them chatting, approached them and answered her. "It is word becomes law." Pei Chanshan exclaimed loudly in surprise, "What?" Lu Chaoga looked up at the sky. He replied, "I cannot do it when I am fully conscious. Just now it was thanks to the Saint Teacher's help. However, my heaven and earth power," he stopped mid-sentence, "has indeed increased significantly." Lu Chaoga looked up at the sky. The sky looked extremely blue at the moment. The mountains were majestic and magnificent. This rain should stop now. Lu Chaoga's image suddenly appeared in the sky, right before Pei Chanshan's eyes. She involuntarily stared at the sky, silent, stunned for a long time. The Saint Teacher walked closer to him and said, "The Sect Master came here, and before leaving, he also told me to let you have a few days to look around Chuanqiu. Someone will be sent to notify you when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Lu Chaoga immediately bowed in thanks. He cupped his hands to thank the Sect Master. "In that case I shall take my leave first." He suddenly flew up into the high sky, moving extremely fast. The two of them looked up, gazing in the direction he had disappeared. The Saint Teacher then looked at Pei Chanshan, who was still looking up, standing beside her, and smiled. Pei Chanshan's cheeks appeared flushed. Her gaze was fixed dreamily in the direction he had gone. The Saint Teacher then stretched out a hand and waved it in front of her, making her look surprised, unsure of what was happening. The Saint Teacher asked, "What are you thinking about?" Pei Chanshan scratched her head awkwardly and replied, "Nothing." The Saint Teacher continued, "Then return to your room and continue cultivating. You should consolidate your previous enlightenment right." When Pei Chanshan heard the Saint Teacher say this, she quickly nodded repeatedly. "Ah, yes, yes, yes." She immediately ran off quickly. "Master, aren't you going to stabilize your own realm first?" The Saint Teacher looked in the direction she left and said, "That scene just now. Speaking of which, my master was also a little careless. But compared to my master, the gap is too huge. Her resolve is too weak." The room door suddenly opened and then quickly slammed shut again. Behind the door was Pei Chanshan, heavily panting. She stood behind the door. While catching her breath, she thought to herself, "What exactly was I thinking about? That's Uncle Master Jiang's cultivation partner." She recalled the handsome image of Lu Chaoga. Her face began to flush again. She thought, "But he is truly charming, unity of heaven, earth and man. Word becomes law. Strong willpower, word becomes law. It's just that the predecessors were able to control water, but this junior is actually capable of murder and arson in the core region." Before even seeing the person, they heard Lu Chaoga's voice ring out, "Xinyan, I'm back." Zhang Xinyan ran over, surprised, delighted, and full of admiration. "The commotion you caused this time was truly huge. Did you cause that rain?" He smiled and waved his hand as if it were a trivial matter, asking her how about that impressive right. Jiang Xinyan gave a perfunctory compliment, then instructed its impressive yes. But hurry up and stabilize your realm, lest you waste the Saint teacher's guidance. Suddenly Lu Chaoga adopted the pose of an overbearing CEO, grabbing her hand and pulling her into his arms, causing Jiang Xinyan's face to flush and her heart to race. He said, I don't have time to meditate. I'm going to take care of a few things for you. That way you can return to the Momin sect quickly and find me. The two of them returned together. On the way, Jiang Xinyan said, the nature of the work at Chuanqiu Mountain and the Mo sect is different. Lu Chaoga replied affectionately, it's all right. I can save time by grinding the ink for you. Afterwards Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan openly enjoyed their sweet life together as lovers. Everything in love is rosy. One person ground the ink. The other wrote. They smiled at each other, chatting happily. Their eyes met as if sparks were flying. When idle they could kiss at any moment. Everything was wonderful until a face looking as if someone had stolen Hong Yin's meal ticket suddenly appeared right in front of Lu Chaoga. He asked Lu Chaoga, who is Chaoga? Hong Yin glanced at Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga returned the glance. Both of them preferred silence even unto death. Hong Yin turned away in displeasure and left first. Follow me to see the Chuanqiu. Lu Chaoga replied, all right. Jiang Xinyan didn't want to miss this chance to join the fun, so she shouted from behind him, going too. Is that okay, Sect Leader? Hong Yin sighed and reluctantly said fine. Finally they arrived at the location of the Chuanqiu. Jiang Xinyan observed the situation, and her sixth sense told her, why do I always feel that if I didn't come along, they might start fighting at any moment? Lu Chaoga gazed at the sight before him, thinking, I've already viewed the Chuanqiu twice in my previous life. The first time it granted me 200,000 EXP, and the other time it gave me random attribute points. In short, whether or not I can observe the Chuanqiu entirely depends on good or bad luck. He felt incredibly excited. I wonder what kind of reward this observation will give me in this life. In the Chuanqiu mountain study, the ancestors from the back mountain were all gathered there. As soon as they saw them, they continuously shouted, Chaoga, fellow Taoist Lu, Sect Leader, and fellow Taoist Jiang is here too. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Look, several elders are here. Lu Chaoga was speechless. Are all these guys here just to watch the spectacle? Cultivators have long lifespans, and watching a spectacle is how people pass the boring time. Hong Yin turned and said to him, that study is where the Chuanqiu is kept. Go inside yourself and see what insights you gain. Jiang Xinyan leaned closer to Lu Chaoga and whispered, that study was the residence of the founding ancestor. This sacred Chuanqiu technique is infinitely profound, surpassing any treasure you've ever seen. You must cherish this opportunity. He replied with a smile, don't worry, I know. Lu Chaoga had to perform an important procedure, which was to show an appearance of extreme excitement, and it had to look completely genuine. He busied himself socializing, continuously bowing and paying respects to everyone from east to west, from south to north, without missing a single person. After everything was over, he felt exhausted and breathless. Do those high-ranking figures at Chuanqiu Mountain have nothing else to do? They sure love watching a spectacle every day. Finally Lu Chaoga walked up to the study door. He placed his hand on the door, preparing to push it open, thinking, it's a good thing the Saint Master didn't come. Otherwise Chuanqiu Mountain probably would have really collapsed. The door slowly opened, revealing a dazzling light inside. Lu Chaoga stood outside, looking at the table over there, feeling as if it were half a world away. The atmosphere outside remained as lively as a marketplace. Everyone was chatting and laughing, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Some people even started gambling. It's open. Everyone, what's happening today is very important. It would be a pity not to have a betting pool. Let's place a bet to see how many realms Lu Chaoga can break through. Hong Yin, invoking the name of righteousness, said something that surprised everyone. Setting up a private gambling den. Fine of 1,000 spirit stones. He slowly continued. The 1,000 spirit stones will be registered under the law enforcement hall. I guarantee he will break through the Shuili realm. Hearing this, everyone became excited again and cheered in unison. No problem, Sect Leader, the fine will certainly be paid in full. I bet Lu Chaoga breaks through 2 realms. I bet he breaks through 1 realm. Elder Xie also joined the excitement. She ran over to Jiang Xinyan and asked, "Sister Jiang, aren't you going to place a bet? Junior sister is the person who understands him best." Jiang Xinyan said proudly, "I bet he will definitely break through the third realm." Elder Xie smiled happily. "All right." Jiang Xinyan blushed, though she pretended otherwise, but she knew that, after the third realm, he would be just one step away from the most powerful cultivator. Lu Chaoga looked at the scroll on the table, feeling suspicious. Is this the Chun Xiu? Lu Chaoga had some concerns. It looked exactly the same as before. 10 layers of restrictions have been placed around the Chun Xiu. After all, now, it is the most precious treasure, the ultimate treasure of Chuanqiu Mountain. Lu Chaoga slowly walked closer, contemplating carefully. Is there anything else special about this Chun Xiu? He thought, first of all, it is a wordless book. Whatever I comprehend will be directly reflected in my mind. Even the founding patriarch of Chuanqiu Mountain could not see the words in the book. Second point, he reached out. This is the book that absolutely must not be touched in the 9 realms. Lu Chaoga stood there watching the golden list appear before him. Third point, because this book cannot be touched. The pages cannot be turned, one can only observe it. It turns pages automatically. Which page it stops on, and what insight one gains, all depend on fate and destiny. The golden list read, "Do you wish to view the Chun Xiu?" Lu Chaoga certainly did, he replied, "View." A circle of light radiated around the Chun Xiu like a divine halo. He was a little confused. So this time, what does it intend to give me? Lu Chaoga was surprised that the Chun Xiu was glowing. What is going on? Why is it just glowing but not opening? Could this thing possibly recognize that I am not a person of Chuanqiu Mountain? He suddenly recalled the method for using it. His gaze was extremely certain. He thought this book must be opened using spiritual sense. I forgot just staring at it. Won't open it. Lu Chaoga opened his eyes and focused his attention on the book. His eyes flickered with sharp golden light. He pushed out all his inner essence and power. He thought, since spiritual sense must be used to view it, then I will use my heart sword to sense it and see if it works. Because the heart sword is also considered a form of spiritual sense. Suddenly an orange light burst forth from the scroll. It was finally activated and displayed the name Chun Xiu. After 7,714 steps, he stretched out his hand intending to touch the scroll. However, a layer of searing light covered his hand. Lu Chaoga opened his mouth wide, his eyes flickering with astonishment. He guessed, this feeling seems different from when I viewed it in my previous life. Is it because of the heart sword? It actually feels like it has been waiting for me for a long time. A loud bang sounded. Following that, the Chun Xiu lifted away from his hand. Floating in midair, it emitted an incredibly mysterious orange glow. The book suddenly opened without needing to be flipped. He widened his eyes, utterly astonished by this marvelous sight. He asked himself, are the pages starting to turn? I wonder which page it will stop on. Ever since the Chun Xiu was activated, the pages kept flipping relentlessly, at astonishing speed. The surrounding air current also grew thicker and thicker. Lu Chaoga was surprised. The pages are flipping constantly. Finally the scroll stopped moving but remained floating in midair. It was a brown page showing signs of age. But he didn't know what unusual thing would happen inside. It was as if he saw something shocking. His eyes were wide and he was drenched in sweat. He shouted, "My goodness!" On that ancient brown page, there was a line of incredibly conspicuous text. "Guard the key carefully, Lu Chaoga." His complexion suddenly turned pale. Sweat covered his forehead. He was astonished beyond words. My writing actually appeared in this book. That has been wordless for nearly 10,000 years. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. He stood before the book amazed and stunned. Lu Chaoga cleared his throat. Nearly 10,000 years ago, has someone already found out that I possess the key? And they still let me keep the key? He tried hard to recall what had happened in the past. In the past, various thoughts swirled in his mind. In my previous life I was a disciple of Chuanqiu Mountain. Therefore he knew all the events, situations and plans like the back of his hand. Chuanqiu Mountain was established later than Jianzhong, but it still possesses a legacy spanning nearly 10,000 years. This has been clearly documented in the lore. The treasure of Chuanqiu is a book. It has no characters written on it. It was passed down by the founding ancestor of Chuanxiu. There is no way to see the characters on it clearly. Lu Chaoga retreated step by step in astonishment. His eyes grew deep as he stared at the book. He spoke with a skeptical tone. So where exactly did these characters come from? Is this a long-running joke by the book spirit? That can't be right. If this truly were a joke, it would be extremely boring. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. Sweat covered his face because of this new discovery. Suspicion arose in his heart. Also, the most illogical point is keep the key safe. What exactly is this key? What is its use? Where is it? I have no idea what that key is. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. The pupils in his eyes trembled slightly, as if he had suddenly realized something. Up until now, the system has not issued notifications for any item. Let me go over there and check it out. Suddenly a golden halo enveloped the Chuanxiu book. Inside the book pages were those incomprehensible black Chinese characters. He thought to himself, sure enough, nothing can be detected. There is something wrong with this book. A very big problem. Lu Chaoga's face suddenly turned pale. His entire body froze, remaining still for 5 seconds. Lu Chaoga spoke. Furthermore, the most critical point is that the system gave no feedback. The reward is 0. Did I read this Chuanxiu book for nothing? All of a sudden, the book flew like lightning toward his location. Lu Chaoga was momentarily astonished. Guessing that it was flying toward him, Lu Chaoga reached out toward the book and spoke. I can't touch it at all. Why did it fly here? Could it be right? As he finished speaking, the book indeed, just as he expected, flew in front of him and landed steadily in his hand. He picked up the book Chuanxiu. His eyes were extremely decisive and confident. His voice also grew firm. I can touch it now. According to legend, only those at tier 9 or above are able to touch this item. Yet now it is in my hands. In another location, the Holy Master sat thoughtfully in her palace. Her usually indifferent eyes suddenly widened. She let out a soft "oh" as if she had just learned something. Outside the palace, Hainin and the Supreme Elders had already completely surrounded the area. The crowd was dense. His expression did not look good. His brow was deeply furrowed as if someone had stolen his food. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Holy Master! Her appearance confused them. Hainin glanced sideways at her. He asked seriously what she was doing here. The beautiful Holy Master spoke with a firm voice. This is also a declaration. He has obtained the Chuanxiu. Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Hainin. He looked as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. The 3 Zhaozikis and the others exclaimed loudly in shock. What impossible, absolutely impossible. Isn't it true that anyone below tier 9 cannot touch the Chuanxiu? One Zhao Jiqiang became exasperated and acted recklessly. He started running as if insane, pushing this person aside, then shoving that person away. He shouted, I don't believe it. I'm going to see for myself. Suddenly Hainin reached out and blocked Mengfeng's path. He spoke coldly. There is another situation regarding the Chuanxiu. It might be stolen by someone else. These words greatly astonished Zhao Ziqi, leaving him stunned. The sage master standing nearby pursed his lips. That is the new master whom the Chuanxiu has recognized. The moment he finished speaking, Zhao Ziqi behind him opened his eyes wide in surprise. Meanwhile Hongyin maintained an indifferent expression throughout. Chang Sun Yan appeared out of nowhere, and was also deeply shocked upon hearing these words, and Bu Xiu next to him asked, our sect's sacred relic actually accepted someone else as its master. Elder Xia held his head and cried out that he had been wronged. This situation is simply unacceptable. That guy was equally shocked. He clearly said he was just lending it to Lu Chaoga for a look. Now he took the book away completely. The camera shifts to the other side, where Lu Chaoga is still engrossed in studying the classic text. He wondered, since I can touch it, can I open it? He touched the corner of the book, tentatively trying to open it. It opened, he thought. The book was finally opened by his own hand. A golden light and a line of text appeared before his eyes. You have successfully comprehended 1 chapter of the Chuanxiu. The reward will automatically convert. You have gained 5 million experience points. Lu Chaoga smiled smugly. The system finally reacted. He picked up the book and read it. Lu Chaoga thought this book only has 10 chapters. Could there be other rewards hidden inside? That's 10 opportunities. Let's see if I can create a legend. Lu Chaoga was highly excited. His eyes filled with greed. He quickly flipped open the chunshio with both hands. He immediately started demanding things. Give me more special attribute points. Grant me the aptitude for drawing a sword. Give me sword intent. Quickly give me a skill upgrade coupon. Hurry. The moment he finished speaking, various notification sounds rang out consecutively. You have successfully comprehended one chapter of the chunshio. The reward automatically converts. 5 million experience points acquired. Listening to these continuous sounds ringing out, Lu Chaoga froze completely, his mouth wide open. He was still holding the book, but his gaze had become hollow. He spoke with a tone of disappointment and disdain. It's all experience points. The reward is fixed. I thought there would be something special. No transmission of power, no chunshio. The book seemed to hear Chaoja's complaint, and immediately wanted to demonstrate something beginning to change. Lu Chaoga was surprised by this sight. It changed again. Is there still something good inside? In the next second, Lu Chaoga understood exactly what the good thing it brought was. An arm reached out from the book. A crisp smack rang out. That hand heavily slapped Lu Chaoga across the cheek. Perhaps the book knew he had looked down on it, so it was venting its anger. To make him understand the consequences of looking down on a book, Chaoga was hit by a book and immediately suffered the effect of Diao Chan's second skill. He stood there completely motionless. After venting its anger, the chunshio in his hand suddenly vanished. Lu Chaoga covered his cheeks surprised, and opened his mouth wide, realizing the book had returned to its original spot on the table. Lu Chaoga rubbed his flushed cheek and complained, "Is this thing really just a book? A book that claims not to transmit power, yet still manages to attract people this much. A book that sometimes I can pick up, and sometimes I can't." Lu Chaoga was unwilling to accept this. His eyes were bright, and a fierce aura emanated from his body. He reached both hands out towards the book. "Let me try one more time, maybe I can pick it up now. I could flip through 10 more chapters. 5 million per chapter. 10 chapters means 50 million. If I can use it again, then I am willing to call it the strongest divine book." He flattered it to such an extent, but unfortunately, the moment his hand touched it, passed through the book immediately. Unfortunately, Lu Chaoga and Chunkia's connection could only go this far. Chaoga closed his eyes and sighed, acting like a reasonable and understanding man. "Alright then, I'll be leaving now. 50 million experience points is simply too expensive. Anything more than that would be pushing it." Lu Chaoga pretended to turn and depart, while continuously mumbling, "I'm really leaving now. I won't be coming back once I step out this time. And I won't know those 2 pieces of advice either." He secretly glanced at the book on the table, his steps halting at the doorway, hands raised ready to open the door. What do they mean by seal? What do they mean by protect? I really won't know at all. Chunshio lay on the table emitting a red glow, but it was still somewhat reluctant, appearing hesitant. Chaoga noticed the movement and thought, "This thing really does have a spirit." Chunshio had no choice, so it flew over to Chaoga and slowly opened. Just as he saw the contents inside, Chaoga cried out in surprise, "Huh? Didn't you say you had no characters? Why are there not only characters but also a map? So you're just a picture book, huh?" Inside the book was the pattern of a lotus flower, positioned right in the center. The people waiting outside the room all wore serious expressions at this moment, arms crossed, intently watching the door as they waited. Just as the door opened, Chaoga walked out and everyone shouted, "He's out, he's out." Chaoga watched in alarm as the crowd swarmed, gathering around him. He had to take a few steps back just to break free from the circle. They surrounded him, standing extremely close, making Chaoga wonder, why is this group so enthusiastic? Those closest saw that his hands were empty, and told the people behind them, "Look everyone, he doesn't have it." When the crowd saw Chaoja's empty hands, they cheered happily, their mouths full of continuous exclamations. "That's great. He didn't take it away, that belongs to our sect. If someone else had taken it, we would have been doomed." Is it possible that he hid the object inside? It's certainly possible he hid it inside. Chaoga listened to the crowd's conversation, and 1,000 question marks immediately popped up in his mind. he asked, looking bewildered. What are you all talking about? The Holy Master stood some distance away, and at this moment spoke up to help him out. Stop looking. Chuanqiu is still inside the room, not on him. After hearing this, the crowd wiped their sweat, breathing a sigh of relief as if a great burden had been lifted. That is wonderful. Since the Holy Master has spoken, it must certainly be true. As long as it wasn't taken away, it's fine. Chaga watched the Holy Master nervously wiping her sweat, thinking she seems to know something. The Holy Master stood there looking at him, and her serious voice rang out. Sect Leader Lu, did you just touch Chuanqiu? Everyone looked at him and surprised jaws dropped in disbelief. He really touched it. Lu Chaoga nodded immediately in response. Hong Yin rushed forward upon hearing his confirmation and pressed. And then what? Chaoga also truthfully explained to everyone. There was no then what. I only managed to touch it once. I couldn't touch it again after that. If none of you believe me, you can find someone who has observed it before, and have them enter the room with me. See how that goes. Hearing this, the Holy Master spoke. Sect Leader Lu, you might not know this. If two people enter together, the space outside will collapse. For 10,000 years, Chuanqiu has already expended a lot of spiritual energy repairing our patriarch's study room. Lu Chaoja's expression was calm without the slightest ripple. But internally, he secretly marveled. It's actually this miraculous. That book is truly incredible. It's even more powerful than the Holy Sword of the Sword Sect. Fortunately, the Sword Sect still has the Sword Prison. Otherwise it might have been stolen long ago. Meng Feng stood among the crowd, and walked forward with a smile. Since there's no way, Chuanqiu must still be in that study room. I actually have an idea. That doesn't require entering the room, yet allows everyone to know the truth. His words made everyone present have to focus and listen. He walked up to Lu Chaoga and glanced at him. A trace of cunning flashed in his eyes and the corners of his mouth turned up. As long as Sect Master Lu releases his divine soul and allows me to examine it, we will know everything. Lu Chaoga thought doubtfully. It seems he wants to probe me. The so-called releasing of one's divine soul for inspection. The image of a naked person curled up under the scrutiny of all eyes gradually emerged in his mind. It was like standing naked in front of a crowd. Moreover, the person hiding and weeping there was just an image Lu Chaoga used to illustrate his thought. A divine soul that has been scratched will be left with countless scars. That's not just about being spied on, it's about being thoroughly damaged by others. Jiang Xinyan suddenly stopped him loudly. Absolutely not. Inspecting the divine soul will harm Chaoga. This is absolutely unacceptable. The Holy Master and Hangin remained silent after hearing this, not saying a word. Lu Chaoga smiled and thought, for this matter I have to watch these two's attitude. Only then did the Holy Master slowly speak. There is no need. Sect Master Lu is not lying. He truly only touched Chuanqiu. Hagin also added. Furthermore, from now on, I do not want to hear suggestions like this again. Seeing this, Zhao Ziqi waved his hand in alarm and replied, I was just joking. Just joking. A man behind him immediately spoke up and asked, but what difference does that make? Why is it that for tens of thousands of years, only he has been able to touch Chuanqiu? Lu Chaoga pursed his lips and pondered. No one has ever done it before. So it became the norm. But what does it matter that it was like that before? I'm sorry to say I'm different from you all. The Holy Master closed her eyes and said decisively, I already have the answer regarding this matter. There is no need for you all to bring it up again. Hangin, following the beautiful woman's lead, spoke sternly. Since the Holy Master already has the answer, then everyone should disperse. A woman addicted to gambling saw this stretched widely, and said sullenly, but the bet we just made hasn't been settled yet. When Lu Chaoga and the Holy Master heard this, they simultaneously turned around, and asked in confusion what bet. Jiang Xinyan immediately explained from the side. Everyone was betting on betting. How many realms you could break through after coming out. Everyone placed a wager. Lu Chaoga turned to look at Hangin and asked, did the sect leader place a bet too? Hearing this, he pretended to be serious, cleared his throat and replied, I bet that your water power could break through a realm. Then he turned and asked Jiang Xinyan, and did you place a bet? She smiled bitterly and said, to avoid spoiling everyone's fun. I just casually bet on breaking through 3 realms. I was the only one who bet this way just to add to the excitement. Elder Xie stroked his chin, observed Lu Chaoga intently and then commented. But there is no change in your body. Your aura is very stable. Clearly you haven't broken through a single realm. It seems that those fellow Taoists who bet Sect Master Lu did not break through any realms. Have won amidst the gently blowing breeze. Lu Chaoga flashed a brilliant smile and announced loudly. Wait a minute, this bet isn't over yet. Lu Chaoga gently held Jiang Xinyan's hand and then said, you won this bet. He did. The wind surrounding him grew increasingly intense. This was precisely the power of the spiritual wind technique. Lu Chaoga began to close his eyes and cast the spell. A golden light emanated around him, followed by an incomparably powerful internal force which included the 8th heaven of the 4th realm, the 9th heaven of the 4th realm, grand completion of the 5th realm. Elder Yi and Jiang Xinyan, seeing this scene, were utterly stunned. The Sage Master was also extremely shocked, thinking, breaking through 3 realms in the blink of an eye. Lu Chaoga cupped his hands and smiled. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he happily announced, my Xinyan won this wager. Elders, you must honor the bet. A moment later, Jiang Xinyan's arms were piled high with bags of all sizes. Small bags. They were all filled with shimmering gold, silver, and jewels. Lu Chaoga looked at her with doting eyes and asked, how is it? Are you happy? Jiang Xinyan blushed and whispered in response, I am. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people began to praise him. Today has truly been eye-opening. Breaking through 3 realms in the blink of an eye, reaching the grand completion of the 5th realm. Lu Chaoga truly lives up to his reputation. Zhao Ziqi left the area with the crowd. He turned his head and glanced at Lu Chaoga behind him, silently chanting in his heart, Lu Chaoga. Seeing that everyone had left, Jiang Xinyan spoke. Since everyone has gone, we should also. Before she could finish, the Sage Master interrupted her. Wait, I still have something I need to ask Sect Master Lu. Lu Chaoga also spoke coincidentally. I also have something I need to ask the Sage Master. He asked suspiciously, does the Sage Master know where the founding master of Spring Autumn Mountain learned about the Spring and Autumn scripture, or where this book ultimately came from? Jiang Xinyan was slightly surprised to hear him ask this. She thought such confidential information. Even I, an attendant of Spring Autumn Mountain, don't know this. Surely the Sage Master won't answer. The Sage Master closed her eyes and slowly replied. From a ruin belonging to the Tiani Dao. Lu Chaoga opened his eyes wide and asked in surprise. The Tiani Dao. He muttered to himself as expected. It's the Tiani Dao again, the ancient super sect. The origin of the sword sect also stems from it. The symbol of the lotus flower appeared in Lu Chaoga's mind. He thought, since it belongs to the Tiani Dao, then that azure lotus flower. He recalled someone's instruction. Guard the key well. Lu Chaoga suddenly felt enlightened. That lotus flower was left behind by the greatest figure of ancient times, the Azure Emperor. These characters must also have been written by the Azure Emperor. The Sage Master slowly spoke. The Spring and Autumn scripture came from the Tiani Dao ruins. I believe Sect Master Lu can probably guess the rest of the information. There is no need to be too surprised. We are merely the remnants of the original cultivation world. Lu Chaoga smiled slightly. Thank you for informing me, Sage Master. Now may I ask what the Sage Master intended to ask me? The Sage Master looked at him silently, not answering. She turned her face away and spoke softly. It's nothing. You two may leave. Lu Chaoga looked at the Sage Master's retreating figure in confusion. He thought, how strange, just now she said she had something to ask me. But now she says it's nothing. What is the Sage Master thinking? After the matter was concluded, he and Jiang Xinyan stood up. The massive leaf carried them away on the wind. Lu Chaoga looked at her next to him, thinking, could it be that she found it inconvenient to ask because Xinyan was here? He pursed his lips and pondered, never mind. I'll just wait for the right time. If the Sage Master truly wants to ask, she naturally will. Meanwhile, the Sage Master was approaching that room. She thought, Lu Chaoga, you have opened my eyes again today. To be the first person in 10,000 years able to touch the Spring and Autumn scripture. For 10,000 years. She recalled the time when the two of them stood together before that black hole. And then she mused. The endless sea. The eye of chaos. I hope you cultivate to the 7th realm soon. The sage master chanted the realm of unity of heaven and man activate. She muttered to herself. How long has it been since I was here? Inside the room, the space had transformed into something else entirely. Suddenly the path the sage master walked on bloomed with roses. Butterflies fluttered around her. That path led to a simple wooden table. It was the only unadorned piece of furniture in the room. She approached and said, After all, the Tianran Gongfa harmony stage technique also originates from you. The sage master continued speaking to the book. I am genuinely curious. You are merely a book. Yet the Tianyito possessed such power early on. Just how powerful was the Tianyito? The book still lay quietly on the table, completely motionless. Seeing this, she chuckled softly and said, What's wrong? Ignoring me. No sooner had she finished speaking, the book began to emit a streak of marvelous golden light. The sage master softly said, Long time no see. A small tiny spirit, radiating a mysterious golden glow all over its body, slowly appeared. That was the artifact spirit of the Chuanqiu. The sage master looked at the spirit and asked curiously, You chose him? The artifact spirit shook its head. Seeing this, she was surprised and asked, Why is that? Why did you allow him to touch you? The artifact spirit remained silent, offering no reply. The sage master sighed, thinking, Just like before. It's impossible to have a normal conversation. She opened her eyes and said to the spirit, It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. After all, the sage master calmly continued, I chose him. As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of purple light radiated from her. Blindingly dazzling, she closed her eyes, letting her veil and long hair flutter in the wind. At this moment, in a humble cottage, Lu Chaoga was sitting cross-legged on the bed, practicing a cultivation technique. A powerful blue energy emanated from him. Lu Chaoga was currently operating the Tongjing technique. These things no longer made him vomit blood. He wanted to be like any ordinary Tianxin person, digesting everything that had happened today. In reality, there was no need. He frowned, feeling uncomfortable, sweat pouring down his face. The beautiful woman watching beside him did not know the truth. Seeing him like this, Jiang Xinyan thought to herself, Chaoga looks a little pale. She approached him and whispered, Chaoga, you don't look very well. Do you want something to drink? Lu Chaoga replied with a tired expression, It's fine. Maybe it's because I comprehended the Chuanqiu and continuously broke through 3 realms. I'm a bit exhausted. Although he said this, what he was thinking internally was, It seems my luck hasn't progressed much. It's still negligible. And I can't explain it to Xinyan. So I might as well go along with it. Jiang Xinyan sat down next to him and said, Then take a rest for a while. Lu Chaoga replied with a gentle smile, Okay. Suddenly a sound came from inside the cottage. Lu Chaoga calmly rested his head on Jiang Xinyan's lap, and happily said, I want to sleep like this. She let out a gasp of surprise. He stared closely at her and asked, Are you unwilling? She avoided his gaze, blushed, and shyly replied, Whatever makes you happy. Lu Chaoga closed his eyes, pondering. If those 2 lines were truly written by Qing Di, then what is the key? He wants me to safeguard. Is it the wooden plaque? He recalled the token engraved with white cloud patterns, thinking, but the protagonists of this world all have a wooden plaque, yet they are all different. It definitely isn't that. Suddenly he remembered that stone tombstone. I've got it. That foolish old treasure in our family must know something. Lu Chaoga gently opened his eyes. His thoughts were still immersed in those ideas. It seems it's time to return to the Zongmen. Otherwise, relying only on my own wits, I won't be able to figure it out. Chapter 4. A bright and sunny morning. From within that ancient building, a voice rang out. Lu Chaoga, have you thought this through clearly? Inside the building, right in the living room, 2 hosts sat in the main seats, accompanied by their guest. A man with golden hair named Hongyin, sitting in the main seat, spoke up in such a hurry to return to the Zongmen sect. Aren't you going to stay a few more days? I was just looking for a chance to talk to you. Pei Qianqian looked at Hengyin with a dead fish eye, muttering internally. Last time you already ripped up Martial Uncle Lu's clothes. Wasn't that enough? For the sect master's validation of beating a love rival, does Martial Uncle have to go this far? Lu Chaoga smiled and said, Yes, I came here today to bid everyone farewell. I realized that the sect's affairs must be piled up like mountains. so I should return as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan immediately wanted to break her contract and go home with her husband. If that's the case, why don't I skip the spring and autumn journey and return to the sect with you instead? Lu Chaozhe's face was glowing, and he turned around to tease her. Our future is long. We are not lacking in time. You should go and take care of your own matters. From now on we will be together every minute of every second. Jiang Xinyan blushed deeply from the flirting and replied, that works too. The two flirted with each other, completely unaware that 3 spectators were watching their public display of affection, feeling quite full. The couple was surprised. Someone Hangin was helplessly furious. Hangin stood up and left. After being fully fed on PDA, he wanted to chase them away. Master, if you want to leave, hurry up and go. Staying there is a real eyesore. Qianqian looked at Hangin, fuming with anger, and then left speechless. Sect Master Martial Uncle. Hey. She thought he acts childishly sometimes too. She turned to look at Lu Chaoga again, thinking blushingly. But Martial Uncle Jiang didn't leave with Martial Uncle Lu either. In that case, I'm in no position to talk about going down the mountain. And I really want to go down the mountain with Martial Uncle Lu. At this moment the Sacred Master approached. The Sacred Master reminded Lu Chaoga of their initial agreement once more. Sect Leader Lu, I hope you will keep our agreement firmly in mind. When Jiang Xinyan heard the word agreement, she seemed to catch a whiff of intimacy, so she came over and asked. Agreement? The Sacred Master answered happily without concern. Junior Sister Jiang, I will tell you about this matter when the time comes in a few more days. I still have something I need to discuss with you. Pei Qianqian stood there speechless toward her master. Master, oh master, you aren't even embarrassed about something like this. And just blurted it out. Jiang Xinyan didn't understand what the Sacred Master still needed to discuss with her. Lu Chaoga calmly replied to the Sacred Master, I will remember it clearly. Even so, he kept thinking internally. Although I don't know why the Sacred Master wants me to ascend to Tier 7. I feel like it's a good thing. Could there be a great fortuitous opportunity waiting for me ahead? He immediately recalled the line of text written at the time. Guard the key carefully, Lu Chaoga. However, the Sacred Master's request will probably have to be postponed, because the urgent matter right now is figuring out those 2 lines of text. Lu Chaoga looked at Jiang Xinyan and considered something else. There is another reason for not letting Xinyan follow me, because if she were by my side, it wouldn't be convenient to handle many things. For example, completing the Tier 50 grading mission. He imagined Jiang Xinyan holding a spear, standing on the back of the exotic beast she had defeated, and saying heroically, Chaoga, with me here those demonic beasts won't be able to hurt you. He thought to himself, if that happens, my grading mission won't be completed. I must deal with my own mistakes myself. Otherwise the system will only give me the lowest tier reward. His gaze still secretly glanced toward his wife. Lu Chaozhe's heart continually filled with joy again. Moreover, after completing the Tier 50 grading mission, I will become a true cultivator. Today my luck has truly turned around. The damage rate for no defense required has also risen to 99.999%. What made him happy was the image of Jiang Xinyan appearing in his mind, looking cool and refreshed in her pajamas. But then those sudden thoughts that followed. He blushingly imagined the scene of a sword piercing through bamboo is a sight that the pure should not know. Lu Chaoga took this as motivation. Maybe I can see this through to the end too. Nobody can stop me. Lu Chaozhe's face was still flushed red because of his impure thoughts, causing Jiang Xinyan to ask worriedly, why is your face so red again? He immediately composed himself, reverting to his usual gentlemanly demeanor. Ahem. Perhaps it's a side effect after comprehending the spring and autumn annals. Blue sky and white clouds, it's truly peaceful and serene. Lu Chaoga cupped his hands and bade everyone farewell. Well then, until we meet again. However, 2 women were reluctant to part with him. Jiang Xinyan called out his name in her heart. Chaoga Pei Qianqian did the same, Martial Uncle Lu. But Lu Chaoga only responded to the one person who claimed to be his wife. He winked at Jiang Xinyan, making her instantly happy. He said, let's go. Then riding that leaf he flew up into the sky, leaving behind the friends who had come to see him off. Yet among them there was one person who disliked Lu Chaoga intensely. That was Zhao Ziqi. He only wished Lu Chaoga would die soon, thinking, go quickly. Your death day is fast approaching. Although the sky was vast and boundless, only Lu Chaoga leisurely departed, riding the leaf. Standing there, he felt the breeze and fell into contemplation. The fifth realm. I actually broke through to the fifth realm sword domain. My identity, status and authority can all be infinitely boosted. Because after reaching the fifth realm, it signifies the recognition of a great cultivator by the Tianxian realm. And at this moment the image of his parents reappeared in his mind. And he said, Father, Mother, Mo Sect. I can finally become a sword cultivator too. The sect has 2 great cultivators, who have reached level 5 or above, or 5, who have advanced cultivation to the grand completion of the 4th realm. Currently it seems to be a ratio of 1 to 2. And in the sect previously, Lu Chaoga was far inferior to his younger sister Lu Dongli. He recalled the scene where his sister demanded he wear a collar, saying, "Look, what is this?" Remembering that scene, he immediately covered his face and said, "All right, little sister has already reached level 5. As an elder brother, how can I be suppressed by my younger sister?" He immediately cheered up, waving his arms and saying, "How can there be an older brother in this world, who was always completely overpowered by his younger sister?" Right after that, a bright red notification appeared on the system screen. Lu Chaoga said in confusion, "Why is there an unhandled notification here?" He then clicked the button to open the notification. Upon opening, it showed a yellow topographical simulation map. The location marked below was the Purple Moon Pagoda. Lu Chaoga then said silently, "It's this notification. This was after I finished playing the game and gained 505 levels. Form a team. Head to the Purple Moon Society gathering spot." Lu Chaoga recalled that notification from before. He then flashed a triumphant smile, saying, "So after I complete this ranking mission, won't I be able to go? After all, I am a team of 1. That's not too much to ask, right?" At this point the ranking mission appeared, containing the following tiers: yellow, corresponding to the pale yellow power level; blue, blue, purple, purple, orange, orange, yellow. You have obtained qualification for ranking. Please select a ranking mission. Lu Chaoga had set a goal for himself from the start. Lu Chaoga, I only have one choice. Let me see what the highest difficulty level is this time. He chose the orange tier mission, which had the highest difficulty, level 288. The selected orange tier immediately emitted a glow. It looked like flames surging forth. Mission appeared. Advancement mission: counterkill a 5th realm demon cultivator. Chonghui is setting an ambush on the road. Lu Chaoga quickly grasped the main content of the mission. Kill this guy named Chonghui who wants to assassinate him. He immediately raised his hand, stroking his chin in thought, because he found the name somewhat familiar. Chonghui, I definitely feel like I've heard this name before. But why can't I remember it? However, he quickly dismissed it. I need to hurry and do the mission. It doesn't matter anymore. Since you love me, then kill me first. Just then, the scene shifts to a house near the mountains. Continuous heavy snow was falling here. A girl wearing a headscarf, carrying a bundle of firewood on her shoulder, slowly walked through the courtyard gate. She shouted to the people inside, "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. I found a big pile of firewood today." 2 elderly people walked out of the house. They were wearing thick clothing, like people who live in extremely cold regions. The old grandma stepped out and said, "Our granddaughter is truly hardworking." The old grandpa followed behind, leaning on his cane. The girl tossed the bundle of firewood onto the snow. Then the old grandma teased the grandpa, "Much harder working than you, old man." The girl wearing the headscarf placed one hand on her hip, wiping away her sweat, having finished her tough task. Just then a figure appeared on the snowy ground in the distance, heading toward their house. Perhaps the girl noticed the approaching figure. She turned around and said, "There's someone at the door." She kindly invited the person inside to rest. "Is it someone passing by who wants to come inside to warm up?" The person wore a bamboo hat on their head and was draped in a black cloak. Only then did they see beneath the cloak. A pair of crimson eyes revealed themselves. He replied to the girl, "Yes." They hadn't seen clearly from far away. Upon closer inspection they realized this person was extremely tall, even taller than their doorway. Even so, the old grandpa still spoke to him kindly. "Sir, you seem to have come to Beizhou from another region." The weather is severe. So you must be careful. His words were brief, only saying one character okay. Inside the home of the old couple and their granddaughter. They were burning a fire to keep warm. The granddaughter told her grandma the rumors she had heard. Grandma, I heard rumors about an immortal today when I was outside. There's a formidable person from Qingzhou who is very famous in Beizhou. His name is Lu Chaoga. The person draped in the black cloak perhaps heard this news too. His crimson eyes appeared extremely fierce. These did not seem to be ordinary human eyes, because there was no white visible in them. The girl continued speaking innocently. That Lu Chaoga is not only highly cultivated, but also very handsome. She clasped her hands together and said happily, everyone is saying that he is the most admirable person. Her grandma also responded cheerfully. Then you mustn't go meet him. Grandma doesn't want you to pine for him forever. The girl blushed and said, but he's an immortal. How could I possibly get a chance to meet him? Just then the black cloak stood up and said, you will have a chance. Black currents of air emanated from his body, making him look very dangerous. The two of them were startled. He raised his arm, which was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, and snapped his fingers. Cracks appeared in the snow on the roof. A giant strange beast from inside the house. The black and silver beast burst out. The beast was so large it was enough to completely destroy their house. It looked down with dangerous red eyes. The three family members shouted in panic, run. The person wearing the black cloak was the one who summoned that massive strange beast. So, this is how he repays those who helped him. The ant silver beast stood on the snow. Surrounding it were many smaller ants. The entire swarm of ants had completely surrounded the three family members. The three of them dared not move, not just because of the ant swarm, but also because of the person who summoned them. He said you won't be able to go anywhere. As he spoke, he took off the bamboo hat on his head. I have to let you see with your own eyes how Lu Chaoga dies. He put down the bamboo hat. His true appearance was a person wearing a white mask and long white hair. What spread out behind him was the ant silver beast, bearing sharp fangs. Extremely fierce. It seems he holds a deep grudge against Lu Chaoga, wanting nothing more than to reduce him to dust, he said. By then, I will make sure your deaths along with his are paid in blood. To commemorate my younger brother Chongyin. It seems this guy is Chong we mentioned in the system quest. Elsewhere, Zhao Ziqi was talking with his red-haired junior sister. Junior sister, I must go into seclusion this time to break through my current realm. The battle with Sect Master Lu on the spring and autumn stage yielded considerable gains for me. The red-haired junior sister also offered her congratulations. It is truly wonderful that senior brother Zhao has gained enlightenment. The red-haired junior sister then bid farewell to Zhao Ziqi, so as not to delay his time. Then I shall not disturb senior brother's seclusion. Farewell, he replied. Very well. Zhao Ziqi stood watching his junior sister's receding figure, but had no intention of entering seclusion. He closed his eyes and smiled, just as he usually did every day. It wasn't until he was completely alone that he revealed his true intentions. Seclusion. How could I possibly be in the mood for seclusion right now? Zhao Ziqi leaped up and flew away on his sword. As he flew, he cursed inwardly. I must go and kill that brat. I am a sixth realm cultivator. If I go all out, he was imagining himself striking Lu Chaoga down with a single sword strike. Killing him only needs one move. Only one move. Just as he was reveling in his pride, a burst of pain struck him again. He clutched his chest and cursed furiously. Ah, there it is again. You injured my divine soul. I will make you pay 100-fold. The camera shifts back to Lu Chaoga, who was flying on his fan. He seemed to recall something. I remember now. He rested his hand on his chin and pondered. My upgrade quest when I broke through to the fourth realm was to slay demonic cultivators. Those guys named Chongyan and Chongwei must definitely be related to him. A demonic cultivator with two horns, wearing a mask that only covers half his face. He mused, are these two father and son brothers, or from the same clan? This is great. Does the system want me to wipe out their whole family? Lu Chaoga quickly tossed this thought aside and stopped overthinking it. It doesn't matter, any demonic cultivator deserves death. In another half day I will reach the border between Beizhou and Qingzhou. He looked at the map and realized Lu Chauga was close to his destination. He seemed very interested in this hunting game. Although you are setting an ambush for me, I will find your location first. It's still too early to say who is the prey and who is the hunter. Meanwhile, Chonghui was still eating meat. In the corner, the grandfather and his 2 grandchildren were huddled together in fear. He laughed, his red eyes gleaming. He was waiting for his prey to fall into his trap. It's almost time, he's finally coming. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Chauga, the granddaughter, whose face was covered in scars, looked vacant, no longer lively as before, and was still praying desperately for help. Lu Chauga, please save us. Chonghui was recalling the final image Chongyan transmitted into his mind before death. He thought the image transmitted by Chongyan before his death didn't show Lu Chaoja's face. But there's a rumor spreading everywhere in Xinzhou and Beizhou. He must be quite handsome. He looked down at his hand, which was tightly wrapped in bandages, and said, "What does it matter how good-looking a face is? Flesh and blood all look the same when they are mixed together." He stood up and said, "Blame yourself for being too ostentatious. Within a few miles around here, my silver ants have already picked up your scent." He thought again. "I originally thought it would be a foul odor, but this brat's scent isn't foul at all." Chonghui emitted a blinding red energy and said, "Since that's the case, it's time for me to act." By this point, the house belonging to the grandfather and his 2 grandchildren was completely ruined. This house is already fragmented, just because of their kindness and willingness to help others. Chonghui had waiting for Lu Chauga to arrive. The moment he appears, I will finish him off with a single strike. High up on that snowy mountain, the snowflakes continued to fall incessantly. At this moment, the map showed that Lu Chauga was about to reach his destination. He thought, we're about to meet, so Lu Chauga also began mobilizing his power. He was surrounded by a cloud of black mist, and a sword emerged from within it. He said jokingly, "When I get discovered, I should at least give that guy a little surprise." He held his sharp sword in his hand, as if unaware of who was the prey and who was the hunter. Hunter-prey. Between the towering and majestic snow peaks, Lu Chaoja's figure gradually appeared. Chonghui, hiding himself, instantly knew the prey had arrived upon seeing him. "He's here in midair." Snowflakes were still falling when a huge black cross shape suddenly appeared, surrounded by a circular black mist. Immediately after, a jet black slash flew from Lu Chaoja's direction straight toward Chonghui. Bravely holding his sword, he pointed it at Chonghui, shouting, "Vile demon cultivator, come out and face your doom." At this moment, Chonghui was struggling to fend off Lu Chaoja's previous move. He was flustered and shocked, unable to believe what had happened. "What is going on? I clearly concealed my aura to the absolute limit. How exactly did he find me?" Although Chonghui managed to block the attack, he was still injured. He couldn't believe someone whose level was lower than his own could wound him. "He actually managed to injure me. Isn't he only at the great perfection of the 3rd realm?" Lu Chauga flew above, holding his sword. Chonghui had just questioned him, but it seemed as if he was being disregarded. Ambushing me, wasn't it better just to live? When Chonghui discovered Lu Chaoja's level, he was instantly incredulous. Great perfection of the 4th realm, he thought internally. How did he advance so quickly? In the vision transmitted by Chongyan before his death, he was clearly only at the great perfection of the 3rd realm. Lu Chauga swung his sword, creating black vertical slashes, which formed a triangle, attacking Chonghui. He immediately said, "Enough nonsense." Chonghui clapped his hands to summon his spirit beasts, and because of this the surrounding ground cracked and flew up. He shouted, "Come out!" Around Chonghui, the ground was severely broken, causing dust to fly and spread everywhere. When the smoke cleared, Chonghui's 2 spirit beasts appeared immediately. They were a silver ant and a 2-headed lion. But this didn't make Lu Chauga flinch. He still held his sword, standing there leisurely. In contrast, Chonghui spoke with apparent confidence. "What if you are at the great perfection of the 4th realm? This venerable one is of the 5th realm, and today I shall surely slay you." At this moment, Lu Chauga suddenly disappeared behind the smoke. Chonghui thought he had fled and said, "Coward, where do you think you're going to run?" Behind the smoke, Lu Chauga was checking the system's info panel regarding the 3 targets he was preparing to face. Spirit Beast 2-headed blazing lion level 53. Demon Cultivator Chonghui level 52. Spirit Beast Giant Silver Ant level 51. Lu Chaoga looked at the provided information, thinking with slight concern. Level 51, level 52, level 53. 3 monsters that possess domains. Dealing with all 3 simultaneously. Even if one is at the great perfection of the 4th realm or the 5th realm, it would be difficult to succeed. Anyway, demon cultivators always rely on numbers to bully the weak. They have no sense of shame. Although he said that for Lu Chaoga, this challenge was nothing at all. The corner of his mouth twitched and he said, "However, I can do it." Lu Chaoga swung his sword to launch an attack. Streams of sword energy primarily targeting normal. There was light all around, radiating out, carrying black smoke, looking like a flowing galaxy. Meanwhile, Chonghui was still searching. While searching, he cursed Lu Chaoga. Where exactly did that trash hide? Just as he let his guard down, countless pitch-black slash marks appeared, flying toward him. This also helped him pinpoint Lu Chaoga's location. Chaoga is right there. Chonghui immediately deployed a skill to block Lu Chaoga's move. Silver Shield. This skill is. Chonghui had already blocked Lu Chaoga's strike. He looked up and said, "What kind of monster is this kid? Why is his sword energy as dense as rain?" Lu Chaoga's expression remained unchanged, holding his long sword, still releasing slashes. But he said, "It seems that relying on my current sword energy, I still cannot break through the divine ability of this 5th level demonic cultivator. That shield must be the divine ability that Ant acquired after reaching the 5th realm, right? Monstrous beasts are different from cultivators after the 5th realm. Cultivators gain a domain while monstrous beasts gain an extremely powerful special divine ability." Lu Chaoga then retracted his sword, stopping the slashes. He put his hands behind his back and said, "If that's the case, I'll just use my other sword." Chonghui, down below, thought Lu Chaoga had exhausted his spiritual power. So he ordered the 2-headed fire lion to rush up and attack. "That kid's spiritual power is used up, hurry up and kill him with me." The 2-headed fire lion charged towards Lu Chaoga. It manifested a fireball, which was closing in on him. Just as it launched, the fireball shot towards Lu Chaoga like a flash of fire. But he quickly dodged it. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate to praise them. The cooperation of these opponents is decent. One is in charge of commanding, one is in charge of offense, and one is in charge of defense. Chonghui and the 2-headed fire lion charged up again. He then continued, "However, my second sword." Lu Chaoga revealed a smile, his eyes sparkling with light. He added, "Is not something you can truly withstand." Right behind them, Chonghui and the 2-headed fire lion were enveloped in darkness, accompanied by red traces. A form materialized. In its very center, a light shone brightly like sunlight. Everything seemed to be frozen. The demonic cultivator Chongyan stretched out his hands, blocking the golden light. He thought, "This is bad, this is a divine soul ability. My physical body cannot withstand it directly. If it hits me, I'm finished." He focused his power to resist his domain. Might be able to handle this. Chongyan, fall into the spider web of the demonic domain, come here. Lu Chaoga. On the spider web, a 2-headed monstrous beast was breathing fire, creating a fiery red expanse. Lu Chaoga looked at the fiery redness before him, and thought, "I don't know how effective this guy's domain is. I can't be sucked in." Chongyan raised his head and provoked Lu Chaoga. "Are you only capable of running away? Your title, does it mean encountering you is a life mistake? Is this all the ability you possess?" After speaking, he laughed loudly at Lu Chaoga. He thought seriously, "This kid's speed of advancement is too fast. Completely unlike what I predicted. Now I can only provoke him, make him fight me desperately so I have a chance. If I delay too long, the cultivators of Beizhou will gather here. Then it'll be finished." Lu Chaoga did not fall into his trap. He remained standing on the vast white snowy mountain. He asked Chongyan, "You want to provoke me and then want a quick decisive battle, right?" At this moment, the fire-breathing monstrous beast and the gigantic spider were closing in on him. Chongyan replied, "Exactly, so what? Do you perhaps lack the confidence to defeat me?" He thought, sure enough, his intentions are the same as mine. He wants to stall for time. Then I will deliberately provoke him. Lu Chaoga mocked him, saying, "You want to provoke me?" He paused, then said, "Your tricks are too childish." Chongyan admitted without reservation, "That's right, so what? You have now fallen into my domain. You cannot escape Lu Chaoga. A sound rang out. Lu Chaoga, are you Lu Chaoga? Lu Chaoga had his back facing the direction the voice came from. A tied-up girl was curled up in the corner. She suddenly recalled a saying. Meeting Lu Chaoga is the biggest mistake in life. His image flashed through the girl's mind. Lu Chaoga said to Chongnan, capturing and binding ordinary people. Is this how fifth realm demon cultivators behave? He didn't think so. So what? Regardless. You will pay a heavy price for this. Soon get rid of him. The monsters followed his command and rushed forward to attack Lu Chaoga. A barrage of spikes flew towards him. He thought, I originally planned to use the experience gained from completing the mission. If you are already this difficult to deal with, then breaking through sooner or later makes no difference. He concentrated his power and attacked with full force. As he attacked, a golden light illuminated the snow-capped mountain. The screen displayed sword heart level, consuming 16 million experience points. He received such a notification twice. He gritted his teeth and thought, good heavens. 32 million experience points. My heart is bleeding. Chongnan, I must take you down. Looking at the golden light, the newly arrived cultivators asked each other, what is that? It's so exaggerated. Someone realized. It feels like a breakthrough of sword heart and sword intent. But even when my sixth realm master broke through, the celestial phenomena were not this exaggerated. Within the golden light, a red sword-tipped shape appeared. What exactly is that? Is it an illusion? Is it a mirage? At this moment the cultivators felt their swords acting strangely. It's trembling. The girl asked, why is my natal sword acting like this? De Touting said, such an exaggerated phenomenon must be Lu Chaoga. He broke through again. The person next to him thought the same. It really looks like it. Only he can produce such dramatic effects. Everyone informed each other, go towards the light. Hurry up and check over there, he must be there. This is a moment to witness history. How can I miss out? I have to witness it with my own eyes no matter what. A man thought, gritting his teeth. This kind of breakthrough clearly looks like the phenomena accompanying entry into the eighth realm. Everyone quickly ran towards Lu Chaoga. One man stood still, hating him intensely. He thought, Lu Chaoga, it's you again. What exactly are you doing? Why is my natal sword so terrified? If I don't eliminate you, my hatred will never be quelled. At this moment Lu Chaoga had already knocked the two-headed monster flying. Chongyan muttered to himself, what kind of existence is this guy? This breakthrough phenomenon. It's even more magnificent than the higher-ups of the Zishu Hui. I broke through, but Lu Chaoga was still astonished. Did it actually have such a huge impact? He figured it was time to finish this. He pointed his sword at Chongyan and spoke. Chongyan, you made one mistake. In fact, I am exactly as you thought. I should finish this quickly now. After saying that, he drew a shaped sword arc. Chongyan didn't have time to react. He was already dead beneath Lu Chaoga's sword. He said, heart sword. He wanted to tell Chongyan. Chongyan, oh Chongyan. Finishing quickly was so that others wouldn't steal the mission reward. My attack. Did you think I entered the domain because you tricked me? Lu Chaoga looked at his corpse. Chongyan, your mistake is unbelievable. You yourself slipped your neck into the noose I prepared for you. One I prepared just for you. A surge of red and black power surrounded a man. He swore, I will never lose to a swordsman. A puny fourth realm grand perfectionist. I will avenge Chongyan. I will make you pay with your life for my brother's sake. That power became increasingly wild, because its master was intensely furious. A brilliant power is swirling in the air like a vortex. It illuminated a large area. Zhaozik flew closer on his sword. He felt very surprised. Lu Chaoga has already engaged that demonic cultivator. He muttered to himself. Don't you dare die by the hands of that demonic cultivator. Lu Chaoga. The one who tears you apart must be me. He adjusted his flying sword, making it fly faster. He thought, faster. Faster, Lu Chaoga's life must be mine. Golden spots of varying sizes are spreading across the snow mountain. Those small spots of light emanated from Chongyan's corpse. Lu Chaoga looked at the scene before him. Zhaozik arrived. Seeing Lu Chaoga standing next to Chongyan's corpse, he widened his eyes. He's actually still alive. He's still alive. Lu Chaoga said to Zhaozik. Did you come down here to beg for death? He stood on the mountaintop and looked down. What a surprise! How did he know I would come? Where did I expose myself? After pondering for a moment, Zhao Zik remembered. Right, it was when I proposed. Performing soul searching on him. But so what? Zhao Zik flew down and confronted Lu Chaoga. He said, "You were waiting for me, but you are at the end of your tether." He looked at the demonic cultivators defeated by Lu Chaoga and said to him, "You are indeed very formidable. To fight 3 domain-level cultivators while being domainless, sustaining heavy injuries yet managing to kill them. This is a glorious result." Lu Chaoga pointed his sword at him and said, "How much more nonsense do you plan to spout? Get on with it." Zhao Zik closed his eyes and remained silent. Meanwhile, the little girl saw the newly arrived cultivator. She thought, another cultivator has come. Is this man Lu Chaoga's helper? But aren't the villains already dead? He smiled and said to Lu Chaoga, "Sect Leader Lu certainly knows how to talk." Then his gaze turned blue. He spoke slowly and earnestly, word by word. Having finished speaking, he concentrated his power and manifested the flying sword form. A series of transparent flying swords appeared. He said, "Lu Chaoga, do you truly believe that? Winning against me once at Chuanxiu means you can disregard me?" Lu Chaoga replied calmly, "Yes. What else?" Zhao Zik drew his sword and smiled, saying, "Then let me show you my true sword domain. It will make you clearly see what the 6th realm truly is." Blue light radiated out, illuminating a very large area. He continued, "This complete sword domain of mine can seize flying swords within dozens of miles. It deserves the title 10,000 swords returning to the source." The blue light, carrying hundreds of transparent swords, scattered everywhere. The little girl saw the scene before her and cried out in surprise, "Are those all flying swords?" At this moment, the swords of the nearby sword cultivators were also being drawn away. They shouted, "Where do you think you're going? Stop, quickly stop!" No matter how hard they held onto them, it was useless. The swords all left their scabbards and flew forward. Tens of thousands of swords danced in the air. The people in the city saw this strange sight. They asked each other, "What exactly is happening over there? Why is my natal flying sword acting outside of my control? Could it be that a top expert? A top expert above the 6th realm is using a domain." Zhao Zik said to Lu Chaoga, "Look closely. This is my true sword domain." Having said that, he controlled the tens of thousands of swords, making them circle around him. He stated, "Zhao Zik, elder of Chuanxiu Mountain, passed through this area and coincidentally discovered that the sect leader of Mo Men, Lu Chaoga, was killed by a demonic cultivator. His body was ravaged and completely devoured by monstrous beasts. Ultimately, Zhao Zik avenged sect leader Lu and borrowed a sword to slay the 5th realm demonic cultivator." He paused, then continued, "Sect leader Lu, are you satisfied with this outcome?" Lu Chaoga called him an idiot. Zhao Ziqi became even more confident. "What a pity from your aura. You're just one step away from reaching the 5th realm. If you were to become a grand sword cultivator, it will probably be within this entire Tianxian realm, with the most astonishing talent in this entire Tianxian realm." He chuckled, covering his mouth. "It's just a shame you no longer have the chance to enter the 5th realm." With that, he manipulated thousands of flying swords, sending them towards Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga held a greenish jade bead in his hand. He cursed, "Idiot!" Zhao Ziqi was flustered and panicked, and when he saw the water orb in Lu Chaoga's hand, he asked somewhat fearfully, "What is that thing?" Lu Chaoga gently squeezed, shattering the jade bead, which transformed into countless tiny streams of water. Then he replied coldly, "You'll find out soon enough." Suddenly the water streams enveloped the surroundings, seeping into Zhao Ziqi's tens of thousands of hovering flying swords. His tone was somewhat uneasy. "What are you doing?" Suddenly his face became contorted, veins bulging, and he said arrogantly, "But it doesn't matter. No matter what you do, you are surely doomed." Lu Chaoga looked at him seriously. "No, I've won this time." Hearing this, Zhao Ziqi flew into a rage. His facial muscles twisted, and he redirected his sword chi towards Lu Chaoga, shouting, "You're full of nonsense." Thousands of flying swords rushed towards Lu Chaoga. He roared furiously, "I will make sure you regret this." The veins on his face bulged, making him look utterly terrifying. The diving flying swords were blocked by an immense force, causing violent tremors. Past images suddenly surfaced. Xinyan's gentle voice sounded. Senior brother Chaoga, you guessed wrong. What senior brother Zhao Ziqi's cultivation method amplified was not jealousy but desire. Lu Chaoga asked in surprise. It isn't. She calmly replied what was amplified in him was rage. Recalling the intense battle, Xinyan continued. Senior brother Zhao is usually elegant and unrestrained. But in fact he has always been suppressing his rage. There was a rumor that, back when he hunted the demon cultivator organization Huangquan Hui in Beizhou, senior brother Zhao once unleashed his wrath. Recalling this scene at the time of bloodshed and piles of corpses all around, her voice remained steady. Everyone who saw it said that when senior brother Zhao unleashed his rage he was like a fiend. Back to reality. It was still the scene of thousands of flying swords. Zhao Ziqi laughed triumphantly, shouting, Lu Chaoga, you will ultimately face my wrath. His eyes turned bloodshot. Suddenly Lu Chaoga spoke calmly, which startled him. What's wrong? Zhao Ziqi was enraged, activating his cultivation method, summoning thousands of flying swords. Leading Lu Chaoga forward, he shouted, stop playing games, drop dead. A fierce battle broke out. Those flying swords collided with another force, creating an earth-shattering momentum. Zhao Ziqi appeared insane, his eyes bloodshot. You're still not dead this time, huh? Really? Hundreds of Lu Chaoga appeared simultaneously surrounding Zhao Ziqi. He might have used a doppelganger technique. He was trapped in the middle in extreme panic. He went completely mad within his own formation. What kind of demonic art did you use? Where are you hiding? You'll make you pay. Hundreds of Lu Chaoga's phantoms flickered in and out of sight. He grew increasingly enraged, his eyes bloodshot, wanting to pounce and destroy him. Lu Chaoga, I'll make you pay for this. The exertion left him breathless. Suddenly Lu Chaoga's phantoms vanished, making him mistakenly believe he had killed him. He panted, muttering to himself, I won. I won. Suddenly he stopped. The sun suddenly darkened, frightening him. What's going on? How did it turn to night? It was clearly daytime just now. He stared at the sky, stammering, no, this isn't right. A beam of light appeared in the sky. It came from a strange object that looked like the moon. Ziqi vaguely muttered, that's not the moon. That's he was stunned, speechless. That's the treasure orb. That's the treasure orb that Chaoga took out. The image of Lu Chaoga blurred and reappeared within the moon-shaped frame created by the treasure orb. He stammered in fear. That's. Lu Chaoga appeared massive in the center of the sky. He repeated the previous line, oh, is that so? Ziqi completely lost his mind. An evil power erupted from him, glowing blood red. He yelled, I'm going to kill you. Carrying that terrifying power, he rushed violently toward the sky. I'm going to kill you. Ziqi charged at lightning speed, bringing with him a sword rain composed of dense killing intent. A massive explosion occurred, illuminating the entire sky. Two great powers clashed. Hidden. A deafening explosion sounded in midair. Debris flew everywhere. Ziqi, his mouth full of blood, lay amidst the ruins, laughing heartily. I won in the end, Lu Chaoga. Suddenly he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. It was only then that he realized he was injured. His voice was filled with panic. Is this my blood? Blood gushed from all over his body, preventing him from feeling happy and instead making him fearful. Shouting, what is going on? Then Ziqi frantically looked at the bloodstains covering him, and said fearfully, how could I be injured? I clearly always. He was too terrified to finish his sentence. He stood in the center of the flying sword array he had deployed, looking up at the moon shape in the sky. That moon was radiating light. The green light was blindingly bright, causing him to stiffen like stone. Suddenly a sword plunged straight into his chest. Blood splattered everywhere. It turned out to be Lu Chaoga's sword. Lu Chaoga said, I originally wanted to cut your throat, but I didn't expect your neck to be quite tough. I could only pierce your weak spot. He questioned, didn't you say I wouldn't have a chance to enter the fifth realm? As Lu Chaoga spoke, he swung his sword, sending blood splattering. Lu Chaoga asked, but now? Before he finished speaking, the fifth realm manifested. A brilliant golden light descended from the heavens and shone down. Lu Chaoga's eyes shone brightly. His entire being seemed surrounded by a magnificent halo. He continued, I have already entered the great cultivator realm. He pointed his sword directly at Ziqi's face. Ziqi gave an arrogant smile. Now I can cut off your neck. The sword tip carrying golden light violently pierced Zeki's body, stunning him. Black blood mixed with blue light. A fiery golden sword energy slashed down from the air. The head separated from the neck. His stunned face fell heavily onto the ground. Lu Chaoga stood calmly before Zeki's headless corpse. He retrieved his sword and said calmly, "I won." Facing Zeki's gradually dissolving corpse, Lu Chaoga spoke, "Do you know why you lost? Under the thousands of swords in the sky," he continued, "it's precisely because of your domain. Because you split your spiritual consciousness into many fragments, in order to control these flying swords. What's more, Moon can control the minds of those below 8th tier. And even though it is only a secondary item, once was enough," Lu Chaoga added. Suddenly, rows of flying swords violently rushed toward the ground. Lu Chaoga waved his hand. Water elemental energy erupted from him, enveloping the flying swords. All the rushing swords instantly stopped. Rigidly suspended in midair, Lu Chaoga stood beneath the whirlwind of flying swords. His voice full of authority. "Anything that is water obeys my command." Seeing this sight among the large group of swordsmen who appeared from nowhere, one person shouted, "Hurry over there! My destiny flying sword is being pulled over there." He also wanted to watch the excitement, mixed with the aura of a great demon cultivator, and the aura of a great demon warrior. "It looks like they are fighting. Go quickly and see," someone else shouted from the crowd. Which senior figure caused such a massive celestial phenomenon? "I really look forward to it." An elderly man who appeared calm spoke with extra caution. "Wait, everyone, look at what that is. On the mountainside in the distance. Thousands, tens of thousands of flying swords were whistling in." Someone shouted loudly, "Those are our destiny flying swords." All swordsmen retrieved their flying swords. Chaoga's voice rang out. "The demonic fiend who borrowed the swords has been slaughtered and annihilated. Now I return the swords to everyone." Tens of thousands of flying swords returned to their masters. Chaoga had dealt with Zhao Ziqi. He was secretly pleased. He also claimed the treasure next. Suddenly Chaoga became serious. The power of the water element enveloped him. This kid is good because he broke through the 5th realm. The energy within his body began to surge. First came the water tide. With its power, Chaoga stood between heaven and earth, absorbing the abundant power of water. His face was full of satisfaction. But he was also calculating in his mind. He needed to quickly find a place to stabilize his realm. Otherwise, wherever he went, that place would be flooded. Chaoga's icy gaze narrowed. "I almost forgot about her. She must be an unlucky little girl captured as a hostage by the demonic fiend." Dark energy was enveloping the small house. The little girl who was taken hostage was tightly bound inside the room. Chaoga thought, "I should untie her first." He performed a spell, thinking internally, "I cannot create karma. This child is not suited for cultivation." In the blink of an eye, the ropes binding the little girl were cut. As soon as the little girl left the house split into two. The little girl who had just been rescued looked back and was stunned, speechless. Chaoga stared blankly at his fingers, thinking, "What happened? I clearly only used a tiny bit of sword chi." Suddenly a surge of black chi emerged from beneath his feet. Chaoga stared blankly as the black chi enveloped him. "Has my sword domain finally taken shape?" An unfamiliar voice rang out. "This state is quite unique." Chaoga, standing opposite him, asked, "May I ask who you are, senior?" The man spoke. His voice was incredibly calm, carrying a sense of composure. "Extraordinary, I am from the Haizilan Sword Sect. I am Li Changkong's senior brother." Chaoga met the Sword Venerable. He immediately bowed respectfully with cupped hands. "Greetings, Senior Sword Venerable." The Sword Venerable smiled and looked at him. "Why don't you enter secluded cultivation here? I will guard you during your cultivation." Chaoga thought, "I originally wanted to find a hidden spot before entering seclusion. After all, I just killed the Great Elder of Spring and Autumn Mountain, but with the Sword Venerable guarding me, I can enter seclusion anywhere." But he was somewhat hesitant and asked inwardly, "Senior Sword Venerable, what do you think of me killing the Great Elder of Spring and Autumn Mountain?" The Sword Venerable across from him seemed to hear his thoughts. He immediately said, "Since he tried to kill you, then it is only natural that you killed him." Chaoga was surprised. This principle seemed simple. But he was clearly showing favoritism toward me after all. Senior Sword Venerable doesn't know why Zhao Ziqi wanted to kill me. The Sword Venerable continued as for Spring and Autumn Mountain. Saying this, he used his power to erect a massive mountain enclosing the two of them. The Sword Venerable sat down leisurely and said, "I will send a flying sword message. You don't need to worry about the subsequent trivial matters." Chao Ge froze upon hearing this, feeling immense joy. Hey, what is going on? Isn't the Sword Venerable being too kind to me? This is far more than just a simple message. This is clearly an attempt to leverage the reputation of the Sword Venerable to protect himself. A possibility suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that Senior Sword Venerable is treating him like a junior member of her own family? Because Xiao Lizi is her junior brother's disciple. He revealed a triumphant smile, although he wasn't entirely sure. If there's a strong backer to cling to, who wouldn't? Who would do something so inappropriate? Lu Chaoga quickly sat down, not forgetting to say, "Then I'll trouble you, Senior." The Sword Venerable continuously flipped through the scripture in her hands. Chaoga was suddenly startled and a question arose in his mind. That black bamboo scroll in the Sword Venerable's hand. Does it contain some kind of fortuitous opportunity? His eyes shone brightly and he muttered, "System sense it." A golden light appeared around the scripture. But the result left Chaoga somewhat disappointed. "It really is just a bamboo slip," he murmured to himself. "In that case, I shall begin accepting the reward." Meanwhile, in another location, everyone was chaotically retrieving their flying swords. "My sword, I finally found you. My life-saving treasure, it's over there." One person who retrieved their flying swords said in astonishment, "Did you sense anything from your respective natal flying swords?" Those people immediately responded, "We did." It transmitted very complex emotions: awe, fear and disgust. Everyone simultaneously looked towards the stone wall erected by the Sword Venerable. What exactly happened inside? One person tightly clenched their fist and nervously shouted, "Quick, open the forum and check." At this moment the forum was flooded with explosive news. Lin Ali is actually wearing this in her live stream. Lu Chaoga wants to leave Spring and Autumn Mountain. Quick, stop him. I'm breaking through the mountain realm today. Any brothers joining me? Everyone was staring intently at the forum, their eyes wide open, their faces full of astonishment. Such a massive disturbance actually happened. Are there no recent updates? Did the on-site reporters fall into a mud pit? Hua Qian, standing nearby, thought excitedly to himself, "Damn it, this sect Master Lu is becoming more mysterious all the time. This accursed mysterious vibe." Chaoga was currently focused on his own matters. Golden light still enveloped him. The Sword Venerable sat there reading and shook her head in annoyance. The record here about the Void Koan is clearly wrong. How can a rare beast like the Void Koan actually sing and dance? That's truly incomprehensible. Just then the Sword Venerable suddenly noticed Chaoga across from her. Is he about to condense his own sword domain? The Sword Venerable looked at Lu Chaoga deep in thought. When cultivators enter the fifth realm, they will condense their own domain. There are ordinary ones and there are special ones. There are weak ones and there are extremely powerful ones. What kind of domain will you condense? She closed her eyes and muttered to herself, "If I subtly sense it, junior brother shouldn't get angry, right?" Immediately after, the Sword Venerable used her power to probe Chaoga. A stream of blue energy from the Sword Venerable approached him. Chaoga sat quietly. That spiritual energy used for probing gathered on the golden flower behind him. Suddenly the Sword Venerable was stunned. A look of confusion appeared on her face. Why in this world would there be such a scoundrelly sword domain? Watching the golden light spread across the mountain wall, the Sword Venerable silently admitted, "Indeed, the existence of domains is truly ever-changing." Clear astonishment flashed in the Sword Venerable's eyes. His domain can actually seize all the power present in the surroundings, even the power of heaven and earth. After probing Chaoga, the Sword Venerable couldn't help but marvel. The stolen power is all absorbed by him within this special domain. The domain master might never feel exhaustion of power. The Sword Venerable stared, excited in her heart. Interesting. It truly is fascinating. It's been hundreds of years. I have never seen such a unique domain. It's a pity this isn't a sword domain, but it is in no way inferior. She closed her eyes and continued her deduction. If in the future his domain can continue to develop further. Jianzun thought of that endless energy source surrounding Chu Gu. When fighting, he would be fearless. When facing anyone, in his mind, he kept imagining Chu Gu in battle scenarios. If this domain could choose its targets for absorbing power, that would be even more terrifying. Jianzun couldn't help but shiver internally. But if he could break through the 9th realm this time, then by that time his domain. Looking at Chu Gu now, Jianzun was even more astonished. Isn't this the legendary stage? Beyond the 9th realm, the immortal realm. The legendary stage where one can control heaven and earth. His whole body radiated streaks of brilliant golden light. His eyes widened in surprise, looking at the glowing Chu Gu. Isn't this the legendary stage beyond the 9th realm? The immortal realm capable of controlling heaven and earth. Jianzun tried hard to comfort himself, simultaneously restraining his trembling. Calm down, these are just imaginings. It can't possibly be real. Besides, this boy's domain doesn't seem to be a very high level right now. Maybe it can't develop to that extent. He tightly gripped the scripture in his hand, muttering to himself, "Read to calm the mind." A giant fiery red figure blazing like a flame enveloped the entire sky. Those purple eyes were filled with killing intent, indicating that this newly summoned power had far exceeded conventional limits. Jianzun stammered in alarm, "That is." He looked at the massive fiery red figure with a hint of confusion. A second domain. He didn't expect it to be the sword domain, which he was very familiar with. Before this, inside, Chu Gu said to the system, Come with Jianzun personally guarding me. Now I can safely and confidently claim my reward." "Alright system, claim reward." The system quickly displayed the upgrade mission. Kill Demon Cultivator. Seen Chonghui ambush. On road number 3. The system continuously displayed notifications. Mission status completed. Completion 100%. You have received a special reward. The system quickly displayed 4 rewards. Sword Domain Huairo, Sword Domain Zhuxin, and Sword Domain Shashang. Special reward Epic Sword Domain, choose one of 3. Please make your choice. Chu Gu showed a satisfied expression and said, "All 3 epic sword domains look pretty good. Which one should I choose?" He looked bewildered. I haven't chosen yet. Why are there already special effects? Are special effects free now? The system displayed a notification. Congratulations on completing the upgrade mission. You have broken through the realm and awakened your domain. Chu Gu looked at the notification screen, thoroughly bewildered. Do I have another domain? Behind Chu Gu, another colossal blue gold divine shadow appeared, sitting cross-legged. Chu Gu, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes, continued to wonder. Are these special effects really free? He couldn't help but feel surprised, watching the light gradually being absorbed by his body. This is the spiritual power I'm absorbing from everything around me, accumulating within my body. This is my domain. The system issued another notification. You have awakened your personal domain named Sword Domain Mythical Grade Immortal. The system immediately displayed the detailed information panel. Immortal Domain Effect 1. Spirit Pilfering Absorption. Absorbs the power of all things within a onomil radius, and converts it into personal spiritual power. Effect 2. Spirit Severing. Choose a target, and proceed to absorb a large amount of power from a single target. Maximum absorption rate is 1% of the target's spiritual power value. Effect 3. Achieving Immortality. When power accumulation reaches 200%, this state will be entered. All attributes are increased by 50%. Note: all effects of the domain. The immortal effect will increase as the host's level rises. Cannot upgrade automatically. 1 million EXP has been consumed for automatic acti. Vat Ion. Chuj was dumbfounded and shocked at this moment. Holy cow, an orange tier sword domain. That doesn't even account for the spirit devouring effect. The spirit slaying effect is simply heaven defying. As long as this domain is activated, no opponent within a onili radius will be able to withstand more than 100 minutes against me. Chuj concentrated on studying the system's info panel. Wait, 100 minutes. A sword venerable of this level could just kill me with a single strike. Poof. It's decent for dealing with opponents of the same realm. It'll be a bit difficult against opponents whose realm is higher than mine. No, being able to maintain full mana is already incredible. After all, for someone of the sword venerable level, even a trace of blue referring to mana energy would be satisfying enough. Amazing fast charging technology. Looking at the third effect displayed by the system, he exclaimed. But the most powerful one must be this. By absorbing the sword venerable's energy, I can directly activate the effect of increasing all attributes by 50% in just 1 minute. That's too exaggerated. Just 1 point of sword venerable aptitude only increases attributes by 10%. This effect is equivalent to 5 points of sword venerable aptitude. Defense aptitude. Agility aptitude. Absurd. This is absolutely preposterous. Worthy of becoming an immortal. The system displayed again. All effects will increase as the host's level rises. 1 million EXP has been consumed. For automatic activation. Chuj angrily realized something was wrong. But it was already too late. But this domain was awakened by me. And you actually want to deduct my experience points. System. You are simply a vampire, damn you for having no humanity. He continued to ponder, a look of triumph on his face. These effects can increase along with my level. When I level up to 7 or 8, maybe I can drain 20% of the energy in 1 minute. That would be quite interesting. No one will be able to last 5 minutes against me. They'll collapse after 5 minutes because they've been sucked dry by me. He. Fantastic. Chuj recalled. Wait a minute. In the past I was the one who was sucked dry. He sighed in relief. Time certainly changes things. Now it's my turn to suck others dry. Speaking of which, if I kept using this ability on Sinyan, then thoughts that were extremely vulgar began to surface in Chug's mind. Could I break through her defenses? Immediately after, he quickly snapped back to reality. What am I thinking about? I haven't claimed my rewards yet. I'll save these thoughts for later tonight. Back to the 3 choices before me. Chuj grew serious. All 3 are purple tier high grade. They are very close to my immortal realm. Yet there are no detailed descriptions. I can only rely on instinct. Looking at the 3 sword domains before him, he made his selection. Benevolent sword domain, a domain that confuses enemies. But it is quite cruel to oneself. First, eliminate the first one, killing life. The name sounds very cool. But the effect after activation is to accumulate attack power, while slaughtering, while also losing sanity, turning into a berserk fighter. That's not my style. 3. Chuj gazed at the heart-executing sword domain. It seems only this heart-executing domain is the most suitable for me. Executing the heart to kill people, a high-level heart-executing domain. This is the one that meets my requirements. Chuj reached out his hand, but suddenly paused just as he was about to make his choice. He pursed his lips in hesitation, asking himself, should I really choose it? Chuj was slightly confused. But would a purple tier high-grade sword domain like heart-executing really be stronger than the Mind Sword Divine Abilities Fate ranking competition? In Chug's mind, the scene of the sword domain being used appeared. Then he thought, if the effect of this sword domain is to affect the minds of opponents within the range, with a radius of 1 li. In that case, its effectiveness is not even as good as the Mind Sword. After all, the Mind Sword can be activated at any time, launching a surprise attack on the enemy. But activating a sword domain is too much like making a big fanfare. Hesitation was evident on Lu Cheage's face. So which one should I choose? After considering everything, perhaps Conciliation Huayra was the one truly suited for me. Lu Cheage fell into deep thought. Finally, he decisively made his choice. I choose it. Since I can activate the Ascension state, even if killing Shashang makes me lose control, that stacked attack power will still be Lu Cheage's strongest trump card. Imagining himself possessing the sword domain of killing Shashang Jianyu, Lu Cheage praised himself. This bloodthirsty and savage style seems quite interesting, doesn't it? After all, this master's sword only ever advances, it never retreats. The power of the sword domain of killing merged into Lu Cheage's body. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations, you have acquired the sword domain of killing. The detailed information panel started to display. Sword domain of killing effect 1 life sword Shengjian. Damage increases by 1% every time the sword is drawn. Can stack up to 50 times. Effect 2 death sword Sijian. Killing intent increases by 1% for every target killed. Killing intent can be converted into critical damage. Can stack up to 50 times. All effects of the sword domain of killing will increase as the host's level increases. It can't upgrade automatically. Lu Chaoga simply couldn't believe what he had just read. Isn't this absolutely heaven-defying? Damage increases just by drawing the sword. At the current stage, it can increase by 50%. Lu Chaoga moved closer to the system notification, clicking his tongue in wonder. The second effect is even more heaven-defying. Increasing critical damage is not simply increasing base damage. Normal attacks will stack critical damage additionally. After Death Sword is fully stacked, he can increase his damage by 100%. He blankly spread his palm and started calculating. Suppose I am currently in the immortal profession Shinji state, with overall attributes increased by 50%, and then fully stack Life Sword, increasing damage by 50%. That means it's 150 multiplied by 150 damage, resulting in a damage increase of 225%. His calculation continued. And then if I stack the guaranteed critical hit from a normal attack, that amounts to 450% damage. If I stack Death Sword again, increasing the critical damage by 50%, this discovery shocked him. In other words, when all effects are fully stacked on a single sword strike, I could achieve 675% damage compared to my normal state. It might even be higher. When one sword strike is fully stacked, could I instantly kill a 5th realm peak expert? The more Lu Chaoga thought about it, the more excited he became. If I can fight that guy with max stack damage, I probably won't need the help of the Moonspear. That's how I can truly trade blows with him. This is too heaven-defying. These two sword domains are truly too incredible. To think such bizarre yet terrifying things exist. At this moment the sword venerable's hands and feet trembled incessantly. He stammered, "Killing, it's killing. Killing." He looked at the light surrounding Lu Chaoga's body, and sighed. A single person with two sword domains. One is a unique sword domain never seen before. The other is actually exactly the same as the sword domain of Lu Li, the sword sect ancestor. Astonishment remained on the sword venerable's face. 1,000,000 years later, someone has actually awakened a sword domain. Exactly like the ancestors. Could it be? Is all this the will of heaven? It was like this with that Black Emperor. And it's the same with today's sword domain. He exclaimed. Lu Chaoga is special, one of a kind. The sword venerable looked up at the sky filled with relief. It seems the heavenly Tao has not forsaken our clan. Suddenly the sword venerable remembered something. He looked at Lu Chaoga worriedly. But there isn't much time left. You must hurry up. A little faster. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a clear voice rang out. Master, your disciple has brought Senior Marshal Aunt Jiang. The Saint Master immediately replied, I understand. Junior Marshal Sister Jiang, please have a seat. Jiang Xinyan sat down. She asked confusedly, Senior Marshal Sister, did you need something from me? The Saint Master asked Junior Marshal Sister, are you planning on tomorrow going to contemplate the spring and autumn scripture? Jiang Xinyan replied indifferently, yes. The Saint Master suddenly exclaimed admiringly, Junior Marshal Sister Jiang, you are truly so beautiful. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyan immediately had a bad feeling, thinking, what is she up to? Senior Marshal Sister doesn't want to force me to try on different dresses again, to realize what she calls beauty, right? I can't beat Senior Marshal Sister in a fight. She always gets her way. Seeing Jiang Xinyan's nervous expression, the Saint Master chuckled. Junior Marshal Sister, you don't need to be so tense. Besides, Senior Marshal Sister isn't a bad person. Don't look at me like that. Jiang Xinyan replied with a strained laugh. She thought to herself, Senior Marshal Sister isn't a bad person. Senior Marshal Sister is a hooligan who forces people to change clothes. The Saint Master then cut straight to the chase. Junior Marshal Sister, actually I have something I want to discuss with you. Pei Qian, standing nearby, was now sweating profusely. Her expression was also extremely anxious. Thinking it's happening, she beat around the bush, but it had to come to this eventually. Master, are you seriously going to discuss that matter with Senior Marshal Aunt Jiang? Pei Qian felt turmoil in her heart. Didn't I just overhear this? Should I even be here? Maybe it would be better if I left. Get out, quick, get out. Jiang Xinyan said while sipping her tea. Senior Marshal Sister, please speak plainly. The Saint Master's voice slowly rang out. I made an agreement with Lu Chaoga. Once he reaches the 7th realm, I will transmit my divine charm to him. Pei Qian stood nearby frantically scratching her head. And ears, oh goodness. Did Master really just say that? You even used the transmit, such a dangerous word. The Saint Master added it will be very nourishing, you know. After hearing this, Pei Qian's face was filled with panic. Thinking, forget the word transmit. Very nourishing, what in the world is that supposed to mean? Oh no, it's all over. Jiang Xinyan looked confused, not understanding divine charm is nourishing. The Saint Master covered her mouth and chuckled softly, looking at her meaningfully. Does Junior Marshal Sister not know what dual cultivation is? Alright, Junior Marshal Sister, you practice body tempering. Jiang Xinyan seemed to faintly understand something, stammering dual cultivation. The Saint Master smiled and said that's right. Jiang Xinyan looked thunderstruck. Her whole body began to tremble incessantly. Senior Marshal Sister, are you saying you want to dual cultivate with Lu Chaoga? The Saint Master nodded decisively. Yes. Pei Qian stood nearby clutching her head, trying to scream but unable to make a sound. Master, how can you be so calm about this? The Saint Master continued with composure. Junior Marshal Sister, you don't need to worry so much. Actually, Lu Chaoga doesn't know the specifics of our agreement. And the reason I made this choice is also because he is the most suitable candidate. The Saint Master's voice was steady and remained very calm. Oh right, he is a candidate capable of receiving my divine charm. He's not a Dao companion candidate, it's merely blending the divine charm. It won't interfere with his life. And it will only be blended once. The Saint Master looked at Jiang Xinyan and asked Junior Marshal Sister, do you understand now? Jiang Xinyan's face was incredibly gloomy at this moment. She slammed the teacup she was holding onto the table. She shouted furiously, Senior Marshal Sister. She gripped the cup tightly in her hand and asked in a low voice, have you gone mad? Meanwhile, in Xinzhou at the Endless Sea, Yang Shu stood off to the side, looking at He Shan's nervous expression, thinking it seems the Master's mood today is especially bad. He kept shouting loudly. Another one dropped. A vegetable leaf and water splashed everywhere again. Yang Shu secretly thought, only a small mistake was made today. Grandpa will definitely be very angry too. I must be careful. I shouldn't provoke him. He looked at Luo Hushan. He felt a pang of sadness. Grandpa's legs are frail. I really feel for him. Luo Hushan told him, Yang Shu, commit this place to memory. You cannot forget it even in death. Yang Shu quickly replied yes. He thought to himself, every time we come here Grandpa says the exact same thing. Thoughts streamed continuously through Yang Shu's mind. But this is clearly nothing but the ocean. It's impossible to memorize. If I try to use my spiritual sense to mark it, it gets stripped away by an inexplicable force. He pondered Luo Heshen's words and then muttered to himself, but I have already memorized the direction. And I've remembered the speed of the magical artifact's flight. The flight artifact Grandpa uses in the time spent flying. I can remember this place using that method too. After all, Grandpa said, we absolutely cannot forget this place. Then there must be a good reason for it. Frowning, Luo Hushan said discontentedly, the eyeball is moving again. Yang Shu looked at him timidly. Is that? Are you talking about me? Grandpa actually noticed my eyes moving. He forcefully suppressed his fear and looked straight ahead. I mustn't move my eyes or Grandpa will get angry. Luo Hushan, seeing him so foolish and dim-witted, couldn't help but scold furiously. I wasn't talking about your eyes. You fool, you deserve a thrashing. Luo Hushan wanted to raise his hand to strike him, but then remembered that he couldn't reach. Seeing this, Yang Shu quickly squatted down to allow him to strike. Luo Hushan gently tapped him on the head. Luo Heshen's tone softened considerably. When I said the eyeball is moving again, I wasn't talking about you. I was referring to the thing beneath the seafloor down there. Yang Shu asked, bewildered. Something beneath the seafloor? Isn't that just seawater? Is it a sea monster? Luo Hushan continued. Down there is the Eye of Chaos, and the 4 continents all have one. It is one of the 4 sources of the ancient catastrophe. Hearing this, Yang Shu couldn't help but gasp. Huh? He went on to say, besides guarding this location, my lineage is also responsible for recording every instance of the Eye's activity. I am old now and this heavy burden will eventually fall upon your shoulders. In recent years, the eye of chaos has been active much more frequently. Yang Shu asked, puzzled. Why don't you and the sword venerable go together to destroy that eye of chaos beneath the seafloor? Luo Hushan laughed heartily and replied, destroy it in the past. Xing Di. Many powerful ancient cultivators and 9 realms masters all failed to destroy it. Now even the sword venerable is only in the 8th realm. What right does he have to destroy it? Yang Shu asked further. What if someone manages to break through to the 9th realm? Luo Hushan immediately responded, break through to the 9th realm, you say? There is simply no such person in this world. Even Xing Di couldn't. Yang Shu continued. But martial uncle Sect Master said that the records set by previous generations are meant to be broken by those who follow. Luo Hushan looked at him in confusion after hearing this. Luo Heshan's face suddenly clouded over. He glared furiously at Yang Shu. You absolutely must not learn his wicked and arrogant way of speaking. Seeing this, Yang Shu fell silent, thinking glumly. But that's martial uncle Sect Master's actual belief. Luo Hushan noticed Yang Shu's sullen expression and immediately offered comfort. All right. I also know that your martial uncle Sect Master is no ordinary man. His reputation already holds sway now. It spans the entire Tianqian realm. This old man also holds some expectations for him. I hope he can surpass us old fogies. Yang Shu quickly cheered up afterward. He will definitely be able to do it. Luo Hushan smiled, thinking inwardly. Leaving aside the cultivation of that martial uncle Sect Master for a moment. Just his capacity to embrace all things like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. The respect shown by these juniors is enough to make this old man feel satisfied. A figure surfaced in Hishan's mind. He thought that kid might really be able to forge a different path compared to us old folks. Let's return to Shangshi. The atmosphere is currently very tense. Pei Chanqian, being tactless, suddenly let out a giggle. This action of hers immediately infuriated both Shangshi and Tan Yen. Immediately after, they turned their heads and looked at her with murderous intent. Pei Qian was shaking with fright. In Pei Qian's mind, she couldn't help but continue associating the images of Shangshi, Tan Yen and Chao Gu. Senior Martial Ant Lu and Senior Martial Ant Jiang are both Dao companions. But this kind of spiritual connection is exactly what dual cultivation brings. Only Dao companions can achieve it. And Master wants to dual cultivate with Senior Martial Ant Lu, so what would the relationship between the 3 of them become? Despair flooded Pei Qian's mind. I also think Master must be crazy. More importantly, how did you even manage to discuss this matter with Senior Martial Ant Jiang and the other immortals? If you were doing this secretly behind their backs, that would be understandable. A thought suddenly popped up in her mind. But Master was actually able to bring this up and discuss it with Senior Martial Ant Jiang. So does that mean I could also? Pei Qian shook her head frantically in excitement. No way. Pei Chanqian, you must calm down. Seeing her standing there shaking like a lunatic, Shangshi and Tan Yen exchanged confused glances. What's wrong with that child? Shangshi said to Tan Yen. Junior Martial Sister, how could I possibly suffer from qi deviation? As you may know, after stepping into the unity of heaven and man realm, mental demons will no longer arise. Jiang Tan Yen was bewildered by Shangshi's words. Is she talking about mental demons? Is Senior Martial Sister playing dumb on purpose, or is she genuinely confused? Or is there something she is trying to hide from me? Tan Yan's chaotic thoughts still hadn't found an answer. Chao Gu is indeed extraordinary, but a son of heavens chosen like him is not uncommon in the entire Tianqian realm. Why would Senior Martial Sister choose Chao Gu, someone who has only just started making progress on the path of cultivation? Tan Yen frowned, looking at Shangshi full of doubt. This matter is clearly strange. So she frankly asked her Senior Martial Sister, are you hiding something from me? Shangshi held the teacup in her hand, remaining silent and offering no reply. Her eyes were filled with deep meaning. It seemed she didn't want to tell Tan Yen. Seeing Shangshi's attitude like this, Tan Yen immediately stood up. Is Senior Martial Sister not comfortable telling me about this? Your Junior Martial Sister still need to go observe the spring-autumn tomorrow. So I will take my leave of Senior Marshal's sister for now. After speaking, Tan Yen quickly flew away. Pei Qian stood nearby and asked her master doubtfully, "Why did you choose to reveal this to Senior Marshal Ant?" "Zheng today," Shangshi answered thoughtfully. "Everything will be exposed someday. After all, Lu Chaogu is the most suitable candidate." Pei Qian blushed, thinking, "Oh my master. How did you manage to say those words?" So naturally Shangshi then asked, "Qian, how many years has it been since a cultivator of the ninth realm appeared in our Tianqian realm?" Pei Qian thought for a moment, then quickly replied, "Roughly 10,000 years, I think." "Why are you suddenly asking about this, master?" Shangshi smiled and said, "Perhaps Lu Chaogu, after obtaining my spiritual connection, will usher in the best opportunity to break through to the ninth realm." Pei Qian was greatly astonished upon hearing this and exclaimed, "Why, your meaning is that Senior Marshal Ant Lu is highly likely to become the only peerless heavens chosen to break through to the ninth realm of the Tianqian realm in nearly 10,000 years. Shangshi put down her cup and said hesitantly, "Perhaps so." The Holy Master continued, his tone thoughtful. "However, Qingzhou still has one more person who might also be able to break through to the ninth realm." Pei Qian asked in surprise. "Qingzhou actually has one more person? Is it an unparalleled talent like Marshal Uncle Lu? Is Qingzhou a gathering place for geniuses?" Meanwhile, on Lu Chaoju's side, after finishing, he panted heavily, exhausted. He finally managed to stabilize the two sword domains, coupled with leveling up his sword intent heartsword and other skills. He instantly spent nearly 60 million experience points. "I wasted my time reading the spring and autumn annals several times for nothing. The system is truly exhausting." Just then the system popped up a notification. "Killed Zhao Ziqi. North Continent main quest progress increased 1.4%. Lu Chaogu was startled and thought to himself, "Sure enough, Zhao Ziqi was one of the major bosses. This 1.4%, I'm afraid it's not even as much as the Snow Wolf King. Humans really are inferior to beasts." At this moment the Jinzun slowly approached from afar and asked him, "Young friend, are you awake?" Lu Chaogu was startled and turned to look at him. "I almost forgot." The world's foremost sword cultivator was guarding him. Lu Chaogu walked toward the Jinzun after his cultivation ended, saying, "Thank you, senior, for guarding me." The Jinzun replied gently it was a minor matter. He continued speaking as he walked. Lu Chaogu also respectfully replied, "Very well, senior, please go ahead." As soon as Lu Chaogu finished speaking, the Jinzun flew away, not forgetting to leave a small leaf for Lu Chaogu. Lu Chaogu stood below feeling puzzled. "I am already a grand sword cultivator. Why would I still need a cultivation artifact?" Lu Chaogu thought to himself. "Even if I no longer use the power of water for assistance, I can still fly in the air just the same." A girl stood in the distance watching Lu Chaogu fly into the air. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. "Lu Chaogu really looks like an immortal descending to the mortal world." Lu Chaogu stopped on a large rock. Lu Chaogu suddenly realized that this heavy rain was formed because the power of heaven and earth surged out from within his body. He should not harm the common folk. He should not harm the common folk. Lu Chaogu acted on his thought. He used his spiritual power to make the pouring rain stop. In the blink of an eye the dark clouds dispersed, and dazzling sunlight illuminated the land. The girl standing below was still gazing at Lu Chaogu. The girl was filled with admiration, clasping her hands, exclaiming, "Oh my God, he can summon wind and rain with a single wave of his hand." Looking at Lu Chaoju's back profile bathed in sunlight, the girl thought, "He doesn't just look like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Lu Chaogu is an immortal." Lu Chaogu quickly caught up with the Jinzun. Seeing that Lu Chaogu understood how to care for the common people, the Jinzun showed a smile to be able to worry about the lives of ordinary people while engaged in a life-or-death struggle. This young man's character is genuinely good. The Jinzun looked at Lu Chaogu and thought, since that is the case, it is time to clarify some things with him. Moreover, the future of the Tianqian continent belongs to young people like them. Lu Chaogu could tell that the Jinzun wanted to talk to him, which made him feel slightly uneasy. The Jinzun wants to talk to me. I wonder what he wants to discuss. He's not going to be like Little Pear's master, who just saw my extraordinary talent and now wants to take me on as a disciple, right? Thinking this, his hands automatically formed a gesture of refusal. That won't do. No one but my father can be my master. The Jinzun interrupted Lu Chao's imaginings. I am very interested in your two sword domains. Why don't you try demonstrating one or two moves for me? Lu Chaoga quickly agreed. Of course I can. He sighed internally in relief that scared me half to death. If it's just demonstrating the sword domain, then it's fine. But he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. A cunning smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't I have the map to the Purple Moon Society gathering spot? Didn't I want to team up with level 50 players to go there together? Lu Chaoga secretly covered his mouth and chuckled, musing to himself. Me and the first sword squad going there, that's not too much, right? He cupped his hands toward the sword sovereign and said, Senior, my sword domain is a bit special. Displaying it in the air would draw too much attention. I know a very suitable place. How about we go there for the demonstration instead? The sword sovereign immediately agreed upon hearing this. Very well, lead the way then. The two flew up together. Lu Chaoga quickly said, all right, please follow me, senior. He was already cheering internally. Success, I succeeded. I managed to trick the sword sovereign into joining the squad. Who else but me could have thought of this plan? Soon, the two of them arrived in Qingzhou. People on the city wall saw Lu Chao's figure and immediately shouted, Look quickly over there, isn't that Lu Chaoga? It is. In Qingzhou everyone knew Lu Chaoga. They quickly noticed something strange too. But isn't he only at the fourth realm? How is it that he didn't use a flying artifact, yet he can fly on his own? A person nearby chimed in upon hearing this. Unless he broke through to the fifth realm and became a great sword cultivator. The person who had just noticed the strange thing responded. Another person immediately spoke again. This, how long has it even been? The crowd's discussions continued endlessly. Look, Lu Chaoga is flying. That's Lu Chaoga. I wouldn't forget that face even if I turned into a ghost. My goodness, what level is he now? Didn't they say you needed level 50 to fly? Other people in the surrounding crowd spoke up. What am I doing here? Shouldn't I memorize his face? My system can't even identify his name. Record this immediately. Post it online, it's definitely going to go viral. A person in the crowd shouted. Look, that guy is actually filming a video. Another person spoke. That's right, we can't let him hog all the attention. The person filming was startled upon hearing this and replied, Darn it, your reactions are way too fast. After saying that, everyone turned on their camera functions and started recording. In the frame were Lu Chaoga and the sword sovereign, flying in the air. Lu Chaoga saw that he had achieved his goal. He watched the people below scrambling to film videos, smiling secretly before turning to leave. I'm afraid this time the Tianxian Forum is going to explode again. After all, the one beside me is none other than the person standing at the peak of Qingzhou. Suddenly a loud shout came from behind them. What are you doing? Hurry up and bow. Hearing this, the crowd started buzzing with discussion again. Dissatisfied voices rang out, what's wrong? We're not members of Momin, why should we bow? Has Qingzhou become Momin territory now? Hearing this, the person who had shouted earlier hastily explained. Can you seriously not recognize the person next to Lu Chaoga? He stammered that is. With great effort he finally managed to utter a complete sentence. The person flying with Lu Chaoga is the current sword sovereign of Qingzhou. Upon hearing what that person said, everyone broke out in a cold sweat and shouted that that's the sword sovereign. The sword sovereign, the leader of Qingzhou's 4 great divine swords. He controls the absolute peak of the sword Dao. The Qingzhou sword sovereign. Hearing this, yet deep within the crowd some people still refuse to believe it, even though their levels only hover between level 12 and level 13. That's ridiculous. I read in a guide that Momin is merely one of the bottom 100 sects in Qingzhou. Although Lu Chaoga is a young generation prodigy, he doesn't have the qualifications to fly shoulder to shoulder with the sword sovereign. Others heard this and believed it, responding, Exactly, I thought they were just exaggerating. The Qingzhou locals were so angry they nearly spat blood. Oh heavens! You people! Don't you know about the first divine sword of Qingzhou? An obvious look of dread appeared on his face, evidenced by the large beads of sweat. After seeing the person who protected their homeland pass by, the people of Qingzhou collectively and respectfully spoke to the Sword Sovereign. Disciples of the Koan sect pay respects to the Emperor Lord. Disciples of the Jingong sect pay respects to the Emperor Lord. Disciples of the Five Tiger Severing Blade sect pay respects to the Emperor Lord. Seeing how the major forces in Qingzhou were treating Lu Chaozha's companions with such reverence, everyone who had doubted was dumbfounded. Where is this? Who am I? What am I doing? At this moment the person who had led the mockery of Lu Chaozha gaped, his face full of shock. Oh my God, is this real? Senior Jianzun saw that there were too many people here, and it was unsuitable for discussing important matters. So he spoke. He said, flying at this low altitude has caused quite a bit of trouble for everyone. How about you and I fly a little higher? Facing absolute power, Lu Chaozha dared not disagree and immediately accepted. After speaking, the two flew up into the sky together. They passed through the clouds, looking like true immortals. From a distance one could see the post-rain shimmering rainbow. Besides that, the dazzling sunlight above the clouds. How beautiful and spectacular it was. Seeing Lord Jianzun soar high, completely without the aid of any spiritual energy, Lu Chaozha thought to himself. As expected, the Sword Sovereigns might shake Qingzhou. In a few more years, perhaps I can also possess such fame. On the other hand, Lord Jianzun saw Lu Chaozha flying up with him and thought, this person is quite clever. He knows how to borrow the power of heaven and earth to assist his flight, reducing the consumption of spiritual energy, and greatly increasing his speed. He was secretly pleased and then continued thinking. Once we reach a deserted area, it will be time to tell him some important matters. After all, he will know sooner or later. Lu Chaozha realized that Senior Jianzun truly wanted to explore his sword domain, so he spoke. Senior, actually my destination this time is an altar belonging to the Purple Moon Society ZUFW. I found out about it by chance. I intended to use your strength to destroy the Purple Moon Society. I feel ashamed that I didn't mention this beforehand. But Senior Jianzun did not blame him but replied, you actually know the location of the Purple Moon Society's altar. Hearing Senior Jianzun ask this, Lu Chaozha replied, I stumbled upon the information by chance. It was truly a coincidence. Although he said this, Lu Chaozha secretly thought, the Sword Sovereign sees through everything. It would be too late to mention it only once we arrived at the altar. This avoids being looked down upon by the Sword Sovereign. After all, even if he doesn't go, I alone can form a team and flatten it. Hearing Lu Chaozha say this, Lord Jianzun waved his hand and continued, I also happen to have matters related to the Purple Moon Society that I wish to discuss with you. How much do you know about the Purple Moon Society? Lu Chaozha answered calmly, actually, I don't know much. I only know they are an ancient demonic cultivation organization that holds a fanatical devotion to the Purple Moon. Lu Chaozha envisioned a purple heart, looking extremely sinister, surrounded by terrifying streams of air, floating in midair. Not only that, but many people below were respectfully kneeling, bowing down in worship. After finishing his mental visualization, Lu Chaozha said, based on the information I currently have, that purple moon seems to refer to the heart of the Azure Emperor Qingdi Zixin. Hearing Lu Chaozha say this, Senior Jianzun spoke up to confirm. That's right, exactly so. Although what he had just said was only his own guess, to have it confirmed by an expert like Senior Jianzun, Lu Chaozha couldn't help but say in surprise, is it truly that? After speaking, Lu Chaozha recalled what was said before. It was said previously, demonic cultivators can increase their cultivation base through possession, and possessing the heart of the Azure Emperor Qingdi Zixin signifies seizing the power of the Azure Emperor Qingdi. Thinking of this, Lu Chaozha pondered and continued to think, but why do these demonic cultivators insist on promoting the desire to seize the heart of a person who has been missing for 10,000 years? This doesn't make sense. It's like a cult. Just then Senior Sword Venerable suddenly looked into the distance and asked, how much do you know about the origins of demon cultivators? Hearing this, Lu Chaozha replied, I know very little about demon cultivators. I only know that they are somewhat related to savage beasts. Lu Chaozha thought to himself, all I know about them can be summarized in one sentence. As long as you kill red-named enemies, you get rewards. That's the simplest understanding there is. Hearing this, His Excellency the Sword Venerable also replied, "Yes, the connection between demon cultivators and savage beasts is not clear. This is a long story starting from a very long time ago. In fact, the earliest demon cultivators were not like they are now." After speaking, His Excellency the Sword Venerable recalled ancient times. Back then there was a super gigantic monster, even larger than the food shown in Baden Vlog Vietnamese influencer. Beside it there were scattered small lesser demons. His Excellency the Sword Venerable began to explain. The ancient savage beasts crawled out from the Eye of Chaos and set foot upon the 4 provinces of Tianxian. It was terrifyingly powerful, like a horrifying disaster sweeping across the world. This ancient beast must have been hundreds of kilometers tall. To us humans, those massive mountains were nothing more than small pebbles in its eyes. His Excellency the Sword Venerable continued. Every ancient savage beast possessed the strength of the 8th realm, or even reached the 9th realm. But even during the peak of the ancient cultivation world, people of the 8th and 9th realms were extremely rare. Standing before such a colossal monster, humans standing right in front of it were no different from ants. His Excellency the Sword Venerable continued his narration. Everyone fought back desperately. It was the first time the entire cultivation world united against a common enemy. At this point the scene brought to mind a magnificent and brilliant place, with a spectacular display. Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people stood closely together, arranged layer upon layer, row upon row above the clouds. In the center, a young man stepped forward, appearing to be a leader. His Excellency the Sword Venerable continued. But this tremendous disaster lasted for a long time until Tianyi Dao entered the fray, when the battle situation slightly stabilized. But even with their participation, humanity was still at a disadvantage. If this continued, the Tianxian realm would sooner or later be completely destroyed by the sharp fangs and claws of the ancient savage beasts. The scene now recalled countless humans and countless monsters fighting each other. It truly was an extremely brutal and savage scene. As Lu Chaoga listened to His Excellency the Sword Venerable narrate, sweat beaded on his forehead, and he continued to ask, if it was so terrifying, then how did Qingdi and the others ultimately win? His Excellency the Sword Venerable immediately answered that was because of the demon cultivators. His answer was extremely brief. Just the 2 words demon cultivators filled Lu Chaoga's heart with immense curiosity. Hearing demon cultivators, Lu Chaoga countered with confusion. Demon cultivators? How could those demon cultivators who command savage beasts and commit all sorts of evil deeds possibly protect the Tianxian realm? Suddenly Lu Chaoga seemed to realize something. His face filled with dread and fear, he blurted out, "I know." This piece of information was like a bolt from the blue for him. He then articulated clearly. The ancient demon cultivators controlled some of the ancient savage beasts and joined the great disaster. So that was it. That makes sense. His Excellency the Sword Venerable listened, didn't refute him but rather praised him. Lu Chaoga, that's right, you are truly clever. After hearing such an astonishing story, Lu Chaoga continued to ask, but demon cultivators can only control savage beasts, equivalent to their own realm, and must also possess the bloodline power of the savage beasts within their bodies. When the ancient savage beasts first appeared, how could anyone possibly have possessed a savage beast bloodline? Hearing this, His Excellency the Sword Venerable replied, there was one person. He risked death and merged the blood of the ancient savage beast into his own body. Hearing about such an extremely painful feat, which required immense endurance and tolerance, Lu Chaoga was also deeply shocked. No way. Lord Jianzuan continued. That's right, it was Qingdi. He risked death by integrating the blood of exotic beasts into his own body. He was the Yaoxiu. Firstly, the scene brings to mind Qingdi sitting with difficulty, holding some kind of purple fruit in his hand, and behind him was the phantom of an ancient giant dragon. This must be the exotic beast Qingdi fused with to become a Yaoxiu. Chaoga felt extremely confused. So Qingdi was actually a lunatic, fusing the blood of exotic beasts. If handled poorly, one would explode and die. Senior Marshal Uncle Jianzuan looked straight at Chaoga. Frowning, he looked uncomfortable. He cautioned, very few people know the secret now. The ramifications of this you must already understand clearly. CL 46860. At this moment Chowga was pondering. How could they dare to reveal something like this? The Yaoxiu brought chaos to Qingzhou. Yet for 10,000 years it was the bloodline left behind by our great hero Qingdi. 10,000 years ago. My heavens, once this sort of thing gets out, the Tiangshuji will collapse. While Chowga was thinking, Senior Marshal Uncle Jianzuan turned and strode away. As he walked he spoke to Chowga. The ancient Great War. It was even more devastating than what you and I know. Besides countless ancient exotic beasts, casualties were also increasingly severe. The remaining ghost chi and death chi on the Tianqian Dadi, gathered together, gave birth to an existence that was almost impossible to kill. Mingwang, he said, while the scene cut to a place where mountains towered majestically. The sky was blood red, burning with scorching flames. In those countless flames there was an immense figure. He was pitch black and looked terrifying. Senior Marshal Uncle Jianzuan continued. Furthermore, the Mingwang constantly absorbed the aura of cultivation and the dead exotic beasts. To strengthen himself, he also created countless armies of spectral creatures. Even Qingdi, the Emperor of 10,000 ages. If he didn't act, the situation for the human race would only be a unilateral collapse. No sooner had Senior Marshal Uncle Jianzuan finished speaking than Chowga said. So at that time he fused with the blood of an exotic beast, making himself a half-demon body, and becoming the first Yaoxiu. Since ancient times, when humans and demons couple, they only produce descendants of the mother's race. They are either human or demon. There is no such thing as a half-demon. And that is exactly where the secret lies. Why Qingdi possesses a half-demon body. Cheage's eyes were hollow and expressionless. He let out a humph. Previously, when it was mentioned that Qingdi was a half-demon body, I honestly thought he was born to human parents. My knowledge must have been superficial. Qingdi's greatness is beyond my imagination. Senior Marshal Uncle Jianzuan stood with his hands behind his back looking towards the sky. After Qingdi successfully fused with the exotic beast bloodline, many top powerful figures subsequently also fused with the bloodlines of various exotic beasts. As he spoke he thought about those who were considered exotic beasts. These people were the first batch of Yaoxiu in ancient times. After fusing with the power of the exotic beasts, the inherent strength of these powerhouses had reached a much higher level. Furthermore, they gained bloodline suppression over the exotic beasts, and thus were able to control them. This caused the war situation to undergo an immediate reversal. Chowga frowned deeply, lost in thought. It's somewhat like learning a technique, the advanced techniques of the enemy, to fight against them. But here comes the problem. The Yaoxiu. Didn't everyone become affected by the exotic beasts? By the exotic beast blood and become bloodthirsty and brutal. Thinking of this, Chowga broke out in a cold sweat. If all those people became bloodthirsty and brutal, wouldn't the Tianqian world have perished long ago? Why has it survived until now? Shaking off his previous thoughts, Chowga turned and said to Senior Marshal Uncle Jianzuan, Senior Marshal Uncle, the Yaoxiu are fundamentally different from ordinary people. The bloodline of exotic beasts affects their minds. Wouldn't that at that time cause an even greater disaster for the Tianqian realm? Hearing Chowga say this, Marshal Uncle also turned his face and answered Cheage's question. You must understand what kind of people those are who become demonic cultivators Yaoxiu. Currently I am known as the leader of the four great divine swords, the sword Venerable Jianzun of the Qingzhou sword sect, a figure revered by everyone in Qingzhou. But I am very clear. With my current strength in the 8th realm, if I had participated in that ancient war, I wouldn't even have been qualified to become a demonic cultivator. Having received the answer from Marshal Uncle Jianzun, Chowga immediately replied, Indeed, for those ancient geniuses Tianzhou, trying to suppress the influence brought by the exotic beast bloodline, for them, could only be described as easy and pleasant. After all, what was gained for some people was considered karmic hindrance and internal demons affecting their entire lives. But for those whose Tao hearts were stable, it was merely a small matter that affected their mood for a few days. Suddenly Chowga and Marshal Uncle flew up into the sky. Then Marshal Uncle said, But the descendants of these people slowly started showing problems. cultivators and the demon race merged with the exotic beast bloodline, and their descendants inherited the power of the bloodline. Chowga glanced at martial uncle Jianzun's expression and replied, "Children cannot control the curse within the bloodline, thus giving rise to demonic cultivators Yaoxiu, who are now beings that everyone wishes to execute. But I have a doubt." Chowga stood beneath the afterglow of the setting sun, and continued, "Back then among those senior Tianjiu was there truly not a single person who fell? If everyone truly prioritized righteousness, then the lineage of the Yaoxiu probably wouldn't have been preserved, right?" Hearing this, martial uncle Jianzun lowered his face, remaining silent. After a while, martial uncle finally spoke. "The human heart is complicated if things are as I suspect. Perhaps someone, for the sake of their descendants or for some other purpose, betrayed their original faction." Chowga fell into deep thought after hearing martial uncle's words. Now he understood why Ziyue wanted to seize the Azure Emperor's Qingdi heart. After all, the Azure Emperor Qingdi was the strongest demonic cultivator Yaoxiu. Chowga thought the descendants of former heroes have now become Yaoxiu who plague the world. Chowga then recalled the descendants of those heroes, who looked majestic and awe-inspiring on the outside, open and straightforward, yet in the blink of an eye they turned into cruel and evil Yaoxiu, with frighteningly cold crimson eyes and sharp-pointed hands. Chowga continued his contemplation. The cultivators and mortals of the new era, having benefited from the grace of these seniors, are now pointing their swords at their descendants. He also imagined those descendants Yaoxiu slaughtering each other. This damned world. Before he could finish his thought, another message suddenly appeared. This greatly surprised Chowga. The content of the message made Chowga feel even more confused. "You have successfully acquired hidden level information. Information level upgraded, reward is being processed." Chowga felt puzzled and muttered to himself, "I didn't do anything. Just listen to a legend, and I can receive aid from Jianzun." Suddenly Chowga turned his head to look at martial uncle Jianzun, his eyes shining like car headlights, as if he wanted to do something evil. Martial uncle Jianzun also sensed the abnormality in that gaze, and secretly wondered, why is this kid suddenly looking at me with such fervent eyes? Ding ding. You have received a reward 10 million points of experience. Chowga at this moment seemed extremely surprised by the reward he had received. He opened his mouth wide and thought to himself, "Amazing, talking to Jianzun once is equivalent to reading 2 pages of an ancient spring and autumn classic." Notifications continued to appear in the message. "You have acquired a special item. Clue to the Azure Emperor's Heart. 1 note. After a player reaches level 60, they can inquire." After seeing this message, Xiao Gu was once again surprised, opening his mouth wide and exclaiming, This is a clue to the Azure Emperor's Heart. This is amazing system. You've given me a huge surprise." Xiao Gu smugly closed his eyes and smiled. "Calm down first. Sword Venerable is still standing beside you. After all, he's the #1 person in Qingzhou." Seeing Xiao Gu's appearance, Sword Venerable Uncle Master also was stunned, giving him a confused and slightly disdainful look. After Xiao Gu calmed down, the Uncle Master still muttered to himself with that confused expression. He seemed very happy just now. But why is he calm again after a while? Could what I said have helped him? Xiao Gu rubbed his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Unfortunately, the first clue requires reaching the 6th realm before it can be investigated. It seems the hiding place of the Azure Emperor's Heart isn't that easy to find. Xiao Gu shrugged smugly. That's right. After all, a path that attracts so many is inherently full of dangers. One misstep could claim countless lives. Next, another message popped up. You have obtained a special item. Clue to the Azure Emperor's Heart. Seeing this, Xiao Gu wanted to tap it to view, but this message couldn't be viewed, which made Xiao Gu a bit annoyed. This prompt of yours has a problem. It doesn't clearly state how many clues are needed to find the Azure Emperor's Heart. What if you have 10,086 more clues? Then what the hell am I playing for? Xiao Gu angrily kept clicking the message. Due to continuous clicking, Xiao Gu also felt a bit tired inside. Alright, there's still one thing I haven't figured out. What exactly is the key? It seems with so many secrets without 180 years they can't be unraveled. Perhaps Zhao Ge suddenly remembered something. Wait, don't I have tool people? Zhao Ge started fantasizing again, imagining himself as a heavenly Dao expert, sitting on a lotus platform, with tens of thousands kneeling below him in worship. He showed a satisfied smile. I have a bunch of idiot players, with infinite resurrections, extremely loyal, asking them to help me find clues. Isn't that both cheap and effective? Thinking of this, Zhao Ge went crazy again, laughing smugly. After I return to the sect, I'll properly cultivate these idiot players. Give them a task. Then give them some generous rewards. Everyone will be overjoyed. They are the most convenient tool people. Zhao Ge. He once again fantasized about having an incredibly elite army. After all, players are all essentially cheating, able to level up simply by gaining experience points. If every single one of them reached level 50 or higher, the spectacle would be unimaginable. Zhao Ge was still caught in this fantasy, thinking his army was so powerful that it knew nothing of death. If these resurrected goofy players, unafraid of death, growing stronger with each battle, had appeared in ancient times, even ancient mythical beasts would flee at the mere mention of them. After all, the player's motto was, Zhao Ge then recalled scenes of the fourth calamity. The goofy players, full of vigor and radiating killing intent, declared, as long as you dare to show a health bar, we'll even slay a god for you to see. The fourth calamity was no empty title. This time Zhao Ge fully sobered up, a determined expression on his face, properly utilizing players as the greatest asset of the Tianqianjia. After I return, I must really dote on them. And so it was happily decided. At this moment Zhao Ge quickly turned towards Jianzun, smiling awkwardly as he said, all right, Martial Uncle, there's one more thing. It seems the Eye of Chaos still exists. Will a great catastrophe occur because of it in the future? Senior Uncle replied, recently the tremors from the Eye of Chaos have reached their peak, the highest point in 10,000 years. Upon hearing Senior Uncle Sword Venerable's words, for some reason True CA instead became excited, delighted like a playful child. In the endless sea of the 4 continents, there will be 4 destructive active volcanoes. Wild monsters will constantly respawn there. You won't have to worry about those hilarious players being experience fodder anymore. Seeing True CA act so heedlessly, Senior Uncle couldn't help but comment, what's wrong with this child? Upon hearing this, True CA not only felt no worry, but was slightly pleased instead. True CA laughed happily, clasping his hands together, expressing his determination. Senior Uncle, I have always been curious. Are the exotic beasts birthed by the Eye of Chaos, or is the Eye of Chaos merely a gateway? Hearing this, Senior Uncle Sword Venerable asked True CA in return, if it's the former scenario, what then? If it's the latter scenario, what then? True CA tightly clenched his hands and answered confidently and decisively, if it's the former, then we destroy that eye. If it's the latter, then if the enemies can go there, so can I. Since they dared to come here and cause trouble, then we will push back and strike their homeland. Just as he finished speaking, a flock of large blackbirds flew over the heads of True CA and Senior Uncle, creating a beautiful scene. Perhaps Senior Uncle was pleased with True Ca's answer. He laughed happily and said, good. Senior Uncle then said, in that case, you don't need to be constrained by worldly matters in your future actions. Just feel free to do everything you want to do. Senior Uncle Sword Venerable happily stretched out his hand, pointing at True CA, and chuckled, if anyone tries to stop you, just let me know. True CA secretly chuckled, thinking, amazing, calling him Senior Uncle wasn't in vain. He's going to be my backing. Although having someone support me is advantageous, having the first and second swords of Qingzhou makes it even more powerful. True CA respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to Senior Uncle. Yes, Senior Uncle. Ding ding, the notification sound appeared again. Approaching the coordinates of the Purple Moon Society altar. Please proceed with caution after arriving at the destination and receiving this notification. True CA and Senior Uncle stood looking toward the altar. Senior Uncle, that is the Purple Moon Society altar up ahead. Senior Uncle Sword Venerable simply said one thing, good, today you and I will destroy this place. The two simultaneously walked inside. Inside, blood-red coloration permeated the air, with tall rocks and dense patches of grass growing chaotically. We've arrived. True CA looked inside with a serious expression, recalling the matters concerning the Purple Moon Society altar in the past. Actually, I was quite curious about this thing in my previous life, True CA said while contemplating. Based on experience, the altar is usually guarded by only 2 5th realm demon cultivators. At this point, some clever little sweetheart might ask, what exactly is inside the altar? Why don't they send more people? How can just 2 demon cultivators possibly withstand a team of players? Generally speaking, the altar seals the divine soul or the bloodline power of an ancient exotic beast. To put it simply, everything except the physical shell of flesh is stored here. So why are there only 2 5th realm demon cultivators guarding it? Because if there were 3 5th realm demon cultivators, or if demon cultivators who surpassed the 5th realm arrived at the altar, the ancient divine beast would become impossible to suppress, and it would try to break out and devour the demon cultivators and exotic beasts. Demon cultivators cannibalize each other. Demon cultivators are also quite palatable in the eyes of the ancient divine beast. True CA looked at the altar. I remember when I first farmed the altar dungeon, we formed a team of dozens of players above level 50. This time I have to clear the Buddhist hall dungeon by myself. When countless questions arose in his mind, he finally settled on one last question. Why does an altar guarded by merely 2 5th realm demon cultivators require level 50 players to team up just to clear it? Looked at this way, it makes sense. Everything has a justifiable reason. Because demonic cultivators are inherently powerful, and they can also mobilize the power of ancient exotic beasts. That's why they became tough nuts to crack. Seeing this strange object before him, he somewhat understood the might of this power. These demonic cultivators aren't just fighting on home turf. They start with high-level monsters. They are indeed difficult to deal with. Looking at this formidable thing in front of him, after careful consideration, Liu Xiaoge took stock of his own abilities. Although I was a player before, now I am the chosen one. Previously, the things in the magic array wouldn't devour players. But I am not a player anymore. I might just get devoured. Despite this, Liu Xiaoge remained confident in his strength, showing a smug smile. I just wonder if it can stomach me. Then he turned his head to look at the sword venerable behind him, calculating inwardly. Senior uncle must not intervene. That way the system will recognize this as a solo clear, and the experience reward will all be mine. A blood-red sky hung high above Liu Xiaoge, and the sword venerable stopped between the towering stone slabs. Senior uncle, this is the place. Before the sword venerable left, he didn't forget to give him a few thoughtful reminders. Could you go remember to use both of your domains? I look forward to it. Thinking of the military achievements he was about to make, and the generous rewards, he couldn't help but smile contentedly. Looks like you'll be enjoying today's rewards all by myself. So as not to disappoint the sword venerable, he began injecting power into his sword. Black energy swirled around the blade, preparing for the battle ahead. Alright senior uncle, just wait and see. The system panel displayed. You have discovered the Purple Moon Society altar. The quest has temporarily appeared. Quest Stage 1: Slay the guarding demonic cultivators. Rewards: 10 million experience points, and 1 item. Sure enough, everything comes at a price. It seems his efforts won't be wasted this time. The rewards are significant. Receiving such a reward just for the first stage. In that case, those 2 guarding demonic cultivators must be quite powerful. The sword venerable chose a comfortable spot suitable for reading and drinking tea. Begin, don't waste time. Liu Xiaoge took the initiative to attack, luring them out. He first released a powerful aura, letting it spread in all directions. He stood there waiting for quite some time, anticipating their arrival. Come out, my experience packs. Sure enough, speak of the devil and he shall appear. 2 figures flashed out from who knows where, landing on top of 2 stone slabs. The first to appear was a pink-haired girl, who looked docile and adorable. Following her was a purple-haired man, but his face was tense like a drawn bowstring. The moment they met, he went into an agitated state. Who are you? Liu Xiaoge stood below, calmly looking up at them. He looked very heroic. What a simp reincarnated. Before anything happened, she was captivated by Liu. Cheaja's handsome demeanor, that greatsword cultivator, is so cool. In contrast to her, the man only focused on the appearance of the sword venerable, frowning and looking very displeased. Forget about that pretty boy, the person behind him. I cannot see through his cultivation level. Seeing the sword venerable still sitting there calmly drinking tea for leisure, the woman couldn't help but feel surprised too. I can't see through the opponent either. It seemed there was still some mystery that couldn't be clearly explained, making engagement now potentially disadvantageous. So they turned around, preparing to leave. Then let's return to the altar. The purple-haired man was as fast as lightning, leaping high from the stone slab. A thought suddenly popped into his head. If we can't see through his cultivation level just to be safe, then let's awaken the altar and let it handle the rest. Lu Chaoga didn't make a move just now, because he was busy analyzing the opponent's every move. One thing made him feel a big question mark in his heart. These two guys are acting strange. How can villains have brains? The sword venerable still paid no heed to the outside world, focusing entirely on turning the pages of his book, leaving the stage for Lu Chaoga to perform. Just as they were planning to sneak away. If he did not agree, then they couldn't escape even if they ran to the ends of the earth. A surge of azure energy blocked the two of them. They realized that fleeing was no longer their best plan. Both of them couldn't help but feel confused. Spatial restriction. He blocked our retreat. What cultivation stage is this? Who exactly is this person? Lu Chaoga drew his sword and stood tall before them, announcing, "You two need not be afraid. Your opponent is me." The blue-haired man had just heard him boast a few words, and couldn't help but get annoyed, rushing forward intending to teach him a lesson. A sword cultivator, just entering the fifth realm, dares to speak so brazenly. Suddenly relying on her unparalleled ability to obsess over handsome men, she realized the truth. I remember him now. He is Lu Chaoga. Recently a saying has spread throughout the entire Shanshan realm. Only Lu Chaoga is this handsome. I should have thought of that earlier. Playing a game of cat and mouse with them. At this moment he also started to straighten his face, looking serious. Seeing that the person before them possessed supreme power, both of them turned pale with fright. Didn't our companion Chongkue go to kill him? Next the person froze stiff when he realized an extremely painful fact. Chongkue must be dead. I shouldn't have covered for him. You and he were clearly supposed to guard this formation. Lu Chaoga, listening to their back-and-forth chatter, grew impatient. Stop arguing. If you don't make a move soon, I will. Since escaping was now impossible, the two of them decided to fight back fiercely. The blue-haired man summoned a sphere of power. So what if he killed Chongkue? There are two of us. Then she also pressed two fingers together, preparing to summon her treasures. Join the battle, my treasures, come forth. Following little green, little blue, she summoned two enormous creatures. One had golden wings, the other blue wings. Not only that, the ground began to shake. Those huge and fierce strange beasts burrowed out from underground, roaring incessantly. Lu Chaoga also entered a combat stance. He took a step forward, and then he ordered without hesitation, "Sword domain of slaughter." Sure enough, his treasures were formidable goods, rare items possessing unique power. An overwhelming strange beast appeared, covered in blazing red fire, with glowing eyes. This caused the two people to feel surprise and astonishment, stunning them on the spot. As someone who loves aesthetics and despises falsehood, Lu Chaoga had to accurately calibrate how to perfectly dispatch everyone. Aesthetics requires symmetry. Then a ray of light suddenly split the strange beast she had summoned into two halves. Seeing that his beloved treasure had just entered the field, only to be instantly defeated, the man yelled furiously. Seeing that strange beast, which he called a bao, being easily sliced in half like fruit, he couldn't help but gasp, filled with deep distress. Lu Chaoga, I demand you be buried with a bao. The strange beast within him truly awakened. He frantically, like a chicken with its throat cut, unleashed skills toward Lu Chaoga. Domain expansion. Lu Chaoga did not feel afraid in the slightest, but instead felt that the timing was perfect. The opponent wants to increase their fighting power. Coincidentally, I wanted to test the strength of my sword domain. Aren't we thinking along the same lines? The remaining few strange beasts were also inevitably sent to meet the King of Hell. They were trapped in the illusion array. His strike pierced through their bodies, making them unable to resist a Bao attack. No matter how frantically he yelled out commands, it was still useless. However, Lu Chaoga merely treated this battle as a diversion. Hearing him have an intimate dialogue with those few strange beasts dumbfounded him instantly. Unbelievable, are you a parrot? Didn't your Bao already die? A cloud of white smoke carrying terrifying destructive power suddenly appeared right in front of Lu Chaoga. He was infuriated. At this moment his anger led him to lose control, and he frantically unleashed his next skill. Awareness domain, massive strength applied. An intense crimson light shot up into the sky. The strange beasts were no longer as simple as before. Their appearance now looked extremely combat-ready. Their entire bodies seemed engulfed in flames as they charged at him. Seeing this astonishing change, Lu Chaoga also widened his eyes, filled with surprise. Their presence has strengthened considerably, and this demon cultivator's domain actually has an auxiliary buff effect. The one who had been standing by the side letting his teammates bear the core pressure also spoke up and revealed a little secret. Since I'm too lazy to remember names, all strange beasts are called a Bao. But don't get cocky, because the clash of massive strength between the two Obeos, even I can't bear it. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga also felt intrigued, and countered with a question. Why did you suddenly start driving? He looked confused, not understanding what he was implying by saying that. Driving? Perhaps finding this conversation too boring. The sword venerable sitting nearby cleared her throat a few times. Lu Chaoga also took the opportunity to speak a few mocking words, intending to provoke her. It makes sense that your delicate body couldn't bear it. After all, such an ox can only plow barren land. The scene of battle between the strange beasts became incredibly chaotic. Crimson flames burned fiercely, accompanied by explosions just like fireworks. A few strange beasts aimed their flames towards where Lu Chaoga was standing, so he abruptly leaped into midair to avoid that bizarre attack. The green-haired man did not let him off. Don't think that running into midair will let you escape. He assumed Lu Chaoga was running away out of fear, and so, seizing the opportunity, he proudly ordered the group of strange beasts a Bao chase after him. After he collected enough spiritual energy, that azure spiritual energy also took effect, surging powerfully. The azure spiritual energy circulated, seemingly augmenting the strength of those strange beasts, causing them to frantically rush towards Lu Chaoga. Wonderful, he even has this move. But he remained calm, and praised the opponent for this minor effort. Isn't this exactly what I wanted? Facing the strange beasts with overwhelming size, and whose power had been further amplified, Lu Chaoga did not let down his guard at all, but instead prepared his stance. Lu Chaoga darted between the strange beasts, unleashing continuous strikes, driving powerful sword energy into the bodies of those strange beasts. The fierce engagement between him and those few strange beasts was intense. The attack speed was as fast as lightning, impossible to follow with the naked eye. That fellow stood outside gloating and looking down on him contemptuously. A cultivator actually trying to use physical strength to deal with my two precious strange beasts? You're courting disaster. Smash him to bits, a Bao. After a period of continuous intense fighting, he paused for a few seconds, because he noticed a particular phenomenon. The 50th sword life seems to have fully accumulated. Subsequently, Lu Chaoga turned to the sword venerable, asking for her opinion. Senior Martial Ant, did you see my sword domain clearly? I observed the entire time, without daring to look away. Even if only for a second, the sword venerable quickly responded. I see clearly. When he heard the answer he wanted, he made a bold decision. Then I quit. He realized he was fighting intensely, and after suddenly missing several attack opportunities, he took the chance to order a Bao pierce him quickly. But some doubts arose in his heart. Something is off, this guy is not right. Sure enough, his intuition was correct. Lu Chaoga still had a trump card. That was the 50 layers of sword chi. Lu Chaoga increased the total damage by 50%. A giant was summoned, looking incredibly imposing, holding a weapon. The weapon appeared startlingly behind him. He then raised his sword to eye level, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. This sword strike I shall name. Basic attack endless life. Subsequently countless rays of light descended from the sky like a meteor shower. The immense power shattered the earth and rocks. He was blinded by the dazzling light. As if it were cleansing his filthy soul, she also couldn't escape. She was also illuminated by the light. Screaming in terror, the ground was already covered in cracks. Lu Chaoga walked forward step by step, tightly gripping his sword with a solemn expression, emitting the aura of a protagonist, majestic and awe-inspiring. This conflict was nearing its end. The exotic beasts were swiftly eliminated. But the scene was far from clean, as remains and debris were scattered everywhere. After observing for a while, Lu Chaoga came to a conclusion. The blood and internal moisture content are indeed very high. He then raised his hand into the air and flicked it gently. What was meant to happen eventually happened. The green-haired man's entire body was caused to swell up like a tadpole. The golden moment had arrived. His entire body was utterly destroyed. Seeing her companions being sent to meet their end one by one, that woman couldn't help but feel panic. She stopped praying to Buddha to protect her life. Seeing that time still allowed, there was no need to rush. Lu Chaoga decided to chat with her for a few moments before dealing with her. Don't be afraid, girl, let me quietly tell you a little story. Then he stared intensely at her. Once you are dead, you won't be scared anymore. Seeing herself being slighted and ruthlessly trampled upon, she couldn't help but burn with rage. Cultivators have always been inferior to demon cultivators. So don't think that killing him is anything amazing. You withdrew your sword. This proves that your domain consumes a lot for you. This indicates that your domain is powerful. But you can't be right all the time. Feeling that what she said made perfect sense, she clenched her fists smugly. Now it's my turn to fight back. She opened her determined eyes wide and shouted, "Summon Xiaolu Xiaolan." These were two beautiful green butterflies, who hadn't had a chance to appear earlier. Now the stage belonged to them, allowing them to fully display their talents. Facing the upcoming battle with her two obedient demonic pets, Lu Chaoga was not overly concerned. He remained composed. Senior Martial Uncle, please take a look at my second domain next. The Sword Venerable was also very eager to personally witness a spectacular battle. Indeed, the killing intent of that domain was exactly the same as his master's. He then stretched his hand forward, and a soft light emanated from his body. A golden lotus pedestal also appeared beneath Lu Chaoga's feet, presenting a scene infused with Buddhist principles. Perhaps Lu Chaoga intended to use the power beneath the golden lotus pedestal to cleanse her soul. A deity appeared as a giant lotus bloomed behind him. Lu Chaoga looked forward. Very pleased with the sight before him, Lu Chaoga unleashed a powerful force. A horse girl screamed, This is impossible. It's impossible. How can he possess two holy swords?" She commanded the monster to advance. "Hurry, go." Chaoga casually observed the situation with his hands behind his back. The two forces clashed and tore at each other. The aftershocks of the battle caused white foam to splash around. Chaoga calmly said, "Stop wasting your strength. Kill me or be killed by me. There are no other options." In stark contrast to Chaoga's calmness, she was in a very sorry state. "I will fight you to the end," she shrieked madly. Guayao Chang activated, releasing thousands of magical powers. Power surged forward, gathering into a torrent. But this amount of power had little effect on him. Chaoga not only showed no fear but actively enjoyed this immense benefit. His multicolored butterfly wings unfurled. She had now transformed into another form, flying with her wings. He gazed, pondered for a moment, and also raised his hand. Something felt off. In his previous life, he had never seen such attire. It was a bit strange. Before Lu Chaoga, she had already merged with Xiao Lu and Xiao San. Dazzling specks of light scattered from those wings, illuminating the entire night sky. Before the battle, she couldn't be rash or careless, but instead took some time to assess and calculate as long as her phosphorescent powder scattered all over him and touched his body. Then he would die by her demonic flame. Lu Chaoga, knowing he had the upper hand and that fighting her wasn't particularly difficult, quietly stood still. waiting for a counterattack. After racking her brains in thought, she also started to move, charging forward like a storm, looking at him with a heart full of killing intent. Die suddenly just as the atmosphere of the battle, already tense to the extreme, was about to erupt into fierce combat. Lu Chaoga stretched out a hand and said, "Wait a moment." Indeed, successful people all have their own unique way of doing things. Faced with his peculiar behavior, she also stopped, a large question mark appearing in her mind. She hadn't expected herself to be so patient. "Do you have any last words to say?" However, she had already made her own calculations. The trick was already prepared. Stalling for time that suits me perfectly. She had originally intended to rely on an unknown fight with him, to buy time for the phosphorescent powder to envelop him. She hadn't expected him to deliver himself up to her now. Who would have thought that Lu Chaoga's next words would be so utterly unexpected? Because he paid too much attention to details. "Girl, you're wearing too little. If you fight alone you'll be at a disadvantage." She was already in a foul mood, and then Lu Chaoga said some truly unpleasant things. It was simply unbearable, so she immediately retorted. "So you're a hypocrite. If you think he'll be at a disadvantage, then just close your eyes and don't fight." Hearing that she had two ears but misunderstood his meaning, he quickly waved his hand, indicating, "It's not like that," and then he explained in detail, "It's not you'll be at a disadvantage." It turned out Lu Chaoga loved himself too much. He smugly stroked his chin with his hand. "Rather, it's a man like me who would be defiled by someone of your caliber. My family's Taoist maiden would be very angry." Seeing Lu Chaoga play dumb as well, there was no hope, so Jin Zun, who was listening nearby, could only give a wry smile. Speechless, not knowing what to say. Is talking too much a sickness? She saw that just now Lu Chaoga had been frivolous and kept joking, which completely infuriated her. She transformed into a lion, wanting to pounce and tear him to shreds. "Scoundrel, I want you dead." She activated her super rage mode, then stretched out her hand, scattering the powder that enveloped Lu Chaoga's body. "My demonic fire can incinerate everything. Furthermore, below the sixth realm, no one can resist it. You are completely covered by it. You fell for my trap." Hearing this, Lu Chaoga pretended to be a golden, innocent little fawn and asked back mockingly, "Is that so? Why don't you try activating it then?" If he liked it, she would humor him. She was driven mad with anger, roaring, and then used all her strength, wanting to send Lu Chaoga to his demise. "Go die just like you." "Wait, something doesn't seem right." Just as she struck an extremely cool pose, she suddenly turned sharply, abruptly freezing in place. 5 seconds later, the veins in her neck were all bulging. It seems she ran into some trouble. She thought she was smarter than me. She's still too green. Before she could even touch a single hair on his head, she was already countered, her body curling up, her eyes rolling back as if she had lost her soul. "What is going on? My face, my hands. My spiritual power. Why is my spiritual power empty?" she said, trembling. "You. What exactly did you do? You clearly didn't use a domain technique." Lu Chaoga calmly swung his left arm. "Are you referring to this movement?" He gave a wicked smile and said, "That was just me thinking I could look a bit cooler. So I casually made a few moves." Surprised old woman, my human immortal can open its eyes at any time. No matter when. Whenever I wish. At this moment. A giant flower behind Lu Chaoga radiated a golden light, and was gradually absorbing the cluster of green light. He spoke mockingly, his hands clasped behind his back. "I have been absorbing your spiritual power since the very beginning." Her body shriveled up and her face was covered in wrinkles. Her entire body was reduced to a skeleton. Shouting, You scoundrel!" As soon as she finished speaking, she turned into ashes right in front of Lu Chaoga. He said calmly, hands behind his back. She plundered a large amount of spiritual power to maintain her youthful appearance. It seems that even as a demon cultivator she was still a woman at heart. "This is simply karmic retribution." Jinzuan walked past him and said, "Your two domains are indeed very powerful in actual combat. The way you handled an opponent of the same realm just now truly surprised me." Lu Chaoga replied with a smile. "Senior martial uncle, you misunderstand. It's just that they were too weak." Jinzuan looked bewildered, cold sweat streaming down. He laughed and teased, "You young rascal. However, the battle here isn't over yet. After he spoke, a beam of purple light illuminated the area. The sounds from within echoed before the two of them. Jinzuan looked thoughtful. It seems something has awakened. We haven't stepped into the formation yet. Do you know why they woke up? He answered calmly. Yes, I know, because my human immortal accidentally absorbed their spiritual power just now. I could sense it. It's probably because they are usually nourished by the spiritual power provided by the ZUS Society. This might be the first time their spiritual power has been drained. Inside that cluster of purple light, it started howling madly again. Lu Chaoga continued. After having their spiritual power taken by me, those three fellows must be very angry. Looking at the situation, they definitely want to come out and eat meat, vent their fury. The dragon soul of the dragon beast, the bloodline power of the three-eyed bronze beast, and the bloodline power of the heaven-swallowing whale. These three ancient exotic beasts were all in the 8th realm when they were alive. Jinzuan thought this altar is definitely not simple. He was shocked. How is that possible? 3 ancient exotic beasts of the 8th realm. No wonder even I feel oppressed. He placed his hand on Lu Chaoga's shoulder, reassuring him. Don't worry. Right now they are only 7th realm souls. Lu Chaoga sighed in relief. As expected of Jinzuan, just a wave of the hand can dissipate the oppressive aura of an entire ancient beast. The oppressive aura of an ancient beast. I wonder if these things can allow your mortal immortal to absorb enough spiritual energy. He mused. Absorb their spiritual energy. Jinzuan looked at him seriously. Yes. The light of the power they emitted changed accordingly. He smiled and said, try absorbing it. Lu Chaoga was a bit confused. As expected of Jinzuan, the Purple Moon Society has to set up an altar dedicated to 3 ancient beasts. But he only needs 1 finger to suppress their power. He waved his hand. That's fantastic. It's simply perfect. Let me absorb to my heart's content. That spiritual energy was gradually absorbed into his body. It's almost full. Just after absorbing a little, is it trying to take me down with it? But after absorbing until full, if I don't use the immortal ascent technique, what exactly will happen? Will I explode? Oh God? Lu Chaoga's body swelled up as if he had gained dozens of caddies. He thought, no way am I really going to explode. I'll definitely die like this. The system prompt popped up immediately. Due to the unique nature of the altar, their spiritual energy can be separated and materialized. Materialized spiritual energy materializing. Well, fine. Since he was already at his wit's end, he decided to give it a try. Separate. His whole body trembled. What is this? Is it going to drill its way out of my mouth? Lu Chaoga felt like he was suffocating. Poof! A huge ball of light flew out of his mouth. 3 red orbs, blue and green orbs, were absorbing the spiritual energy from the ball of light that came out of his mouth. He wiped his mouth, his face covered in cold sweat, looking at the ball of light. His expression was bewildered. Is this the form of the ancient beast's spiritual energy? Why does it look so familiar? Shapes appeared inside those 3 orbs just now. Within them, inside the red orb, was a dragon roaring with spread wings. Inside the green orb was a tree that looked like a living creature. And inside the last blue orb, there was a blue whale twisting and swimming. Jinzuan looked at the 3 orbs and replied, equally surprised. He immediately extended his hands and asked, Lu Chaoga, may I borrow them to take a look? But he didn't care at all, ignoring Jinzuan, and instead called upon the system to inspect the 3 orbs. The system prompted. These 3 orbs are called the altar. Pearl, the red bead, contains the bloodline power of the ancient divine soul, the dragon beast. The green bead contains the bloodline power of the divine soul, the 3-edged bronze tree. The blue bead contains the bloodline power of the divine soul, the sky-swallowing whale. Spiritual energy extracted using the mortal immortal technique can actually condense into orbs. Doesn't this mean I can absorb endless spiritual energy? Lu Chaoga stroked his chin, looking at the orbs with an evil smile. Excellent, this venerable one is going to drain you dry. He immediately shouted. Biming divine art, dissolving skill, grand technique. Star-sucking grand technique. Then he stood there smiling foolishly. Jinzuan looked at Lu Chaoga, feeling utterly bewildered. I am 60 years old this year, but I have never seen a situation like this. What I struck out with was clearly the power of the sword domain. Why is he shouting out the names of these unheard-of techniques? It seems I truly am old. This truly is the young generation's world. He raised his right hand to hold the 3 orbs. And after examining them carefully he thought, but this thing really is very similar to those things. Could it really just be a coincidence? Lu Chaoga was currently busy playing with the orbs using his spiritual energy. It seems spitting them out of my mouth is too slow. I can also condense them using my fingers. He stood there constantly waving his hands and moving the orbs. Standing there foolishly shouting, I must gather it, gather, keep gathering. But that light kept resisting him. His face was already pale as if he were about to faint. Fine, how much longer can these 3 guys resist? If they continue to resist, he'll be squeezed into dried dregs. Suddenly a loud bang was heard. Lu Chaoga stood foolishly thinking, what happened? Could these 3 old, stubborn phobies still want to fight to the death? Boom. Those massive stones burst apart, scattering everywhere, and a deep pit instantly appeared where they stood. He was dumbfounded. What, I actually smashed such a huge altar to pieces. Doomed, what should I do? Jian Zun, who was standing beside him, spoke calmly. The power of those 3 ancient divine beasts has been completely drained by you. The altar and the exotic beasts are interdependent. If the power of the exotic beasts is lost, the altar will be completely destroyed. Furthermore, the power sealed within these 3 beads is exactly that of the ancient exotic beasts. From the altar, your sword domain has sealed their spiritual power. He said even more seriously. This bead, I once saw something very similar to it. That object was called Hanyu. Lu Chaoga looked at the beads and replied thoughtfully. I am also collecting Hanyu. I already have 2 of them now. They are indeed very similar. He thought again, but I don't know why. The things crystallized by my sword domain would turn out to be similar to the Hanyu. He reached out, picked up a cyan bead and asked Senior Master. The power of the 9 realms monster. Who is the underworld king sealed by this piece of Hanyu? Could this underworld king have been sealed by the Qingdi? Is that right? Jian Zun stared closely at the bead and replied, that's right. He was surprised. Is that really the case? He opened his mouth and said, the methods your sword domain possesses are almost identical to how the Qingdi sealed the underworld king back then. Lu Chaoga's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. After speaking, Jian Zun extended his right hand toward him and said, go ahead and collect all of them. Then he took a box from his person, handed it over and said, since you are collecting Hanyu, these items must be useful to you. He reached out and opened the lid, instantly gaping. There are actually so many Hanyu. He was a little overwhelmed, calling out blankly, Senior Master. Are you giving all of these things to me? Jian Zun replied with a smile. Yes, since you are collecting them, they must be more useful with you than with me. Lu Chaoga asked curiously. Then Senior Master, aren't you going to ask why I am collecting them? He said seriously, you have your purpose. Why should I ask so many questions? He smiled as brightly as a blooming flower. In that case, having this backer is really amazing. Lu Chaoga immediately used his hand to activate his spiritual power. This is like a massive lottery win. I heard that some cuties directly sent me 2 big tickets, votes, gifts. I'm so happy. Lu Chaoga's cheeks immediately flushed, his face full of excitement, and hearts were radiating around him. Then this venerable one truly loves you all to death. Lu Chaoga flashed a smug smile, silently lamenting in his heart, Hua Teng, you are truly too lucky. Your master has secured you another wave of great benefits. Just wait for your upgrade. After thinking it over, he started indulging in self-admiration again. Maybe I have already relied on the Hun you to fight against the weakest existence in the history of the 9 realms. Speaking of which, he paused, then corrected himself. Although it was a mock battle, it still counts as a fight. Sure enough, his narcissistic nature was already deep in his bones. Imagining this battle of such a grand scale, Lu Chaoga continued to calculate. If the 9th realm defeats the 9th realm, then the 8th realm can easily defeat the 7th and 6th realms. Isn't this effortlessly simple? He felt his plan was truly flawless. He stroked his chin with his hand while laughing heartily. Hua Ting, this master has already planned your future. This is what people call a power-up dropping from the heavens while sitting at home in another place. Hua Ting was practicing his sword when he suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Seeing this, Luo Bing asked with concern, Senior Disciple Brother, did you catch a cold? Hua Ting was stunned, his mind filled with question marks. It feels like someone is thinking about me when I went down the mountain to buy groceries recently. I don't think I miscalculated the money, did I? This child would rather suspect. The auntie selling vegetables down the mountain is cursing him. Then believe his master is missing him. The camera shifts back to Lu Cheage's side. Jian Zun Senior Master said gently. You've already used your sword domain twice just now. You must be somewhat exhausted. Do you need to calm your mind and reflect for a bit? Facing Senior Uncle Jian Zun, Lu Chaoga replied with a serious expression, yes. But inwardly he was smugly chuckling. After continuously slaying so many red-named demon cultivators, I need to see how much experience I've actually gained. Senior Uncle Jian Zun naturally didn't know what Lu Chaoga was thinking. Hearing his answer, he suggested, then I will guard you. Lu Chaoga quickly agreed. Thank you, Senior Uncle. He entered the system space. Inside it was completely enveloped in golden light, shining like golden bricks. On a hexagonal block the same color as the space, a line of text was displayed. You have received an experience point reward. 47 million. Seeing this number, his expression froze. So surprised he seemed unable to believe his own eyes. Task rewards, plus kill rewards, as well as the reward for destroying the altar, amounted to 47 million experience points alone. Various texts continuously appeared in the space. Slaying the guarding demon beast completed. Destroying the Purple Moon Society altar completed. Slaying demon cultivator Junsheng completed. Slaying demon cultivator Junchui completed. Slaying demon beast Abayo completed. Lu Chaoga glanced over, seeing the quest requirements displayed on another hexagonal block. The quest content was destroy the altar. The quest reward was 30 million experience points. He opened his mouth wide in surprise. So this was the most rewarding one. After all, a 7th realm altar. I directly skipped 2 levels to destroy it. The system reward was already quite low. It even felt embarrassed itself. Text continued to appear in the space. Slaying the guarding demon cultivator obtained a blue tier item. View it. Lu Cheage's eyes widened and he let out an "Oh." There's even a piece of equipment. Of course I want to view it. As he viewed it, he pondered. Although this blue tier equipment is useless to me, my disciples of Mo Men each only have one soulbound sword. They don't have any other equipment. He excitedly anticipated. What could it be and who would it be suitable for? The blue aura gradually dissipated, revealing an image of a small red belly band. Surprised, aren't you? Lu Chaoga froze entirely, asking in confusion. Ha! Blue text displayed the item's name. Unconcealable belly band blue tier. Below the belly band were the item's effects. Upon wearing, all attributes will be increased. Defense will be increased by 1 level. After reading through it, Lu Chaoga was speechless. The effect is great. But I'll die before I wear this thing. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. But if this thing were worn by the right person? Lu Chaoga imagined the women around him wearing this red belly band. From Jiang Xinyan, Luo Bing Pei Chanxian Lu Donglian, then Xiao Chou. After quickly cycling through them, he sighed again. It seems only Dongliatu isn't quite suited for it. How speechless. Only Dongliata's passive world was achieved. After thinking, he dismissed it. Never mind, never mind. Well, see how things go when the time comes. In the golden space, text continued to appear. Given this is your first time destroying a magic altar, do you wish to spend 2 million experience points? To view information about the Purple Moon Society's magic altar. Lu Cheage's eyes widened in surprise. What kind of information is worth 2 million experience points? His expression slightly darkened and he said, it seems there's a big secret check. The system quickly confirmed. 2 million experience points have been deducted. Against this golden spatial background, 3 pieces of information appeared. The Zhua Hui altar, constructed using the secret techniques of the demon tribe. The Zhua Hui altar suppresses the power of an ancient exotic beast. The demonic cultivators of the Zhua Hui might be able to use the Zhua Hui altar to seize the power of the ancient exotic beast. If they fail to seize it, they will be assimilated into the ancient exotic beast. Not only was there this information, The system seemingly out of goodwill also provided a reminder. According to the system's judgment, within your sect, there is a member capable of absorbing the altar's power. After reading through this information, Lu Chaoga spoke up like a shrewd merchant afraid of losing money. Wait, let me calculate. Spending these 2 million was completely worth it. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Chaoga carefully analyzed the information he had received. First, the Zhuhui altar. For the Zhuhui, this is a surefire way to profit greatly. It can enhance the strength of demonic cultivators. If they fail, they can still resurrect the ancient exotic beast. Lu Chaoga considered each piece of information sequentially, to avoid missing any details. Next, the Zhuhui altar was not constructed by demonic cultivators, but by the demon tribe. Therefore, among the core members of the Zhuhui, there must be a powerful great demon present. Lu Chaoga's expression gradually grew serious. He furrowed his brow and pondered. The demon tribe demonic cultivators and exotic beasts belong to different classifications. They possess consciousness and also have physical bodies as powerful as exotic beasts. Upon careful deduction, the demon tribe is stronger than both exotic beasts and demonic cultivators. After finishing the analysis, he summarized everything and drew a conclusion. If the demon tribe is involved in this, then the situation's progression has almost certainly become far more complicated. Feeling that the matter was becoming increasingly tricky, Lu Chaoga decisively put it aside and ignored it for now. Let's just continue looking at the system's message first. The last and most crucial point was the system's reminder. Lu Chaoga was surprised that someone in his Men sect was actually capable of absorbing those beads that he himself had created. The Men members who possessed this ability immediately surfaced in his mind. Images flickered back and forth in his mind, and then suddenly stopped at the figure of hiding. Lu Chaoga exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Could it be you?" Thinking this, he suddenly felt it was quite peculiar. This time is truly excellent. Lu Chaoga smiled smugly. How wonderful. Hasn't this already formed a closed loop? The cultivation base absorbed via the star devouring technique, handing all the absorbed power to my disciple, then converting it using the North Sea divine art for his own use. Thinking of the scene where he and his disciple fight side by side, Lu Chaoga secretly felt satisfied. He decided to name this master-disciple combination Energy Gathering Siphon. After arranging everything, Lu Chaoga logged out of the system. He looked up at the sky and sighed, "I suddenly miss home so much. I should hurry back and take a look." The azure sky and the floating clouds high up set off the continuously rolling mountain ranges, coupled with the whooshing sounds of the wind, making the scene even more poetic and picturesque. Like a scroll painting of a paradise on earth. Suddenly a sound appeared. It was the continuous clattering sound of metal colliding, drifting over the scene. Next came the appearance of the vice sect master of Jianzhong. Jicheng's joyful expression was clearly displayed on his face. "That's how you draw the sword exactly. TSK TSK. These noisy sounds came from the disciples practicing swordplay outside the courtyard. "Oh dear, they're so young and inexperienced. This child shouts loudly every time he practices swordplay. This kind of behavior isn't very good." Scenes began to appear in Lu Dongli's mind. Specifically scenes of combat. Realistically, she thought, when truly facing an enemy, shouting loudly like that, the enemy must have run away long ago. When it comes to tactics, let me show you how her eyes revealed showed clear signs of wanting to be her enemy. I must conceal myself, silently waiting for the right moment to strike, until the enemy is within my grasp, after which only a single fatal blow is needed. The space was filled with a gruesome spectacle, but that was just her wishful fantasy. Returning to reality, however, was so harsh. She wore a happy expression, wildly brandishing sword moves in the air. These were Zyokia's sword moves, which made her feel incredibly helpless and annoyed. "The more I look, the more I feel that this direct disciple is nothing like me." Humph, with a puzzled look, Lu Dongli asked. "Then who are you like?" A brilliant, dazzling light appeared behind Xiaoqiu. Stepping out was a strapping young man with handsome features who spoke calmly. "I am the sect master of the Momin, Lu Chaoga." Beside him was a dazed Lu Donglio. "I see." Although she appeared aloof on the surface, wearing displeasure on her face. Who knew that deep down inside her heart had already completely ignited with emotion? She cared deeply, worried about this adorable person, while also feeling angry at Lu Chaoga. Brother has been gone for so long without a single word. How annoying. At this moment Zyokya's legs started shaking. She clutched her stomach and rubbed it, her eyes dull and lifeless. A rumbling sound from her stomach echoed. My stomach is such a bother. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Faced with the little girl's cuteness, Ji Changkong couldn't help but gently pat her head and said, all right. Let's stop practicing for today. That young exhausted face from just now, along with the trembling, now became full of vigor again. Her imposing aura also changed accordingly. A burst of power spread around, shaking all the leaves. Her excitement was hard to conceal, even in her words, great, that's wonderful. Immediately afterward Xiuqiu said, in going to the dining hall. Suddenly the air grew heavy, making one feel suffocated. What's going on? Why do I feel like my limbs can't move now? What is this chill? A cold voice rang out. Practice 300 more sword strikes. How could this happen? Who am I? Where is this place? Cough cough. Lu Donli quietly asked her master. Do you think senior martial uncle found brother yet? The elder's expression remained steady. Ji Changkong replied. Although senior brother's ability to find people is not as good as mine, he wouldn't fail to find him. Relying on the analysis of all aspects and her understanding of her senior martial uncle, she found an answer for herself. I see Sword Sovereign is much better at finding people than Master. So he must have found him. Conversely, based on Lu Donli's understanding of her master, after many days spent together. As for Ji Changkong, he suddenly seemed to sense something abnormal. Wait a minute, something isn't right. Senior brother went to find the supremely talented Lu Chaoga. Could it be he froze for a few seconds? His eyes panicked. His breathing quickened. What should I do? What should I do? If senior brother takes Lu Chaoga as a disciple, won't senior brother start comparing us again? He turned his head to look at Lu Donli, showing a dazed expression. He was drenched in sweat, his beard and hair standing on end. Next he began testing Lu Donli. Tell me, do you think senior brother will take him as a disciple? At this moment Lu Donli looked earnestly at Ji Changkong and replied, Master, you and senior martial uncle have lived together for so many years. You definitely know senior martial uncle better than me, don't you? His embarrassment was visible. He frowned, stroking his own beard, signaling thought. Me understand him. We never got along well. I don't know much about him. What you've just said is the greatest comfort to me. Offered to Master. Master, please rest assured. If Big Brother said he doesn't want to accept a new master, then he definitely won't. After being reassured by Lu Donli, Master's expression now, his facial muscles seemed to relax. Thinking of Lu Chaoga's personality, he believed he would certainly refuse senior brother's invitation. Chaoga, thanks senior for your great kindness. But I already have a master. That kid is a man who values loyalty. He certainly won't take anyone else as a master, unless it's his father. After regaining his composure, coupled with his clear understanding of Lu Chaoga's restless nature, Lu Chaoga breaks through realms very quickly. Perhaps in another year, he will surely become a great sword cultivator. I wonder what kind of sword domain he will manifest. Lu Donli looked calm, her eyes serious. Lu Donli showed a hint of disdain when mentioning her brother. He must also be the arrogant, conceited type. After all, Big Brother's personality is exactly like that. He appeared majestically, his long hair brimming with demonic energy, a blue gem embedded beneath his sword hilt. He shouted again, this venerable one's sword domain open. Oh dear, this is just Lu Donli's fantasy. But even so, it shows he is not an ordinary person. Even she couldn't help but say, be a bit more serious, Big Brother. Big Brother was only imagining the sword domain. Forget it, she's already starting to worry about his proud, impulsive personality. She sighed. Alas, he truly doesn't know how to restrain himself at all. The scene changes, showing a graceful woman, dressed in armor like a female general, standing before a book. It seemed to hide something, leaving her deep in thought. This is my last time visualizing Chuanqiu. She placed her hand on the strange book. It turned out she was none other than that person was Jiang Xinyan. She is the one who holds special feelings for Lu Chaoga, so much so that for 10,000 years, only he received the Chuanqiu. Her eyes were determined as if she had locked onto a target. Her fine eyebrows knitted fiercely, full of imposing spirit, as if about to charge onto a battlefield. She was also calculating a plan. After I finish visualizing Chuanqiu, I will go see Chaoga. Her determined expression became somewhat distracted at this moment, when she thought of the Holy Master. The Holy Master possesses pure untainted beauty, and eye-catching platinum blonde long hair, which made Jiang Xinyan feel worried. Senior Sister Holy Master wants to become the new star of Tianxian. Chaoga might become the one and only chosen person of the 9 realms in 10,000 years, but the unwillingness to lose to the Holy Master drove her to make this decision. After all, she must complete the visualization. Standing before that strange book, she quickly withdrew her hand, thinking about Lu Chaoga, whom she had admired for a long time. Based on Chaoga's speed of breaking through realms, it certainly won't take long before he becomes the great sword scion. At that thought, unwillingness clearly showed on her face. She closed her eyes tightly, pursing her lips, accompanied by the emanation of a certain fiery power. No matter what, I must get ahead of Senior Sister. Inside the room at this moment, there was a woman with tightly closed eyes, her hand extended toward the book, with a trace of nervousness on her face. That was Jiang Xinyan. She was trying hard to focus her attention on the book, warning herself not to harbor any distracting thoughts. It turns out Jiang Xinyan was using her consciousness spirit to approach the book, perhaps to view the contents within. A stream of blue magical energy appeared on her forehead, connecting her with Chuanqiu. The book Chuanqiu was absorbing Jiang Xinyan's magic power. Surrounding it were mysterious blue streams of magical energy. She was anticipating which page it would turn to. This time, it truly made one eager to know. Jiang Xinyan was extremely nervous. She thought, if this visualization still doesn't succeed this time, perhaps her path to entering the perfection stage of the 6th realm was impossible to achieve. Xinyan has cultivated body arts for a long time, and this book is her salvation, helping her potentially step into that realm, or even the further 7th realm. This contemplation is the last opportunity. Dozens of pages fluttered up. Xinyan's eyes were still tightly closed, standing motionless in the same posture. She looked very calm, but who knows how much was weighing on her heart. She felt that she herself had never cared about her cultivation realm, but at this very moment a realization dawned upon her. The image that appeared in her mind was Lu Chaoga. It turned out she wanted to enter a higher realm for his sake. Xinyan believed that only by being strong enough and standing higher could she help him. In her mind, the figure of Lu Chaoga was reaching out, seemingly waiting for her to take his hand. That man, full of ambition and aspirations. This was also why she wanted to become stronger. Her sharp eyes flashed with firm resolve, clearly demonstrating Xinyan's determination. As Chaoga's Dao companion, she must be a strong shield, a sturdy armor that Chaoga could rely on. Her consciousness had touched the book, which was brought before her, opening to the 9th page. Her gaze shifted from determination to hope and trust. She was placing her trust in it. The book transported Xinyan into another dimensional space, where she was standing on thin water. What was important was whether her trust and hope had been placed in the right location. She wanted to ask Chuanqiu, could it grant her the powerful strength she desired? The scene shifted to another location. In the dreamy azure sky, white clouds drifted, and a cherry pink-haired girl was dancing around, enjoying herself. Holding the dragon-slaying saber, she flew back and forth, looking just like a scene from a wuxia film. The wooden dummy standing before the saber tip seemed to want to shout SOS, because it alone was bearing the strike. The saber tip struck, but why was it so strange? Why did Lu Chaoga's figure appear here? Pei Shanshan felt extreme panic, fearing she might stab someone. She retreated backward in a very cool manner. It turned out to be just an illusion. She was exhausted after the practice, but the little girl blamed herself for being too distracted, losing focus because she thought of him too much. While she was feeling confused, a woman with an elegant demeanor appeared at the door, calling out to Shanshan that she must go down the mountain for a walk, because a guest was arriving soon. The little girl wondered who this guest was. Important enough to make her go out specifically. The Holy Master passed by and gently reminded her. Who the guest is doesn't matter, what matters is what the guest brings. It turned out the Holy Master valued wealth over people. Yet another guest was standing at the door. This time it was Hangin, the sect master of Yun Shibai. Discontent showed on his face regarding the Holy Master's words, asking if his arrival was an unhappy event. Only then did Shanshan realize that the noble guest the Holy Master spoke of was this sect master. Being a person who understood manners, the little girl excused herself, leaving private space for the two of them to discuss important matters. As soon as the sect master sat down, he began discussing the matter, saying it was something the Holy Master already knew. His tone was somewhat serious. Just as Lu Chaoga was mentioned, Shanshan immediately turned around. Sweat dropped down, seemingly foreboding ill. The Holy Master felt puzzled. Didn't he already leave Chuanxiu Shan and return to Qingzhou? Why is there talk about him here again? After a moment, the sect master announced shocking news. Zhao Shiqi is dead. The woman who had remained calm nearby was now surprised. She countered, asking if that fellow died from cultivating too many demonic techniques, or if he went crazy due to a short circuit and passed away. The Holy Master's eyes were full of doubt. It turned out his death was because Hangin first mentioned Lu Chaoga killed. The atmosphere became silent. It wasn't silent because of the gravity of the matter, but because that little girl who survives on gossip was just now clamoring to leave. Returning to the main issue, the Saint Master believed that Zhao Ziqi was a capable person. Having reached the sixth realm, how could he die so easily? There must be many hidden secrets to this matter. Hong Yin, like the Saint Master, also didn't believe this was true. But the sect master heard the news from the communication flying sword, and he recounted that Lu Chaoga had already killed many fifth realm demon cultivators and strange beasts, and then wanted to eliminate Zhao Ziqi, the person who had always wanted to kill him. Hearing this, the Saint Master already knew the full story. Zhao Ziqi was unwilling to accept defeat, so he immediately turned to kill Lu Chaoga, but regrettably he was the one who died, even though Cheaja's power was already exhausted by then. Before he finished speaking, Pei Chanshan thought that this whole thing was absurd, because Zhao Ziqi was a sixth realm cultivator, while Lu Chaoga was only just in the fourth realm. Clearly Chaoga has a lower cultivation level. How could he possibly defeat someone above his own rank? Pei Chanshan's eyes widened and she cried out in surprise. The sword venerable of the Jianzong. Hong Yin calmly replied that is correct. Furthermore, the letter stated that the sword venerable personally witnessed the entire process. This made Pei Chanshan jump up in shock. She asked in disbelief, personally witnessed? The Saint Master glanced over. Her gaze focused on the glowing flying sword in her hand. Hong Yin said coolly, if that is indeed the case, then it is true. The sword venerable's words cannot be wrong. Hearing the Saint Master's affirmation, Pei Chanshan was so scared she broke out in a cold sweat. But this matter is simply too absurd. If all of it is true, then Martial Uncle Lu is simply not human. The Saint Master smiled faintly. If he is not human, then what else could he be? Pei Chanshan blushed and stammered, I don't know either. I just feel too surprised and overwhelmed with disbelief. After all, Martial Uncle Zhao is at the seventh heaven of the sixth realm, and only needs one move to kill cultivators of the fifth realm and below. Hong Yin sighed after hearing this. Others might not be able to, but he certainly can. The Saint Master gave a cynical smile and asked Hong Yin, so esteemed sect master, Lu Chaoga killed an elder of our sect. How do you plan to handle this matter? As she spoke, purple spiritual energy swirled around the two teacups placed on the table. Pei Chanshan's heart tightened, and she widened her eyes in terror, looking at Hong Yin, thinking, Martial Uncle Sect Master won't do anything detrimental to Martial Uncle Lu, right? Hong Yin brought the teacup to his lips, his expression grave as if deeply pondering something, and spoke a single sentence. I was just about to talk about this. Pei Chanshan recognized the tone, sweating profusely from fear, her beautiful face turning pale. A flash of cold, sharp yellow light crossed Hong Yin's eyes, his face terribly grim. He declared, I must clean house and purge Chuanxiu Mountain. Pei Chanshan cried out, shaking the entire room. She fearfully repeated Purge Chuanxiu Mountain. The Saint Master glanced at Hong Yin and asked with a smile. It seems the message delivered by the flying sword contains more than just the news we heard. Isn't that right? Hong Yin frowned, thinking of a certain figure and the token of the Huangquan Society. He explained that is correct. In the flying sword, the sword venerable's message mentioned that Zhao Ziqi colluded with Northern Continent demon cultivators, which is the Huangquan Society. We have even already found a Huangquan Society token in the storage rings of our Chuanxiu Mountain sect. Even an elder has been infiltrated by the Huangquan Society. If we don't thoroughly investigate now, it will be too late. Having finished, he stood up, his hands clasped behind his back, more like a sect master now. I still have business to attend to, so I won't delay here any longer. Seeing that he was about to leave, Pei Qianqian felt a little hesitant, really wanting to ask for news about Martial Uncle Lu. After several fierce battles, I wonder how his injuries are. Did he send back any messages? As if seeing through Pei Qianqian's thoughts, the Saintess asked Hong Yun for her. Did only the Sword Sovereign send a message? Did Lu Chaoga not send a flying sword message? Hong Yun shook his head no. Disappointment was written all over Pei Qianqian's face. The Saintess glanced at her and said faintly, so that's how it is. Hong Yun lowered his head, looking at the flying sword message in his hand, and said thoughtfully, it's just that the sword intent contained in this flying sword message truly surprised me. There are some parts that strongly resemble the 4 strongest people in Tianxian. You are just obsessed with one thing, and you push it to the extreme. As he spoke, a hint of longing flashed in his eyes, and he continued to murmur. That kind of person even specially wrote a letter to Lu Chaoga. It seems he holds Lu Chaoga in extremely high regard. The Saintess also stood up. Her figure was slender and beautiful. Her gaze softened compared to before. As a fellow sword cultivator, he would naturally admire him. What's more, in this world, perhaps only he is the one who most anticipates Lu Chaoga's growth. Pei Qianqian and Hong Yun both showed curiosity and asked, why is that? Because he has no opponents. The Saintess looked into the distance. When the two people heard this answer, they could not hide the surprise on their faces. Staring intently at her, the Saintess continued, if Lu Chaoga grows up, he will have an opponent he can fight. How satisfying would that be? Hong Yun looked at her seriously. Aren't the 3 of you already that? The Saintess raised her head, looked out the window, and replied calmly, we were before, but not anymore. She seemed immersed in her own world, looking up at the high sky, murmuring, he is already half a step into the 9th realm, far surpassing everyone in the world. Hong Yun was astonished and incredulous. Half a step into the 9th realm. The assessment immediately surfaced in his mind. The greatest person in Tianxian for 10,000 years. The strongest in the world today. Martial Uncle Sword Sovereign focused on the book in his hand, silently thinking. The book says, ancient dragon beasts, even if they are newly born, already possess strength above the 7th realm. Those dragons, resembling terrifying monsters, floated into his mind, combined with the descriptions in the book, made him secretly alarmed. The strength of those ancient dragon beasts was indeed formidable. They had just broken out of the shell, still newly born, yet they already possessed such immense power. But for humans to cultivate to the 7th realm, it requires 100 years of effort, and also requires brilliant talent. Martial Uncle Sword Sovereign's gaze was fixed on Lu Chaoga, who was meditating. He secretly watched him as if watching an acrobat show. His aura was gradually receding, and his cultivation realm seemed to have stabilized. Just then the time for the incense to burn out arrived. Lu Chaoga opened his eyes and gently let out a breath. Phew, my cultivation has stabilized. On the surface he pretended to be mature and composed, but inside he was jumping around happily like a monkey, flailing his arms and legs and spinning around. He excitedly shouted, listing his spoils. This time was truly incredible. I earned plenty of experience points. I gained a batch of altar treasures. And what's more, I got a clue about the heart of the Azure Emperor, which I'm just waiting to verify. He was so excited he felt like he was flying. Martial Uncle Sword Sovereign didn't let him celebrate for long. He walked over and asked with concern, Chaoga, if you still have any confusion, you can ask me directly. Lu Chaoga slightly widened his eyes, presumably surprised by Martial Uncle Sword Sovereign's attitude. Then he sat up, propping himself on his hands, a shrewd look appearing on his face. Thinking, well, I do have some questions. He stood up facing martial uncle Sword Sovereign, and without hesitation he made a request to his martial uncle. Could you let me see your sword domain? His eyes lit up, because he longed for his request to be fulfilled. Thinking that the sword domain of the number one divine sword under heaven would be easily revealed to him, that sword venerable martial uncle held the book detailing the ancient dragon clan, and nodded kindly towards him. You may. Lu Chaoga looked serious, respectfully cupped his hands and bowed. Then please guide me, martial uncle. The sword venerable martial uncle looked at him and replied, there's no need for guidance. Just take a look. Perhaps they will help your understanding. But if you can't grasp it, that's fine too. In fact, recalling the past, when I demonstrated the sword domain in front of Yue, I said similar words. At that time he cupped his hands and asked me doubtfully, Sword Venerable, why is it fine if I can't grasp it? Doesn't that mean my aptitude is very poor? But in my opinion, everyone has their own unique aptitude. Whether you can grasp it or not is not important. Failing to grasp it is not a sign of being poor. I told Yue my thoughts, because what I abandon is the path of cultivation you are about to walk, which is mine. And what about your own path of cultivation? Yue was slightly surprised upon hearing this. My own path of cultivation. A flame-like brightness appeared in his heart. Surrounded by darkness, only the path they walked was bright. Just like this one was the sword venerable martial uncle holding a lamp and guiding the way, and the other was Yue following closely behind. Walking along the master's path. Easy and convenient. It seems I am also holding the lamp and walking ahead. I will not take a single wrong step. Still the guide keeps holding the lamp. And the person following will still unconsciously follow the faint light and step into the pitch-black night. But ultimately you cannot surpass me, and cannot walk ahead of me. Furthermore, if I take a wrong turn, the light will go out. The entire lantern will shatter, the pieces scattering lonely in the air, then blending into the darkness, never able to illuminate the path ahead again. The lamplighter vanishes. The follower loses their initial direction, and eventually, like that lamp, there will be no road left to walk. The light burned fiercely again, returning once more to the initial position. The guide and the follower, still moving forward step by step. Yue turned his head, unconsciously uttering a thought that lingered in his mind. But what if I find my own path and keep walking on it? At this moment the person who was following behind has become the lamplighter. Yue turned back. The martial uncle holding the lamp was standing behind, watching him. When you get tired, stop and look at the bright path your master walked. It will give you some guidance. The sword venerable smiled. I will be very happy then, because you are walking behind me. Because that is your own path. And it doesn't matter if no one walks ahead. Because the right path is chosen by each person themselves. He broke away from those thoughts and returned to reality. I want to know, so Chaoga, what kind of answer will you give me? Lu Chaoga stood there, cupped his hands as before, and replied with a single yes. The sword venerable was momentarily surprised, but quickly recovered, and sighed with a smile on his lips. Just one word: interesting. It seems you have long since determined your own path. Next, the sword venerable straightened his body. A beam of green light emanated from him, and this light suddenly burst upwards, enveloping the surrounding space. Many flying swords hovered in the air, arranged in a circle. Lu Chaoga was extremely surprised, and couldn't help but sigh softly in admiration. The effect is truly magnificent. The sword venerable martial uncle and Lu Chaoga stood side by side, looking up at the circular formation of flying swords in the sky. Lu Chaoga perceived something, his eyes flickering with golden light. The sword venerable's sword domain cannot be seen with the naked eye. One must view it with the heart sword. Lu Chaoga's body soared up and green light shone. What sword venerable had just displayed turned into swords again, resembling ice peaks, growing out from underground, towering into the clouds. Lu Chaoga reached out and touched the green aura. The sword domain is truly powerful, turning everything into swords. This is taking the heavens and earth as the sword. He stood before the gigantic, magnificent sword formation, filled with emotion in his heart. As long as one is within this sword domain, there is nowhere to escape. One can only bring out strength equal to that of the enemy, and fight a satisfying battle. There is no other way. As expected of the greatest sword of this era, Sword Venerable held a book in his hand and placed it before Lu Chaoga. Allowing Chaoga to look at it again, his 2 fingers held a black bamboo leaf which he raised before him. This is my natal sword. Lu Chaoga's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, seemingly unable to believe his ears. It allows my sword domain after mutual dependence to be able to change its form. The bamboo leaf was released and flew freely. Look! Lu Chaoga looked at the flying bamboo leaf, thinking in shock. The natal sword of the greatest sword in this era is actually just a black bamboo leaf. He was suddenly startled. The magnificent sword bodies beneath his feet were slowly shaking. Swords flew high into the sky, shattering into pieces in the air 10,000 swords of all things. 2 figures stood tiny amidst the thousands of suspended sword fragments. 10,000 sword fragments combine into one sword body. Or it can be one sword of all things. This truly is the greatest sword of this era. In the dark light screen, Lu Chaoga appeared. He immediately asked, "Why did you come out?" That sword emitted a bright green light, illuminating the dark night sky. He quickly said, "Calm down. Sword Venerable is demonstrating right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Sword Venerable replied, "A sword cultivator. The sword has become the person. And the person is already the sword facing my sword domain. Yet the spirit sword dares to unsheath itself. This shows how firm the sword master's character is, and how extraordinary and transcendent they are." Right after he finished explaining, he said, "No. What a remarkable man indeed. Even if my junior brother is the sword lunatic, he cannot become the master." He held the sword in his hand again, casting his gaze toward that sword, and said, "Don't worry. Don't worry." Suddenly many green light spots appeared, as small as if surrounding a massive green jewel. He looked up and said, "One day, I will meet that one sword of heaven and earth again at the pinnacle." But he immediately thought again, however. "Old man Ji, am I really only slightly worse than my senior brother, Ji Chong Kong?" He felt it again. What he felt this time. The difference was not a small bit but 100 million points. Returning to reality, his body began to experience hallucinations. What is happening? Why do I feel a bit of a headache?" Just as he felt dizzy and headache-ridden, the elder immediately reached out to approach him, wanting to help him. He whispered, "Chaoga, disperse your solidified divine consciousness. You have observed my sword domain for too long. The pressure is too great for you." He immediately covered his face with his hand and replied, "Yes." He slowly lowered his hand from his cheek, standing with clenched fists, thinking this is the 8th realm of the sword domain. Just observing it exhausted my magic power. He raised 3 fingers and replied, "You have seen my sword domain, and I believe you have understood it clearly. It is not good to be too greedy right now." He thought again, "If I let him watch for a little longer, his divine consciousness will suffer damage. And if I ruin this child, I will regret it immensely." Those green lights gradually appeared, covered the ground, and slowly flew upward, like a ball of blue flame raging on the ground. He raised his hand, and a tiny green light appeared. While he remained stunned, he said, "Ultimately." His expression was serious, but he was thinking inwardly, "Perhaps in this life my only opponent will be him." But he still asked, "Do you feel better now?" He replied, "Much better now." Truly worthy of the Sword Venerable's swordsmanship. At this moment he suddenly chuckled and said, "What, you actually praise others?" He stood opposite him and said, "Not exactly. It's mainly because a formidable figure like you, a great peak like Mount Tai. Only the peak of that mountain is interesting." After he finished speaking, the other person's expression immediately froze, thinking, "This kid's ambition really reaches for the heavens." He suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh right. Sure, well, what level is your sword intent at now? I just saw that the sword intent in the sword domain was extremely powerful. I truly couldn't see through it." He thought again that damn system only showed question marks when it scanned. Standing seriously beside him, he answered his question, "I am currently at the 8th level. But the ancestral master is at the 9th level." After hearing this, he still felt confused and said, "The 9th level? Then has anyone reached the 10th level?" He recalled in his mind. He clearly remembered that the limit for sword Dao aptitude was 10. So sword intent should grow according to that limit. It definitely should be 10. He pondered for a moment internally and then said, "The ancestral master is the peak of the heavenly profound sword Tao. Yet he only reached the 9th level. Therefore the peak of sword Tao is only the 9th level. However, if someone can step into the 10th level, then the 10th level must exist in the world." Suddenly after hearing this he shouted excitedly, "Interesting. Truly interesting. This kind of unprecedented realm. That's the kind of path that's fun to walk." Suddenly a voice rang out. "You have received valid guidance from the Sword Venerable. Do you wish to claim the reward?" He immediately said, "It's finally here. I thought you weren't coming. Claim the reward." The voice sounded again. "You have received 150 discount coupon, which can be used to upgrade Sword Intent by 1 star. You have received 150 discount coupon, which can be used to upgrade Natal Divine Ability by 1 star. At this moment he said, dumbfounded. 250 discount coupons. 150 discount coupon. Can save 16 million experience points. 2 cards mean 32 million. While he was feeling shocked, the other person spoke. As expected of the guidance from the number 1 sword in the Yang world. A single piece of advice. And the reward is directly double that of Elder Gue. After hearing this, the protagonist was overjoyed. His face filled with happiness. But then he thought. And felt regretful. I only have 5 points of Sword Tao aptitude right now, so I can't upgrade even if I want to. I must quickly boost the sect's development. I can't let the sect hold me back. I must spur them on. He immediately clasped his hands before the person and said, "Then Sherbois, I wish to return to the sect now. Would you like to come along?" Meanwhile he kept thinking internally. I need to go back and use a whip on their butts now. Upon hearing this, the person replied, "Of course I'll accompany you. I also want to take another look at Momin. And confirm something." Countless thoughts and questions surfaced in his mind again. He used the word again. Did he come to Momin before? He rested his chin in his hand and thought, that's great. Could Mo Dongfang's breakthrough be related to the Sword Venerable? What kind of changes happened in the sect during the days I was away? I'm really looking forward to finding out. He continued traveling with that person. Mo Min. Dan Qingshan was a place where tall mountains stood erect, peaks rising one after another, standing tall beneath a vast sky. Suddenly as he walked he froze. What's going on? Why won't this card open the barrier? He stopped and fiddled with it continuously. I remember this thing is supposed to be used like this. The more he thought about it, the more flustered he became. He hypothesized various possibilities in his mind. Then he suddenly stopped and said, "Wait a minute. Could it be that Xiao Lizi saw I hadn't returned for a long time and?" Thinking of this, he immediately burst into tears and said, "The locks at home have been changed." He felt helpless and speechless. "Alright Xiao Lizi, so this is the game you want to play, huh? I sense a strong smell, the smell of a strict homemaker, and it's very potent." Lu Chaoga stretched out his hand and created a small black tornado. His face was filled with ambition and a domineering spirit. With a thought. If I can't open the door, then I'll just kick it down. I am the master of a whole sect after all. I refuse to believe I can't enter this door. The tornado grew bigger and bigger. It headed straight for the golden door. Suddenly it was stopped. Lu Chaoga uttered an disbelief, freezing him completely. His eyes were wide with shock and his face lacked any trace of a smile. He remained silent, unable to believe it. What is going on? Why is this happening? Attacking this thing felt like hitting something soft. And this soft thing is frantically absorbing my power. It's practically trying to drain me dry. Suddenly a finger extended from the golden light. It beckoned suggestively as if inviting him inside. Annoyed and flustered, he stiffened. This thing. It looks so strange. I feel like even if Zhao Ziqi came here, he wouldn't be able to break this barrier. Lu Chaoga's face showed an expression resembling ellipses, speechless, carrying an unspeakable frustration and dissatisfaction. When he thought of the back of a certain girl in his mind, treating her long-absent elder brother like this, truly showing no respect for her senior. This time when I get home, I must thoroughly reorganize our brother-sister relationship. The Sword Venerable martial uncle next to him asked in disbelief, "What's wrong? Don't you have the wooden token to enter this barrier?" He blinked, asking with a mind full of questions. "You don't have one either," he explained awkwardly. "My martial brother said I don't come back often, and holding the token would be like occupying a position without doing any work. Ahem. I really don't." Lu Chaoga felt confused. occupying a position without doing any work. He scratched his head, forcing a laugh to try and gloss over the matter. Martial uncle is joking. Once we return to the sect, they'll have my Xiao Lizi get two for you. The sword venerable martial uncle happily extended a hand and said, that would be excellent. Since that's the case, then hurry up and open the barrier door. Let's go inside first. He stood there dumbfounded, dripping sweat. Lu Chaoga stumbled over his words, flustered. No need to rush. It's been too long since I returned. How about Marshall? Uncle comes with me to check on the development of the outer disciples. Our outer disciples of the Momin sect. In truth, he was already panicking internally. Holy crap, if the foremost sword venerable of this era knew that I actually don't have the key to get home, wouldn't that mean I'd be mocked by the foremost sword venerable of this era? Being mocked by the foremost sword venerable of this era. A little bit of awkwardness would turn into super huge embarrassment. He accepted with a smile that works too. Then let's go. He felt a heavy stone lift from his heart. The two stood high in the sky looking down. The clouds gently floated like cotton candy, drifting slowly past Lu Chao. GE pointed to a small place full of life below, and the crowd beneath them. That area was surrounded by mountains and rocks. Using his knowledge, he explained to his martial uncle. These areas are the outskirts of my Momin sect. Those auxiliary disciples who are harvesting fruits, meditating, farming or sunbathing, are all the outer auxiliary disciples of my Momin sect. The sword venerable martial uncle nodded with an admiring expression. It seems that the Momin's population is no less flourishing than my Jianzong sect. Suddenly loud shouts coming from below drew the attention of both men. Whoa, it's stunning as expected of Ali, incredible. This full bust and curvy hips perfectly describe you, senior sister. This self-made modification is absolutely astounding. I will definitely check out your live stream channel tonight, senior sister. Senior sister, you are so captivating. Ali was standing on the platform wearing a stylish revealing dress. The people below cheered incessantly. Ali said, I said this is a style, and I specifically asked a designer to modify it, customizing it based on our Momin uniform. In order to modify these outfits, I actually spent several days working on them. The sword venerable martial uncle had a confused expression on his face. It was as if witnessing the aesthetic values of this era was shocking the old-fashioned master from the Tianqian realm. Ahem, the service disciples of Momin. You truly pay no mind to formalities, he said with a smile under the other man's astonished gaze. That is natural, they are all just like me. He feigned a cough and steered the conversation elsewhere. Let's go look at some other places, alright. Amidst those endless mountain ranges that pierced the clouds, they were so magnificent and grand in scale. They expertly flew past. They arrived at a spot where many young people were gathered below, all watching something. From time to time they would start arguing. Stop quickly, that's the image, pause, zoom in. In the center of the image, displayed as if on a mechanical screen, was his imposing and incredibly cool smile. A wicked charming grin. After watching, they started discussing amongst themselves. That's the smile. Look closely. If I adjust it like this, doesn't it resemble our sect master? Your way won't do it. You must adjust it like I do for it to truly resemble him. That's fantastic. Now that I know how to perfect this smile, how can I fail to win over the girls? Sword venerable Sherbo looked down in surprise, his face showing a puzzled expression. What kind of cultivation are they practicing? Lu Chaoga shook his head and replied, for me this is merely crude imitation. Let's ignore it. His gaze darted toward a specific location. He gasped in surprise. How? Why is he over there? Within a thick shroud of mist, nothing could be seen. It was Mu Dongfang, currently in a battle stance. He held his sword single-handedly, his gaze sharp, as he surveyed the surroundings, extremely vigilant. Suddenly a figure rushed toward him from behind, brandishing a sword. He spotted it and glanced back. Mu Dongfang immediately turned and swung his sword to strike. Lu Chaoga, watching from above, was filled with shock, unable to believe his own eyes. Sword venerable Sherb was standing beside him, asked, is something amiss here? This area is the Great Mist Formation I personally designed. Its original purpose was to test new disciples. He is my personal disciple of Momin. So how is he here? Sword venerable Sherbo replied. He looked down and said, perhaps this disciple is a little unusual. Lu Chaoga frowned. This disciple is definitely special. Sometimes he is incredibly lucky. And sometimes he is incredibly unlucky. Usually if he even takes a sip of cold water, he could be in mortal peril. But allowing him to stay in such a dangerous place is simply too risky. Look, he is facing danger right now. The moment he finished speaking, Mu Dongfang fell into chaos below. As many dark figures rushed toward him, he tightly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly those dark figures surprisingly only focused on attacking each other, and did not in fact inflict any harm upon Mu Dongfang. He cried out in disappointment. It's like this again. Lu Chaoga witnessed this scene from above, and couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. How could that happen? Sword Venerable Sherbois, however, pondered calmly. Perhaps his fortune value has undergone a change. A flash of gold streaked across his right eye. He muttered, "Isn't the fortune value detected by the system supposed to be fixed? I remember previously he was." All information concerning Mu Dongfang appeared before Lu Chaoga's eyes. He was astonished beyond belief because his data showed opportunity is 10, permanently fixed, unable to be upgraded. His comprehensive evaluation is child of heaven, defying fortune. His eyes felt like they were about to pop out of his head. How did this boy's opportunity level jump to 10? And he's the child of heaven defying fortune. A trace of bewilderment appeared on Lu Chaoga's face as he thought. His fortune value actually went from none to 10. Did this kid manage the feat of a carp leaping over the dragon gate? Sword Venerable Sherbois standing next to Lu Chaoga spoke. This youth carries great destiny. It was just that it hadn't fully integrated before, which caused him to occasionally suffer a backlash from his fortune. Some time ago, while he was in Momin, he was in the process of integrating his fortune value. Now that he has completely absorbed the fortune, the backlash phenomenon will not occur again. After listening to Sword Venerable Sherbois' explanation, Lu Chaoga was even more shocked. He thought while the sect master was away from home, and such a huge incident actually occurred. Subsequently, Lu Chaoga looked at Mo Dongfang, his gaze full of intention to use him. He thought this way he'll be able to play a huge role later on. I declare you the ultimate utility man. This was Lu Chaoga's time spent immersed in fantasy. Mo Dongfang walked ahead swinging his longsword, fighting obstacles. Meanwhile Lu Chaoga followed behind carelessly, with a heart full of satisfaction. He was still deep in his game fantasy, calling upon the Son of Destiny to scout ahead for him, the heaven-chosen Son. Dangers could be avoided, the correct path automatically selected, and treasure chests opened. As long as he opened it correctly, navigating the secret realm would be as simple as drinking water. Once he got the clue to the Azure Emperor's heart, Mo Dongfang would be his best follower. Lu Chaoga and Sword Venerable Martial Uncle stood amidst high mountains and clouds, stretching endlessly. Suddenly Lu Dongli's voice rang out. If the sect master and the Sword Venerable have returned to Momin, then please enter. After hearing this, Lu Chaoga's expression instantly stiffened. Lu Dongli's voice sounded completely devoid of emotion. Subsequently a majestic, enormous gate appeared before the two of them. He stretched out his hand pointing to the door, inviting his martial uncle to enter first. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle replied very well. He slowly, step by step, walked inside. When it was his turn to walk in, suddenly the gate suddenly shrank and violently slammed into his head. Startled, he had no choice but to accept defeat. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle heard the commotion and immediately turned around. What's wrong? He answered his martial uncle, it's nothing, while using his hand to cover the huge bump on his head. The two of them had now arrived at the main gate. They walked in slowly and carefully. Lu Dongli's voice sounded again. Welcome the sect master back to the sect. Lu Chaoga. After hearing this less than joyful welcome, his face darkened. Calling me sect master? Lu Dongli walked out from inside and stood before them. She respectfully bowed and greeted. Lu Dongli pays respects to martial uncle. She completely ignored the lump of a person standing right there, showing no intention of greeting him whatsoever. Lu Chaoga looked at her gloomily, noting she only greeted Sword Venerable Martial Uncle. He thought, it's one thing not to call me older brother, but she won't even spare me a glance. Lu Dongli's expression was extremely unpleasant. It was as if should Lu Chaoga annoy her even slightly, she would claw his face off. Lu Chaoga looked at her, pondering cautiously. This appearance clearly resembled that of a wife. lamenting her husband who was out seeking pleasure, leaving her alone in an empty room. Following this, Luo Bing and Xiao Chou appeared, bowing in respect to the two of them. Welcome the sect master and martial uncle back to the sect. Mo Dongfang was cultivating, and upon hearing everyone's greeting, he also foolishly copied them. Welcome the sect master and martial uncle back to the sect. Lu Chaoga looked at everyone and replied MHM. But his heart was still heavily burdened as he thought. Everyone else is indeed normal except for Lu Donglei. He cast his gaze upon Luo Bing, who was charmingly tossing her hair, and instantly blushed, thinking, her charm technique has improved quite a bit. Immediately afterward, Lin Ali rushed over, bringing a large crowd of female cultivators. The crowd shouted loudly, "The sect master is back, where is the sect master?" Lin Ali's voice drowned out everyone else as she yelled, "Sect master! Older brother, quickly look at my changed style. Does sect master like it or not?" And the male disciples also cheered, as happy as if they had found treasure. The sect master is finally back. Our Moment sect is about to take off again. Lin Huaqian exclaimed, "This is truly incredible. He's finally back. I went through countless hardships to join Moment for his sake, yet ever since I joined, he hasn't stayed in the sect for a single day yet. Lu Chaoga is back. My youth is back too." During this time, the Lu siblings stood facing off under the sky, both feeling gloomy. Lu Donglei's face still openly showed disdain. "I can't just not say anything to little Donglei, can I? I must find a suitable topic. I also want to test out this son of destiny. Is this Mo Dongfang actually stupid?" Mo Dongfang was currently spinning around inside, trapped within the Great Fog Formation. Lu Chaoga finally spoke, using an address and expression that was extremely vexing. "Elder Donglei, release Mo Dongfang from the Great Fog Formation." Lu Donglei was startled when she heard Lu Chaoga's words, which struck her like a bolt from the blue. Her expression changed from displeasure to rage, carrying extreme contempt. She thought Elder Donglei. Following that, her thoughts turned into action. She sharply flicked her sleeve, sweeping it directly toward Lu Chaoga's face. She cupped her hands, bowed her head, and said, "Donglei obeys Sect Leader." She decisively turned around and strode away across the spacious courtyard, exposing her displeasure before everyone. Meanwhile, Lu Chaoga covered his face after being struck by the sleeve. Next, she released Mo Dongfang from his predicament. As he was turning around alone inside the Great Fog Formation, he said painfully, "Master, finally let me out." Lu Donglei was still very unhappy at this moment, standing with her back to Lu Chaoga, and Lu Chaoga covering his face clearly displayed an intention to compete with her. The sword venerable uncle master, having witnessed the scene of the two siblings vying with each other, gave a soft smile, thinking what an amusing pair of siblings. He then stepped away, murmuring to himself, "I should go see my junior brother too." Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of Chinese sect was attempting to elevate his own status with a single sentence. What virtue or ability does senior brother possess that makes him worthy of this junior brother rising to greet him? In the spacious Mo sect courtyard, Lu Chaoga stretched languidly and asked the crowd in a relaxed manner, "I've been away from home for a long time and now I've finally returned. Have any of you missed me?" He Ting looked utterly blank. It was a look that implied it makes no difference either way. A feeling of complete lack of presence. Xiao Qiu, however, was delighted. The young girl raised both her hands and sincerely and happily told Lu Chaoga, "Yes, I really missed the food Uncle Master Sect Leader makes." Lu Bing replied shyly and gently. Yes, Mo Dongfang bowed respectfully to Lu Chaoga. "I actually missed Uncle Master Sect Leader a little." As for that angry sky, the one named Lu Donglei, she still refused to speak, feeling increasingly frustrated, and she let out a faint snort. Lu Chaoga walked over to her, wearing a provocative expression, and asked intentionally, "Oh, my elder Donglei, what are you snorting about?" She folded her arms and turned her face away, her heart filled with dissatisfaction over the title Elder Donglei. She replied briefly, "Nothing." Lu Chaoga sighed. "Neither of us is willing to admit defeat. Lu Donglei is getting increasingly willful. She doesn't even want to say two words. How annoying." He remained standing in the main courtyard of the Mo sect. Lu Chaoga decided to ignore this prolonged competition. With his hands clasped behind his back, he turned to Mo Dongfang and commanded, "Never mind, come find me later for a sparring session." Mo Dongfang froze upon hearing this, dumbfounded, pointing stiffly at himself and asking me, really? Lu Chaoga replied, that's right, it's you. This sect leader wants to test how much progress you've made during this time. All right. Having said that, he summoned a mass of black mana which floated before him. A sword emerged from it. Testing the progress of cultivation is false. Testing whether you are the son of destiny is the truth. Standing before the summoned sword in Lu Chaoga, Mo Dongfang now looked awkward and panicked, his face turning pale with fear. He raised his hand to refuse, stammering, Uncle Master Sect Leader I. Lu Chaoga wore a serious expression holding the sword, staring intently at Mo Dongfang, and said directly, no need for further words. You better adopt the attitude that you want to kill me, otherwise I cannot guarantee what might happen. Mo Dongfang cupped his hands, reporting to his elder with his head bowed. Uncle Master Sect Leader, you misunderstand. Having said that, Mo Dongfang sincerely addressed Lu Chaoga and the others. I certainly have made some progress recently, and I look forward to receiving your guidance. Lu Chaoga smiled, not that a bit like him. Then he instructed, I will guide you seriously. In Momin's martial arts training ground, the aura here is powerful. Having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, mist lingers over the arena, making the surrounding mountains indistinct. At this moment, a Bing stood next to Lu Donli and Xiao Qiu. Worry was visible on her face. Master Third Junior Brother won't get hurt, right? Sect Leader Martial Uncle seems very serious. Lu Donli replied that she wasn't sure. But Xiao Mo carries great destiny, perhaps far exceeding their imagination. Without making everyone wait long, Mo Dongfang had already started the match. Holding his sword, he clasped his hands into a fist. Sect Leader Martial Uncle, pardon my offense. Offend me all you want. I want to see how far you can push this offense. Lu Chaoga encouraged him, telling him not to hold back. He mainly wanted to see what level his strength had reached. Mo Dongfang rushed toward him like lightning. Fiery golden sparks formed arcs, swirling around his body, while wielding his sword and executing moves. He said to him, then I must defend you. The conflict quickly erupted. Clang, the sound of two swords colliding rang out. Lu Chaoga blocked his sword. The move creates countless rings of fire. Not bad. You've made some progress. He expressed some approval. For Mo Dongfang, Lu Chaoga quickly made a move, executing a few basic sword forms. In midair, a web appeared woven from streaks of blue light. Lu Chaoga pointed his sword seriously, saying to him, try to keep up with my pace. Mo Dongfang quickly replied yes. Mo Dongfang looked nervous, raising his sword into a stance, preparing to meet his attack. Hundreds of his phantoms appeared, surrounding Lu Chaoga. Although he had used his strongest moves, the worry on his face did not lessen at all. On the contrary, it became more severe. Lu Chaoga saw this and thought, it seems his limit is here. His spiritual energy is gradually depleting, yet he persists. Worthy of being my Momin disciple. It seems the time has come. He figured it was time to test his destiny, to see if it could protect him in danger, or rather whether he could be protected. Lu Chaoga immediately struck out with his sword against Mo Dongfang. Realizing the perilous situation, Mo Dongfang screamed in terror. Lu Donli immediately said to Lu Chaoga, brother, please show mercy. A sword shot straight up, circled in midair, and then plunged straight into the ground. Lu Chaoga pointed his sword tip toward Mo Dongfang's shoulder. It was clear that the match ended with Mo Dongfang's defeat, but Lu Chaoga noticed a problem. His sword had actually gone off target. Mo Dongfang's face was pale, and his body trembled before the sword tip. A Bing clasped her hands over her chest and sighed in relief. Sect Leader Martial Uncle truly showed mercy. She had been very worried earlier. Xiao Qiu, in hiding, also breathed a sigh of relief. That really gave us a scare. Everyone was worried something might happen. At this moment, Lu Donli also sensed the problem. Just like Lu Chaoga, she thought that strike my brother made just now, he didn't miss the target on purpose. Lu Chaoga was still contemplating. That single strike just now, I clearly aimed, intending to cut off a single strand of Mo Dongfang's hair and knock his sword away. But the result was, while immersed in thought, he failed to notice that Mo Dongfang's face was utterly drained of color. The previous scene replayed. The sword deviated some distance. He realized that it seemed something had blocked it, preventing it from cutting the hair. At this moment, he finally clearly saw his painful expression. Quickly put away his sword. If he delayed a few more seconds, he might very well go bankrupt. Thank you, Martial Uncle Master, for your guidance. He bowed, cupped his fists in a salute, and spoke to Lu Chaoga. As he was speaking, one of Lu Chaoga's eyes turned golden. This is. A profound array appeared behind him. A powerful aura caused his entire body to emit light. Lu Chaoga knew this was his chi-luck protecting him. A person in armor with clenched fists, strong of build, appeared before his eyes. A smile immediately appeared. Lu Chaoga had already received the answer to his question. So that's how it is. The reason he could enter the Mo sect was because of this overwhelming chi-luck. Lu Chaoga confidently and calmly came to this conclusion. He reached out, placed his hand on Mo Dongfang's shoulder, laughing heartily as he told him he was very good. Excellent, ha ha ha! A question mark appeared above Mo Dongfang's head. Mo Dongfang looked bewildered like a little deer. Where is this? Who am I? He didn't understand why Martial Uncle Master would say such things to him. In the distance a large cloud of dust appeared. Lu Dongli ran over. What happened? Are enemies attacking? It wasn't. It was because Ji Changkong was chasing Jianzun Sherbua with his sword. Everyone broke out in a sweat. What trick were these two playing now? He swung his sword while saying to Jianzun Sherbua, "You've ruined this disciple's future. You've ruined this disciple's future." Jianzun Sherbua helplessly raised his hands, quickly asking for help, and earnestly said to Lu Chaoga, "Chaoga, come quickly. Explain it clearly to this junior brother of mine." Having a scapegoat thrown at him, Lu Chaoga was dumbfounded. A question mark appearing above his head. Me? No way, I don't know anything at all. Seeing help arrive, Jianzun Sherbua immediately hid behind him, saying, "That's right. It's him. Quickly tell my junior brother that I am not his one-sword master." Thus what was originally a two-person chase now turned into a three-person melee. Ji Changkong panted, retorting, "Senior brother, do you still want to quibble? You've already shown him your sword domain. Doesn't that count as a one-sword master? You've ruined this disciple's future today. I must teach you a good lesson." Lu Chaoga's helpless and grim expression. Chaoga, facing Jianzun Sherbua's pleading eyes for help. This matter again was over something like this. He quickly regained his professional demeanor. He cupped his fists and said to Ji Changkong, "Martial Uncle Ji, you've misunderstood. Lord Jianzun is truly not his one-sword master." Ji Changkong was fuming with anger. He stroked his tangled beard with his hand, and with a scowling face said to Lu Chaoga, "Then regarding you seeing his sword domain, how do you explain that?" Lu Chaoga explained that he wasn't observing Sword Venerable's sword domain, but had made an exchange with Sword Venerable. He had displayed his own sword domain, and Sword Venerable Uncle Master had only then displayed his sword domain. Everyone was astonished. Lu Dongli was the most surprised. She asked, "Brother, have you already awakened your sword domain?" Lu Chaoga quickly comforted Lu Dongli. "Little pair, your brother is also a great cultivator now. Isn't it normal to possess a sword domain?" She was as excited as a child, sincerely praising her brother. "Brother, you've finally entered the fifth realm. That's amazing." Lu Chaoga's face stiffened, thinking, what do you mean finally? Are you still suppressing your cultivation to wait for me? What realm are you actually in? Sooner or later I'll get to the bottom of this." Ji Changkong, the vice sect master of the sword sect, stood by, then nudged Sword Venerable Uncle Master's shoulder with his elbow. He asked with a frown, "Is that really true?" Sword Venerable Uncle Master chuckled, and quickly clarified with utmost sincerity, "It's true, it couldn't be more true." Subsequently Master Uncle Jianzuan became serious again, and said, "Furthermore, after witnessing Chaoga's two great sword domains, he himself benefited immensely." Zhong Guichang raised his hand again and stroked his body-adorned beard. "Humph, just make sure you don't hold the disciple back. Chaoga possesses extraordinary talent, and with my guidance his future achievements." As he spoke he suddenly turned around, staring wide-eyed at Master Uncle Jianzuan, while still stroking his body-adorned beard. "Wait, how many sword domains did you just say he has?" This question sparked curiosity in everyone. Master Uncle Jinzuan swiftly replied, 2 sword domains. This unhurried answer of his immediately turned everyone into stone. Clear expressions of astonishment appeared on everyone's faces. Everyone asked in unison, 2 sword domains. Zhang Guichang was sweating heavily, shouting, "Impossible, how can anyone possess 2 sword domains? How did you manage to do that?" He replied calmly, "It just happened naturally." In reality he was secretly gloating. "Naturally, my foot. I can't exactly tell them I'm cheating, can I? I picked up a gold nugget that fell from the sky." Zhang Guichang burst into laughter. Good, hurry and show us." Luo Bing secretly admired young master Lu Chaoga. To actually possess 2 sword domains, he truly is our young master. As for Mo Dongfang, his admiration turned into reverence. Master Uncle Sect Leader. This is truly incredible. Although Xiao Qiu was young, her excitement was no less intense, as expected of my Master Uncle Sect Leader. Although Xiao Qiu had no idea what a sword domain was, all 3 displayed expressions of shock and admiration. Only one person stood like a statue. Wait, that was Lu Chao's disciple He Ting, but because he lacked presence, he had no internal monologue. Since he was just an extra, he had to endure it. He Ting cried internally for a moment. Subsequently the competition resumed. The crowd dispersed to a distance. Lu Chaoga stood in the center of the competition ground, with his hands casually clasped behind his back. In that case, let the challenge begin. One of his eyes turned golden, and the corner of his mouth curved up. The sword domain emerged. Dazzling golden light appeared before him, stealing the surrounding light and casting his face into shadow, making him appear even more mysterious and powerful, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Both divine statues appeared. One of them sat cross-legged, adopting a cultivation posture, wearing Buddhist beads around its neck, emitting a blue radiance all around. That was the human immortal sword domain. As for the other statue, it appeared somewhat terrifying. Its eyes were large and deep red, its hair shaped like flames, with fangs protruding from its mouth, holding sharp weapons and possessing a mighty robust body. Its entire body was glowing red as if scorched by fire. That was the Killing Life sword domain. The scene was grand and magnificent. The 2 contrasting colors highlighted the protagonist Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga, this display was truly astonishing. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Left speechless, Luo Bing covered her mouth with her hand, saying, "It's so beautiful, so cool. The killing intent is so strong." As for Mo Dongfang, his admiration increased by another level. The Sect Leader is too incredible, not to mention Xiao Qiu. Her eyes were sparkling and her mouth hung wide open. Wow. Lu Dongli tightly clenched her fists. This is Big Brother's sword domain. Zhang Guichang was no longer stroking his Bodhi-adorned beard. He was completely frozen. His face was stiff, his eyes wide open, muttering, "That is the ancestral master's Killing Life sword domain. It's incredible." Lu Dongli, standing nearby, heard this, and immediately retorted, "Is Big Brother's sword domain the same as the Sword Sect ancestral master's sword domain?" He nodded and quickly said, "The red one is indeed the ancestral master's Killing Life sword domain. But how can someone in this world condense a sword domain exactly identical to the ancestral master's?" He turned and asked Master Uncle Jinzuan. Master Uncle Jinzuan also didn't understand why this had happened. "Senior brother, what is going on?" "Chaoga. He is not a disciple of my Mazulin Jianzong either. How could this be?" Martial Uncle Jinzuan smiled gently, his expression calm. "Junior brother, this is only natural." An angry symbol popped up above his head. "This old geezer is starting to drone on again," Martial Uncle Jinzuan said to him. "Look at Chao's sword domain. Feel it and you'll be even more surprised." Upon hearing this, he narrowed his eyes and observed. He looked at Chao's human immortal sword domain. He was talking when he suddenly stopped. A giant exclamation mark appeared above his head. Those beams of light flying into Lu Chao's body were all different colors. Seeing that purple light flying out from within him, he realized that this sword domain of his was somewhat sinister. The crowd started whispering. Lu Dongli said, flustered, "Her spiritual energy is being stolen. Is it Lei Bing or Mu Dongfang could not escape either. The fate of having her spiritual energy taken away. She watched the spiritual energy fly out from her body. Even I am affected." Dongfang nodded in agreement. Me too. Even young Xiao Qiu was losing spiritual energy. Not to mention the background character hiding. It must have been taken from him too. Gue Changzong said, feeling wronged. This venerable one is a mighty 8th realm sword cultivator. And yet my spiritual energy was stolen by you. Your sword domain is even more bizarre than Grandmaster's slaying life. Martial Uncle Jianzuan nodded in agreement. The marvelous thing about Cheage's sword domain is that it can ignore cultivation levels. The two deities stood opposite each other. Although both are powerful and seem to oppose each other, they are actually complementing one another. One side is gentle, the other is fierce. Lu Dongfang cupped her hands in admiration. Big Brother is truly becoming more and more formidable. From now on I can live on this dancing mountain for the rest of my life. Lei Bing blushed. The thoughts in her heart couldn't be hidden and showed entirely on her face. The young master is truly becoming more and more captivating. And the same was true for Dongfang. She couldn't hide her joy. Xiao Qiu's eyes still sparkled and she was secretly delighted. Childish innocence surged. With martial uncle Sect Leader backing me, I can do whatever I want now. I must eat candied Haw's 3 skewers at least. Spiritual energy from all directions flew towards the human immortal sword domain. A stream of spiritual energy came from a small tomb deep in the mountains. A light pink creature was sleeping in the grave, holding a flute in its hand. Spiritual energy flew from that flute towards the human immortal sword domain. It could be clearly seen that the humanoid creature was tightly hugging the flute and refusing to let go. But the flute was restless. It glowed and began to shake. It tightly wrapped its tail around the flute. It had 2 ears on its head. And its body kept shrinking. It opened its mouth and spoke, "Stop moving." The scene returns to King Longquan. The mountains undulated. The blazing sun was high in the sky. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating everything. This place truly deserves to be called a treasure land of outstanding talents and spirits. In this area abundant with spiritual energy, 2 strangers appeared. A man and a woman. The woman spoke. This is King Longquan, where Lu Chaoga is located. The other person had no hair, was wearing large prayer beads around his neck and remained silent. The 2 figures stood before the sunrise scene, the sun rising behind the ridge. The woman standing next to the eminent monk seemed a little impatient. She spoke. "Why aren't you speaking, you?" The person next to her heard her question but didn't answer. "When the 4 of us usually chat, are the most talkative." Hearing this, the person next to her felt guilty and broke out in a cold sweat. Furthermore, the girl is the inheritor of Inci named Mu Bailu. She is one of the 4 main protagonists of the Tianxian realm. Mu Bailu noticed that the person next to her still hadn't said a word, so she refused to let it go. She immediately put her hands on her hips, crossed her legs and struck a supermodel pose. She added, "Now that we've met, I didn't expect you to be struck dumb and unable to utter a single word." The Arhat inheritor is named Namo, and is one of the 4 main protagonists of the Tianxian realm. Namo had been listening to her chatter just now, still calmly keeping his eyes slightly closed. With his hands clasped in front of his chest, his mind was as calm as still water. Seeing that she couldn't seem to persuade this person, Mu Bailu crossed her arms pouting and said, "Humph. I'm done dealing with you. I'm going to find something to eat." In the dense jungle, a cute rabbit with red eyes and snow-white fur was playing among the flowers and grass. Mu Bailu heard the movement and immediately turned her head to look at the rabbit. A hint of ferocity suddenly flashed in her eyes. This rabbit is too cute. So adorable. It would be such a waste not to roast and eat it. A leaf flew out following her command then. Mu Bailu started smiling strangely. She snapped her fingers, and small red rays of light scattered, spreading around the Tianxi realm. These lights transformed into a special kind of energy, plunging deep into the ground. That leaf was also driven by a portion of the power, and quickly flew up. The little rabbit, suppressed by this strange power, kept squealing. The leaf flew toward it, neither fast nor slow. A long ray of light swept past the rabbit's body, immobilizing it. Mu Bailu looked at the result, immediately changing her demeanor like flipping a book, beaming with smiles. She clapped her hands and said, "Got it." Holding the rabbit, she looked towards Nanwu and said, "Baldy, say something, let me hear your voice." Nanwu remained the same, completely unresponsive. Mu Bailu looked at the wooden dummy in front of her, and her mood immediately dropped. She said faintly, "Then go make a fire for me." If it weren't that, I'm afraid you'll stifle yourself by being too quiet. Without talking, I wouldn't bother asking you to make a fire. Manhwa finally compromised, dropping his pretense. Bai Lu was very satisfied upon seeing this. Holding the firewood with great anticipation, Manhwa said faintly, "Fire." Instantly, a small ball of flame appeared out of thin air on the firewood. Holding the rabbit and the burning firewood, Bai Lu excitedly held up the firewood and said, "The way you are so quiet and dull is actually quite interesting." After sitting and roasting the meat for a while, smoke curled up and the aroma of the meat spread everywhere. She said, "I find you to be a decent person. Although you don't eat meat yourself, you don't stop others from eating it either. You simply don't impose your morality on others. Compared to some rotten monks, you are so much better." As she spoke, she picked up the fragrant meat in her hand. "Baldy, do you think this Lu Xiaoga has returned to the Momin sect?" Hearing this question, Manhwa suddenly opened his eyes but still did not speak. Seeing this, Bai Lu offered the meat to him, but he mercilessly shook his head to refuse it. Having no choice, Bai Lu reluctantly ate the meat herself. "I thought you couldn't even shake your head. We have already passed King Longquan. If we don't drop by the Momin sect while we're here, wouldn't this trip have been a waste?" After saying that, she narrowed her eyes and showed a peculiar smile. "After all, right now, he is the hottest new star in the entire Tianxian realm." As soon as she finished speaking, Manhwa suddenly nodded in agreement. Bai Lu was somewhat surprised to see this. "You nodded, do you mean that you'd be disappointed not to see him?" Manhwa nodded again, indicating she had guessed correctly. Bai Lu took a huge bite of the meat as if she hadn't eaten anything before. She looked happily at her companion in front of her. "Then it's settled. We will visit the Momin sect on our way." Manhwa didn't say much. To be precise, he didn't say a single word. He stood up from his seat. Bai Lu chewed the meat with puffed cheeks and asked, "You agree with this too, right, you jerk? But the question is he currently at the Momin sect or not?" Suddenly Bai Lu looked as if she had spotted gold and jewels, gazing at him with sparkling eyes. Manhwa was curious and didn't understand what was happening. Bai Lu showed a cunning smile. "How about you just say the 3 words, Lu Xiaoga, right now, and instantly teleport him here?" Hearing her intention, Manhwa frantically shook his head, which instantly deflated her. She was speechless for a moment. If your Buddhist sect truly possessed such capabilities, this world would have belonged to you long ago. Let's depart now. Suddenly she recalled something, and Bai Lu turned her head to look at the person behind her. "I heard that this Lu Xiaoga is the most handsome man in the world. There is a saying currently circulating, 'One look at Lu Xiaoga ruins a lifetime.' I am very much looking forward to verifying this rumor." Manhwa was truly speechless regarding this girl. In the endless sea of Qingzhou, the predominant color around is red, but it is gradually forming a vortex, gathering upon a single black spot. What is this? Is something about to happen, or is this just a normal characteristic of this place? The azure sky looks very refreshing, but young brother Yang is sweating profusely, perhaps because the task he is performing requires too much physical exertion. He looks exhausted. Despite his exhaustion, his handsome, fair and delicate appearance draws the attention of everyone around him, especially some of the older ladies who act like his enthusiastic fans, standing there watching and cheering for him. Young brother Yang is still so fair and tender. Who knows which woman will benefit from him later? People teased him one after another. "How about this body of mine, older sister?" Whether from exhaustion or shyness, his face flushed again. Even the older ladies could clearly see it. "Sister, stop teasing him. Look, his face is red again." Seeing him like this, the older ladies stopped teasing him. Carrying their things, they continued with their own work. As they walked, they kept chatting and joking amongst themselves. "Ah, well, young brother Yang is just naturally so good-looking." Another person chimed in, let's go. We still need to dry the fish, no more joking around with you." In this way I realized that life in the fishing village remains stable and so straightforward. Young brother Yang carried 2 buckets of water back home. These 2 buckets were quite heavy for him. He thought to himself, "I'm so tired." But to keep going, he started thinking about other things, so he wouldn't feel the exhaustion anymore. Speaking of which, I heard that the Master Uncle Head's spiritual awakening power is the power of water. This is truly unprecedented. Then if Master Uncle Head went to fetch water, Couldn't he just do this? That's amazing, so effortless. He imagined Master Uncle Head standing there. And in his mind's eye, his hand would only need a gentle wave and the water would fly up and move according to his will. Thinking about this scene, young brother Yang's expression gradually brightened, and he found renewed strength for the task. Thanks to this line of thought, young brother Yang soon arrived back at his doorstep. Happily he quickened his pace, sighing constantly in his heart. I reached the door without even realizing it. As expected, Master Uncle Head gives me extraordinary power. He pushed the door open, his handsome face peeking inside. Grandpa should be in his room, right? He only dared to think this thought inwardly. Grandpa has such a terrible temper. But things didn't go as he wished. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he saw his grandfather sitting right there. He involuntarily shivered slightly. Oh no, he's in the courtyard. The old man was annoyed seeing him nervously shuffle past. He felt quite angry. This brat is scared again, being timid and hesitant. He truly has no masculine spirit at all. He thought, today I must give him a proper scolding. But looking at that face, which was both scared and exhausted from carrying the heavy water, his body still seemed to be trembling slightly. Luo Shanha saw this sight, could only sigh and turned away. Let's just let it go today, he shouted towards the interior, so that young brother Yang, who was working, could hear him. Pour the water into the cistern, then get out here immediately. I have something I need to tell you. He looked very surprised. Why didn't he scold me today? Not only did he not scold me, but he has something to say that's strange. He actually has something he wants to tell me. Young brother Yang was utterly astonished by this turn of events. He worked while thinking, what does Grandpa want to say? After finishing, he went outside to report to his grandfather. Grandpa, the water has been poured into the cistern. A hint of displeasure was visible on his face. He looked up at him and motioned for him to sit down. Don't make me crane my neck to look at you. Despite facing the old man's displeasure, Yang Xiaoga still smiled brilliantly. He obediently did as he was told. Grandpa, I'm sitting down now. The old man looked at him. He observed him carefully, thinking, with such small shoulders, what can he possibly carry? Then he began to doubt himself. I truly am old. I must be losing my mind to favor this kid. After a long period of silent thought, he finally opened his mouth and asked him, do you miss home? Faced with this question, he was surprised. Miss home? Grandpa seemed to have surprised him several times today already. At the mention of home, the figures of everyone appeared in his mind. I miss Master, I miss Martial Uncle, and I miss my senior brothers and sisters. And the meals that Martial Uncle cooks. He nodded with a determined expression. This made the old man slightly furrow his brow. It seemed this grandpa was annoyed by him. Sure enough, he angrily tapped his head and scolded him. If you miss them, just say so. You usually don't dare speak up. After taking that painful hit, Yang Xiaoga held his head and quickly admitted, yes, Grandpa, I miss home. Hearing him say this, the old man's tone softened slightly. Since you miss home, then go back, go see your home. This was the first thing that Yang Xiaoga thought after hearing Grandpa's words. He never expected that Grandpa would let him go home. But the sluggishness of his thought process made the old man impatient again. So he was scolded again. What, am letting you rest? And you're not happy about it? Yang Xiaoga quickly shook his head. His handsome, excited face became even more radiant. And he replied, I'm happy. The old man placed his hand on his head, and dazzling golden light emanated around them. He whispered, the seal on your body has been lifted. Yang Xiaoga felt his body gradually becoming stronger, and his cultivation level was much higher than before. As if understanding a new truth, he was even more astonished. Could it be that Grandpa constantly making him carry water was actually a form of cultivation? The old man tossed something towards him. It was obvious that, although he genuinely cared for Yang Xiaoga, he deliberately spoke harshly. Take this. Now hurry up and leave. I worry less when you're not around. You annoy me just by looking at you. It turned out to be straw sandals. Holding the shoes in his hand, Yang Xiaoga's eyes seemed to sparkle, and he focused intently on them. This was the first time Grandpa had given him straw sandals. He sat down and carefully put the shoes on. Yang Xiaoga was as happy as a child receiving a gift. Stood up and bounced around ceaselessly in his new sandals. They fit perfectly, they're so comfortable. Luo Shanha watched Yang Xiaoga with a gentle expression and gaze, being lively and cheerful. Then he secretly wondered to himself, have I been too harsh on this boy lately? No. After finishing his joyous moment, young Shoga turned back to the old man and said, Grandpa, then I'll be going now. Seeing him turn around, he immediately switched to a fierce expression, and then angrily clenched his fist and shouted at him, You lack decisiveness in everything you do. Your sword will be as soft as you are in the future. Scram, you are a nuisance. He was suddenly yelled at loudly. Yang Xiaoga was startled, his whole face trembling, and he stared at his grandpa in confusion. He had just been happy about being able to go home, but now that was mixed with a hint of fear from grandpa's reprimand. He took off running, without forgetting to shout, Then I'm leaving. Luo Shanha sat in his wheelchair watching him run into the distance. It was only then that his expression turned gentle again, and he even smiled, saying, Go on, go on. Behind him, watching his receding back, the old man continued, speaking at a volume young Xiaoga couldn't hear. Grandpa must also leave now. Seeing him run past, the surrounding people asked with concern, Yang Xiaoga, where are you rushing off to? Hey, why aren't you carrying your water buckets today? Don't run so fast, you'll fall down. Leaving would be very sad. Everyone's questions came one after another. This enthusiasm is truly familiar. Young Yang responded to them with a smile. Today I want to go home. Upon hearing this, everyone started discussing amongst themselves. Go home isn't Young Yang's home right here. Where does he want to go? After running a short distance, Young Yang looked around, checking his current location. He thought no one should be able to see me here. Ensuring safety, he stretched out his hand. A green light gradually appeared. They were gathering into a vertical straight line. Within the light, a sword gradually revealed itself. Holding the sword in his hand, he smiled. Long time no see. He leaped up and threw the sword into the air. The flying sword enlarged, allowing him to stand on it and travel. Go home. The old man looked up at the sky from inside the house. Luo Hashan was still quietly watching him go home. He saw a beam of light flash across the sky. He was a little displeased even when going home. He must be cautious, hiding from everyone before daring to fly with an object. I wonder who he learned that from. However, his expression of displeasure immediately relaxed. He smiled again, looking at the sky and saying, Forget it, let him do whatever he likes. He looked at the straw sandals. They were woven by himself, as if feeling wronged for him. A disabled person without legs who spent his entire life weaving straw sandals. He looked up at the sky. Master, your disciple should also set off now. A green light flashed. Luo Hashan instantly disappeared from the center of the courtyard. Scene change. He has arrived at the endless sea of Qingzhou. Before him was a bottomless black hole. It seemed to be growing bigger and bigger. Luo Hashan watched it thoughtfully. He frowned slightly. The ninth anomaly. In this sinister, dark-shrouded place, he stretched out his hand and a beam of light flashed before his eyes. The space seemed to open up a protective field. From within it, a sword hilt gradually appeared. It was pulled out and slowly settled into his hand. Luo Hashan looked at the white lightning surrounding the sword body. It was enough to know how powerful this sword was. Luo Hashan looked at it and said, Old friend, we only have one last strike left. Luo Hashan drew the sword and swung the hilt to one side. It was clear that the sword hilt was very long, and it didn't look like an ordinary sword. This sword was surprisingly not sharp at all. It truly lives up to its status as the third of the four divine swords. It is truly unique. Luo Hashan sighed as if talking to the sword. How making this old man wait so long, what a hassle. In an instant, he vanished and immediately reappeared beside the black hole. A black beam of light struck down, directly heading towards the black hole at the center of the endless sea of Qingzhou. Of the sea, only a blue object was seen falling into the black abyss, watching the black hole constantly churn and writhe like magma. Whenever anything touched it, a few drops of black liquid would immediately splatter high up. It turned out that Luo Hashan had created a barrier, clear as a water droplet, to protect himself. Although it looked like a water droplet, it was not that fragile. The barrier looked extremely solid, ensuring the person inside would not be harmed. Luo Hashan observed the movements inside the black hole. Something seemed amiss. A trace of nervousness was clearly visible on his face. According to the hint left by Qingdi, if within 3 years, the Eye of Chaos appears 9 times, it signifies that a great catastrophe is imminent. As short as 1 year, as long as 3 years. This is the exact time the disaster will arrive. Deep inside the core of the Eye of Chaos, dangerous signs are gradually appearing. A strange light is emerging at the core. The light flickers continuously. It feels like it could bring lethal danger. Luo Hushan observed carefully. Inside the Eye of Chaos, there is a high possibility of a beast tide appearing. Standing before the Eye of Chaos, Luo Hushan and the barrier look incredibly tiny, seemingly unable to affect it in any way. He continued pondering the current situation. Luo Hushan said, "The Eye of Chaos isolates all living beings. Those below the 9th realm cannot approach it. Based on my current realm, this is as far as I can go indeed." Considering this, Luo Hushan gripped his sword tightly. His gaze remained fixed, still deep in thought. How should this matter be handled? Who possesses enough power to approach the Eye of Chaos and destroy it? This is truly a difficult question. Ultimately, he decided he must notify them, because this matter is extremely crucial and will inevitably bring about disaster. Therefore, once an issue is discovered, it needs to be resolved as quickly as possible. Luo Hushan and the protective barrier gradually dissipated. He withdrew from the Eye of Chaos. At the same time, a jade sword-like object appeared in his hand. Without overthinking, he clenched it tightly and crushed it. Everyone come out. Everyone who possessed this signaling object, upon receiving this terrible news, was greatly shocked. Clear worry and unease showed on everyone's faces. Sword Venerable Master Uncle, upon hearing the bad news, couldn't help but stand up abruptly, looking up at the sky and shouting, "Junior brother." This caused the 3 people who were sitting and chatting to look at him confusedly. Ji Changkong, who was nearby, seeing the Sword Venerable Master Uncle's restless and worried expression, and his eyes fixed on the sky, he asked in confusion what happened. Sword Venerable Master Uncle held out his hand. It was a shattered jade sword. Seeing this scene, even Ji Changkong felt immense shock and panic. This made him unable to stop himself from almost swearing, because it was too unexpected. Whoa! Fortunately, he retained a sliver of consciousness, remembering that his disciples were still sitting in front of him, so he quickly covered his mouth with his hand to prevent himself from saying the full word. He comforted himself internally. In front of disciples, I must hold back even if the word wasn't fully spoken. It was enough for the children in front of him to notice. Lu Chaoga looked at him worriedly, thinking, did Ji Changkong just try to swear? There were certainly many questions in his mind. What exactly was that jade sword? Why would Ji Changkong, one of the 4 divine swords, lose his composure like this? Ji Changkong stood up, the look of worry still etched on his face. He looked at Sword Venerable Master Uncle and said, "Senior brother, I'll take my leave first." The senior brother asked, "Must you go and meet those 3? Sword Venerable Master Uncle replied, "Yes." He immediately disappeared. The remaining 3 all gazed in the direction he had left. At this moment, Lu Dongli finally spoke up and asked, "Master, what exactly happened?" Lu Chaoga, standing nearby, also turned his gaze toward him. Both were eager for an answer. Ji Changkong stroked his beard and began to explain. He posed a question to the 2 of them. "You should know Luo Hushan, right?" Lu Chaoga listened very attentively. His younger sister Lu Dongli answered first. "Yes, Elder Luo and you, Master, are known as the 4 divine swords." Ji Changkong's expression became even more serious. It was then that he slowly began to speak. That message just now came from him. Sweat beads and a furrowed brow kept the worry on his face constant. Ever since seeing the signaling beacon, Ji Changkong had thought of the Eye of Chaos. His face was filled with discomfort and a hint of fear. Then he continued to explain. The shattering of the jade sword means that the Eye of Chaos in Qingzhou, which he guards, has encountered a major problem. Lu Dongli suddenly exclaimed the 4 words Eye of Chaos. Lu Chaoga nearby seriously stated that he had previously seen the Eye of Chaos in Qingzhou with the sage Master, but at the time he felt it wasn't a major threat. Upon mentioning the sage master, Ji Changkong raised his voice again, asserting that that person simply didn't understand. His expression looked very unpleasant. Perhaps Ji Changkong was feeling uncomfortable. Lu Chaoga was immediately stunned, astonished by Ji Changkong's dismissive attitude toward the sage master. Sure enough, he was the one who had once commanded the Sword Venerable, so his words carried a lot of weight. The sage master was a very extraordinary person. But in his eyes he was just an ordinary figure. Just then Lu Dongli felt puzzled. She knew her brother understood something about the Eye of Chaos. But why did she know absolutely nothing about it? Just like that, the two rigid figures stood before her. Gui Changkong brought up the Eye of Chaos again. He said that besides Qingzhou, the other three major remaining states also possess an Eye of Chaos. But it would be pointless to look at them. He stroked his beard while walking, seemingly having a lot to say. A trace of doubt flashed in Lu Qiao's eyes. He doubted whether Gui Changkong's assessment of those three Eyes of Chaos was exaggerated. In this way Shi Dongli still didn't understand what it was, and longed for an explanation, although asking those two for one was futile. As Gui Changkong explained, the atmosphere grew heavy, revealing the reason. It turned out that in Qingzhou the Eye of Chaos was the main body, while the others in the three locations were merely tools used by Qingzhou for control. No wonder he looked down upon the Eyes of Chaos in the other three states. There was a reason for everything, he confirmed again with Gui Changkong. Was this matter truly that serious? Meanwhile his sister, Lu Dongli, had to reluctantly listen to this conversation that she completely failed to understand. She looked as if the important matters no longer concerned her. Gui Changkong turned around, whipping his head back, suddenly revealing a terrifying look, intended to warn them that a great calamity was imminent. His demeanor was both a reminder and a threat, as if he already knew about that terrible great calamity. Lu Qiaoge and Lu Dongli were both extremely shocked. They shouted the two words great calamity in astonishment. Lu Dongli was the most frightened person. She immediately asked what kind of great calamity it was. Could it be from ancient times? Although Gui Changkong guessed that the great calamity was coming, he didn't know how the specific situation would unfold. Only one person knew the specifics. That was Old Man Luo, who crushed the jade sword. Despite this, Gui Changkong still looked helpless, because he knew this great calamity would surely be no small matter. He must inform that group, including senior brother Lu. Lu Qiaoge didn't want to stand by and do nothing, letting the great calamity descend. He wanted to know how soon the great calamity might happen. Gui Changkong showed a helpless expression, because this brat in front of him was asking too many questions. He had already said he didn't know the specifics, but Lu Qiaoge insisted on pressing the issue. Seeing this, Lu Qiaoge began to mock him. Gui Changkong. He thought there are actually things in this world that Gui Changkong doesn't know. That mocking expression of his looked truly infuriating. It made Dongli and Gui Changkong freeze instantly. Gui Changkong certainly had to save face. He loudly stated that he did know, but still had to ask for clarification, although it was difficult to know more details, because even if his senior brother was incredibly daring, he wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. Lu Qiaoge felt a little scared upon hearing the news of the great calamity. He thought it was already pretty good to know a bit about the calamity, but he still felt in his heart that this matter was very strange. Lu Qiaoge's gaze became serious. Thoughts about those monsters surged into his mind as if they were precursors to the great calamity. Lu Qiaoge was certain that the great calamity would arrive eventually, sooner or later, because this was the main plot chapter of the Tianqian realm. Monsters like the Underworld King, the Underworld King's sword, or the evil soul's Wahan. Their resurrection was just an appetizer before the great calamity. He knew the great calamity would come, but it seemed too early now. Lu Qiaoge re-examined the information he had obtained. He realized that the villains in the main storyline seemed to have already learned of this great calamity. They used soul jades to fan the flames and create chaos, putting aside the Underworld King or Qin Chi. This great calamity would be an opportunity for newly appearing monsters to feast. They absorbed death chi and ghost chi to increase their own power. But those monsters had already appeared, and Lu Qiaoge had already defeated them. These events happened too early. Logically, the great calamity should arrive later, waiting until the main storyline progress in the four great states reached over 50%. But currently there were still major states that hadn't surpassed 10% progress. Lu Qiaoge carefully considered all the reasons, but in the end he realized he had unintentionally caused a butterfly effect. While racking their brains for a solution, Dongli spoke. Should we prepare earlier for the great calamity? Gui Changkong, however, remained completely calm and composed. In his view, if the calamity is coming, let it come. All he needs to do is fight it to the very end. His path as a sword cultivator has never feared battle. Chige also agreed with his opinion. He had a cheerful expression as if saying, if we must fight, let's fight. But his dear sister was not as happy as he was. Donli entered overdrive thinking mode, thinking of every possible way to reinforce the mountain protection formation. She could no longer trust her brother and her master, because both of them were too carefree amidst the changing world. Now Donli focused solely on how to upgrade the mountain protection formation. Chige looked at his sister helplessly. He thought to himself, this girl is trying again to reinforce the mountain protection formation to a new level. That thing has been reinforced too much by this girl. Even Chige can no longer break through it. Suddenly a voice echoed through the mountains, announcing that Insi disciple Mubailu and Hui Luohan and Nanwu disciples requested permission to enter the mountain. The announcement reached where the three were located. Chige felt surprised. Why are these two main characters coming here? Are they perhaps here regarding the matter they were just discussing? In the endless sea of Qingzhou, this place was profoundly mysterious, as if there were no sky and no earth. Everything around them was chaos. Sitting in this illusory and wondrous place was an elder venerable. He watched the approaching people with vacant eyes. Luo Hushan was convening an emergency meeting. Luo Hushan looked back at the chaotic state of Qingzhou and then spoke. I have invited you all here for a matter of great importance. The four invited individuals were extremely respectful, listening intently to Luo Hushan's words. The atmosphere grew serious. Luo Hushan gazed into the void and then said, regarding the great heavenly profound calamity, should the people of the world be informed? His gaze remained as indifferent as ever. The people behind him remained silent, perhaps pondering, perhaps waiting for what he would say next. The four individuals before him, including the sword venerable, the Arhat, the Holy Master and the Insi, were standing between the sea and the sky, holding a small meeting. The Insi was the first to speak, his expression unchanged. This matter is simply too significant. If everyone knew, it would certainly cause disaster. The Arhat beside him had his eyes tightly closed, his beard completely white. His head was bald. He twisted his prayer beads, nodding in agreement, and spoke. This poor monk agrees, the less fuss, the better. The people of the world live in fear. To awaken them might only lead to another form of suffering. After the Arhat finished speaking, the Holy Master on the other side turned his head, glancing at the sword venerable. He leaned closer to ask for his opinion. What are the sword venerable's thoughts on this? The sword venerable was expressionless. He held a book tightly tucked against his waist. His other hand was held behind his back. He stared intently forward and replied, regarding this matter, I believe the people of the world should all be informed. Upon hearing this, the Arhat looked meaningfully at the sword venerable and said, it seems today we disagree with the sword venerable. The weather is truly fine today. I should take a nap, the sun is soft and warm. On the sea, ships and people were happily playing and working. The scene was completely peaceful, gently stirring people's hearts, making them intoxicated and delighted, unable to pull themselves away. Suddenly rumbles of thunder came from the sky, often accompanied by bursts of tremendous strange winds. It was sunny just a moment ago, and now suddenly a storm broke out. The people below panicked, scattering for their lives. They didn't bother to take anything with them. Everyone was crammed together. Many people were shouting, what is happening? Why is the weather changing so rapidly? Taking advantage of the situation, the waves crashed violently against the shore. A young man mingled within the chaotic crowd and noticed something unusual. He shouted toward the scrambling people. Everyone look up at the sky. The clouds have turned red, a massive swath of crimson. This weather is truly strange. How can red light, thunder and storm all appear at the same time? The sword venerable's expression was obscured. He opened his mouth and summarized the discussion they just had. Now that we have finished our discussion, this matter must be announced to all under heaven. The other three respectfully cupped their hands in agreement. Understood, I, this humble monk, will announce it. The sky was still a fiery red. After the meeting concluded, the four figures turned into streaks of light and flew off in four different directions. A certain person from Luoxia Mountain showed a look of disdain, disgusted that these four juniors, despite their age, when discussing something, still had to resort to fighting. They truly lacked composure and maturity. How could the heavy responsibility of protecting Tianxian possibly be entrusted to them? After the other three dispersed, the Sword Venerable stopped in a secluded place. Since they had to inform everyone under heaven, then this item was the most suitable. He already possessed it. Still hanging from his waist was the cover of the book with a torn corner. He extended his other hand and fumbled inside his sleeve. Soon he pulled out a small bronze bell. The bell of 10,000 people was forged by the first generation of Sword Venerables. The 300 sects of Qingzhou all possessed this bell. A great calamity is approaching. Fellow cultivators, those willing to take action, come here. The Sword Venerable looked at the small bronze bell in his hand, and then gently shook it. He then turned into a streak of light and flew away. The sky had now returned to a clear blue. White clouds drifted softly. The 300 bells of 10,000 people in Qingzhou rang out in all directions. Immediately after, a loud bronze bell sound was heard ringing out. The youthful woman of 20 and Nanmo showed expressions of astonishment. They all heard the bell sounds emanating from Qingzhou. It only rang when a major event occurred. 4 rings of the bell, symbolizing linkage, echoed outward, spreading throughout the mountains. The youthful woman of 20 realized this was already the 9th ring. This signified the highest level of major event. It was a great calamity, affecting the entire Qingzhou and Tianxian realm. Where the bell sound spread, the message was those who wished to suppress the great calamity. Please raise your sword, the voice echoed, permeating the heaven and earth, spreading towards the mountains. She asked Nanmo beside her what exactly is happening. What kind of great calamity is it? Nanmo did not reply, only looking ahead. Those who wish to suppress the great calamity, please raise your sword. The 20-year-old woman widened her eyes, surprised and delighted. She lightly punched the bald Nanmo's stomach. Someone is here. Following her gaze, a figure in black had appeared sometime earlier. The 20-year-old woman took just one look and couldn't tear her eyes away. How could such a man exist in this world? The black-clad man, without hesitation, flicked his finger and beams of power shot out from his fingertip. The beams of Dao power went straight forward, striking the ringing bronze bell. Darkness shrouded him. He extended 2 fingers, performed a spell and roared. Qingzhou Momo raised the sword. The moment he finished speaking, a massive sword materialized, piercing straight into the clouds. It could be seen from hundreds of miles away. The 20-year-old woman murmured, asking, "Is he Lu Chaoga of Momo?" Nanmo beside her bowed and cupped his hands in respect, reciting Umatba silently in his heart. The ringing of the 9 bells signified a great calamity affecting the Tianxian realm. Choosing to raise the sword meant resisting this great calamity with one's firm body, fighting until death, until only the last person in the sect remained. The 20-year-old woman thought he actually came forward willingly to raise the sword. She then exclaimed fluently. He didn't hesitate at all. Lu Chaoga cast his gaze upon the 2 of them. They were separated by some distance. The 20-year-old woman, taking in the sight of the black-clad man, stared intently, her cheeks flushed, and uttered an unfinished phrase. I suddenly understand now why a glance at Chaoga ruins one's life. Before the incident took place, a fiery mass descended from the sky. This is the subordinate sect of the Qingzhou Sword Sect, Majian Mountain, ranking 38th among the 100 sects. A voice suddenly rang out, those who wish to quell this great calamity, please draw your sword. Just then the sound of a massive bell rang out, spreading throughout the entire region. Everyone below, who witnessed this unique sight, was struck dumb with astonishment. They looked up at the writing soaring through the sky. 9 peals of thunder, it's the master's transmitted voice. More than 5 years have passed since the last time, and this is the first time since then. This incident is simply unbelievable and bizarre. Even the person with the highest and greatest position, which is Qi Jing, the sect master of the Mujianshan sect, felt confused and uneasy about this matter. He spoke in a slightly hesitant tone. Something major is about to happen. At this moment everyone was extremely panicked, feeling helpless, and asked Qi Jing for his opinion. Sect master, should we draw our sword? But before Qi Jing could speak, the people behind them were already whispering amongst themselves, clamoring non-stop. Once we draw the sword, we must expend the entire sect's strength, fighting until the bitter end. This is the level of destroying the sect and eradicating our path. If we play the coward, perhaps our Mujianshin sect might still be able to continue the legacy of the righteous path. Unlike their continuous arguments, Qi Jing was intently focused on doing something very serious. Annoyed by the sound of their conversation, he impatiently ordered them to quiet down. Be silent, all of you. Then he continued what he was doing before. His brow deeply furrowed, sweat constantly running down and soaking his face. The 9 chimes of the great calamity bell, the sound echoing for the populace. How will the other sects handle this? At this moment Qi Jing used his spiritual power. Looking thousands of miles away, there were only patches of clouds. Did they draw the sword? Just as he finished speaking, a colossal sword was pulled out from the peak of a mountain, shocking him greatly. The Qingzhou Momen sect has drawn its sword. A familiar silhouette of a young man appeared, easily recognizable. This person was none other than Lu Chaoga. Seeing him, their sect master Qi Jing couldn't help but feel surprised. He drew the sword. What a spirited young fellow. He must be barely 20 years old, right? But then he regained his usual calm expression, and even revealed a hint of joy. If a young man acts like this, what regrets can an old fellow like me possibly have? Immediately afterward, he turned around and informed the others of the news. Junior brothers and junior sisters of the Qinglongquan region, we already have a sect that has drawn its sword. As expected, after hearing this, everyone showed expressions of extreme surprise. Who is it? Doesn't he know the consequences of drawing the sword? Qi Jing slowly but surely smiled and then continued. Lately everyone must have heard the name of this sect. It's Momin, it's Lu Chaoga. They immediately started discussing animatedly. Momin Lu Chaoga. Is it Lu Chaoga? The one known as unbeatable among his peers. Lu Chaoga just managed to raise Momin from the bottom ranks of the lower 100 sects to the middle tier. If they draw the sword, everything will be ruined. Although everyone's faces showed worry, mixed with a bit of confusion, Qi Jing merely stroked his beard and smiled calmly. Junior brothers and sisters, do you remember when we were young? When the people's bell rang, we descended the mountain to exterminate demons and monsters. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, and no one said anything else. Finally, one person among them spoke up. It was the man with a scar across his face. He stepped forward and asked with a smile, Sect Master and Senior Brother, what does it mean for you to ask that? How could we possibly forget? Senior brother, look at my wound here. Wasn't it left from back then? As soon as he finished speaking, another man also chimed in. He raised 3 fingers as he spoke. If it weren't for that demonic cultivator, whose evil methods heavily damaged my spiritual sense, I don't think my limit would be just this. I could have broken through at least 3 more realms. That sounds very impressive. But after only a few seconds, a girl standing nearby refuted him. Senior brother Chen didn't say that back then. You said you broke through then and stood up, hoping to ascend to heaven in one step in the future. This made him embarrassed, causing him to say, let's not mention it. Let's not mention it. To break this atmosphere, Sun Qijing used to spell to conjure something, and spoke, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Fellow junior brothers and sisters. He drew the sword in his hand, respectfully bowed, and then continued. Are you still willing to follow your senior brother down the mountain to slay demons and eliminate evil? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone remained silent, but they shared a knowing smile. They immediately expressed their willingness. Following this, the sword tips pointed magnificently towards the sky. Everyone lowered their heads and shouted loudly, we are willing. Qi Jing looked up and smiled at the crowd. Good. They uniformly pointed their sword tips towards the sky. Their powerful magic merged together. Qingzhou Mujianshin raised the swords. Finally, this power converged into an enormous, majestic giant sword soaring into the sky. At this moment, on the surface of the water in Qingzhou, a person was sitting in meditation. The fish below were still swimming around happily. This is the yin-yang sword pool, ranked first among the 100 sects. At this time, the fiery text also appeared, still displaying the same information as before. It appeared before the woman sending the message. Is this meant to summon everyone to war? 9 bell chimes, a great calamity upon heaven and earth. Immediately after, the woman soared into the air. She stopped hovering before the crowd, Everyone respectfully bowed their heads in greeting. We welcomed the sect master. A black sphere of light materialized in her hand, her gaze fixed on the fiery text high above. Her emerald eyes widened. This beautiful and astute woman is Mu Qing, standing before her disciples. She spoke. Disciples of my yin-yang sword pool. Is there anyone unwilling to raise their sword? At this moment all the disciples looked toward her. A hint of confusion flickered across their faces. Mu Qing raised her hand, solemnly demonstrating the magic power in her grasp, and continued. The ancestral teachings of the yin-yang sword pool, keep them firmly in mind. Her disciples immediately responded to her words. All of them raised their swords high in unison, shouting loudly, "Slay the demons are wreaking havoc in the world. Slay fellow practitioners are causing chaos in the world. Slay the evil cultivators are wreaking havoc in the world. Slay the strange beasts are wreaking havoc in the world. Slay." Hearing the answer she desired, Mu Qing also turned around, exuding powerful determination and spirit. Qingzhou Yin-yang sword pool raised the swords. Just like that sword was also held high, standing atop the mountain peak. At this moment the sword venerable from high above smiled slightly, gazing down below. Swords of various colors, one after another, were raised powerfully in succession under his watchful eye. When the sword venerable saw this scene, his heart was naturally filled with a strong sense of pride. Powerful 300 sects have raised their swords. This is the spirit of us Qingzhou sword cultivators. Those swords flew high in the sky, carrying various different colors, radiating the might of power, full of determination and unity. The Zishanzong is willing to follow the command of the sword venerable, to quell the calamity of Guijia Valley together. We are willing to follow the command of the sword venerable. Yin-yang sword pool, to quell the calamity together. We are willing to follow the command of the sword venerable, to quell the calamity together. Qingzhou is glorious with pure qi filling the heavens, facing such fierce spirit from all sides. The sword venerable clasped his hands and sincerely bowed. Such is the spirit of my Qingzhou sword Dao. This sight, rarely seen in 1,000 years, was quickly witnessed by common mortals. Everyone was stunned, feeling curious about this strange phenomenon. Discussions erupted everywhere. Everyone looked quickly. Wow, a new storyline has started. Soon the system immediately